Chapter 81 Fly Killer. Yin Xing couldn't remember how many chickens he brought back from the real world. But he remembered their appearance clearly. They had white feathers and white hair. And they weighed about 4 kilograms. At this time, most of the chickens in the chicken farm looked the same as when Yin Xing bought them. But there were more than 10 chickens. And although they were still white jade and white hair, they were more than 1 meter tall. Are these chickens? But Yin Xing had to admit that these big guys were indeed chickens. They walked lazily in the chicken farm like chickens, lowering their heads to peck at something on the ground. From time to time, they used their iron-like claws to dig at the ground. And the dirt they raised scared other small chickens to fly around. When the 2 farmers who were feeding them approached, these fat chickens weighing more than 200 kilograms came running over with the cuckoo. The werewolves watching nearby were scared and scattered. The 2 farmers answered Yin Xing's question, "Master, these are the chickens you asked us to raise. We don't know what happened. These 13 chickens are particularly good at eating and grow fast. We were happy at first. We thought that the chickens you gave us were like this, with a lot of meat." Yin Xing was very sure and certain that the chickens he brought were definitely not like this. There must be something wrong. But what caused these chickens to grow so big and have the ability to eat the 5th level poisonous flies? Is the leader of the werewolf clan in the muddy pond here? Yin Xing thought that the chicken issue could be put aside for now, and the issue of them eating poisonous flies should be dealt with. Poisonous flies are the lifeblood of these werewolf clans. Hearing Yin Xing's question, a werewolf came forward with a cane. He bowed his head to Yin Xing, and then said, "Respected Master Yin Xing, I am the leader of the werewolf clan in the muddy pond. Long Legs, the 5 poisonous flies eaten by your beasts are all the poisonous flies in our clan." Long Legs' voice was a little sad. Without the protection of poisonous flies, it would be difficult for the werewolf clan to survive in the fight in the swamp. He was getting old, and he didn't know if he could tame new poisonous flies. Yin Xing comforted Changtui. "Chief Lungtui, I deeply apologize to you for this incident, and the Eternal Territory will also compensate you in full for the damage caused. You don't have to worry about your tribe. Now the werewolf tribe in the entire southern edge of Thunder Swamp and my Eternal Territory are one family. The safety of the mud pond is the safety of the Eternal Trade. The army we jointly formed will definitely protect the safety of the mud pond. You just said that my chickens are monsters. Can you explain it to me in detail?" Hearing Yin Xing's promise, Changtui put down his worries. With the protection of the Eternal Territory, there is no need to worry about his tribe being swallowed up by other werewolf tribes. Then Changtui explained to Yin Xing what a magic beast is. Magic beasts are species that mutate from ordinary animals by absorbing magic power. Magic beasts generally have very strong combat power and some magical attack capabilities. For example, poison flies are the mosquitoes and flies that exist in large numbers in the swamp and have mutated into magic. These sturdy chickens in Yonghangling Chicken Farm are obviously magic beasts that have mutated into magic. Other werewolf chiefs can recognize these chickens as magic beasts and think that they are specially domesticated by Master Yin Xing. Therefore, when feeding and training their poison flies, they usually stay away from the chicken farm. But Changtui is old and his eyesight is not good, so he didn't see these big guys in the chicken farm. He gathered the poisonous flies he had domesticated near the chicken farm. This was considered a nuisance. Isn't it natural for chickens to eat insects? So these monster chickens jumped out of the chicken farm, pecked the long-legged poisonous flies to death in a blink of an eye, tore them apart and ate them clean, and then jumped back to the chicken farm. Long Legs didn't react at all. He didn't see anything clearly, and his poisonous flies were gone. Later, other werewolves told him that it was the monsters raised by Master Yin Xing that ate his poisonous flies. After Long Legs' story, there was no doubt about this case. The poisonous flies were eaten by these chickens. The fence of the chicken farm was only 1 meter high, and ordinary chickens could jump out by flapping their wings. How could they trap these monster chickens that were more than 1 meter tall? Now the plaintiff and the victim are in front of him, and the murderer has been identified. What to do? Kill these chickens, fry them, braise them, make soup, and pay for the poisonous flies in the mud pond. I don't know if the chicken will still taste like chicken after turning into a monster. Yin Xing felt that he was about to drool. But before eating the chicken, he still had to deal with the matter first. Long-legged tribe leader. Yin Xing stopped thinking about the chicken dishes and said to Long-legged, "I apologize to you again and will compensate you for your damage. What do you want to get from the Eternal Territory as compensation for the death of the 5 poisonous flies. Food, weapons, armor. As long as I can pay, I am willing to give it to you. But before Yanqing finished speaking, Long Legs immediately said, I hope Master Yanqing can give me a beast chicken. Li Claw, who came to Yanqing at some point, also stood up and said, the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf Clan begs Master Yanqing to sell us a beast chicken. In order to get it, the Stinky Water Forest Werewolf Clan is willing to pay any price. Duan Air also popped up. Our Red Mud Wet Beach Werewolf Clan is the same. Please Master Yanqing sell us a beast chicken. Other werewolf chiefs expressed their hope that Yongheng territory could sell the beast chicken. All the werewolf chiefs are here. It made Yanqing realize that he might have raised something extraordinary. These werewolf chiefs are so anxious to buy the beast chickens. They are definitely not to kill them and eat the meat. Then, they can't just sell them casually. Yanqing said to Changtui and many other werewolf chiefs, please let me think about how to deal with these beast chickens. Now everyone, please disperse. Chief Broken Ear, please stay. Chief Sharp Claw, please stay too. The werewolf chiefs obeyed Yanqing's order and left the chicken farm. Looking at Broken Ear and Sharp Claw, they all looked envious. The werewolf tribe of Red Mud Wet Beach and Stinky Water Forest is really going to be stronger this time. The chicken farm is quiet. Yanqing looked at Broken Ear and Sharp Claw. The 2 werewolves glanced at the beast chickens beside them from time to time, and their eyes were extremely excited. Tell me, why do you all want these monster chickens? Yanqing is not from this world after all, and his understanding of the swamp is only superficial. And he does not have a deep understanding of the status of poisonous flies in the swamp. After all, in the conventional biological ranks from the 1st to the 12th order, poisonous flies that can be sprayed with insecticides do not seem to be a strong thing. But the werewolf leaders all know that once this kind of monster chicken enters the swamp, it will cause some subversive changes in the swamp. Poisonous flies are the tactical core of the swamp tribe. In the large-scale swamp struggle, the use of poisonous flies is from the beginning to the end. The flying ability, concealment, and toxicity make the attack of poisonous flies hard to defend against. There is no means to effectively restrain poisonous flies in the entire swamp. The number of poisonous flies in hand often becomes the standard of the strength of a swamp force. And the monster chickens tamed by the Eternal Territory use the crime they just committed to declare. The poisonous fly nemesis has appeared. Chapter 82 My Dear Horse. Only from the perspective of the werewolves can one understand the shock in their hearts when they see the Warcraft chicken easily eat the poisonous flies. Therefore, so many werewolf chiefs want to buy Warcraft chicken from the Eternal Territory. And even the Long Legs of the Mud Pond tribe are willing to exchange the lives of 5 poisonous flies for a Warcraft chicken. If one of these things is raised in one's own territory, the werewolf tribes that raise poisonous flies around will tremble all day long, fearing that their poisonous flies will be pecked to death by it one day. Moreover, having a Warcraft chicken can not only deter other werewolf tribes, but also expand the scope of one's own tribe's territory with it, because there are many kinds of mutant poisonous insects in the swamp, and they are all masters of hiding like poisonous flies. It is often too late when they are discovered. Not many members of the werewolf tribes died in various traps in the swamp. Many of them were bitten by poisonous insects that suddenly attacked and died. Looking at the size of the Warcraft chicken, it can basically move freely in the swamp. It can also fly. Although it can't fly high, it can flutter for more than 10 meters, which is enough to deal with most emergencies. The key is the nature of chickens seeing insects. If you don't eat them, you will feel uncomfortable. You can actively attack hidden poisonous insects. In short, you have poisonous flies. I have chickens. I can suppress you. After the explanation of Broken Ears and Sharp Claws, Yanqing finally understood why the chickens raised by his family were so popular with the werewolves. Facing the 2 werewolf chiefs' request to buy Warcraft chickens again, Yanqing refused. There are only 13 Warcraft chickens in Yongheng territory now. I want to keep them as breeding chickens. When they have more in the future, I will definitely sell them to your 2 tribes first. Duaner said, Master, Warcraft cannot reproduce after being demonized. Please sell us one. Just one. Yanqing's knowledge of Warcraft has increased again. This is equivalent to a mule that is a hybrid of a horse and a donkey. I just don't know how these chickens were demonized. Thinking of demonization, Yanqing remembered another strange thing. The Akeltique horse he bought seemed to be different from when he first bought it. Although it didn't grow as big as the monster chicken, its eyes became more and more spiritual, and there seemed to be a breeze blowing around. Could it be that my horse has also become a monster? Let's go! Let's go and take a look. Let's not talk about the monster chicken first. You two come with me to the stable and help me look after my horse. Yinxing left the chicken farm with the reluctant broken ears and claws and went to the stable. In addition to the Fergana horse that Yinxing bought for himself, there are more than 10 Sanha horses in the stable. Sanha horses are domestically produced horses that have been improved from many world-famous horses in modern times. They are famous for their handsome appearance, strong physique, symmetrical structure, and good endurance. And they are cheap. A few thousand yuan can buy a good Sanha horse, and more money can make it better. So Yinxing ordered 15 Sanha horses to see if they can adapt to the environment of this world. If they can adapt, they can be purchased in large quantities in the future. The grassland is so big, it would be a pity not to raise horses. Before Yinxing, Broken Ear, and Sharp Claw approached, the Fergana horse snorted at Yinxing from a distance, stomping its 4 hooves and showing great excitement. The farmer in charge of the stable immediately came out to greet him and saluted his master. Okay, stand aside. Yinxing waved his hand to let the farmer retreat, and walked closer to the Fergana horse with Broken Ear and Sharp Claw. Werewolves are extremely beastly, and ordinary horses will become nervous when they see werewolves. If a werewolf approaches, it will retreat, while fierce horses will attack directly. However, Yinxing's Fergana horse seemed very calm after seeing Broken Ear and Sharp Claw approaching. It walked slowly to Yinxing's side and rubbed its head against Yinxing's body affectionately. Yinxing stroked the neck of the Fergana horse and intentionally observed the car he bought for 6 million. He thought, you can't have any problems. 6 million. No insurance company will compensate. When the Fergana horse was bought, it was all white, without a single stray hair, and its mane was smooth and extremely handsome. Now look carefully. The white fur actually has a little metallic silver. Yinxing's heart skipped a beat. It really has changed. Keep watching. The body shape of the Fergana horse has not changed much. It is still so handsome. That is, the mane and tail hair on the back of the neck are longer, and there is a sense of elegance, as if there is a breeze blowing. This is a stable, blocked by 4 walls. Where does the wind come from? Look at the 4 hooves. In the area of about 10 centimeters around the hoof, the dust and scattered grass are all blown away by the invisible airflow. Yinxing took another step with the Fergana horse. Sure enough, after the horse's hoof landed, a cyclone was immediately generated, sweeping the place where the hoof landed cleanly. Now there is no need for Broken Ear and Sharp Claw to check. Yinxing was sure that his beloved horse must have been demonized. Of course, Broken Ear and Sharp Claw were both trainers of the swamp tribe, and they could definitely see more. 2 tribe leaders, please look, what has my horse become? Is it changing for the better or for the worse? Broken Ear and Sharp Claw surrounded the Fergana horse to look at it. From time to time, they would approach to touch the fur and texture, look at the ears and teeth. They would also lift up the 4 hooves to touch the soles of the feet, and lift up the tail to look at the anus. They were more professional than professional veterinarians. Finally, Broken Ear and Sharp Claw walked back to Yinxing's side. Broken Ear touched his chin, looked at the Fergana horse's face, and said very carefully, Master, your horse has also been demonized. Isn't this nonsense? And it's a very advanced demonization. Is there a level of demonization? Yinxing listened quietly. Duaner continued, to be precise, it should be called evolution. Yinxing couldn't help it, Li Claw. You say. Li Claw's thinking was still very agile, and he immediately explained to Yinxing, the demonization and evolution of non-intelligent creatures are actually similar to the advancement and promotion of intelligent creatures to heroes. A human first-level peasant can be promoted to a 12th-level paladin with talent and training. But if he can't be promoted to a hero, the 12th level is the limit of a human. The demonization of non-intelligent creatures is the same as the advancement, which can obtain a surge in strength, but it cannot exceed the level limit. Evolution is equivalent to becoming a hero-level monster. The improvement of evolution is not as obvious as demonization, but with the influence of time and its own talents, evolution will gradually make the monster stronger and more intelligent. Isn't it very clear? That is to say, my Fergana horse is now at the same level as me. Both are hero units. When I was a level 1 hero, I might not be able to beat the werewolf. But now I am level 10. I can at least beat 2. I just don't know what level of hero unit my Fergana horse is. It doesn't change, obviously. It should not be high. At this time, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Subordinate Hero Unit, Fergana Horse. Identification completion 30%. To view the attributes of Fergana Horse, please complete at least 70% of the identification. Does the werewolf tamer have this function? Chapter 83 Demonization. Go on. Yinxing wanted to see what state the Arabian horse he spent so much money on was in now. Let me tell you. Duanner was very active. He had just been overshadowed by the claws. And he must not let him down again this time. Duanner said, Master, your horse is fast, has good endurance, and is good at running. During the process of demonization, cyclones were generated around the body, which should be an evolution towards air magic. Its mane has the function of absorbing magic energy, so it shows a metallic color. In the future, as its ability becomes stronger, the changes in its fur will be more obvious. Magic patterns are forming on its four hooves. These magic patterns will form air barriers under its hooves. Now it just blows away some dust. And in the future it may definitely form the ability to trample with air magic. Perhaps, when the air magic element reduces its own weight, this horse can run in the sky by stepping on the air barrier under its hooves. This is just my guess. Hearing that his horse might run to the sky, Yinxing couldn't help asking, Are you bullying me because I don't understand and lying to me? Duanner immediately replied, How could I lie to you? Sir? If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Claw. Li Claw also said, Sir, Duanner and I are very sure that your horse is evolving in the direction of air magic. Air magic itself has the effect of reducing weight. All flying monsters must have air magic. Otherwise it is difficult for their transformed bodies to fly freely with wings alone. The magic patterns on the four hooves of this horse are indeed generating air barriers. And the mane and tail hair have airflow. It is not impossible for it to run in the sky on the air barrier in the future. But it mainly depends on its changes and evolution. I suggest that when you go to Nuda City this time, find some alchemists to give some suggestions on the evolution direction of your horse. Subordinate Hero Unit, Fergana Horse. Identification completion 50%. To view the properties of Fergana Horse, please complete at least 70% of the identification. There is still no way to check the properties of the Fergana Horse. Judging from the level of Broken Ear and Sharp Claw, this is the only level of identification of the Fergana Horse. The rest needs to be consulted with professional alchemists. This trip to Nuda City has one more task. Broken Ear said at this time, Yes. Now you have to feed your horse more alchemical herbs with high content of air magic elements. There are a lot of such herbs in our Thunder Swamp. I will let my tribesmen collect them after I go back. The chickens raised by the master should also eat more. The chickens in the chicken farm should also eat. Yes. Broken Ear said, the magic chickens you raise are also air magicized. Eating some herbs containing air magic elements can make them stronger at this level. Moreover, among the more than 100 chickens here, 13 have become demonized. The bloodline of this kind of chicken is so noble that it is definitely not an ordinary chicken. If they eat more herbs with air magic elements, some chickens should become demonized. Yinxing doesn't know whether the bloodline of the chickens he bought is noble or not. But these broilers that can grow up in 6 weeks are indeed very different from the chickens in this world. Is it possible that the high rate of demonization of these chickens is related to this? It's possible. Growing fast means good nutrition absorption. But how did this Fergana horse evolve? This is not a meat horse. I can't figure it out. Maybe it's because they all come from the real world. And the environmental changes here cause genetic mutations? Just like me, an ordinary person, who came here and turned into a hero. In order to verify his guess, Yinxing decided to introduce a batch of species from the real world for observation. Thinking of this, Yinxing thought of the Sanha horse he bought not long ago in this stable. Let Broken Ear and Sharp Claw see if there are any demonized and evolved horses among these horses. There are double row stables in the stable. There are 1 or 2 horses in each stable. And there are fried soybeans and clean grass in the trough. And there is running water in the trough for the horses to drink. The farmer in charge of the stable will clean the manure in the stable regularly and wash the horses. Therefore, the dozen or so Sanha horses that had just arrived quickly adapted to the new environment. When they were taken out for a walk, they all ran very happily. They ate well, played well, and were full of energy. However, after seeing the 2 werewolves, Broken Ear and Sharp Claw, most of the Sanha horses still showed a relatively nervous mood. But there were still 4 horses that were relatively quiet. Broken Ear and Sharp Claw focused on checking these 4 horses. They also touched the fur and texture, looked at the ears and teeth. They also lifted the 4 hooves to touch the soles of the feet, and lifted the tails to look at the anus. Then the 2 werewolves came to a conclusion. These 4 horses have shown signs of demonization. Master, where did you get the chickens and horses from? Isn't the bloodline too noble? Broken Ear looked incredible after seeing the 4 horses. More than 100 chickens. 13 of them are demonized. Among the 16 horses, 1 has evolved, and 4 are about to become demons. It is impossible to tell whether there are more that will become demons or evolve in the future. Master, just sell me a demon chicken. Duaner has always been thinking about the demon chickens in Yonghangling Chicken Farm. Yanqing said, tell me what happened to my 4 horses, and then we can talk about the demon chickens. Hearing that Master Yanqing seemed to be a little relieved about the issue of selling the demon chickens, Duaner immediately said, Master, your horses have shown signs of Earth-type demonization. Have you seen that their hooves have become much larger than those of other horses? After falling to the ground, it feels like they are rooted and stick to the ground. And their muscle texture is getting thicker, making them more powerful. And their eyes. You can see yellow spots deep in the pupils. Yanqing stood beside the horse and observed the horse's eyes according to Duaner's instructions. Indeed, there was a yellow spot deep in the pupils. What is this spot? This is the magic core. Magic beasts with magic cores can release some instinctive magic. Those who can release magic are all intermediate or above. And the lowest is level 6. The swamp lizards in our swamp belong to the 7th level magic beasts, which can release petrification magic. The lizard tribe relies on their tame swamp lizards to prevent us werewolves from getting close to the center of the swamp. We need to wait until they complete the final transformation to determine what these horses will look like. But it is definitely right to eat more herbs containing earth magic elements. When I go back, I will ask my people to dig herbs containing air magic elements and earth magic elements. Feed them to your mount. These horses, and the chickens in the chicken farm. Master, can you sell me one of your chickens? Just one. The claws on the side also looked at Yanqing eagerly. Chapter 84 Nuda City. It seems that the 2 old wolves Broken Ear and Sharp Claw will not give up until they take a chicken from me. The Lord. Okay. Yanqing said, you can raise chickens for me according to your own methods. As long as you could raise more Warcraft chickens, let alone sell you 1 chicken. It's no problem to sell you a few more. Really? Broken Ear and Sharp Claw were very excited. Master, my family motto is do what you say, and I will definitely do what I say. Yanqing walked out of the stable and said as he walked, as for the horses here, the feed will be left to you to match. As long as you raise chickens for me, I can get tens of thousands of chickens for you to raise. Hearing that Yanqing could actually get tens of thousands of chickens with noble blood, Broken Ear and Sharp Claw seemed to have seen themselves driving chickens rampant in the swamp. Master Yanqing, you are generous and kind, Master Yanqing. You keep your word. After saying goodbye to Yanqing, Broken Ear and Sharp Claw immediately returned to their tribe's tent and sent their tribe members to quickly return to the red mud wetland and the stinky water forest, asking the tribe members there to immediately collect air magic element herbs and earth magic element herbs. We strive to become the largest chicken farmer in the Eternal Territory. After a storm of chickens eating poisonous flies, the werewolf chiefs meeting reached one issue after another in peace, and finally ended successfully. The leaders of the werewolf tribes left Yonghang Territory with hope and vision for the future. In the next few days, a large number of werewolf laborers will gather in the line from Yonghang Territory to Hongni Wetland. Roads and canals will be built at the same time. The southern barracks of Hongni Wetland will also be gradually completed. When the weapons of Yonghang Territory are in place, the werewolves of various tribes who are required to perform compulsory military service will arrive. The Yonghang Trade Security Force can officially start training and patrolling. Yanqing, who decided to go to Nuda City, also selected the team to accompany him this time. The heavy spearmen are clumsy and slow in action. If they are taken to Nuda City, if they really encounter any situation, they will not only be inconvenient to use, but may also be a group of burdens. Therefore, Yanqing decided to use light-armored werewolf warriors as his escorts. These werewolf warriors are fast, and can fight alone or in coordination. If they encounter a difficult enemy, they can run fast. When you are away from home and don't have an absolute advantage in strength, the more flexible the better. Eddie stayed in the territory. Orf and Gung Ya led 20 light-armored werewolf warriors and 8 archers to protect the team going to Nuda City. All soldiers rode bicycles. Lizwa also gave Gongya 4 poisonous flies to hide their whereabouts and move with the team. The maid who takes care of the lord's daily life must also be brought along. Donna and 2 other maids rode 3 captured war horses and followed Yanqing. There were also 10 peasant servants, who were responsible for various tasks for the team. The 10 peasants were riding in 3 box-type carriages. In one of the carriages was a large box, which contained the heads of the orc wolf riders soaked in antiseptic herbs prepared by the werewolves. The captured human mercenaries were tied together and followed the team on foot. Yanqing rode a sweat-blooded horse with a silver vest, wearing a set of exaggerated and modern armor. With the farewell of the territory's subjects and the swamp werewolves, he led the team to leave the Eternal Territory and walk towards the city of Nuda in the south. The lightly armored werewolf warriors and archers rode fully armed bicycles scattered around the team, protecting the convoy in the middle and guarding the accompanying captives. At the same time, the human mercenary who revealed the most information to Yanqing ran westward with a wooden box in his arms. The wooden box contained Gustav's head. Nuda City is a new city, and it has only been 5 years since it began to be built. It stands to reason that it is impossible to build a city that is 10 kilometers long from east to west and from north to south in 5 years. But this world has its own rules. As long as you are willing to use the gold coins given by God and concentrate manpower, material resources and financial resources to transport stones and wood, as well as rare alchemical materials, letting a large city rise from the ground can only be considered magical, not a miracle. Just building a road connecting the Windy Highlands and the mainland of the Principality, and building Storm City, has emptied the family assets of Marquis Anderson. In order to build Nuda City into a reliable logistics base, Marquis Anderson borrowed money from the Principality to complete the construction of the city. Marquis Anderson is now burdened with huge debts. The Principality has repeatedly expressed its willingness to forgive Marquis Anderson's debts as long as he hands over Nuda City to the Principality. But Marquis Anderson refused all of them and appointed his father-in-law, Earl Theodore, as the Lord of Nuda City, firmly grasping the control of Nuda City and Storm City. Earl Theodore is an old nobleman over 70 years old. He has his own territory in the Principality. But in order to keep an eye on the backyard for Marquis Anderson, he still took over Nuda City. The old Earl likes the stable environment and suitable climate of Nuda City very much. His biggest hobby is to entertain nobles and gentry in the restaurant of the city lord's mansion and tell them about his heroic deeds when he was young. The old Earl has been in a bad mood these days. He can't forget the ice jade porcelain fruit plate he saw from the merchant Eden. It's so beautiful. It's worthy of being a replica of angel tableware. It's as pure as a virgin, without any flaws to be found. The old Earl's kitchen also has a set of tableware, made of gold. Magnificent. Whenever the city lord's mansion holds a banquet, the old Earl will use this set of gold tableware. When he hears the guests' praise, he will feel that he is also shining with gold. But I'm afraid that the city lord's mansion will no longer be able to hold banquets in the future. The old Earl is distressed, because the maker of ice jade porcelain, Lord Yanqing, is carrying 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware to Nuda City. The noble servants, who heard the news from the merchant Eden a long time ago, have gathered in this city, and some of them have come from the Principality riding royal griffins. Among them is the special envoy of Duke Silvermane. There are also priests in the central temple of the Principality. Everyone has heard the praise of ice jade porcelain by the temple priests, and the legend of ice jade porcelain has spread rapidly like wings. This is a tableware that perfectly imitates angel tableware. Everyone is determined to get the ice jade porcelain tableware. There are only 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware. The envoy of Duke Silvermane must take 1 set for the Duke's palace. The central temple must also take 1 set. The remaining 3 sets are being fought over by so many nobles, and the excitement of the bidding on the day of the auction can be foreseen. If it were in the past, old Theodore, who was an earl and his son-in-law was a marquis, had the financial resources to compete. But for the sake of Windy Highlands, Marquis Anderson not only emptied his own family assets, but also the old Earl's coffin money. The old Earl now really has a good appearance and is clean-handed. And Marquis Anderson not only has to fight against orcs and elves on Windy Highlands, but also has to distract himself from the power struggle within the Principality. Every copper coin must be carefully calculated. He would never allow the old Earl to spend a lot of money to buy a set of tableware that can only be used for eating, and he had to use the gold coins given by God to buy it. Earl Theodore felt bitter. The new porcelain is auctioned in his own city. As the city lord, If he uses gold tableware to entertain guests in the future, he will be laughed at. Chapter 85 Griffin. Yanxing didn't know what kind of sensation his ice jade porcelain had caused in Nuda City after Eden's promotion. He also didn't know how many nobles and their trusted servants would gather in Nuda City when the news came out that he was about to arrive in Nuda City with 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware. The arrival of the envoy of Grand Duke Silvermane and the priest of the central temple of the principality raised the value of ice jade porcelain tableware to a new height. The nobles in Nuda City were eagerly waiting. Yanxing was not in a hurry to go to Nuda City. He rode on a Fergana horse, holding a mobile phone to control a small drone, and used aerial photography software to map the terrain along the way. The team walked about 100 kilometers to the south, and all along the way there was an uninhabited grassland environment. There were no large forests, no stones that could be mined, and all were ownerless land. The climate here is humid, the land is fertile, and the grassland is lush, which is very suitable for farming and grazing. It is also suitable for cavalry to gallop on it. During the period of operating the Eternal Territory, through the understanding of Eden and the wolf population, Yanxing roughly understood the military structure of the human race and the swamp tribe. The military units of the human race are relatively clear. Level 1, Peasants Level 2, Militia promoted from Farmers Level 3, Archers promoted from Militia. Level 4, Crossbowmen promoted with Archers Level 5, Infantry promoted with Militia or Archer training Level 6, Guards promoted with Infantry Level 7, Cavalry promoted with Guards Level 8, Knight Squire promoted with Cavalry. Noble children can obtain ranks after adulthood. 9th level, Monk humans who can sense holy light can be promoted, and children of nobles can choose to obtain a rank after they reach adulthood. 10th level, Priest promoted by Monk. 11th level, Knight promoted by Cavalry Squire. 12th level, Paladin promoted by Knight or Priest. From this, we can see that the human race is a society with a clear class promotion mechanism. Theoretically, as long as you have talent and hard work, you can stand out, especially after reaching the 10th level of Priest. It is easy to be promoted to a hero unit. Even if you don't have talent, you can successfully be promoted by aging. The starting rank of children of nobles is the 8th level Knight Squire and the 9th level Monk, while the starting rank of civilians is the 1st level Peasant. The class system also means that civilians can only reach the end of the road if they reach the 7th level Cavalry. Only a very few lucky and talented civilians can be promoted to Knight Squires and touch the edge of the nobles' clothes. This makes the entire human race firmly in the hands of the nobles. The noble lords control high-end military forces and control the gold coins given by God. Their status cannot be shaken. In the human military system, there is also a special type of soldier, the Griffin. The Griffin is a flying beast. The adult Griffin is stronger than many monsters by its own strength. The strength is rated as 7th level. The Griffin can be promoted to a Combat Griffin, with a strength rating of 8th level. The Combat Griffin can be ridden. The human race has a deep love for Griffins. Griffin patterns appear on the emblems of most noble families, and the most powerful human empire is also named after Griffins. The imperial flag is a Royal Griffin. Royal Griffins are Griffins and Combat Griffins that have been specially domesticated and promoted to magical beasts. They can receive the magic of sacred attribute magic in the temple, and their strength will rise by leaps and bounds to the 12th level. The Royal Griffin Knights, formed by the combination of the 12th level Paladins and the Royal Griffins, guard the absolute authority of the Griffin Heart Empire in the human race. Yanxing is very yearning for the legendary beautiful creatures such as Griffins. He knew that there were Griffins in Nuda City, so when he came, he thought about taking a set of photo albums for the Griffins. Yanxing, who led the team closer and closer to Nuda City, looked up at the sky all the way, and finally saw the figure of a Griffin flying in the sky in anticipation. It was a Griffin Sky Patrol, riding on a warhorse. Yanxing took out a telescope and could clearly see that the leader was a knight riding a combat griffin. There were 4 griffins flying around the Griffin Knight. The griffin has a lion body and an eagle head. Its wings and fur are golden yellow, and the feathers on its neck are white with a little light blue. The hind limbs are lion claws. The front limbs are eagle claws, and the length from head to buttocks is about 2 meters. The combat griffin is much larger than the griffin and can bear a greater load. Not only can it be equipped with armor, but it can also be ridden by knights wearing light armor. A griffin battle squad is usually led by a combat griffin knight with 4 to 6 griffins. This is the outskirts of Nuda City. as an important city of the human race in the Windy Highlands, second only to Storm City. The Griffin Patrol occupies a very important position in the city's defense system. A few eagle cries came from the middle of the Griffin Patrol, and Yinxing's team was discovered by the Combat Griffin Knight. The Combat Griffin Knight did not approach Yinxing's team, and did not even descend the flight altitude for low-altitude observation, but immediately turned the flight direction and flew towards Nuda City. Yinxing, who was about to reach out to greet the Griffin Knight, stopped his hand in midair. The phone in the other hand made a click sound. It took a lonely photo. This is a real griffin. How could it fly away? But Yinxing didn't have to wait too long. More than 20 minutes later, a large group of griffins flew over from the direction of Nuda City. It was estimated that there were more than 100 griffins, more than 10 combat griffin knights, and the leader was actually a royal griffin with a body length of 4 meters. Is this poking the griffin's nest? Yinxing was stunned. How could such a big scene come before he even arrived in Nuda City? The griffins flew very fast, and soon reached the top of Yinxing's team. They circled and flew. The eagle's cry filled the sky, and the cyclone form swept the grassland up and down. After flying for a while, the Royal Griffin Knight landed from the air to the ground in front of Yinxing's team. The flapping of its wings raised branches and dust, making the knight in full armor on the back of the Royal Griffin look heroic and extraordinary. Yinxing silently turned on the fan and ambient light on his armor. My master may not be as strong as others, but I must not lose in the competition of showing off. There was light shining through the gaps in the armor, and the ribbons of the armor fluttered in the wind. The Royal Griffin was mighty and tall, but the Fergana horse, which was already a heroic level warcraft, was not afraid. Yinxing, wearing a helmet, confronted the other Royal Griffin Knight without saying a word. At this time, it was a test of patience. Whoever spoke first would lose 1 level of pretense. The Royal Griffin Knight also silently looked at this strange team. Just now, she heard a report from her subordinates. A group of swamp werewolves captured a group of humans and were heading towards Nuda City. At that time, she was very puzzled. Shouldn't the werewolves go to the North Thunder Swamp after capturing humans? What are they doing in the South Nuda City? To show off. The swamp tribe is invincible in the swamp, but you barbarians leave the swamp. It's nothing. But the purpose of building Nuda City in the first place was to guard against the swamp tribe in the Northern Thunder Swamp. Now a group of werewolves appeared near Nuda City, contrary to their usual behavior, and captured so many humans. It's very abnormal. Did this group of werewolves go in the wrong direction? Or was it a sign of a massive invasion by the swamp tribe? As an important general in the Nuda City garrison, the Royal Griffin Knight immediately led a griffin army to investigate. After finding this group of werewolves with strange behavior, she discovered that the composition of this group of werewolves was also very strange. Chapter 86. This is the female knight. I am Knight Sibyl Theodore. Finally, the Royal Griffin Knight spoke first. Who are you? Why are there so many swamp werewolves in your team? And why have you captured so many humans? Sibyl looked at this strange team. Although the full cover helmet covered her face, her voice was somewhat surprised. Why are the equipment of the swamp werewolves so sophisticated? Steel half-body armor and steel flails. The 6th level guards of the human race only use a set of iron armor and a low-level steel sword. Even the small shovel hanging on the backpack is made of all steel. As for the werewolf warrior shoulder straps, waist belts, and other things hanging on the backpack, Sibyl didn't understand their functions. But just seeing these things had already had a great impact on her heart. And these werewolves were pushing a strange device with 2 wheels. Just when Sibyl was flying in the sky, he saw these werewolves riding on this device. The 2 wheels were distributed front and back. Wouldn't it fall over when running? In short, the equipment of these werewolf warriors is very elite. No, it should be described as luxurious. Ordinary werewolf warriors are only 1st level, and big werewolves are only 2nd level. Who would arm 1st level and 2nd level soldiers with such steel armor and weapons? I'm afraid only a fool would do this. And a rich fool. Sibyl reported her identity to the leader of this team. It was precisely because the leader of this team was a human that she did not order the attack on these werewolves. And this human also made Sibyl have a lot of questions. First of all, his armor. Why is it so beautiful? Magic energy overflowing? Momentum exuding? His warhorse is so majestic. So beautiful. Although it is impossible to tell what bloodline it is. It is definitely of noble origin. It seems to have been transformed into a monster. Mysterious. Mysterious. Sibyl waited for Yinxing's answer. Yanqing was startled by Shi Buyer's voice. Female. But what are you wearing? In Yanqing's eyes, the knight riding on the back of the royal griffin in front of him was wearing a set of full-body armor that looked quite advanced. Although the armor surface was not as bright as his polished armor surface, it was also smooth and clean, although there was no ambient light on his armor. There were also some embossed decorative patterns, although the exposed lining strips could not float by themselves. It was at least decorated. It's just that the style of this armor, you really can't tell that there is a woman inside. The armor on the female knights in movies, TV, and games is not of this style. That, open-chested and backless, with white and smooth lower abdomen and thighs. A set of armor doesn't use many iron sheets. Look at what this female knight is wearing. There are not even 2 bulges on the front of the breastplate. How dare you wear it? Alas, you are behind. Since the other party took the initiative to ask, Yanqing quietly turned on the built-in speaker in the armor. This is a small defect in the armor that Yanqing found when he fought Gustav last time. The 2 armies are so far apart, and shouting is a bit straining. If the high notes cannot reach at the critical moment, it will greatly damage the majestic image of this lord. The sound of the speaker is loud. But in war, you can't ride a horse with a spear in one hand and a big speaker in the other hand. So Yanqing took his armor back to the real world and asked someone to put this patch on. 6-channel. Stereo surround sound. The atmosphere light will also automatically produce color gradient effects according to the tone, volume and tone. By the way, the store also gave away the Cybertron Optimus Prime voice changer sound effect package. The words spoken have a strong metallic magnetic flavor. I am Yanqing, the Lord of the Eternal Territory. Fuck. I feel like I'm about to be transformed. Yanqing continued to open the Cybertron audio package and said, my territory is on the grassland north of Nuda City. 3 days ago, these human mercenaries colluded with the Orcs Wolf cavalry to sneak attack my territory. But they were all wiped out by me and my army. This time I came to Nuda City to hand over these human traitors to the city lord. And the city lord will give them the most fair judgment. After Yanqing finished speaking, the scene fell into silence again, with only the griffins in the sky occasionally making eagle cries. After a long while, Knight Zybel said in a nervous tone, Respected lord. What did you just say? Sorry. Your voice made me a little distracted. Please forgive me for my impoliteness. It's not that Zybel didn't understand what Yanqing said, but he was really shocked by his processed voice. The pitch was not high, but the voice was extremely loud, as if it came from all directions into his ears. And that voice, brave, kind, responsible and righteous. Zybel seemed to feel that he was facing a real knight, a great leader who combined virtue and integrity. So much so that he ignored what the other party said. After asking again, Zybel used honorifics to Yanqing, lowered his posture, and finally apologized and saluted Yanqing. Okay, I'll just have a normal conversation. Yanqing felt that he was pretending to be too much, so he turned off the speakers and took off his helmet, and repeated what he had just said to Zybel. Yanqing spoke in a normal tone, and his approachable and colloquial tone made Zybel a little panic. Simple, but also makes people feel like spring breeze. Zybel also took off his helmet and bowed his head again to Yanqing to salute the knight. Dear Lord, welcome to Nuda City. Your visit will definitely add some legendary stories to this kind of city and be recorded in the history of the city. Zybel gave a flattering welcome, but he did not forget his duties. You said your territory is in the north of Nuda City. Although I don't know when a territory was added to that grassland. How could the orcs appear there? You should know that there are a lot of fortresses built by us in the middle of the Windy Highlands, blocking the orcs in the western edge of the highlands. You said that these human mercenaries you captured colluded with the orcs. Do you have any evidence? Of course I have evidence. Yanqing waved his hand, and Orf asked the 4 lightly armored werewolf warriors to put away their bicycles and lift the large wooden box from the last carriage. The large wooden box was lifted in front of Zybel's mount. The box was opened, and inside were neatly stacked layers of big-eared monster heads. When Zybel saw so many orc heads, he was extremely shocked. Although he was in the rear of Nuda City, Zybel had indeed heard that someone colluded with the orcs and led the wolf cavalry to infiltrate the human army's control area and wreak havoc. Now a box of invading orc heads was placed in front of him, and there were so many embarrassed human mercenaries. It can almost be concluded that what the Yanqing Lord said was true. It also proves that the rumor is true. I must tell my father about this as soon as possible. Chapter 87 Throwing Thunder. After seeing the orc heads, Zybel grabbed an iron whistle on her chest and blew it. The griffins that heard the whistle all fell from the sky and surrounded Yinxing's team in the middle. The ferocious griffins caused a little agitation in Yinxing's team. The wolfmen held the flails in their hands, ready to abandon the car and fight at any time. Zybel knew that her subordinates' actions caused misunderstandings to the visiting team, and she immediately explained to Yinxing, "Respected Lord, we just want to escort you to Nuda City. The intelligence you said is very important to us, since the orcs can infiltrate your territory. It also means that they can reach Nuda City. I never thought that there would be such a big loophole in our defense system. We must investigate this matter thoroughly and punish all traitors severely." After Yinxing knew the intentions of these griffins, he waved his light-armored werewolf warriors to put away their weapons. He said to Zybel, "It is your business to investigate this incident, and I will cooperate with you to the fullest. These mercenaries and orcs' heads are all handed over to you. My team does not need your escort. If you need my assistance in the investigation, you can go to Eden, the merchant of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, and he will tell you where I live." Yinxing ordered the werewolves to hand over the mercenary captives to the fighting griffin knights. Finally, these mines were thrown out. How to deal with these mercenaries is not what Yinxing needs to consider. As for cooperating with the investigation, that was just perfunctory to Zybel. Yinxing didn't want to get involved in the mess. If he didn't really have something to do in Nuda City, he would dare to turn around and run now. Zybel didn't insist when she heard Yinxing say that he didn't need an escort. After all, there is still a long way to Nuda City, and griffins are not suitable for long-distance running. She also needs to report this matter as soon as possible. The combat griffin knight tied up these human mercenaries again, making it easier for the griffin's claws to grab. The wooden box containing the orc's head was also tied up again, and several ropes were stretched out for the 10 griffins to grab. Griffins are often used to transport emergency supplies by air, so the knights are very skilled in this work. After everything was ready, Zybel said to Yinxing, "Respected Lord Yinxing, I will bring these orc heads and mercenaries back to Nuda City, and Lord Theodore will also judge and reward you for your merits. Welcome to Nuda City again. I believe we will meet again soon." After that, Zybel saluted Yinxing again, then put on his helmet and drove the royal griffin into the sky. Other combat griffins and griffins took off one after another, carrying mercenary captives and wooden boxes and flying towards Nuda City. However, there was still a griffin team circling slowly in the high sky, monitoring Yinxing's team. Yinxing only glanced at the griffin squad in the air, and then took out his phone. The phone contained the photo he had just taken secretly. Royal Griffin. Really handsome. Look at the strong limbs and majestic eagle head. Feathers. Big ones can be plucked and used as fans. And the female knight on its back. Although her figure is wrapped in an iron can and nothing can be seen for the time being, she looks very pretty. Dark red hair, natural nobility, and very good cultivation. As a car model embellishing the royal griffin, it is quite suitable. But the armor on her body is not fashionable enough. Saved. The whole army marches forward to Nuda City. Yinxing put away his candid photos with satisfaction and led the army forward. Without the burden of mercenary captives, the cavalry team marched much faster. In the mansion of the Lord of Nuda City, old Earl Theodore was sitting at the dining table eating lunch. On the golden plate, there was a steak bubbling with oil and exuding a strong aroma. A vegetable salad adorned with white milkshake. Roasted lamb legs cut into small pieces. Foie gras sauce. Baked snails. The golden wine glass was filled with appetizer sweet wine. But the old Earl had no appetite at all. He looked at the golden tableware on the table, as if he saw the faces of everyone laughing at him behind his back. Nobles. Especially for a noble like the old Earl. What lofty pursuits can he have at such an old age? Isn't it just to brag at the wine table and enjoy the guests' envious expressions? And even this little pleasure will soon be gone. Ice jade porcelain. Ice jade porcelain. The old Earl Theodore's mind was full of that flawless fruit plate, imagining that his table would be filled with such tableware. The table was full of guests, and each of them used up all their praises to praise these exquisite tableware and the old Earl's wealth. This is a tableware imitating angel tableware, the same style as that used by the Grand Duke Silvermane and the High Priest of the Principality. But, alas! Distress. Distress. At this time, the butler walked to the old Earl and said, "Master, Miss Sibyl is back." Hearing Sibyl's name, the frowning old Earl smiled again. Seeing Sibyl coming in right after the butler, the old Earl immediately waved to her, "My most beloved little daughter." Come and sit next to me quickly. Look, you have lost weight in the barracks. I should severely punish the quartermaster of the Nuda City Griffin Corps. The old earl asked the butler to go to the kitchen to prepare Siebel's favorite food, and then looked at his little daughter, who wanted to be a general with heartache. After a brief meeting with Yenching, Siebel returned to the military camp on the Royal Griffin and immediately came to the city lord's mansion. At this time, Siebel had taken off his armor and was wearing the uniform of the Silver Mane Principality Army. The uniform was well cut, which further highlighted Siebel's heroic temperament. Siebel saluted the old earl and sat down next to the earl. After the waiter put down a set of golden tableware for her, she whispered, "Father, I just saw a team about 20 kilometers north of the city when I was patrolling. The leading knight called himself Yenching, and he had a territory in the north near the Thunder Swamp. There are many swamp werewolves in his team, and they are well equipped. There are also some human mercenary captives, and they are carrying more than 100 heads of orc big-eared monsters." Lord Yenching said, "These human mercenaries colluded with the orc wolf cavalry to attack his territory, and they were all wiped out. Father, I have also heard that there are human traders who are blinded by greed and collude with orcs to attack the personnel and materials of our principality. Now it seems that it must have a lot to do with those mercenaries who work for money. If we investigate the background of these mercenaries, we should be able to find these human traders." Wait a minute. The old earl stopped his little daughter from speaking at this time, and asked with shining eyes, "You said that the knight you met came from the territory near the Thunder Swamp in the north of Nuda City?" Seeing her father attach so much importance to her, Zybier felt that she had a chance to be promoted to general. She replied, "Yes. Although I don't know whether what Knight Yenching said is true or not. He did say that his territory is in the north of Nuda City, and there are many werewolf warriors from the swamp tribe in his team." After getting Zybier's confirmation, the old earl became even more excited. "Did he tell you about the ice jade porcelain?" Zybier was stunned for a moment and asked, "What ice jade porcelain? Is it related to the human trader colluding with the orcs?" Let's put aside the matter of human defection and collusion with the orcs for now. He really didn't say that he brought ice jade porcelain, but the blue and white ice jade porcelain with floating patterns. Chapter 88, Sweets. Yenching led his team to finally arrive at Nuda City, because Zybier had greeted the gate guards in advance. He was not troubled by the swamp werewolves accompanying him. However, the officers guarding the gates did not treat Yenching too well. The human lord who recruited the swamp barbarians as his subordinates must be a barbarian from a remote place. If you associate with a despised race, you will naturally be despised. If it weren't for the fact that Knight Zybier was the youngest daughter of the city lord, the duchy soldiers guarding the gates would definitely strip off all the armor on these werewolves and expel them all. The armor on these werewolves is really great. They must have robbed it. And what are these werewolves riding? The front and rear wheels are running so fast on the stone road, and they haven't fallen yet. Yenching, who was wearing full armor, rode a horse and a vest, swaggered through the city gate, and walked into Nuda City under the gazes of the guards. The city roads are paved with broken bluestone blocks, although the bicycles are a bit bumpy when riding on them. The good shock absorption system makes the riding comfort much better than on the grassland. The swamp werewolf warriors entered the city and were immediately discovered by pedestrians on the road. The civilians were frightened and hid in the houses on both sides of the road. Some warriors and mercenaries took out their weapons to protect their masters and employers. The street was quiet, and everyone held their breath and watched the strange team walking in the middle of the road. The knight in the lead was very majestic. The armor he wore reflected the sunlight like a mirror. The powerful aura made the ribbons on the armor rustle, and the magic overflowed from the gaps in the armor, reflecting the changing light. The bloodline of the warhorse he rode could not be seen, but its beautiful body and temperament showed that it must belong to the top famous horse family. This knight must have an extraordinary origin, and must be the son of a noble family. But how could an excellent knight associate with the barbarians in the swamp? Seeing those swamp werewolves rolling in the mud, people's evaluation of this knight immediately dropped from the peak to the bottom. The appearance and attire of a person are important criteria for judging his status. But that is just the surface. The key indicator to judge a person's status is to look at his followers. If the rank of the followers is high, no matter how simple their clothes are, they are still noble people. If the rank of the followers is low, no matter how handsome they look, your origin is ordinary. Of course, the ethnic origin of the followers can also add or subtract points. Bringing an elf sword dancer is definitely more face-saving than bringing an orc ogre. The swamp tribe is at the bottom of many contempt chains. And the werewolves are at the bottom of the swamp tribe. If I don't despise you, who do I despise? You only have a group of farmers carrying dung forks as followers, which is better than bringing a group of swamp werewolves. He must be a rude and barbaric knight from a remote countryside. These armors and war horses of his must have been robbed. This is the first impression of most people who see Yin Xing for the first time. Of course, a knight is a knight, and he brings so many followers with him. The quality is not good, but the number is still sufficient. Although ordinary civilians can despise him in their hearts because of their racial superiority, they still follow their class status to salute the knight walking in the middle of the road, secretly looking at the bicycle ridden by the werewolf. Thinking in my heart, why doesn't it fall over? Yin Xing has been in this world for so long, and this is the first time he has seen so many people. He never thought that bringing a werewolf into the city would make him a secretly despised country knight. Seeing the common people on both sides of the road saluting him, Yin Xing was very happy. We are from the same tribe. He looked inside the carriage on the side of the road and saw a beautiful lady looking at him through the curtains. With the ambient light and built-in fan on, Yin Xing felt that he was extremely handsome and was touching the girl's heart. He reached out to greet the girl, who was so scared that she quickly lowered the curtains. So shy. Yin Xing, who felt very good about himself, smiled and continued to ride forward with his head held high. Then he thought of something and said to Donna, who was riding beside him, Donna, give the candies I brought to the people lining the road to welcome them. Yes, sir. Donna jumped off the horse, took other maids and the accompanying peasant servants, and took out some Debanian milk candies from the carriage. It was indeed Debanian. Yin Xing bought it on an e-commerce platform for cheap, so it was hard to have less. It wasn't for him to eat anyway. Donna took the maids and peasants to distribute milk candies to people on both sides of the road. At first, people didn't know what it was. A milky white stone-like thing was wrapped in a thin paper. When Donna and the others said that this was milk candy and could be eaten, someone carefully put the candy in his mouth. In an instant, the milky fragrance that had never been tasted before mixed with the sweetness of honey seemed to melt the whole person. Everyone's taste buds touched a piece of candy, and they all hummed with satisfaction. They had never eaten such candy that made people feel happy all over their body. This was simply a gift from God. Everyone was enjoying the wonderful feeling brought by the taste buds, and sincerely thanked the person who gave them such delicious candy. You should thank my master. The maids and servants who distributed the candy said, Master Yin Xing, you are generous and kind. Master Yin Xing, you are generous and kind. All those who praised Yin Xing got a few more candies, so that more people joined the ranks of praising Yin Xing. Master Yin Xing, you are generous and kind. The entire area near the north gate of Nuda City was crowded with people in a short time. More and more people heard that there was a generous master giving away delicious candies for free, and more people squeezed in here. Everyone shouted the command and stretched out their hands, wanting to share the candies that everyone praised. The whole street was packed with people. The werewolves formed a human wall to block the crowd. Yin Xing asked Donna for a bag of candies, and smiled as he grabbed handfuls of candies and threw them into the crowd. After a while, the city defense army was called in. Disperse! Disperse! The leading knight officer shouted on his horse, commanding his soldiers to drive away the civilians blocking the road. When he walked in front of Yin Xing, he looked at this strangely composed team and asked, Who are you? Why are there swamp werewolves in your team? Who led you into the city? Yin Xing remembered that when he just entered the city, the officer guarding the gate had mentioned Zybel's name. It seemed that the female knight riding the royal griffin he met outside the city was very prestigious. So Yin Xing replied, I am the Lord Yin Xing of the Eternal Territory, and these werewolves are my followers. As for who led us into the city, it was Knight Zybel. You can go to her to verify it. Chapter 89. A stone shot in the foot. After answering, Yin Xing urged his Fergana horse to take advantage of the officer's distraction. Who would have thought that the officer would react quickly? Driving his warhorse to continue blocking Yin Xing's BMW, and asked with a puzzled look, Do you know Miss Zybel? Of course I know her. And I know her very well. Seeing the officer's reaction, Yin Xing was more certain that Zybel should have some status in Nuda City. He continued to use the tiger skin. Not to waste it, I have an appointment with Knight Zybel, and I have to assist her in handling the case. Don't stop me. Don't delay the important matters between me and Knight Zybel. At this time, Yin Xing didn't want to cause trouble in Nuda City, and didn't want to see Zybel. He just wanted to find Eden as soon as possible and cash in the ceramic tableware in his hand. Then, he would finish all the things that needed to be dealt with, and leave Nuda City quickly before the mercenaries' bomb exploded. As long as he returned to his eternal territory, he would have the werewolf army behind him with the Thunder Swamp. Anyone who wanted to cause trouble must first clarify the relationship between the Master and the Swamp Tribe. I have a way to make you confused. Wait until I figure out the matter of the chicken demonization. The huge grassland is the chicken farm of Master Yinxing. Yinxing moved out of Zybel again, and wanted to leave by force. But this officer was stubborn. He continued to stop Yinxing's horse and said, "Since you have an appointment with Miss Zybel, then we will escort you to find Miss Zybel. No need to bother you." The officer waved his hand, and the dozen or so armored foot swordsmen who came with him separated into two rows, as if they must escort Yinxing's team to find Knight Zybel. The officer also said, "There are too many swamp werewolves in your team. In order not to disturb the civilians of Nuda City, we should escort you to find Miss Zybel." Yinxing didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot this time. It seems that he has to go to see Zybel. Go! I will use this 3-inch eloquence to talk to her about this and that. But I won't jump into the pit. I don't know anything when asked. Pretend to be stupid, and just deal with it casually and leave. Then, I'll trouble you to lead the way. Yinxing lit a cigarette for himself, and then said to Donna beside him, "Go! Give some candy to the others." When Yinxing just entered Nuda City and caused a little trouble, Zybel was having lunch with the old Earl. By the way, they talked about mercenaries, traitors, orcs, and Benjusi. Zybel was very puzzled. How could such an incompatible thing come out in such a serious discussion of family and national affairs? "Father, I know that the nobles of Nuda City have been discussing this magical tableware these days. But it is just a set of tableware. And now there are traitors helping the orcs to slaughter our people and destroy our supplies. This is a very important military issue. As the Lord of Nuda City, you should investigate this matter immediately. Those mercenaries can lead the Orc Wolf Riders through our defense line without our knowledge. They must know our patrol pattern, especially the patrol pattern of the Griffin Riders. This is very dangerous. Zybel knows the strategy and tactics of the human army on the Windy Highlands better than Yinxing. In the network of fortresses, there are cavalry patrols on the ground and Griffin Riders patrols in the sky. A small group of mercenaries can lead a group of wolf riders through the gaps of the fortresses and reach the northern grassland of Nuda City silently. It's simply a fantasy. Someone familiar with the Principality's army must have leaked the patrol pattern of the fortress group, which allowed the Wolf Knight to enter the fortress with the help of the mercenaries. These traitors must be found out to eliminate this huge hidden danger. At this time, the butler brought a plate of fried lonely fish and placed it on the table in front of Zybel. Count Theodore used a knife and fork to cut the fish for Zybel, and said lovingly, "This is the fish I specially sent the Griffin Knight to the offshore to fish, and then put it in the freezer to prevent its gravy from escaping. I have eaten the food in the military camp. It is simply terrible. Men should go to the military camp to hone their skills, but women should stay at home and enjoy life. Your sister sent a few more sets of clothes, all very beautiful. If you wear those clothes to the banquet, I guarantee that all the men of marriageable age in Nuda City will compete to invite you to dance. I am old, have no son, and only have you by my side. You should now choose a qualified husband to inherit my title, instead of becoming a general. In the current Windy Highlands, being a general is not a good job." Listening to the old Earl's nagging, Zybel secretly rolled her eyes. This is why she didn't want to come back. Father now only wants to find a son of a noble family who is willing to change his surname to Theodore and cannot inherit the title to be his husband, so that this hereditary Earl title can continue with the surname Theodore. But Zybel's ideal is to be a general, lead the army to wipe out the orcs and elves in the Windy Highlands, eliminate the northern threat of the Silvermane Principality once and for all, and become a hero admired by everyone and sung by bards in poems. But the Lord of Storm City, Marquis Anderson, the supreme commander of the Principality's army stationed in the Windy Highlands, is her brother-in-law. Earl Theodore, the Lord of Nuda City, is her father. Which commander dares to send Miss Zybel to the front line of the battle after his head is pecked by a griffin? So Miss Zybel, who wanted to make military achievements and become a general, became the commander of a Griffin patrol unit of the Nuda City Defense Force. Rank Major. All the combat Griffin Knights under Miss Zybel were given a death order. Strictly prohibits Zybel Knights from flying outside the defense range of Nuda City. Zybel's wish to join the army has come true. But he can't go to the battlefield without the opportunity to make merit. He can't be a general. The old Earl was waiting for Siebel to figure it out and go home to honestly find his son-in-law. However, this time Siebel got the opportunity to make merit. Siebel couldn't listen to the old Earl's words before, and now he can't listen to them even more. Father, just tell me what I have to do to investigate this case. Anyway, I won't marry casually. Look at those nobles. The powder on their faces is thicker than the wall. They can't even beat me when they fight. Why should they be the man of the Theodore family? But the knight Yinching I met this time seemed very powerful. His words were more powerful than Marquis Anderson's. Count Theodore had long regretted raising his little daughter as a boy when she was young. He suffered the consequences. Knowing his daughter well, the old count knew that Siebel would not let this matter go. So he thought of a way. Let's put it this way. You said that the knight named Yinching you met today, he is likely the maker of ice jade porcelain. As long as you can get me a set of ice jade porcelain tableware from him, I will let you investigate this case. Chapter 90 failed before opening. Siebel was very puzzled. He was talking about traitors, mercenaries, and orcs. But why did he turn to ice jade porcelain again? It was just a set of tableware. But since my father had given me the conditions to investigate this case, I just had to get the ice jade porcelain tableware that my father wanted. Just now my father said that Knight Yinching had ice jade porcelain in his hand. The knight, who was with the swamp werewolves. At this time, the butler came to report. A knight lord named Yinching came to visit under the leadership of Knight Collar of the City Defense Army. Knight Yinching said that he had an appointment with Miss Siebel and had important matters to discuss. Yinching, the old Earl and Siebel looked at each other, just as they were talking about him. He came to the door unexpectedly. Siebel said to the butler, "Yes, I did have an appointment with Knight Yinching to discuss the mercenaries colluding with orcs to attack his territory." The old Earl reminded, "And Bing Yusi." Siebel rolled his eyes helplessly again. "Yes. And Bing Yusi. Let Knight Yinching and Knight Collar wait. I will go to see them soon." The old Earl said, "Finish lunch first and then go to see them. Also let the kitchen prepare lunch for them, so that the visitors from afar will not think that we are not entertaining them well. And take some red wine from the wine cellar for Knight Yinching to taste. Let Yinching feel your respect for him." "Yes, sir." The butler went to arrange lunch to entertain the visiting knights, while Siebel quickly shoveled the lonely fish meat in the plate into her mouth. She ate too much and drank sweet wine in big gulps. The old Earl immediately said dissatisfiedly, "As a lady of the Theodore family, how can you eat so rudely? You will be laughed at by other nobles for eating like this." Siebel had already eaten a large plate of fish meat and drank a large glass of sweet wine in one gulp. She picked up the napkin to wipe her mouth and said, "I'm used to eating like this in the military camp. If I eat slowly, I'll be hungry." The old Earl said angrily, "Who dares to let my daughter go hungry?" After lunch, Siebel stood up, straightened her uniform, and said to her father, "I don't want to be treated specially by the barracks because I am your daughter. If you want to be a general respected by the soldiers, you must abide by the same military rules as the soldiers. This is what you taught me. I am full. Goodbye, my father. I will bring you the ice jade porcelain tableware." After Siebel finished speaking, she winked at the old Earl playfully, and then walked out of the restaurant in a swift and decisive manner. Count Theodore urged, "Take a shower and change your clothes. You smell like griffin dung. Knight Collar is a good boy. Give him a chance." He looked at his daughter's back and felt that she really looked like himself when he was young. Alas, the old Earl regretted not having a son in his life, but raising his little daughter to be a disgrace to the family. The old Earl regretted it even more. After Siebel left, Count Theodore knocked the golden wine glass with a spoon. A man wrapped in a large smock came out of the shadows and stood behind the Earl. The old Earl did not look back and said lightly, "Kill all the mercenaries brought back by the lady, and leave no trace." "Yes, sir." The man in the smock disappeared into the shadows again. The old Earl looked at the golden plate in front of him and showed a sad face again. Benjusi. In another smaller restaurant in the city lord's mansion, Yinching and Knight Collar, who accompanied him, were invited to sit on both sides of a small long dining table. The table was covered with a beige carpet. The servants of the city lord's mansion set out the silver tableware and served some exquisite lunch dishes. The butler personally held the silver wine pot and poured red wine, and said to Yinching and Collar, "This is the lunch that Count Theodore specially asked the kitchen to prepare for you two. Please enjoy it slowly. Miss Siebel is having lunch with my master. Please wait a moment." Knight Collar politely saluted the butler and thanked the Count for his hospitality. Yanqing sat at the dining table with a confused look on his face, as he had expected at first. Zybel was indeed a person of status in Nuda City, but he really didn't expect it to be the status. The youngest daughter of Earl Theodore, the Lord of Nuda City, and the sister-in-law of Marquis Anderson, the Lord of Storm City. Why did this second-generation rich lady leave her good life here and ride around on a royal griffin? Now it's over. This lord just threw out the mercenaries' bombs and was about to hide and listen to the sound to see what would explode. The result? How did he step on a mine when he took this step? Alas! Originally, I wanted to enter the city in a low-key manner, but who could have thought that a candy would send me to the city lord's mansion? It's all the fault of those unsophisticated civilians, who can block the road just to grab a piece of candy. This is not easy to deal with. Let's drink a sip of wine to calm down. Yanqing picked up the silver wine glass at hand, and found that the red wine inside was as thick as pulp. It was very different from his own red wine when it was shaken. What is this mixed with? And there are some dregs in it, which is obviously not filtered well. It can be forgiven. After all, the technical level here is low, and it is inevitable to have some residues in winemaking. I heard that the wine brewed in ancient Europe was astringent, and some honey would be added to increase the sweetness. This wine is so viscous. It must be because it is too astringent and too much honey was added. Just drink it. Later, I will bring the red wine I bought for hundreds of dollars, and let these bumpkins from the other world see what high-end red wine is. Then I will earn their gold coins. Yanqing tasted the red wine in the silver cup with some disdain. Huh? He took another big sip. This time he didn't rush to swallow it, but let the wine roll back and forth in his mouth like gargling, so that the taste buds can fully contact the wine. Swallow it in one gulp. Yanqing was silent. The business of selling red wine in the other world seems to have failed before it even opened. But Eden said that the wine I invited him to drink was a rare and top-quality wine in the world. How can it be compared with this wine? It's like diluted with water. Is Eden lying to me? Or is the wine merchant cheating me? Yanqing felt that it was possible. Thinking of this, Yanqing drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. It was so sweet that words could not express it, and the taste was as smooth as tasting pudding. It was a comfortable feeling from mouth to stomach. It was absolutely amazing. Yanqing picked up the wine pot on the table and poured himself a full glass of red wine. Seeing that Nightcaller was staring at him, he felt that drinking alone was indeed not in line with the etiquette of the table. He raised the wine glass to Nightcaller and invited him. Thank you for bringing me here. Your name is Nightcaller, right? Come, come, come. This is the first time we meet, and we will know each other after drinking this glass. Caller saw that Yanqing's expression was even more strange, but he still raised the wine glass and clinked it with Yanqing. Chapter 91 Countryside Noble. Yanqing drank the whole glass of red wine in one gulp, and only then did he realize what it felt like when Duaner drank with him. The taste was just right, and the unique fragrance made him feel like he was in a sunny vineyard. He really wanted to drink more after drinking it. He couldn't stop at all. Then try the fried veal steak on the plate, crispy and tender. Pair it with a sip of red wine. Wow! This is life. Seeing that Caller was still staring at him after taking a sip of red wine, Yanqing asked while cutting the steak, "Why don't you eat? I haven't eaten such a delicious steak yet. I think I can eat 2 more pieces." To prove that the steak was really delicious, Yanqing cut off a large piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Caller looked at the butler of the Earl's mansion and the servant standing by. Finally, he couldn't help but whisper to Yanqing, who was eating and drinking, "This is the residence of Earl Theodore. Please pay attention to your manners. Don't let me be rude with you." Yanqing was stunned for a moment, looked at Caller with strange eyes, and then continued to eat and drink, and asked, "You sit there without eating or drinking? Do you think this steak is not tasty, and the wine is not drinkable?" Yanqing put a big hat on him, and the night caller was frightened and hurried to explain, "Of course. Of course not. My father is often invited by the Earl to attend banquets here. Every time he goes back, he praises the delicious food and sweet red wine here, and envies the Earl for having such a good chef and winemaker. Then you should eat more. I think eating and drinking more is the greatest respect for the host and the chef. Can I have another steak?" Yanqing said to the butler holding the empty plate, and then poured all the remaining red wine in the wine pot into his own glass, and handed it to the butler, another pot of wine. "Your red wine is great." The butler held the plate and wine pot, and said to Yanqing respectfully, "Knight Yanqing is right. My Lord Earl will be very happy to know that you like the food and wine here so much. Please wait. Yinxing took a sip from the wine glass and said to Collar, Did you hear that? Don't be restrained. Eat and drink well. Come on. Let's have another drink. You are so nervous and look like you have a lot on your mind. If you have anything, tell me. Make me happy, enlighten you. Collier waited for the butler to leave before he raised his glass and clinked it with Yinxing again. He took a sip and then picked up the knife and fork to cut his steak. He would have finished his lunch in the barracks at this time in the past. But this time, he had a rare excuse to enter the Earl's mansion. And Miss Siebel is here too. So after sending Yinxing to the city lord's mansion, Collar did not leave, but followed in with a thick face. This is also the reason why Collar seemed very restrained, fearing that his impoliteness would leave a bad impression on the Earl and Miss Siebel. Collar has been observing Yinxing, although he was wearing a set of armor that looked gorgeous. His words and deeds were extremely rude by the standards of the nobles. No wonder even his entourage and guards were swamp werewolves. He must be a small noble from some remote place. But why did he come to Miss Siebel? The armor was decorated like a peacock with its tail spread. Just like he was here to propose marriage. Miss Siebel is now the pearl of Nuda City. Whoever can marry Miss Siebel can inherit the title and territory of Earl Theodore and become the brother-in-law of Marquis Anderson. All the noble sons in Nuda City who have not married and cannot inherit the family title. Who doesn't want to take this opportunity to soar to the sky? Besides, Miss Siebel is so beautiful. Collar observed Yinxing all the way. He now basically believes that this knight named Yinxing comes from a remote country territory. In order to marry Miss Siebel, he spent all his family's financial resources to build such a set of luxurious armor. He looks decent on the outside, but his followers and his behavior reveal that his origin is not a proper noble at all. Perhaps he is the son of an old subordinate of Count Theodore, a small noble who obtained the title by military merit. His upbringing is naturally not comparable to that of the hereditary noble families. However, the internal interests of the noble families are entangled, and the threat to the earldom is naturally far greater than that of the meritorious small nobles. For Count Theodore, choosing a meritorious small noble who has no ability to encroach on his earldom as Siebel's husband is better than the son of a noble family. Collar, who thought he had guessed Yinxing's identity and purpose, felt a great threat from the rude knight opposite. The Pearl of Nuda City should not be desecrated by such people. At this time, the butler came in with a new plate of steak and a pot of red wine. Collar also stopped eating and sat up straight like a noble. Then he asked Yinxing, Knight Yinxing, may I ask what you think of the current situation in Windy Highlands? Now the wasteland orcs and snow elves have shown signs of joining forces to attack us. If you were the commander of the Principality Windy Highlands Corps, what strategy would you use to deal with the offensive of the orcs and elves? Yinxing ate a big piece of the new steak and only thought about Collar's question for a moment. I don't even know where the main forces of the orcs, elves, and humans are. So what strategy can I come up with? Even if I knew, I wouldn't know how to fight. Yinxing thought Collar was worried about going to the battlefield. So he comforted him, of course. We should fight before they do it. As the saying goes, there is a proverb in my hometown that says the first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer. There is another proverb in my hometown that says keep the enemy out of the country, no matter whether it is an orc or an elf. If we see that they have the intention to come to fight, we should concentrate our strength to beat one first. The other one is alone and can't do anything. And we can't do it at will. A real man should be on the battlefield to make achievements. At that time, sticking your head out is a knife. And shrinking your head is also a knife. Only by putting your life and death aside can you fight for yourself to be a marquis. Brother, I will give you a sentence. Kings, princes, generals. This sentence is not appropriate. It should be a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Come, let's have a drink. For the victory of the human race. Collier thought. I asked you what strategy the Windy Highland Legion should adopt in the face of the joint attack of orcs and elves. What a mess you told me. A reckless man is a reckless man. He only knows how to charge into battle, but not strategic military affairs. The Siebel family is a military family. How could they recruit a reckless man who associates with werewolves and knows nothing about the use of troops as Miss Siebel's husband? I was overthinking. When Miss Siebel comes, she will naturally see that this is a fool night. Collier, in a good mood, raised his glass and clinked it with Yinxing. At this time, the butler shouted, the daughter of Earl Theodore. Miss Siebel Theodore is here. Collier quickly put down his glass and stood up. Yinxing also stood up and saluted Zybel as he walked over, imitating Collar's way. Chapter 92 Playing Dumb. Zybel, who came in from the outside, had changed her clothes. The aqua blue aristocratic long skirt, with gemstones and pearls on the skirt, looked extremely gorgeous. The dark red long hair that was originally tied into a bun for the convenience of wearing a helmet was spread out, and the curved hair ends were placed on the shoulders, with faint red fire magic element points shining. This is the real overflow of magic power. Zybel walked with big strides holding the hem of her skirt with both hands. After the housekeeper whispered a reminder, she slowed down her pace. But she still walked like the wind. A typical military style. Night Yinxing. Night Collar. Welcome to visit. I hope the lunch prepared by the kitchen for you suits your appetite. After sitting down, Zybel looked at the plates of the two visiting knights. There was only a little less steak in Night Collar's plate, and there was only a little steak in Night Yinxing's plate. When Zybel arrived at the door just now, he heard the servants quietly laughing at Night Yinxing's rudeness. As a guest, it is actually very impolite to ask for food and drinks. Zybel was very strange. The Night Yinxing that he met outside Noda City did not seem to be like this. His infectious voice still echoes in his ears. He is a very cultured person. Is he pretending? Then he saw Night Yinxing wipe the oil stains from his mouth with his hand, and then wiped his hands with a napkin. Zybel was even more unsure. Which one was the real him? This one or the knight with leadership qualities he had met for the first time? But no matter what, getting a set of ice jade porcelain tableware from him was the most important thing. Miss Zybel, your beauty. From the moment Zybel came in, Night Collar's eyes had never left her. Light and shyness made Collar's cheeks flushed a little. He racked his brains to think of many words of praise, and prepared to write a hymn with the theme of "You are so beautiful." But just as Collar opened his mouth, Zybel said to him, "Thank you, Night Collar, for escorting Night Yinxing here. Your mission has been completed. Night Yinxing and I have something very important to discuss. Asking for ice jade porcelain, which is suspected of soliciting bribes, must not be known to outsiders. Besides, Zybel knew that Duke Silvermane and the Central Temple of the Principality had sent envoys for the ice jade porcelain tableware. There were also noble servants from all over the country who filled up all the hotels in Noda City. For this reason, the Noda City military camp also specially strengthened the patrols in the city and the surrounding areas to protect the safety of the dignitaries in the city. If they knew that Earl Theodore was here to intercept and take one of the 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware, the whole Noda City would be in chaos. Therefore, Night Collar, who was in the way, must be sent away first before he can talk to Night Yinxing about business. In addition, Night Collar must not know that someone in the Principality was colluding with the orcs. Poor Night Collar finally waited for the opportunity to show his talent in art and military in front of Miss Zybel. In the end, he was driven away before he could finish his words. Miss Zybel, at this time, Zybel just wanted to get the ice jade porcelain from Yinxing as soon as possible, and then go to make a great contribution. Night Collar, your mission here has been completed. Now there are many important people in Noda City. What you need to do now is to patrol your jurisdiction as soon as possible. We all don't want any trouble to happen during this special period. Night Yinxing is my guest. I can receive him. Zybel has already issued a strict order to expel him. From her status, she doesn't need to be polite to Collar. Collier was full of grievances, and could only stand up and bow to the Earl's daughter. Then she ignored Yinxing and left rudely. Yinxing, Zybel, the butler, and a few servants were left in the room. Very quiet. Although Zybel wanted to ask Yinxing for a set of ice jade porcelain tableware, she was too embarrassed to ask directly when the time came. After all, this is not a glorious thing. As a lady of the Earl's family, she has never done such a thing. What should I say? Asking for it directly would be too humiliating. While Zybel was hesitating about how to start, Yinxing had already finished the remaining steak on his plate. He picked up the empty plate and said to the butler, "Can you give me another steak? It's really delicious. In my territory, I can only eat dry food blocks as hard as stones. It's our honor that your excellency has such a good appetite." The butler took the plate and walked out of the restaurant, handed the plate to the servant outside, asked him to go to the kitchen to get a new steak, and whispered, "Tell the master." Night Yinxing asked for another steak. He had no qualities that a noble should have, and was as vulgar as a barbarian in the swamp. I will continue to listen to the conversation between the young lady and him here. After the butler asked the servant to leave, He turned around and walked back to the restaurant and stood at the door, observing from an angle that Yinxing could not notice. At this time, after some thought, Zybel finally thought of a suitable topic to start. "Night, Yinxing. When we first met outside the city, you said that you have a territory on the grassland near the Thunder Swamp. There are also many swamp werewolves among your followers. I heard that the Thunder Swamp has many magical specialties. I wonder if you have brought some. Can you let me see the special artworks from the swamp people?" Zybel was very satisfied with what he said. This night lord named Yinxing came to Nuda City for the Ice Jade Porcelain auction, if he wanted to get a good price for the Ice Jade Porcelain. And I asked to appreciate the artwork he brought. He would definitely take the initiative to take out the Ice Jade Porcelain for me to see, as long as he took out the Ice Jade Porcelain tableware. Then, it would be easy to talk about how to get it. Yinxing didn't expect Zybel to talk to him about the artwork of the swamp tribe. Shouldn't he talk about the mercenaries colluding with the orcs to attack the Eternal Territory? In order to deal with this matter, Yinxing had already made a plan when he came with Collar. Just pretend to be stupid. I am such a simple and innocent little lord who only knows how to eat and drink and has no knowledge. How could you consider that there is something deeper behind the mercenaries colluding with the orcs? Anyway, I have killed the invading orcs and given you all the captured mercenaries. I don't know anything else. Would you still tell me? There is a traitor among us. Please help me find him. That's really a brain problem. Yinxing doesn't know any noble etiquette, but he has been with the werewolves for a long time, so he knows how to be a fool. Just learn from what Duaner did in Yongheng territory. Besides, the wine and meat are really delicious. Just treat it as a buffet. It's a waste not to eat. You must eat so much that you have to hold onto the wall to play your role perfectly. But Yinxing didn't expect Zybel to start the conversation with swamp specialties and artworks. Nobles are nobles. They have to beat around the bush when talking about serious matters. And they have to talk about artworks first for such a serious internal issue. But the swamp werewolves look like that when they build a den. What kind of artworks can they have? Biting their tails. Rolling around. It's better to do performance art. However, although Yinxing can't produce the artworks of the swamp tribe, he still has the intention of making money under the guise of swamp tribe artworks. And it's a big one. Chapter 93 Peddling. Can my maid bring my bag in? Yinxing said to the butler standing at the door. His followers were arranged to rest in a nearby courtyard corridor, and the maid Donna was responsible for looking after the Fergana horse and Yinxing's belongings. After a while, Donna came in with a canvas backpack. Even if it was a simple restaurant, it was magnificent for Donna, who entered here for the first time. She walked to Yinxing's side with some restraint and handed over the backpack with both hands. "Master, your bag." Yinxing grabbed the backpack and put it on the dining table. Then he opened the backpack and took out a pair of goggles from it. I wonder if Miss Siebel was troubled by the strong wind blowing her eyes when she was riding the Royal Griffin. As a former salesperson, Yinxing quickly got into the state of mind the moment he picked up the goggles. When you are riding the Royal Griffin to fly at low altitude, take off, and land, are you often blinded by the dust? When you are riding the Royal Griffin to fly in the sun, do you feel that the strong sunlight is too dazzling? When you are flying at night, do you feel that your field of vision is too narrow? When you look down at the earth from the air for a long time, especially when it is a single color, will you experience symptoms of dry eyes, sore eyes, and eye fatigue? Zybel was stunned. Shouldn't we start appreciating the Ice Jade porcelain tableware? What are you holding now? A piece of glass with a little color, and leather belts on both sides. Is there really any art in the swamp? Just look at the werewolves and lizard men. But since it was himself who brought up the idea of appreciating swamp art, Zybel continued the topic and said, yes. Griffin Knights have to overcome many difficulties when riding griffins. The wind is our partner and our enemy. When encountering windy and sandy weather, the double eyelids of griffins can protect their eyes, and the eyes of Griffin Knights can be easily damaged in bad weather. There is also light. When our enemies attack from the sunny side, they can often cause great damage to us who cannot open our eyes. Although these can be compensated by magic, it is meaningless to use magic power for a long time of vigilance, and there will be no magic power when it is needed. Many Griffin Knights have to leave the sky because of eye damage. At this point, Zybel couldn't help showing sadness. Behind the surface glory of Griffin Knights, they often pay a price for their health. Not to mention accidents. Eye trauma alone makes many retired Griffin Knights blind in their later years. Listening to Zybel's words and looking at her expression, Yinqing knew that his first order of business after arriving in Nuda City was secured. Then, all Griffin Knights need my anti-glare, anti-wind and sand, anti-fog, dust, wind, splash, breathable polarized flight protective glasses. After hearing this long name, Zybel asked, "What on earth is this?" Yinqing simply put on his windproof glasses and introduced, "This is a professional anti-glare, anti-wind and sand, anti-fog, dust, wind, splash, breathable polarized flight protective glasses specially developed by our swamp. The lens material is polycarbonate, a rare alchemical material from the swamp, with excellent light transmission performance. Then, using alchemical technology, more than 10 kinds of coatings such as anti-glare, anti-wind and sand, anti-fog, dustproof, windproof, anti-splash, breathable and polarized are attached. After 99-81 days of polishing and grinding, 10 lenses are finally made. But in the spirit of pursuing perfection, these 10 lenses must be screened most strictly, and the best one will be selected. Smash all the others." When Zybel saw Yinqing wearing windproof glasses, she couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. Although she still didn't hear what this thing was called, she could clearly see the effect of wearing it. There was a very light yellow on the lens. Through the lens, she could clearly see Yinqing's eyes, and if she was closer, she could even count his eyelashes. This is not magic. Or rather, this is not an alchemical product that requires magic to maintain, because Zybel can't feel any magic from it. But how can there be such a pure crystal in this world? And how can such a crystal be polished smooth? You know, all races have tried their best to create something like this kind of glasses to protect the eyes of their flying soldiers. But even if it can be made, due to the high requirements for materials and craftsmanship, there is no way to equip the army on a large scale. And because the mirror surface of that kind of goggles is uneven, and for other unknown reasons, wearing it for a long time will cause dizziness. Therefore, although Zybel also has this kind of glasses, she basically doesn't wear them normally. Anyway, when needed, magic can also protect the eyes. Now she sees the goggles Yinqing wears, she can feel that they are much better than her own. The style is also big and beautiful. Zybel almost leaned on Yinqing's face as she got closer and closer. The closer she got, the more shocked she was. Realizing her impoliteness, Zybel sat back in her seat and said to Yinqing, "Can I try them on?" Of course. Yinqing took off the windproof goggles and handed them to Zybel. Zybel put the goggles on her head like Yinqing, but because they were fixed with a strap, her head was smaller than Yinqing's, and the goggles kept sliding down. After trying several times but failing to put it on, Zybel said to Yinqing, "Can you help me put it on?" Yinqing stood up and walked behind Zybel, holding the goggles and adjusting the length of the goggles according to Zybel's head circumference. A servant wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by the butler who came with a stake. Yinqing's hand ran through Zybel's hair to adjust the goggles, and his nose was filled with a floral fragrance emanating from Zybel. Of course, he did not forget to continue to sell. "Our goggles are cut in a panoramic style to ensure that the wearer has a very wide field of vision. The edge of the lens is an alchemical material called rubber. It can automatically fit tightly on the bridge of the nose and eye sockets, leaving no gaps for wind to get in. Even the headband is made of plants unique to the swamp. It has good elasticity, and after adjusting to the appropriate length, the wearer will not feel too tight or too loose. Now, you have put on our unique flight goggles for Thunder Swamp. I promise that after you put it on, you can open your eyes normally in the sky." That's right. Our alchemy technology allows this flight goggles to automatically adjust the light transmittance according to the intensity of light. Allow the eyes to quickly adapt when suddenly facing strong light or dark light. Let you react more quickly on the battlefield. Chapter 94. Understand the psychology of Krypton users. Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. Hibel, wearing windproof goggles, stood up and walked to the window with shock in her heart. The sun was shining outside, but through this layer of glasses made of unknown crystals, the light really didn't feel glaring. Although the effect was not as exaggerated as what Night Yinqing said, it was far beyond Hibel's expectations. And the scenery outside was extremely clear. She could even see a few arrows in the archer's sword bag on the tower not far away. The important thing is that there is no dizziness, and it can be worn for a long time. How is this done? Hibel wore goggles almost greedily to look at various things, and the shock in her heart was layered. She couldn't think of any craftsmanship in the world that could make such glasses. She understood magic, and knew how many alchemical problems needed to be solved to make such glasses. If this was a lucky combination of luck and repeated optimization using alchemy, it would be understandable. But this style and production process are obviously a product with very mature technology. In addition, Night Yinxing just said it. Choosing the best 1 out of 10 means that the success rate of making this kind of flight goggles is at least 1 in 10. For such a perfect alchemical product, this can be produced at will, as long as the raw materials and craftsmen can be supplied. How could there be such advanced alchemy and craftsmanship in the swamp? However, these are not what Zybel needs to consider. In her mind, she and her subordinates all wore these windproof glasses and rode griffins. Wind and light are no longer the enemies of her army, and her real enemy still needs to continue to fight against wind and light. This is a huge advantage that can affect the outcome of the battle on the battlefield. All Griffin Knights of the Principality of the Windy Highlands Corps must be equipped with these flight goggles as soon as possible. Zybel calmed down her somewhat excited mood. She sat back in her seat and reluctantly took off the goggles and put them on the seat. He said to Yinxing, who had already started eating the third steak, "Night Yinxing, I like this swamp art you brought. Excuse me, do you have any idea of selling it to me?" "Miss Zybel, talking about money really hurts our friendship." Yinxing took a sip of red wine and swallowed the beef in his mouth. "If you like it, I will give you this pair of flight goggles. What we like most in the swamp is making friends. Talk about money? How can we talk about money now?" Yinxing has roughly judged from Zybel's performance that there is no such thing as flight goggles in this world. Even if there are, the quality is far inferior to the modern industrial products he brought. Flight goggles and ceramics have different product positioning. Ice jade porcelain is positioned as a luxury product. For buyers, the fewer the better. Buyers and sellers should work together to control the number of luxury goods on the market. If I gave ice jade porcelain, perhaps Zybel would accept it with a smile. And then, there was no follow-up. And I guess even a kiss would not be returned. But flight goggles are obviously military products. They are meant to be given to you. Didn't Russia give an aircraft carrier to India? It's just for you to use and discover its benefits. But what can a ship hull do? Think about forming combat effectiveness. This is simple. Pay the money. The same is true for giving Zybel flight goggles. A pair of goggles is just a decoration. It is useless for improving the military strength of an army. Want to form combat effectiveness? Simple. Pay the money. And as an excellent salesperson, we must fully understand the psychology of customers. When negotiating the price when selling door to door, can you ask for a high price? People don't use their home advantage to bargain hard. At this time, you must stay calm and don't show that you are eager to make a deal. Retreat to advance. Wait home and wait for them to come. With good resources in hand, you are not afraid that they will not come, but you are afraid that you will lose the initiative first. At this moment, Yinxing suddenly missed his leader. Although this old Yuan has a bad temper, he has indeed taught me a lot. On the other hand, Zybel didn't expect Yinxing to give her such a precious flight goggles so casually. Too generous. Thank you very much for the gift from Night Yinxing. Zybel didn't refuse. She really needed to further test the performance of this kind of flight goggles to see if it could really meet the needs of actual combat. Zybel signaled the butler to put away the flight goggles. When I looked at Yinxing again, I saw that he took something out of the bag. This time Yinxing took out a watch. Not just one, but several pieces one after another. Metal straps, gold, silver, black, dials big and small, men's and women's. Under the gaze of Zybel and everyone in the restaurant, Yinxing took off his left arm armor and put on these watches one by one. He introduced, "This is another kind of craftwork in our Thunder Swamp. Watches. Please take a closer look. Miss Zybel, this watch integrates the best alchemy and craftsmanship of our Thunder Swamp, and condenses extremely complex machinery and magic into this small dial. Another feature of our watch is that it does not need to be wound. It contains a small energy block designed by our Thunder Swamp craftsmen and alchemists. Only one piece can keep the watch working normally for at least 2 years. Let you control time in your hands anytime and anywhere." When introducing the watch, Yinxing kept stretching his arms to show it. Feeling that this was not enough, he took off a few watches and stuffed them into the hands of the butler and several servants around him. Finally, he walked to Zybel, picked out a small golden lady's watch, and motioned Zybel to stretch out her hand. Yinxing put the watch on Zybel's wrist, allowing her to appreciate this artwork from the Thunder Swamp up close. Zybel looked at the watch on her wrist and was shocked by its smallness and exquisiteness. There are also watches in the Earl's mansion. The big one is a 2-meter-high clock standing in the corner of the main hall. The small one is the watch in his bedroom, which is as big as a dinner plate. Zybel had seen other styles of clocks in other nobles' homes, but the smallest ones were impossible to wear on the wrist, because the mechanical structure inside was too complicated and too precise. The smaller the gears inside, the higher the technical requirements for the craftsman. When it is small to a certain extent, it exceeds the limits of technology and manpower. There is also the spring or magic source that drives the gears to rotate, which is also a very difficult component to make extremely small and takes up a certain space. And now the watch on his wrist has a dial that is not much bigger than a coin. It is covered with extremely transparent crystals like flight goggles. Like glass? But not. There are 3 diamond-studded hands on the dial, and the second hand is beating at an even speed. The structure and design of the entire watch have a very strong artistic beauty. It perfectly sets off the slenderness of a woman's wrist, and the light gold strap also shows a noble and unobtrusive temperament. Zybel likes this watch very much, thinking in his heart, "It's so beautiful." Chapter 95, talking about money hurts feelings. Yanxing also thinks it is too beautiful. When he was selecting the watches he was going to sell online, he had seen the effects of many models wearing these watches. Those slender hands, fingertips like bamboo shoots, wrists like white lotus roots, hands like soft catkins, skin like solidified fat. They are all carefully selected and have been photoshopped countless times to produce flat model effects. The effect after wearing the watch is indeed good. A watch worth dozens of dollars. But it makes people feel like I am a fashion pioneer. Then when Zybel put on the watch, Yanxing felt that those watch models were weak. What is the core quality of a watch? Is it fashion? No. It is expensive. The meaning of a watch is that people must feel that it is expensive. It is not something that an ordinary model can do to make a watch worth tens of dollars look like it costs tens of thousands of dollars. But in Yanxing's eyes, Zybel has done it. Zybel's beauty is only at the level of a photo editing master for Yanxing. This lord has been on the internet for more than 10 years and has seen all kinds of beauties. He still has some self-control. But the aristocratic aura that comes from Zybel's bones is something Yanxing has never seen. Let Yanxing personally experience what the accumulation of generations and the aristocratic style that has been cultivated since childhood are. Now a quartz watch is worn on Zybel's wrist. And Yanxing himself does not believe that this watch was bought from the internet for 99 yuan. 99,000. Yanxing believed it. If you can get Zybel to the real world to sell watches, you will definitely make a fortune. Of course, if Zybel sells watches here, you will make more money. Yanxing decided to let Zybel be his watch model, the image spokesperson of Young Hengling watches. In the future, all new watches will be worn by Zybel for free. After wearing it, you can walk around Nuda City and get close to the circle of noble women. Let those ladies take a look. What is high-end jewelry? I believe that in the near future, as a noble, you will not be able to go out without a Young Hengling watch on your wrist. When you see an acquaintance, do you have the nerve to extend your hand to say hello? Yanxing took back all the watches he had given out, and finally took the one in the housekeeper's hand and sat back in his seat. He said to Zybel, "Miss Zybel, what do you think of this Swamp Tribe artwork?" Zybel looked at the lady's watch on her wrist, and liked it more and more, and she couldn't bear to take it off. Is this really a Swamp Tribe artwork? Zybel really couldn't believe that the werewolves and lizard men in the swamp could make such a beautiful watch. Yanxing has decided to put all the industrial products in the real world on the heads of the Swamp Tribe. Anyway, you don't have the ability to go deep into the swamp to verify it. You can't find it even if you go there. Therefore, Yanxing answered with certainty, these are of course the works of art of the Swamp Tribe. Just like the flight goggles just now, the watches are also the painstaking work of the Swamp Tribe craftsmen. From preparing materials to making finished products, it takes 9,981 days. Only 10 watches can be made at a time. But in line with the craftsman's spirit, we must carefully proofread these watches. Only the watch with the most accurate time will be selected and kept, and the other 9 will be smashed and destroyed. We will never let any defective products flow out of our hands. It means 1 out of 10. All the industrial products of Eternal Territory are advertised as 1 out of 10. It doesn't matter if this marketing rhetoric sounds fake. We need to understand the psychology of Krypton users. Do nobles care whether your marketing rhetoric is fake or not? What they care about is their own face and the gimmick of 1 out of 10. They wear a watch to show off. Strictly speaking, carefully selecting and violently saying 1 out of 10 and smashing the other 9. Which one is face? It's obvious. At this time, the butler did not wait for Zybel to ask, and asked first, Night Yinching. I see you brought so many watches. Do you plan to sell them? Talking about money is really too hurtful. Yinching put all the watches in his hand into the bag and said, the one on Miss Zybel's wrist is a gift to you. It is simply born for you. But I also hope that Miss Siebel can meet my small request. Siebel was indeed reluctant to take off the watch. So he asked Yinching, please tell me. Night Yinching. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to fulfill your wish. I hope you can always wear this watch. If someone asks where this watch came from, please tell him. This is a watch from Yongheng territory. Night Yinching can own it for only 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins? Siebel looked at the watch on his hand again and said, 500 gold coins are not expensive for such an extreme work of art and alchemy. 500 gold coins are not expensive. You nobles are quite rich. Yinching then said, I am talking about the God-given gold coins. God-given gold coins? Zybel looked at Yinching again. Although the God-given gold coins can be converted into ordinary gold coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, few heroes and lords would do so, because ordinary gold coins are used for circulation. No matter where they are, they always exist. In addition, there are many gold mines and gold reserves in this world, and gold coins are large-scale transaction currencies. Therefore, Zybel does not think a watch of 500 gold coins is expensive. But the God-given gold coins have been consumed, and the consumption is very large, especially when the war starts. The seemingly abundant God-given gold coins will be consumed in a short time if they are not controlled. Therefore, God-given gold coins are very important strategic resources. It is a trading currency above gold coins. It is a serious crime for civilians to privately hold God-given gold coins. Heroes and lords will not easily use the God-given gold coins in their hands to buy anything. Saving some God-given gold coins in your hands can really save your life at a critical moment. Therefore, Zybel thinks that it is worth buying such a beautiful watch with 500 gold coins. But 500 God-given gold coins? Western values do not have the Eastern courtesy for gifts. Zybel thinks that if someone is willing to use 500 God-given gold coins to buy a watch from Yongheng territory, that is his business. And such a beautiful watch. Such a sophisticated alchemy product. It's really cheap to sell it for only 500 gold coins. Okay. I will always carry this watch. And I will tell everyone who asks about its origin. Thank you again for your gift. Night Yinching. Night Yinching. What else do you want to take? Let's talk about it. Seeing Yinching groping in his bag again, Zybel was really afraid that he would take out another swamp craft. She didn't come to see these at all in the first place. Although the flight goggles and the watch surprised and satisfied her. But we should talk about Ice Jade porcelain now. This is related to whether I can investigate the traitors who colluded with the orcs and make military achievements. Then, just when Yinching took out a bottle of perfume, a sergeant suddenly ran in from outside. Major Siebel, please return to the barracks immediately. Siebel stood up and asked, what happened? The temple priest from the central temple of the principality was assassinated. At this time, the bell rang outside. Very quickly, the sergeant continued, now the gates of Nuda City are closed, and the whole city is under martial law. General Antoine ordered all officers and soldiers outside to return to the barracks. The general asked the Griffin Knights of Nuda City to immediately block the city's airspace to prevent more serious incidents from happening. Chapter 96 The Trend of Chaos. Priest Temple was assassinated. Upon hearing the news, Zybel lost the mood to appreciate the watch. Priest Temple came from the central temple of the principality, and was a special envoy sent by the high priest to Nuda City. His purpose was to bring back a set of Ice Jade porcelain tableware imitating angel tableware to the central temple of the principality. Thus, although the priesthood of Temple was not high, his status on this visit was very high. He was assassinated in Nuda City, which was definitely an extremely serious incident. The bell outside was ringing more and more urgently. Zybel stood up and said to Yinching, Night Yinching. Nuda City is now under martial law. You brought so many swamp werewolves, and you will cause a lot of trouble outside. I invite you and your followers to stay in the city lord's mansion temporarily. Adley, help me take care of Night Yinching. After saying that, without waiting for Yinching to respond, Zybel strode away with the sergeant who came to report the news. Adley is the butler of the city lord's mansion. He has been used to the wind and waves with the Earl, so he did not show any panic because of the assassination of Temple Priest. He politely sent Zybel away, and then said to Yinching, respected Knight Yinxing. Please accept Miss Zybel's kindness. If you leave the city lord's mansion at this time, it will really cause unnecessary trouble. Please follow me. I will arrange a comfortable room for you and your followers to eliminate the fatigue of the journey. Yinxing held the perfume in his hand, feeling that things in the world are really not going as planned. The auction of ice jade porcelain will start soon. The sales channel of flight goggles and watches will be open soon. Why didn't the priest named Temple die earlier or later, but died right after this lord entered the city? Now I can't leave the city and return to the territory. I don't know when the city will return to normal if I stay. My time is worth every second. How much money will I lose? But I can complain. As an outsider lord, I really don't have the ability to influence the decision-making of Nuda City. I can only wait with peace of mind. Since Zybel asked me to stay in the city lord's mansion, I will stay. It may not be safe to go to Eden now. Yinxing threw the perfume bottle into his backpack, then picked up the backpack and threw it to Donna. It's really not suitable to run around outside at this time. Come on, take me to see the room. I want a room with a big window. And the bed must be big enough and soft enough. And boil some hot water. I want to take a shower. Yinxing treated Butler Adley as an ordinary servant and set his own requirements. He didn't treat himself as a guest at all. Adley always kept smiling and met all the requirements raised by Yinxing. After he settled Yinxing and his entourage, he came to Count Theodore's study. At this time, Count Theodore had already put on the flight goggles that Yinxing gave to Sibyl. He stood by the window of the study and looked at the city that was becoming chaotic. On the road, a large group of soldiers in iron armor drove away pedestrians on the road. They set up checkpoints at the intersections to block the road and arrested all those they thought were suspicious. In the sky, there were flocks of flying griffins. The loud eagle cry echoed over the city. Those fully armed griffin knights, either climbing, or diving, or circling, carefully staring at every remote corner of the city. It seems that since the construction of Nuda City, there has never been such a serious incident. Master, the butler walked lightly to the old earl, and said in a low voice. Count Theodore took off his flight goggles, turned around, and sat down behind his desk. He continued to look at the flight goggles carefully, and asked his loyal servant Adlai, "What do you think of this knight lord named Yinxing?" Reply, Master, Knight Yinxing does not understand the etiquette of the nobility at all. He really does not understand. Not pretending to understand. I can be sure of this. As for his rude behavior at the table, he really looks like a barbarian who has been hanging out with swamp werewolves for a long time. Theodore picked up the flight goggles and looked at the sunlight outside the window. After a long time, he said, "Do you know what I saw in this pair of flight goggles?" Butler Adley replied, "Amazing. Although I didn't wear this pair of flight goggles, I saw the magic from Miss Siebel's expression. But I believe, Master, you must be able to see more." The old earl continued to look outside with the flight goggles, muttering, "Yes, it is indeed magical. But I also saw an unreachable mountain. And I am so humble standing under the mountain at this moment. I just want to worship it." Butler Adley said, "If your praise spreads, the value of this pair of flight goggles will definitely double." "No, this is not a compliment." The old earl put the flight goggles on the table, with a complicated look in his eyes. "If it really comes from Thunder Swamp, we have to redefine our northern neighbor strategically. Ice jade porcelain imitating angel tableware, and watches that can be worn on the wrist." At this time, Butler Adley said, "Master, the watch shown by Knight Yinxing is really gorgeous and exquisite, which makes me want to buy one. Whoever controls time can control the world." The old earl said this in a very heavy tone, but time is now controlled by Thunder Swamp. Adley said, "We can control Thunder Swamp. Marquis Anderson did not attack Thunder Swamp, because Thunder Swamp was not worth our heavy sacrifice. Now it seems to be. Attacking Thunder Swamp? Now is not a good time. And Thunder Swamp, which can create such things, cannot be easily provoked." The old earl rejected this plan after just considering it. "We can't establish a third enemy on the Windy Heights. No, not the third one. I have too many enemies here. Some of them are in the open, some in the dark. But they all want to kill us, then eat our flesh, drink our blood, and squeeze our bones dry. The death of Temple Priest today is just the beginning. As the orcs and elves prepare to attack Marquis Anderson, Nuda City will also usher in the darkest and most dangerous moment." The housekeeper comforted, "I always believe the Master and Marquis Anderson will be able to successfully resist attacks from all sides. Let Nuda City and Windy Highlands usher in peace as soon as possible. The old earl wrapped the flight goggles with flannel, and said to Adelaide, "Don't say too much flattery. I don't even believe in myself now. Nor do I believe in anyone in Nuda City. But this knight Yinxing from Thunder Swamp. I need to meet him in person. Maybe he is the only person I can trust in this city now. You immediately send this pair of flight goggles to Zybel." She left too hastily. A warrior on the battlefield should not forget any of his equipment. Chapter 97. Getting on the car. After Donna helped Yinxing take off his armor, he lay comfortably on the big bed in the bedroom. It was really big, so he didn't have to worry about falling off no matter how he rolled when sleeping. And it was also very soft. The bedding was fumigated with spices, giving off a light and elegant fragrance. It was really enjoyable. The maid Donna pushed open the window. And outside the window, there were a few unknown flowers blooming on a vine. At this time, a griffin team happened to whistle past in the low sky outside, causing the leaves and flowers to sway in the air. A group of soldiers came not far away, and a soldier stopped to stand guard every few steps. The priest from the central temple was assassinated. Before the assassin was found, the Nuda City Lord's mansion was also strengthening its defense, when a human soldier was standing guard outside Yinxing's bedroom window. Orf, who came to find him, also left 2 werewolf warriors here to protect his master. A knight and a patrolling cavalryman rushed over when they saw the werewolves. After some inquiries, they were allowed to arrange guards here. Donna, who wanted to be a militia, couldn't help but lie by the window and watch when she saw so many human warriors of various ranks. After a while, the bedroom door was knocked. Donna immediately ran to open the door. The one who came in was a guard of the city lord's mansion. He was fully armed, with a blue and white vertical stripes on the armor, and a griffin emblem in the middle. The griffin held a sword in one claw and a grain ear in the other. This is the family crest of the Theodore family, which can be seen everywhere in the city lord's mansion. The griffin is a fighting griffin. Only nobles with sufficient status, and whose family inheritance is not less than 10 generations, are qualified to use the fighting griffin on their family crest. The lower nobles can only use the griffin. New nobles are not allowed to use the griffin pattern on their family crest. The royal griffin pattern is only qualified to be used by the royal family of the Griffin Heart Empire. The guard painted the Theodore family crest on his armor, representing that he is a retainer of this family. Respected Knight Yinxing, Earl Theodore is now going to the Nuda City Temple to investigate the assassination of Temple Priest, and he hopes that you can accompany him. The Earl is already waiting in the carriage outside. Yinxing sat up from the big bed, feeling very puzzled. What does it have to do with me that Earl Theodore is going to investigate the assassination of the priest? Why do you take me with you? The guard saluted Yinxing again. I am following my master's orders to invite you. If you have any questions, you can ask my master on the way to the temple. Please change your armor as soon as possible, and don't keep my master waiting for a long time. Yinxing couldn't figure it out. But since Earl Theodore invited me to the temple, I'll go. Maybe I can even sell a coffin in the temple. Please wait outside the door. I will change my armor immediately. The guards retreated outside the door. Yinxing put on the armor he had just taken off with Donna's help. Let Gangya take some werewolves to stay in the city lord's mansion to guard the people and supplies of Yongyong territory. Then let Or select 10 lightly armored werewolf warriors to go to the Nuda City Temple with him. After putting on the armor, Yinxing thought for a while and said to Donna, "You should come with me too, to broaden your horizons." "Yes, sir." After finishing the knight's dress, Yinxing walked out of the bedroom and followed the guard, who came to invite him along the corridor outside the door. Donna followed Yinxing closely. Then came Orf and 10 fully armed werewolf warriors. Outside the city lord's mansion, a team was ready to go, with dozens of knights on horseback guarding a black 4-wheeled carriage. Yinxing's team walked out of the city lord's mansion. The guard opened the door of the carriage. Yinxing got in, and Donna followed. Under the coordination of the guards, the werewolf warriors were incorporated into the entire escort team. A glance. The first-level werewolf warrior wearing half-body fine steel armor and a bulging set of equipment, mixed with the 11th-level knight, was not inferior in momentum. It is true that clothes make the man. The pride of the werewolf also added a lot of points. All the people arrived. The leading knight waved the flag in his hand, and the whole team began to move forward. At this time, Yinxing was facing Count Theodore. Count Theodore was burly, wearing a noble outfit decorated with gems and embroidery. His beard was trimmed very neatly. His beard was completely white, His hair was also white, and he wore a diamond-studded earl's crown. Since Yinxing got into the carriage, Count Theodore has been looking at him without saying a word. His sharp eyes seemed to see through Yinxing's bones. Yinxing stared at Count Theodore, but he didn't say anything. Everyone was pretending to be cool. Whoever spoke first would lose a level of coolness. And Yinxing was also making many guesses in his mind. He really couldn't figure it out. Why did this old guy drag him to the temple? This is our first meeting. So far, no words have been said. Anyway, since you invited me, you will definitely say it first. You are very smart. Yinxing smiled. Little guy. You can't help it. But if there is no corresponding strength to back it up, intelligence sometimes makes you a clown. The smile on Yinxing's face disappeared. The fan is running normally. The atmosphere light is also on. This special effect can scare many people. I don't understand why the Earl said that, Yinxing asked. The old Earl said, there are some alchemical mechanisms in your armor. They can confuse the weak, but they are useless in front of the real strong. Adley said that you are as rude as the swamp people. You don't know etiquette. And you are a barbarian. You really don't know etiquette. Or to be more precise, you don't understand the hypocritical things of the nobles. But now I can conclude that you are not a barbarian. That is just your disguise. Then, what is your purpose in handing those mercenaries to Zybel? At this moment, Yinxing suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. He even called up his system panel to exit and escape from here. Sure enough, I still underestimated the people in this world. However, Yinxing did not return to reality immediately. He felt that if the other party wanted to do something to him, there was no need to invite him to this carriage. He was just in the city lord, and he could do whatever he wanted. Wait and see what happens first. See what this old fox is up to. Yinxing kept a calm expression and said to Count Theodore, before today, I didn't know Miss Siebel. These mercenaries colluded with orcs to attack my territory. What purpose could I have in handing them over to Nuda City? I am more curious about the purpose of the Count inviting me to the temple. It won't be to let me investigate the murderer who assassinated that priest. Who would have thought that Count Theodore really said, I do want you to investigate the murderer who assassinated temple priest. What a joke you are. Chapter 98 Trapped City. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yinxing really didn't understand. I had just arrived in Nuda City for less than a day, and I didn't even know which direction the temple door opened. You asked me to investigate the case of the assassination of the temple priest. Do you want someone to take the blame? The more Yinxing thought about it, the more it seemed like that. The look in Earl Theodore's eyes, when he looked at him, made it seem even more like that. At this moment, Yinxing realized that he had indeed become a little arrogant after hosting the werewolf chief meeting, and felt that the people in this world had the same IQ as werewolves. As expected, he felt that everyone else was an idiot, and he was the idiot. Perhaps his performance in the restaurant of the city lord's mansion was just as Earl Theodore said. A performance without strength to back it up is really like a clown. The ancients said, examine yourself 3 times a day. The saints said, criticize and self-criticize. Master Yinxing said, it is not so easy to get along in the other world. Not Yinxing. Don't be so nervous. I have no ill will towards you. Count Theodore smiled and said to Yinxing, I hope you will be responsible for investigating the assassination of temple priest. Whether you can find the murderer or not, it will only benefit you and your territory. Huh? What kind of logic is this? But since you said that, I won't run away for now. Yinxing asked Count Theodore, I still don't understand. The old Earl thought for a while before making up his mind, and slowly told Yinxing about the current dilemma facing Nuda City. The north of the Silvermane Principality is adjacent to the wasteland orcs and snow elves, and border conflicts have always been a major concern for Grand Duke Silvermane. The principality consumes a lot of financial resources and population in the war in the north every year. Fighting exhausted. Especially the fight for the Windy Highlands is simply a bottomless pit. As the new commander of the principality's Windy Highlands Corps, Marquis Anderson took the initiative to change tactics this time and achieved outstanding results. It can be said that the Silvermane Principality saw an opportunity to solve the northern border problem in one fell swoop. As long as the Silvermane Principality completely occupies the Windy Highlands, the wasteland orcs and snow elves can sign the armistice agreement honestly and dare not tear up the treaty at will. The national strength and prestige of the entire Silvermane Principality will naturally be greatly improved. And Marquis Anderson will also make an unprecedented contribution. Even, his achievements will shock the master. He will be suspected by the Silvermane Principality. Marquis Anderson knows that once he completely defeats the orcs and elves in the Windy Highlands, he and his family will likely face a very miserable end. Therefore, Marquis Anderson has always hoped that Grand Duke Silvermane will confer him the title of Marquis of Windy Highlands, and his fiefdom will be the entire Windy Highlands. The Anderson family will guard the north forever for the Silvermane Principality. In this way, the Silvermane Principality will not dare to easily use force against the Anderson family, who controls the Windy Highlands. Lamb Anderson can naturally achieve success and bring the family to an unprecedented peak. How could Grand Duke Silvermane easily grant such an important strategic location to his vassal? You asked me for the Windy Highlands, which already shows that your loyalty is questionable. How can you make me believe that you and your descendants will honestly guard the border for the country in the Windy Highlands? This has become an almost unsolvable problem. Grand Duke Silvermane wants Marquis Anderson to capture the entire Windy Highlands as soon as possible. Marquis Anderson, I don't believe you won't kill me and my descendants in the future, and make me the Marquis of Windy Highlands first. Grand Duke Silvermane, I don't believe that you and your descendants will honestly guard the border. I can give you anything, but not Windy Highlands. Grand Duke Silvermane wanted to change his commander, but Storm City was controlled by Marquis Anderson, and no one in the Principality dared to go to Storm City to take over Marquis Anderson's military power. The Principality also did not dare to cut off the supplies of Storm City. If the Windy Highland Corps was destroyed by the orcs and elves, it would be a loss. Moreover, Marquis Anderson's political enemies were also afraid that Grand Duke Silvermane would really grant Windy Highland to Anderson, and they had been trying to influence Grand Duke Silvermane's decision in various ways. Therefore, the current balance of Windy Highland was due to the balance of power among the three parties, as well as the internal problems of the Silvermane Principality. In addition to these forces, the Griffinheart Empire did not want the Silvermane Principality to obtain Windy Highland. For the commander of the empire, his rule will be stable only if his subordinates have something to do. If the Silvermane Principality can solve the northern border problem, the balance within the empire may also be broken. The temple supervises the vassal territories on behalf of the Griffinheart Empire. The Principality Center Temple naturally does not want the Silvermane Principality to obtain the Windy Highlands. It can be said that now within the human influence of the Windy Highlands, the interests of all parties are complicated. There are all kinds of monsters and demons. Recently, the orcs and elves have shown signs of joining forces to attack the Principality's Windy Highlands Legion. Marquis Anderson is in Storm City, and the entire Windy Highlands Legion is actively preparing for war, and has no time to take care of the city of Nuda behind. This special window period naturally attracted many people to intervene. Nuda City is the logistics base of the human race's Windy Highland Corps. Once there is a problem here, it will inevitably affect the supply of materials for Marquis Anderson's army. If someone can squeeze Earl Theodore away and control Nuda City, it is equivalent to cutting off one of Marquis Anderson's legs. That's why the temple priest was assassinated this time. Yinqing listened to the old Earl's introduction of the current situation of Windy Highland and Nuda City, and he was very excited. This twists and turns is not much worse than watching the romance of the Three Kingdoms. It even makes people look forward to what will happen next. And it seems that I will also participate in the plot that will be decomposed next time. Interesting. Interesting. But, Yinqing asked Count Theodore, since the other party deliberately arranged the assassination of Temple Priest, the purpose must be to target you. How could they let me, an outsider, investigate this case? I don't have the strength to convince them. While telling the story, the old Earl kept observing Yinqing's expression. The things he said seemed to be hidden in the dark, but it was not difficult to obtain them as long as there were some information channels. Yinqing's reaction was real, just like listening to a story. At this time, the old Earl confirmed that Yinqing did not belong to any party, so he was the key to breaking the situation this time. The old Earl said, "You have strength, but not those small alchemical devices on you. In fact, when I knew that a territory appeared on the grassland near the Thunder Swamp in the north of Nuda City, I have been secretly sending people to search for your eternal territory. Until yesterday, the Griffin Knight I sent out brought back a magical image." As he said, the old Earl stretched out his right hand. After a cyan light focused in the palm of his hand, a ball of water appeared out of thin air and expanded rapidly, forming a water ball with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. Inside the water ball was a magical image, the eternal territory from a high altitude. A large group of werewolves gathered in the eternal territory. They took tools to dig a moat around the territory and transported supplies. There were more werewolves scattered in the direction of Thunder Swamp in eternal territory. and they could be clearly seen digging a canal. The scene was extremely spectacular. However, the magic image suddenly shook at this moment, and the Griffin Knight, who filmed the magic image, was fleeing in panic. In the shaking image, a large group of poisonous flies could be seen rushing over. Yanqing knew. This Griffin Knight who was spying on Eternal Territory was discovered by the automatic patrol drone at a higher altitude. Chapter 99 Old Fox and Little Fox. And what Count Theodore has in his hand is magic. When Yanqing was still watching, the magic in the old Count's hand dispersed. Water droplets splashed, and then many of them turned into white smoke and disappeared. My Lord Count, it seems that you have made sufficient preparations to meet me this time. Yanqing knew what Theodore meant when he said that he had strength. Pictures speak the truth. When Nuda City was caught in a misty and unknown storm, a large number of northern swamp tribes left the swamp to gather and build territories. The meaning of this is worth speculating. In the past, the swamp tribes in Thunder Swamp had a low presence in the Windy Highlands, but no one dared to ignore their existence. Although it is generally believed that the swamp tribe is a loose sand that cannot stir up big waves, so many werewolves worked together to build the territory and dig the canal, which does not seem like loose sand. What happened in the Thunder Swamp? It is probably what Earl Theodore wants to know most now. But he can't protect himself, and it is difficult to conduct in-depth investigations in the northern neighbor. At least on the surface, the swamp has revealed its intention to no longer be silent. Yanqing's brain is analyzing quickly at this moment. He roughly understands what position he occupies in Earl Theodore's heart. He has reason to believe, since he led the team into the city, his every move has been under the surveillance of this old fox. Then I accidentally entered the city lord's mansion and sold windproof goggles and watches to Miss Siebel. I put the manufacturing of these two industrial products on the swamp tribe, and I guess this old fox was scared. And the equipment on the werewolf warriors outside. They all represent that there is an extremely powerful force hidden in the Thunder Swamp. It has excellent weapon manufacturing capabilities, extraordinary alchemy and craftsmanship. It is not willing to continue to lurk in the swamp. And I, the master, I am the spokesperson of the Thunder Swamp. The old fox is right. It turns out that this is my real strength, although it is a bit fake. The old fox thinks it is real. If he thinks it is true, others will think it is true too. It seems that I am still capable of playing a few games on this card table in Nuda City. A gamble, and the bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Let's listen to how the old fox is eager to pull me into the game, and how he wants to help him cheat. The old earl said, if I am not careful, they don't need to kill the temple priest. My bones would have been broken by them long ago. Now I know your story. And you also know mine. If you want to develop your territory, you need to raise a large amount of God-given gold coins and supplies. Ice jade porcelain, flight goggles and watches are the goods you use to raise God-given gold coins. If you let those people mess up Nuda City, it will be very difficult for you to raise God-given gold coins. Therefore, you need Nuda City to stabilize quickly. I think our interests are consistent, and there is a basis for cooperation. Finally, Yanqing, who has put himself in the right position, has a clear mind, and all kinds of ideas are smooth. He said to Count Theodore, the stability of Nuda City will benefit you the most. Thunder Swamp is there, and everyone can see it. No matter who rules Nuda City in the future, they must consider their relationship with us. We have a basis for cooperation. But we have a basis for cooperation with anyone in the Windy Heights. Lord Count, you just said to me, if there is no corresponding strength to back it up, intelligence can sometimes make you a clown. I will give you my original words. Yanqing's words made Earl Theodore's face suddenly change. This negotiation was somewhat out of control, and he also realized that he had said too much to Yanqing. But he had to make it clear. The road was so short, and when he arrived at the temple, he would face a group of people who wanted to skin him alive and eat him. Thunder Swamp was the only best foreign aid he could find now, and he had to convince this knight, who could represent Thunder Swamp in the shortest time. Since he revealed his trump card, many of his words became ridiculous. Time is too precious. Time is life. Yes. Although I am the lord of Nuda City, I am a helpless old man in this incident initiated by them. The old earl was not annoyed by Yanqing's sarcasm, but said, if you are willing to help me stabilize Nuda City, I agree to use the center line between our two sides as the dividing line. The north of the dividing line belongs to Yongyong territory, and the south belongs to Nuda City. Both sides do not invade each other and coexist peacefully. Lord Yanqing, are you satisfied? Yanqing said, The center line between our two sides is the dividing line. Isn't this a matter of course? Non-aggression and peaceful coexistence are not the basis of our negotiations this time? Lord Earl, give me something sincere. Count Theodore said, what else do you want? As long as it does not involve my fundamental interests. Please speak directly. We are almost at the temple. Yin Xing did not bother to be polite with the old fox and said, I want the right to operate part of the land between Nuda City and Yongheng territory. The ownership on your side is still yours. I will reclaim all this large piece of land into farmland, and hire farmers from Nuda City to farm. I will give Nuda City 100 kilograms of grain per hectare of farmland as land use fee. Although there are manor farmland in the north of Nuda City, most of the land is barren. Renting land to Yongheng territory for farming and collecting rent is also a source of income. In addition, hiring farmers from Nuda City to open up wasteland can solve the employment problem of farmers, improve the prosperity of the city, and attract more farmers to migrate to Nuda City. This is the increased tax. Count Theodore replied, I can rent you part of the land in Nuda City. But it can only be used as farmland. And we can reclaim it at any time. This is considered an agreement. After Yinxing found that his chickens and horses had a high probability of demonization, he planned to plan the grassland area where the Eternal Territory was located as a pasture. Since we want to engage in magical beast animal husbandry, we must produce feed ourselves. In addition, the grain standard that the Eternal Territory will promote in the future also requires food. Agriculture must also be developed. The farmland rents the land in Nuda City, and the grain produced is enough to pay the rent to Count Theodore. Moreover, with the per acre yield of the improved seeds in Yinxing's hands, once the scale of farmland increases, the grain price in Nuda City will drop sharply. The cost of growing grain is more expensive than buying grain. Who will still farm? The agriculture of Yongheng territory can quickly destroy Nuda City's own agricultural system and turn all the farmland in the south of Nuda City into farms of Yongheng territory. The farmers in Nuda City will become agricultural workers in Yongheng territory. When the grain coupons start to be issued, the farmers in Nuda City will all receive grain coupons and wages issued by Yongheng territory. The grain standard impacts the gold standard. Hee, old fox. My political mind is a little worse than yours. Your economic mind is a little worse than mine. Chapter 100 Temple. Border demarcation. Peace treaty. Land lease agreement. If these three things are discussed in the normal way, it will take several months to reach an agreement. And at that time, the border line must be moved northward. Yin Xing was very satisfied with getting so many benefits. Just now Yin Xing complained that Temple Priest died at the wrong time and delayed his earning money. Now, Temple Priest, you died at the right time. Die in a blaze of glory, and make contributions to everyone. We will all remember your name. You will definitely leave a strong mark in the history books. My Lord Earl, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Count Theodore looked out the window again. The dome of the temple was very close. He quickly said to Yin Xing, remember, you represent Thunder Swamp. As long as you take on the investigation of the assassination of Temple Priest, you can share the pressure for me. The blockade of Nuda City must be lifted as soon as possible. The supply of materials to the front line cannot be stopped. And, at this time, the carriage stopped. Count Theodore finally said to Yin Xing, show the rudeness of the swamp. Just like you show it at my table. They can despise the swamp on the windy highlands, but they will never ignore it. And rudeness does not mean stupidity. With me, you can give full play to your abilities. Understood? Yin Xing made an okay gesture. The old earl thought this was a common gesture among the swamp tribe, so he also made an okay gesture. The carriage stopped. The door opened, and Count Theodore bent over and walked out. Yin Xing followed him out of the carriage. In front of him was a magnificent temple. The main building was a square open prayer hall, with dozens of 3-meter thick stone pillars outside supporting the dome of the hall. Around the hall, there were 8 angel statues over 10 meters high, the knights of the holy knights of the temple, wearing glorious armor with decorated wings, stood solemnly around the angel statues, devoutly as if bathing in the holy light from heaven. Compared with such a magnificent temple, Theodore's mansion seems very low-key. At the same time, it can be seen that the temple is quite powerful in Nuda City. Yes, under the banner of God. Even if the high priest of the temple farts, the believers will have to smell it and analyze what kind of oracle it is. Yinxing sighed in his heart. Today's play is not easy to play. When the Lord of Nuda City, Earl Theodore, arrived, He was immediately greeted by the priests in the temple. The old earl stood at the steps in front of the temple, touching the gem rings on each finger one by one, and asked the priests who greeted him, "Where is the body of Temple Priest?" The priest replied, "Reporting to you, sir. Priest Temple was assassinated by an assassin while visiting the Colosseum. His body has now been transported to the temple's consolation room for baptism. Priest Temple is God's apostle. We must hold a decent funeral for him, so that his soul can return to heaven peacefully. Also, please find the murderer who assassinated Priest Temple as soon as possible and give an explanation to God." Yan Xing, who was listening on the side, exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy! Sir, I can't say such shameless words. The assassination took place in the Colosseum. But you didn't protect the first scene, but moved the body here. There is no need to think about the clues of the assassination scene. The body was baptized, and the clues were probably washed away. Now the temple clearly let the old fox investigate the case. And let the old fox investigate the case in the name of God. It was a beautiful play. And this is still outside the temple. I don't know what else is waiting for the old fox to jump in." Earl Theodore continued to touch the ring on his finger and asked again, "Who is waiting for me in the temple?" The priest replied, "Archpriest Lancelot is presiding over the meeting. Those attending the meeting include Lady Carol, the special envoy of the Duke of Silvermane, Mr. Gall of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, Viscount Kells, Colonel Billy." Listening to the series of names said by the priest, Earl Theodore's face changed. "The lineup is huge. They all came very quickly. I heard the news that Priest Temple was assassinated, so I immediately set out to come here. But it was still too late." The priest said, "The Earl's status is different from theirs. You are in a high position and manage Nuda City for Marquis Anderson. There are assassins with murderous intentions in the city now, so you must bring guards when you travel. High Priest Lancelot will not blame you for wasting some time. Please follow me. Earl, all the lords and masters hope that you can give justice to Priest Temple as soon as possible." "Yes, we need to give justice to Priest Temple. We all need justice." After saying that, Count Theodore stepped onto the steps of the temple and walked towards the prayer hall. Yan Xing followed Donna behind the old count. The accompanying knights of the Theodore family and the werewolf warriors of the Eternal Territory followed together, and the sound of metal armor colliding was clattering. The meeting was held in a small room in the prayer hall. When Count Theodore and Yan Xing came in, the powerful people from all walks of life in Nuda City had gathered inside. Those with lower status stood in the corner and listened. Those with slightly higher status could get a chair. At the round table in the middle, there were 5 people sitting. The man in the main seat was pot-bellied and wore a gorgeous high-level priest dress. He is Lancelot, the abbot and high priest of the Nuda City Temple. On the right side of High Priest Lancelot sat a noble lady, charming and coquettish, who should be Lady Carol, the special envoy of Duke Silvermane. Count Theodore sat down directly in an empty seat on the left side of the high priest, and then said to the person on the other side, "Mr. Gar, the assassination of Priest Temple has nothing to do with your Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Right? You go and listen. Gar, the person in charge of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in Nuda City, is a middle-aged man who looks very shrewd." He said to Count Theodore, "I was invited by the high priest." Count Theodore snorted, "Invitation? Priest Temple has just been assassinated. Did High Priest Lancelot receive the oracle in advance to know about this and invite you in advance? Gar, you are a businessman. Just do what a businessman should do. I am still the mayor of Nuda City. Please leave the seat and let someone who is truly worthy sit here." Gar knew he had said the wrong thing, and he looked at High Priest Lancelot. After the high priest raised his hand slightly, he left his seat. Yan Xing sat down. Donna and Orf stood behind him. Swamp Werewolf. Everyone saw Orf's appearance, and they were all guessing what the identity of this human knight who squeezed out Gar was. Count Theodore introduced, "This is Knight Yan Xing, the Lord of the Eternal Territory, the Tamer of the Thunder Swamp, the neighbor of Nuda City, and my best friend." Then the old Earl introduced Yan Xing to several people sitting around the conference table. Yan Xing bowed to them one by one in a very chivalrous manner. "It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Donna, give candy to all the gentlemen." Chapter 101, The Final Game. Donna was very nervous when she saw such a big scene for the first time. But after hearing Yan Xing's order, she immediately walked around the round conference table. In the front pocket of her maid outfit were some Debayman milk candies. She grabbed the candies and placed them on the table in front of several people. and then quickly ran to stand behind Yanqing. Everyone looked at the milk candies, and the meeting room was silent. Even someone couldn't help coughing, and tried to keep the sound down. When no one else touched the milk candies on the table, Count Theodore reached out and grabbed one, peeled off the candy wrapper, and threw the candy inside into his mouth. I didn't expect that the mixture of milk and sugar could be combined into such a wonderful taste. The old earl seemed to be enjoying it very much, and said to Yanqing, "Brother Yanqing, is this a specialty of your Thunder Swamp? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Aren't you afraid that I would eat too much and not give you money?" Yanqing followed Earl Theodore's words and answered him as if he was a brother. "This is indeed a specialty of our Thunder Swamp. When I was drinking with you in the city lord's mansion, I wanted to take it out for you to taste. I didn't expect that the temple priest would be assassinated at this time. I know that everyone is grieving over the death of the temple priest. As long as you eat a piece of candy, you can immediately turn grief into strength, and everyone will work together to handle the priest's funeral. I believe the soul of the temple priest in heaven does not want to see everyone so sad." After that, Yanqing also picked up a candy on the table. The candy wrapper said to Bai Mian, "I didn't want to eat it, but the situation forced me to eat one. I peeled one and put it in my mouth. It was sweet and milky. Not bad." High Priest Lancelot looked coldly at Count Theodore, who was eating candy, and the knight, who suddenly appeared. There were 6 people at the table now, including himself, and the 4 of them did not touch the candy in front of them. The position suddenly became clear. The High Priest said to Count Theodore, "Lord City Lord, you asked Gar to leave because the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce had nothing to do with this incident. Your friend from Thunder Swamp seems to have nothing to do with the death of Temple Priest. Please ask him to leave so that we can deal with the assassination of Temple Priest as soon as possible." Yanqing did not move. Dr. Theodore smiled and said, "I did not say that the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce had nothing to do with the assassination of Temple Technology. I just asked Gar if there was any connection. As for Knight Yanqing," Yanqing said at this time, "of course, I have something to do with the death of Temple Priest." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the venue. "Is this considered a confession?" During the discussion, Yanqing continued, "I heard that Temple Priest came to Noda City to participate in the auction to buy Ice Jade porcelain tableware on behalf of the Central Temple. And I am the owner of the Ice Jade porcelain tableware. I commissioned Eden, a merchant of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, to organize an auction of Ice Jade porcelain tableware. Temple Priest came for the auction, so his death is naturally related to me. This incident has caused immeasurable losses to both me and the Ice Jade porcelain tableware. I must find the murderer and cut him, or them into pieces, chop them into meat stuffing, and wrap them into buns to feed my warriors." Yanqing had just finished speaking. Orf behind him shouted loudly, "Master Yanqing, keep your word." All the people who were still discussing just now shut up. The venue fell into silence again. These swamp man-eating barbarians are really uncultured. And the legendary Ice Jade porcelain tableware is actually in the hands of this human knight, who mixed with the swamp barbarians. Just now, Earl Theodore said that he was a beast tamer. Does his territory belong to Thunder Swamp? To be treated so courteously by the Lord of Noda City, his power must be very strong in Thunder Swamp. Seeing that a barbarian knight had become the focus of the venue, High Priest Lancelot knew that he could no longer dwell on an outsider, and had to get to the point as soon as possible. The temple priest's death must be worthwhile. Well, since Knight Yanqing was brought by the Lord of the City, let's sit here for the time being. We still have to deal with the assassination of the temple priest as soon as possible. We must give an explanation to the Central Temple, and to everyone in this room. The assassin must still be hiding in Noda City. He dared to ignore the majesty of the temple and assassinate a temple priest. And he will definitely attack others. Lord Mayor, please find the assassin as soon as possible. How to find the death of the high priest is to defeat the old fox. He has wiped out all the clues. How can Count Theodore find it? This is not something that can be passed off by arresting and convicting people at random. Without hard evidence, the temple will not recognize it. At this time, Lady Carol said, "Lord Count, I came to Noda City on behalf of Grand Duke Silvermane, shouldering the responsibility of observation. As a result, the temple priest who came with me was assassinated in public. Thinking about it, my heart is still pounding. I am worried that the assassin's next target will be me. Now the wasteland orcs and snow elves are about to join forces to attack us on the Windy Highlands. Noda City is responsible for the logistics of the entire Windy Highlands Legion. Your Highness is very concerned about the situation here. Very, very concerned. I hope you can catch the assassin as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how to tell your Highness about my situation here. So that your Highness can be assured of the battle situation in Windy Highlands, and continue to trust you and Marquis Anderson. Another check. Another big pot was put on Earl Theodore. There is no consideration that he is a man in his 70s. This is not the end. After Mrs. Carroll finished speaking, the other two nobles who were very influential in Noda City also joined forces to attack the old Earl. With such a serious assassination of the temple priest in Noda City, every noble merchant in the city was worried about his life. If the assassin is not caught as soon as possible, the city may not be able to operate. Others in the meeting hall began to discuss in a low voice again. The central temple envoy was assassinated and killed in Noda City. These are too bad. The murderer must be a powerful villain who ignores his privileged status. He cannot be allowed to lurk in Noda City. As the Lord of Noda City, Count Theodore has the obligation to catch the assassin as soon as possible. When everyone has discussed enough and formed a huge public pressure, High Priest Lancelot said to Count Theodore, I want to hear what plan the city lord has to catch the assassin. Let everyone see your confidence, so that everyone can go home and sleep peacefully. Don't worry about not being able to wake up the next day. Continuous checkmate. This is a sure-win situation. There are no clues, and you are forced to tell your plan. See how you catch the assassin. But the old fox thought of what you wanted to do when he heard that the temple priest was assassinated. Prepared a hand in advance. Now it's time for me to show my skills. It's just catching an assassin, simple. Leave it to me. I'm responsible for finding the assassin. Chapter 102 The Road of the Night. Yinxing finished speaking and grabbed another candy and put it in his mouth to eat. He asked Donna to give out candy right at the beginning. Not just to show his rudeness. His real purpose was actually to distinguish between friends and enemies. This level of meeting was the first time Yinxing attended. But similar incidents are really too common on the internet. Isn't it just manipulating public opinion? Hijacking public opinion? And doing unspeakable things? Look at this room full of dignitaries. They all look like curious babies eating melons. Do they need to come to investigate the death of Temple Priest? Did High Priest Lancelot call them here to assist in the investigation? No. They represent the public opinion of Noda City, and are the knife against Earl Theodore. Let the old Earl get stuck in this case, and make Noda City unable to operate normally. There is a war on the front line. How much energy can the old fox have? He is over 70 years old. Once something goes wrong, Noda City will be in chaos. Therefore, the key to resolving this crisis is not to find the assassin who killed Temple Priest. This is the battlefield. Sprinkle a handful of candy, and the city lord eats it. What does it mean that you don't eat it? In the dispute of public opinion, we are not afraid of attacks from political enemies, but we are afraid of the instigation of seemingly neutral rationalists. Now a piece of candy makes this table stand clear. The dignitaries who can stand in this room are not fools. Those ignorant people can see something. Ha ha. The old fox also ate a candy. His expression was very relaxed. But this candy, High Priest Lancelot can't eat it, because it sends a wrong signal to his own people. Others can't eat it either, because it sends a wrong signal to the High Priest. The venue was even quieter. Look, Master, I said I want to investigate the case, and you are all dumbfounded. Do you think the script is wrong? Ha 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 ha. Yinxing smiled, as if he could catch the assassin at any time. The old fox only ate the candy, and didn't say anything, to see how the High Priest would continue. High Priest Lancelot showed a fierce look on his face, then returned to normal and asked Yinxing, how do you plan to investigate the assassin? Yinxing, who had a swamp background, did not need to be as self-respecting as the old Earl, and directly said, why should I tell you? What if you are the assassin? The priest standing behind the High Priest said angrily, how dare you slander the High Priest? Yinxing replied, I am talking about what if. Those who are innocent are not afraid of investigation. Those who are afraid of investigation must be suspected. The death of Priest Temple is of great importance, which is a blatant provocation to God. When I investigate the case, I hope you will cooperate obediently. Don't think that you can be exempted from investigation because of your high status. No one has privileges in front of God. Am I right, High Priest Lancelot? Yinxing looked at the High Priest. In the name of God, I would too. High Priest Lancelot could only say, you are right. But we have not decided to let you investigate this case. Who is willing to investigate? I don't care. Yanqing retreated tactically. Who of you is willing to investigate this case? Raise your hand for the high priest to see. No one raised their hand. This pot is not for everyone. The high priest said helplessly to Earl Theodore, who had been silent all the time. I think the death of Priest Temple is our internal matter, so it is better not to let outsiders interfere. The old Earl, who was happily eating candy, replied, I think it is precisely because the death of Priest Temple is our internal matter that it is not suitable for our internal people to investigate. Thunder Swamp has always been neutral on the Windy Highlands. I think Night Yanqing can definitely investigate the case impartially from a neutral standpoint. If the High Priest has a suitable candidate for the investigation, he can also tell us. The High Priest convened this meeting to let Earl Theodore take the blame. How can they investigate the assassination of Temple Priest by themselves? I didn't expect that this old guy would bring a swamp ruffian to share the firepower for him. How to deal with this situation? The High Priest looked at Mrs. Carroll beside him, and Mrs. Carroll was holding the candy on the table and carefully checking the pattern on it, as if she couldn't see the High Priest's eyes. The other two nobles also deliberately didn't look at the High Priest, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Looking at the people around him, they all looked very wise. It was as if he was watching a big show. The High Priest knew that his action against the old Earl had failed. In fact, the assassination of the Temple Priest was very sudden, and it was very rare for him to organize so many people to besiege the old Earl so quickly. The strange thing was that the old Earl was cunning and saw through the purpose of this meeting from the beginning. Come prepared. Moreover, the people on his side belonged to different factions and had their own interests. Although they all wanted to overthrow Earl Theodore, they were extremely disunited internally. So at the last moment, seeing that the direction was wrong, they began to play deaf and dumb. The other dignitaries, who were listening around the venue, seemed to have noticed something and stopped following the rhythm of the High Priest. These people would not express their attitudes until the situation was clear, and the human knight brought by the old Earl was still calm and confident. It seemed that as long as he took action, the case would be solved. No one dared to take over the case now, and the High Priest was also unwilling to take it. Well, since the containment operation failed, the High Priest had no reason to continue to do things that would offend the old Earl. Make a prompt decision and retreat when necessary. Anyway, the Orc and Elf armies are about to attack the human army in the south, and he has plenty of time to make new arrangements. I will eventually control the city of Nuna. Okay. High Priest Lancelot, who judged the situation, said, since the lord of the city strongly recommended Night Yanqing to be responsible for the assassination of Priest Temple, then I will entrust this case to Night Yanqing on behalf of the temple. May I ask Night Yanqing, how many days do you need to catch the assassin? Yanqing said, how can there be a time limit for solving a case? It depends on when the assassin reveals his hand. Anyway, I have grasped a lot of clues and will catch him soon. Of course, if anyone thinks that he can solve the case faster than me, he can take over the case at any time. High Priest Lancelot still wanted to force Yanqing. At this time, Count Theodore finalized the meeting. I think we should do it this way, since Night Yanqing is so enthusiastic to help us investigate the case. The High Priest has no better candidate. Let Night Yanqing give it a try. I hope that everyone can actively cooperate when Night Yanqing investigates the assassination of Priest Temple. If there is nothing else, Night Yanqing and I will go back first. We still have a lot of things to discuss. Night Yanqing brought me a lot of specialties from Thunder Swamp. Now everyone can disperse. Let High Priest Lancelot hold the funeral of Priest Temple as soon as possible, so that his soul can return to heaven as soon as possible. The old Earl stood up after he finished speaking. Mrs. Carroll stood up and saluted him. The other two nobles also stood up and saluted him. Yanqing said solemnly, leave this case to me. I will find the assassin as soon as possible and chop him into mincemeat to feed my soldiers. Orf roared, Master Yanqing. Keep your word. That's how respectable it is. The old Earl saluted the High Priest and left the meeting room. The dignitaries in the meeting room automatically divided into two columns to let the old Earl and Yanqing pass. Then the dignitaries resigned from the High Priest together and walked out of the meeting room one after another. Soon there were only 4 people left at the round meeting table in the meeting room. Mrs. Carroll peeled a candy and threw it into her mouth, saying aftertaste, it's delicious. Very delicious. This Night Yanqing is really a very interesting person. High Priest Lancelot also peeled a candy and put it in his mouth. The milky aroma was rich, and the honey was sweet and delicious. The lord of the city has found a powerful ally. Outside the temple, the old earl and Yanqing walked back to the carriage together. When the team started to return and the carriage started moving, the two looked at each other and laughed. The old earl praised, "Your performance is really outstanding. Far beyond my expectations of you. Now I am very optimistic about the cooperation between Nuda City and Eternal Territory. I believe that Thunder Swamp will be a neighbor with whom we can coexist in a friendly way." Yanqing said, "It's Lancelot who is not well prepared. The time is too short. If they were allowed to prepare for a day or two, perhaps we would not be able to solve it so easily." The old earl agreed and said, "Yes. They are too anxious. To be exact, it is Archpriest Lancelot who is too anxious. But if he waits, others may not wait. Someone will make use of this incident. I want to know how you plan to investigate this case. I guess you can't find too many clues." Yanqing said, "Investigate the case? Isn't that your job? My job is to help you block their firepower. You must catch the assassin as soon as possible. And don't let me break my promise in front of so many people." Master Yanqing is a man of his words. Since Yanqing took over the case, he had no intention of finding the assassin who assassinated Temple Priest. He is a newcomer. He doesn't have this connection nor this ability. Anyway, the high priests don't care about how many bowls of noodles you eat. No, they don't care how the Temple Priest died. They just want to see how the old earl died. Anyway, as long as he helps the old earl out this time, he will definitely not let the assassin run rampant in his city. The war on the front line has started, and the rear needs stability. The old earl needs to catch the assassin as soon as possible more than anyone else. Then Yanqing just needs to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, waiting for the old earl to deliver this credit to himself. Count Theodore couldn't help laughing when he heard Yanqing say this. "Awesome. Even I was calculated by you. You little fox." Yanqing smiled and said, "Same here. Lord Earl is an old fox. I still need to learn a lot from you." Earl Theodore looked at Yanqing, and he liked him more and more. He suddenly said, "You want to learn from me? Do you want to worship me as your mentor? Become a mentor." Yanqing suddenly thought of one of the purposes of coming to Nuda City. It was to go to the Knight Guild to find a Knight mentor to learn the next Knight's skills, and find a way to improve the hero level. I didn't expect that the old Earl would be willing to be his Knight mentor. I'm afraid there will never be another Knight in the whole Nuda City who is more awesome than the old Earl. It's really a blessing from heaven. Yanqing stood up and saluted the old Earl immediately, regardless of the narrowness of the carriage. The old Earl laughed and said, "I will accept you as my disciple. So you should give me a set of ice jade porcelain tableware as a gift." Yanqing said, "I will give my mentor 2 sets. The old Earl was even happier. After asking Yanqing about his strength, he explained to him on the way how to improve the strength of human knights. Each level of hero unit can basically correspond to the ordinary unit of the same level. The comprehensive strength of a level 10 hero knight is roughly equivalent to that of a level 11 knight, and weaker than a level 12 paladin. After reaching level 10, the improvement of the knight hero's strength is no longer a simple upgrade. Hero skills and magic abilities have gradually become important parameters for measuring a hero's strength. Only when hero skills and magic reach a certain level can the hero level be upgraded. Yanqing's current hero level is stuck at level 10, because there is no learning path for hero skills and magic. The Knight Guild in Nuda City can teach hero level Knight hero skills. The Magician Guild in Nuda City can teach hero magic. However, the Knight mentors in the Knight Guild and the Magician mentors in the Magician Guild are limited in level. Yanqing went there to study, and eventually became a 2, 3, 4, 5-stream hero. It is difficult to achieve great things. Yanqing asked the old Earl, "Teacher, you must be very strong. I want to know how high your hero level has reached." The old Earl said, "When a hero reaches level 30, it is very difficult to improve the hero level, and the hero level is no longer an important criterion for a hero's strength. At this time, what matters is the skill level and spellcasting ability. Level 30 is the beginning of a hero's true heroic journey. Heroes with generally elementary skills are elementary heroes. Heroes with 3 intermediate skills are intermediate heroes. Heroes with 1 master skill are master heroes. If you can comprehend the law, you will be a law-level hero. I won't tell you my strength for now. And I'm old. My strength has declined greatly. But I'm more than enough to teach you. When we return to the City Lord's mansion, I'll give you a magic book. And we'll start with magic." Wow! He actually started to learn magic. Yanqing was very excited. But he was still very curious and asked, "Shouldn't a knight learn knight combat skills first?" Why should I learn magic first? The old Earl said, because I'm a magician. Yinching was stunned, wondering if he had made a wrong apprenticeship. A knight actually worshipped a magician as his mentor. Isn't this nonsense? And this old fox looks so strong. He's obviously a knight. Why does he say he's a magician? Teacher, I'm a knight. How about you return my apprenticeship gift and introduce me to a knight mentor? I will give you a set of ice jade porcelain tableware as an introduction fee. However, the old Earl was determined to take 2 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware. He said to Yinching, there is actually no strict dividing line between physical professions and magic professions. When I was young, I liked to wear heavy armor, hold a scepter and ride a warhorse, rush to the densest enemy to release the ice magic ring. When you fight the enemy in the future, you can also release quicksand traps and slippery magic under their feet, and then use jump slash to chop their heads. If you learn magic early now, maybe you can release meteor showers while jumping up and chopping their heads. After hearing what the old Earl said, Yinching felt that this made sense. No one stipulated that a knight could not be used as a magician. His hero's special skills include air magic. Besides, a melee magician is sitting in front of him. Then let's learn magic first. Yinching, who didn't know how to walk the path of a knight, was led astray by Earl Theodore from the beginning. Chapter 103, Beginners in Magic. You have established diplomatic relations with Nuda City. Currently, Nuda City's attitude towards you is mainly friendly, with some hostility. Your reputation is increased by 5,000. You gain 50,000 experience points. If your level cannot be increased, please follow the knight instructor to learn knight skills as soon as possible. You get special building drawings, Colosseum. You get 5 units of crystal, 5 units of mercury, 5 units of gems, and 5 units of sulfur. You worship Earl Theodore, the Lord of Nuda City, as your knight instructor. Earl Theodore's attitude towards you is intimate. You gain 5,000 reputation. You gain 50,000 experience points. Level cannot be upgraded. Please follow the knight instructor to learn knight skills as soon as possible. You get 2,000 God-given gold coins. Following Count Theodore on the way to and from the temple, Yinching received many system rewards. Experience and reputation are naturally the more the better. One can improve one's own strength, and the other can attract refugees for the territory. Another special building blueprint is obtained. Colosseum. It can improve the prosperity of the city and slightly increase the chance of beasts turning into monsters. For the Eternal Territory, the Colosseum is definitely a very valuable building, although there is not enough evidence to prove anything now. Yinching feels that the chicken he brought from Earth should have a very high rate of demonization in this world. The Colosseum can slightly increase the chance of a beast transforming into a warcraft. No matter how much this chance is, it will definitely increase as much as possible. After the Colosseum in the Eternal Territory is built, this lord will buy tens of thousands of chickens and throw them in there, letting them peck each other. It will definitely evolve into many more Warcraft chickens. Keep them. Keep them. I'll start the work when I return to the Eternal Territory. In addition to the Colosseum building drawings, Yinching also obtained a batch of rare resources. Crystal, mercury, gems, and sulfur are rare alchemical resources in this world. Many fields related to magic need to consume them. In the territory buildings, Yinching saw that many advanced buildings need to prepare a certain amount of rare alchemical resources. These things cannot be replaced in reality, and can only be obtained from this world. Now Yinching does not have a stable way to obtain rare resource minerals, so these rare resources rewarded have become very precious. As for how to use them, it still needs to be carefully considered. Yinching and the old Earl took a carriage back to the city lord's mansion, and the old Earl immediately began to teach Yinching magic. There is a magic tower in the city lord's mansion. The magic tower is 5 stories high. The layout and application of alchemy and magic arrays make the concentration of magic elements here very high. You can even see the elemental flow formed by the magic elements, flowing slowly outside the magic tower like water. The first floor of the magic tower is an open library. The bookshelves on the 4 walls are densely packed with various types of magic books. In the middle is a small magic fountain, and around the magic fountain is a circle of reading tables. When magicians read here, they can absorb the magic power emitted by the magic fountain to increase their learning speed. After Yinching followed the old Earl into the first floor of the magic tower, the magic tower door they entered automatically closed, and a bookshelf moved over to fill the gap, turning the entire first floor of the magic tower into a relatively closed space. There are no lights here. And all the light comes from the magic fountain in the middle. The light of the magic element emanates from it, reflecting a piece of gorgeous colorful colors in the small space. The old Earl walked to the side of the magic fountain and said to Yin Xing, "Come here." Before learning magic, I want to see which type of element you have the highest affinity with. Yin Xing walked over, looked at the magic fountain and said, "Teacher, I have mastered air magic now, but I can't release it yet." Earl Theodore said, "All magic can be divided into 4 major categories, namely, air magic, water magic, fire magic and earth magic. There are many branches of magic under these 4 branches. The branches of air magic include wind magic, electric magic, and light magic. At the same time, it is divided into many categories such as attack, defense, and assistance. Only by finding a specialization can you quickly improve your strength in a short period of time. In Nuda City, you are now bound to me. Those who want to get rid of me must want to get rid of you first. I can send guards to protect your safety, but your safety is best based on your own strength. Okay, go over. Stretch your hand to the magic fountain. Relax your mood. Spread your thoughts. And feel the call of the magic elements to you. They will slowly approach you, then enter your body, and resonate with your mind and body. During this period, you may see some illusions. Good, bad, scary, and beautiful. Some repel you, and some are extremely tempting to you. Control your thoughts. Don't be fooled by this illusion, and really see them clearly. It's the mentor. Yin Xing walked to the magic fountain. Put your hand in, and let the water from the magic fountain hit your arm. Water splashed, and the light was overflowing. Yin Xing followed the old Earl's words, emptied his mind, and accepted the magic element's visit to him. Whispers sounded in Yin Xing's mind at this time. Some were very hot. Some were light and pleasant. Some were inaudible. And some were silly. It was as if countless little monsters were surrounding him and talking to him. Suddenly, Yin Xing felt a breeze blowing across his cheeks, which was cool and pleasant. Then a crackling sound swept by, and the weak electric current made the hairs on his face stand up. The rumbling thunder exploded, and a thunderbolt flashed in Yin Xing's mind. In an instant, Yin Xing seemed to be on an endless ocean. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the wind was raging. The waves dozens of meters high were like a huge wall without boundaries, advancing forward with overwhelming momentum. The heavy rain washed over, and the whole space turned upside down. There was lightning tearing through the sky. The thunderbolts as thick as buckets shot madly towards the ocean below. The electric current exploded and spread, interweaving into pieces of electric grids. When Yin Xing was immersed in the strange vision of the sea and sky, an unknown force suddenly appeared and swept away all the strange visions. Yin Xing's mind became clear again, and the voice of the old Earl sounded in his ears. "Okay, open your eyes. I already know your specialty magic. Very good, very violent, and very promising." Yin Xing opened his eyes. The surroundings were still the same as when he closed his eyes, and the magic fountain naturally sprayed a stream. It was so comfortable that people dared not speak loudly here. Yin Xing asked the old Earl standing beside him, "Teacher, is my magic specialty electric magic?" The old Earl nodded and said, "Yes. It is a branch of air magic, electric magic, and it is lightning magic with a very high attack tendency. You have good talent in wind magic auxiliary category, which can be developed appropriately when you are a beginner. I will choose a magic book for you. Any good magician must have an excellent magic book. It can help you record magic and save time in casting magic. When you cultivate the soul of the magic book, you will have a magician follower with the same combat power as you." Chapter 104 Magical Talent. Count Theodore tried to slow down his speech as much as possible, so that he would not be much different from usual. It seemed that this was a very ordinary magic expertise test, but he still could not erase the scene he had just seen from his mind. At the moment when Yin Xing attracted the magic elements to the peak, when his consciousness was completely immersed in the illusion created by magic, Count Theodore saw a large number of magic elements with lightning attributes combined with a layer of shining armor on the outer layer of his armor. In the joint of the armor, electric light overflowed and electric sparks exploded. There was a whirlwind dancing around it, blowing the ribbons on his body flying. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the magnetic field of the entire first floor of the magic tower became extremely chaotic. The bookshelf shook violently, and the eruption volume of the magic circle was twice as high. What kind of magic talent is this? Earl Theodore has never seen it, at least at his level of knowledge. He has never heard of a mortal who can show such a high affinity for special magic. He is a genius. But how to cultivate him? Earl Theodore needs to make a decision quickly. The old Earl decided to accept Yenching as his disciple, partly because he admired his talent very much, but more because of his own interests. What happened in the temple today is enough to show that the various forces in Nuda City are no longer willing to continue to lie dormant. They want to take advantage of this war to do something. Although this crisis has been successfully passed, the next time the opponent's layout will only be more meticulous. It will be more difficult to deal with. The old Earl does not have so much time to focus on the intrigues with these people. There must be someone who can help him share the firepower from all sides during this period. Yenching's performance today made the old Earl think he is a very good partner. Although he looks young, he is very experienced in handling problems. And Yenching's own strength makes him a very vulnerable collaborator. The old Earl accepted Yenching as his disciple with the purpose of improving his strength as soon as possible, so that he can achieve self-protection to a certain extent. But how to teach? To what extent? There must be a standard. The old Earl does not want to cultivate a more terrible enemy for himself in order to deal with his own enemy. However, Yenching's performance and magic talent this time forced the old Earl to re-examine this new disciple. If such a high magic talent is wasted, it would really be a waste of natural resources. It is a blasphemy against magic. And can I stop the magic achievement that this talent can achieve? For the Theodore family, what is the most important thing? The old Earl did not do too much ideological struggle. He stretched out his hand, and after a flash of emerald green light, a water elemental walked out of the magic fountain. The old Earl said to his elemental servant, "Go to the top floor of the magic tower, and take the magic book from the green box." The elemental servant saluted the old Earl, and walked up the stairs on the wall to the next floor. The old Earl said to Yenching, "The state you just experienced is meditation. The magic fountain here can help you quickly enter the state of meditation. And the effect of meditation will be much better than in other places. I suggest that you live in my city lord's mansion while learning magic. As for your territory, eternal territory is not too far from my new tower city. There are combat griffins that can be ridden in the city lord's mansion. You can go back to your eternal territory every day to handle territory affairs, and then come back to practice magic with me. I also hope that you can take on more duties in Nuda City. The knowledge and experience you have learned here will help you build your territory better." Yenching had no reason to refuse. The meditation just now has opened up his perception of magic elements. He can feel that his magic power is accumulating, which is the benefit brought by the magic fountain and the high concentration of magic elements here. If you want to learn magic, you must stay with the old Earl more and accept his teachings at all times. If there is a fighting griffin, then he can quickly travel back and forth between the Eternal Territory and Nuda City, while not delaying the management of territory construction. He can also improve his strength. It is also a good thing to take up a position in Nuda City. With the development of the Eternal Territory, Yenching has already felt a little overwhelmed in managing the territory. When the territory is further expanded, there will definitely be more and more management problems. If the Eternal Territory can learn from the urban management system of Nuda City and cross the river from Nuda City, it will definitely reduce the wrong territory decisions and develop smoothly and rapidly. Yenching said to the old Earl, "I will listen to the arrangements of the mentor. We can do whatever the teacher asks us to do." Earl Theodore said, "Since you have taken on the investigation of the assassination of Temple Priest, you can serve as a sheriff in the Nuda City Defense Force. I will give you a team of 100 people. You can recruit members by yourself, and all expenses will be paid by Nuda City. I will also appoint you as a consultant of the Special Affairs Department of Nuda City to deal with some matters that I am not convenient to deal with." In this way, Yenching has a legal identity in Nuda City, and it will be much easier to do anything in the future. Yenching agreed. At this time, the element servant also came down from upstairs with a book. It handed the book to Count Theodore, and then turned into a water droplet and dispersed into the magic fountain. Count Theodore stroked the cover of the magic book and said to Yenching, "There are many kinds of materials for making magic books. You can use ordinary paper, animal skin, fabric, metal, stone, leaves. Magic books made of different materials have very different effects. This magic book was obtained by chance when I was traveling in my early years. Its material seems to be the skin of some kind of air-attributed monster, and the book cover is made of branches that have grown on the world tree for more than 1,000 years. It is an extremely precious magic book with air-attributed magic. My exclusive magic is water-based, and Zybel's exclusive magic is fire-based. Therefore, this book has been treasured by me. Now it seems that it is waiting for you to appear. It is you." The old earl handed the magic book to Yanqing. Yanqing held the magic book in his hand. And the first thing he felt was that it was heavy. There were flowing magic elements on the red cover, and a light white light was faintly visible on the surface. The texture of the wood kept changing, implying a certain law and carrying a certain power. Opening the cover, there were blank pages inside. The pages made of monster skin were soft and strong, and also emitted a faint light. Yanqing asked, "Teacher, why is there no word on it? Why did I choose to learn magic?" The old earl said, "This is not a magic book for learning. It is a magic book that coexists with your consciousness. It will record all the magic you have learned and help you release it. Now what you need to do is to integrate it into your consciousness and make it truly belong to you. This is also the first lesson I teach you. Go back to your room. Establish a connection with your magic book in a quiet environment and resonate with it. After you integrate it, you can find me again, and we will continue with the second lesson." "Yes, my mentor." Yanqing saluted the old man, and then left the magic tower with the magic book in his hand. Chapter 105. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 106. The Whisper in Deep Space. Yanqing returned to his room, holding the magic book given to him by the old earl. He was very excited. Magic. This time he really started to learn magic. It was not a magic trick. It was a real magic that could make a fireball with one hand, and two fireballs with two hands. What he had to do now was to integrate the magic book in his hand into his consciousness, according to the method taught by the old earl. As for how to integrate it into his consciousness, he didn't know yet. Anyway, he would meditate. But according to convention, he should burn incense and bathe now. Then he said, "Buddha, Lao Jun, bless you. Hurry up and obey the command." "Ha! Master, I am so happy." With the attitude that it works if you believe it. And it doesn't work if you don't believe it. Yanqing asked the maid Donna to bring bath water and lit a piece of agarwood in the room. "Wash yourself thoroughly. Change into a set of clean clothes. And then sit cross-legged on the bed, with your 5 hearts facing the sky. Eyes look at the nose. Nose looks at the heart. The magic book is placed on your legs, following the feeling beside the magic fountain. Closing your eyes, and gradually letting your mind enter a meditative state. Empty your mind. Clear your mind. Don't think about anything. And provide space for the integration of the magic book." Soon, there was a hissing sound of electric current around him, and some tiny electric sparks flashed frequently around him. The talent given by the special physique from another world attracted the magic elements very much, allowing Yanqing to enter a meditative state easily. This time he did not see the storm vision, but saw a clear and empty space in his consciousness. His heart was calm. He could feel the gathering of magic elements around him, and the spiritual world was an endless and vast space, like the universe. Then at a certain moment, he saw a magic book appear in this space. It was the magic book that Count Theodore gave him. At the same time, a prompt message also appeared. "You found the Deep Space Whisperer magic book. You merged the Deep Space Whisperer magic book. The Deep Space Whisperer magic book found that you have an item on you that is suitable for the magic book soul core. Please ask if you want to merge the soul core with the magic book." "Soul core? How can I have this thing?" And the old count said, "Cultivating magic books produces souls. You can just pick a soul core. Is that okay?" Yanqing carefully checked the prompt. He found that the soul core that the Deep Space Whisperer magic book wanted to merge was actually pointing to the smartphone in his pocket. Is this okay? Is this scientific? But no matter whether it is reasonable or not, scientific or not, Yanqing thinks that merging the magic book and the smartphone will definitely be beneficial. However, just when Yanqing was about to confirm the merger of the magic book with his smartphone, he suddenly thought of something. His phone is a low-end phone, which he bought when he just graduated and started working, and he accidentally broke the screen some time ago. These days, Yanqing has been busy. Although he has tens of millions of cash flow, he has always forgotten to buy a new mobile phone. If he uses this low-end mobile phone to merge with such a high-end magic book, will he lose a lot? Definitely. Yanqing quickly exited from meditation and found that the magic book on his knees had disappeared. Now he can feel that the magic book is in his consciousness. The process of integrating the magic book seems to be very smooth. After leaving the meditation state, Yanqing immediately opened his system menu and chose to exit. He appeared in the real world. Yanqing's location in the real world is a newly bought apartment. The area is not big. Since I don't live here often, I just bought some simple furniture and used it as an identity conversion station to go back and forth between the two worlds. After changing into a set of clothes, Yanqing went out. Then he took a taxi and went straight to the largest high-tech market in the city. The magic book can integrate with mobile phones, but I don't know if it can integrate with other electronic products. In terms of data processing capabilities, no matter how powerful a mobile phone is, it is definitely not as good as a professional computer. After arriving at the high-tech market, Yanqing went to each store one by one, asking for some electronic products to play with slowly in his hands, and observe the reaction of the magic book to these electronic products in his consciousness. Small electronic products such as mobile phones, calculators, notebooks, and learning machines can all make the magic book generate feedback information requesting merging. However, the magic book has no reaction to slightly larger desktop computers and large servers. It seems that the size and shape of electronic products that integrate magic books are limited. After visiting most of the high-tech city, Yanqing decided to match his magic book with a notebook. The notebook looks like a book, so it should be more compatible with the magic book. That's what Yanqing thought. Coming to the flagship store of a world-renowned brand, Yanqing said to a beautiful shopping guide in the store, "Take out the best notebook you have and let me see it." The beautiful shopping guide may have seen this kind of customer for the first time, and asked in disbelief, "Boss, what configuration of notebook do you want to buy?" Yanqing sat on the reception chair in the store like a knight and said, "The best. The best configuration. If there is a notebook with better configuration than yours on the market, please find it and send it to me. I won't go shopping anywhere else." "Yes. Yes. Yes. I'll ask the warehouse to send it to you right away. Boss, please have some water. Do you need any other peripherals?" The beautiful shopping guide finally realized that she had really met a big customer. She received Yanqing attentively and called the company's warehouse to ask the technicians to send the company's most expensive and best notebook immediately. After the notebook was delivered, the enthusiastic shopping guide explained the configuration and performance of this notebook to Yanqing. "Boss, this is the latest notebook that has just been launched. There is no notebook with higher configuration than this one in the whole Zhihai city. This notebook uses an 8-core chip processor, 256 GB memory, and has..." Before the beautiful shopping guide finished her introduction, Yanqing interrupted her and asked, "Is this notebook really the best on the market? If I find a notebook with higher configuration than this, I will return it to you." The shopping guide repeatedly assured, "Please rest assured. Boss, this notebook has just been launched for less than a week, and it must be the highest end on the market." Yanqing looked at the shell of the notebook, and then turned it on to see if the operating system was normal. The performance could not be seen, but the boot speed was quite fast. "This is it." Yanqing closed the notebook and said to the shopping guide, "Pack it up." "How much? Where to transfer the money?" Yanqing paid very straightforwardly, and then turned around and left with the packaged notebook in the surprised eyes of the salesperson. Chapter 107 Book Spirit. Take a taxi back to the apartment quickly. Then Yanqing appeared in his room in the city lord's mansion of Nuda City. The Deep Space Whisperer magic book found that you have an item suitable for the magic book soul core. May I ask if you want to merge the soul core with the magic book? Merge. A notebook worth tens of thousands. I think it's fair to you. Yanqing's newly bought notebook was pulled into his consciousness space. The magic book and the notebook were placed side by side, rotating in a tangled manner. Countless shining magic runes popped out of the magic book. Countless data chains also drilled out of the notebook. Several lightning chains intertwined between them, and the magic runes and data chains mixed together and changed their images. As the fusion progressed, the electrical chain between the magic book and the notebook became more and more dense, and gravity pulled them to the middle. The magic runes and data chains continued to mix, and they became orderly from the initial disorder. The magic runes were disassembled into 0 and 1 programs, and the data chains formed rune shapes one by one. Finally, an extremely complex magic circle was formed. The magic circle covered the magic book and the notebook in the middle. After a dazzling light flashed violently, a brand new magic book stopped in the middle of the giant magic circle. Gradually, the magic circle went out layer by layer. The sound of a computer program starting up sounded. Ding, 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 ding. Merge completed. The Deep Space Whisperer magic book has obtained the soul core. The soul core consciousness is being generated. The soul core consciousness is generated. Please name your magic book soul consciousness. Another name is needed. Technology is productivity. And technology with magic is productivity. If anyone dares to disobey in the future, I will let him taste the righteous hammer of magic and technology. You will be called Hammer. The magic book soul core was named successfully. In Yanqing's consciousness, the magic book lay quietly in the vast spiritual space. It emitted a faint light, illuminating a not-so-large area. A vague figure gradually appeared next to the magic book. Master. Hello. Please design a character image for Deep Space Whisperer Hammer. There are 4,675 character images to choose from in the pre-installed programs. You can also open the image design software and design a custom character image. You can also design an image for the magic book soul core? Master. I am interested. There are many pre-installed programs in the notebook that Yanqing bought, which contain a large number of character images. Real person portraits, game characters, anime characters, card images. You can choose whatever you want. Call out all the character images in the pre-installed programs. Yanqing gave an order. He doesn't know how to use image design software. Instead of making something weird yourself, it is better to use the ready-made pictures in it. It is the master. The mechanical voice answered. Instantly, all the character pictures in the pre-installed program appeared in Yanqing's consciousness. The dense arrangement can easily make people have intensive phobia. The first thing Yanqing did was to filter out all the male characters. This is not discrimination against men. After all, the magic book is in his own consciousness. When he thought of a man living in it, Yanqing felt uncomfortable all over. Then he filtered out all the animal feminine images. Yanqing originally had no racial discrimination against animal girls. But after seeing the female werewolf of the swamp werewolf tribe, his fantasy about animal girls was somewhat hit. The gap between imagination and reality is a bit big, so it is better to be normal. The remaining old and young ones are all filtered out. To be realistic, just choose those who are young, beautiful and energetic. After rounds of filtering and screening, there are still more than 2,000 pictures left. You can only choose slowly. After picking and choosing, Yanqing chose a beautiful woman in ancient costume for the soul core of his magic book. The real model is very beautiful, although it is impossible to recognize which female star it is. The ability to control ancient costumes is not something that any female star can show. The temperament is well grasped, the face is pleasing to the eye, the figure is impeccable. Of course, to be so beautiful, there must be a lot of post-production elements. But this is the finished product that I want. The water sleeves are fluttering like a fairy. The bee waist and jade feet are enchanting but not frivolous. And it seems to be the image of Duchan in a popular game. It's you? After Yanqing selected the prototype of the magician's soul core appearance, the book spirit automatically generated a three-dimensional image. She slowly rotated on the spot, her clothes fluttering, her figure slender, and her beauty beyond description. The voice that opened the mouth also became a female voice with some ethereal feeling. Master, the image you chose for Hammer is really beautiful. Hammer likes it very much. Hammer, Hammer. Yanqing was silent, looking at the dancing beauty next to the magic book. He thought in his heart, I was a little careless when naming the book spirit. Hasn't such a simple name like Hammer Hammer completely matched the beauty in front of him? But no one told me that after naming, I have to design the appearance of the character. Change the name? Isn't that me slapping myself in the face and denying my naming skills? It's Chue Chue. Yanqing corrected his book spirit. Your pronunciation is not correct. The name I gave you is Chue Chue, not Hammer Hammer. It's Chue, the spring breeze blowing the willows, not Chue, the iron hammer hitting the pancake. Remember? The book spirit stopped spinning, looking confused. Did he hear it wrong when he accepted the name? However, the master has the final say on the name issue, and whatever the master calls is the name. The spring breeze blows the willows. Chue Chue likes the name the master gave Chue Chue. Chue Chue has met the master. After confirming the new name, Chue Chue bowed to Yanqing. Yanqing secretly wiped his sweat, and finally corrected the name issue. Whether it sounds good or not, just call it that. Anyway, it sounds better than the hammer in the hammer. Then Yanqing asked Chue Chue, this is the first time we meet, and you will be with me from now on. What can you do? What functions do you have? Tell me everything. Master. Master. I will arrange a job for you. Chue Chue was suspended in the void of Yanqing's consciousness, looking at the sky with a thoughtful look. He stretched out his fingers to count the functions he had. I can help the master record the magic that the master has learned. I can optimize the magic that the master has learned. Help the master increase the speed of magic release. And save magic power consumption. I can provide magic data analysis for the master. Analyze the magic released by others. As long as the data obtained is enough. I can crack and master the magic for the master to use. My database also has the function of storing magic knowledge, which can record all the magic theories that the master has seen. When the master needs it, I can make suggestions on magic. I can model the magic system according to the master's orders. Analyze magic circles and alchemical formulas. Simulate magic experiments. And provide experimental data for reference for real experiments. When the master's magic power is strong enough, he can summon me so that I can fight side by side with the master. Chichui was talking about his functions in detail. Yanqing felt that the expressions that mix scientific and magical terms were very inconsistent. But one thing that is certain is that Chichui's functions are very powerful. More functions are yet to be developed. It is worthy of being the notebook that I spent so much money to buy. Of course, the magic book given by the old fox must be an important condition for creating Chuichu. This time, I really picked up a treasure. What I will do in the future is to try to record more magic knowledge into Chuichu's database. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. It will always be useful if you put it in there. Chuichu, I will make you my personal secretary. In the future, you can take the initiative to report to me on all matters related to magic. Okay, let's end today's meditation here. I have other things to do. You take a good rest. Study your functions thoroughly. And we will start learning magic tomorrow. Chuichui saluted Yanqing and said, Yes, Master. I obey you. Chuichui must be the master's most considerate and good secretary. Yanqing encouraged Chuichui again and came out of meditation. Then he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. To be honest, Yanqing's primary purpose in coming to Nuda City was to auction off all the ice jade porcelain tableware in his hands in exchange for the God-given gold coins to develop his own eternal territory. But who would have thought that he would encounter such a thing as soon as he entered Nuda City? I accidentally met all the high-level officials in this city. I also became the disciple of the city lord of this city, and became a hot figure in Nuda City. I just want to do some small business and make some money. Now is the same. Yanqing decided to find Eden to settle the auction of ice jade porcelain tableware. There is no telling what kind of monsters will appear in this city in the future. And the truth is to hold the money in your hands. Yanqing called Donna in to help him put on the armor. Just after he was dressed, Miss Siebel rushed in. Hey! When did you know my father? Why did he let me call you uncle? And let me protect you personally. Yanqing was also puzzled. According to seniority, I am also your junior brother. I should call you senior sister. No matter how you talk about this life, it is not your turn to call me uncle. But Yanqing thought about it again and figured out what the old fox was thinking. Now Yanqing's identity in Nuda City is a third party. And this third party identity is very convenient for doing some things. If Yanqing is publicly known as Earl Theodore's disciple, then he will change from a third party to the old Earl's man. No matter what he does, he will not be able to stand in the middle position. In Nuda City, even if everyone knows that you and the city lord are in the same boat, you must not be biased on the surface. Therefore, when he was in the temple, the old Earl called himself a good friend. Help him to correct his third-party position. This uncle, Miss Siebel, is determined. Chapter 108. Call Uncle. My dear niece, Siebel, Count Theodore and I are close friends regardless of age. Our friendship started on a snowy winter a few years ago. I was having breakfast on a sunny morning. I still remember that sausage was spicy. Oh, I remember that I have something else to say. How did the Count and I meet? I'll tell you in detail when I have time. Yanqing dismissed Siebel casually. After all, he couldn't make up a story now. Siebel looked at Yanqing with a strange expression. She knew her father's friends, and she had never heard her father talk about him having such a young friend. Besides, Yanqing was obviously in Newcastle for the first time. How did he know his father? I can't figure it out. Since Yanqing didn't say anything, Siebel asked again, Then why did your father ask me to protect you and teach you knight skills? You are so strong. Do you need my protection? Siebel still had the impression of Yanqing when they first met. Magic power overflowed. Momentum scattered. And that voice left a very deep memory for Siebel. But just now when she went to see her father actually arranged such a task for her. Siebel couldn't figure it out. Yanqing rubbed his nose. It was really embarrassing to be exposed for pretending. But we are all family. It is more conducive to one's own safety if we make our strength clear. Yinxing said truthfully, Ms. Zybel. Those are actually some alchemical props. You see? Yinxing turned on the built-in fan of the armor, and the ribbons on the armor fluttered with the wind. Then he turned on the ambient lights, and the light that seemed to be overflowing with magic shone through the gaps in the armor. Zybel curiously came over to look at Yinxing's armor, and then reached out to touch it. Sure enough, there was wind blowing out from it, and the light was not overflowing with magic. These alchemical props are too disguised. And the material of your armor. When Miss Zybel touched the armor on Yinxing, her attention quickly shifted from the fans and lights to the material of the armor. This is not ordinary steel. Zybel knocked on the armor on Yinxing and wanted to draw her sword to chop it. However, she also realized that this was not right. So she put the half-drawn sword back. Zybel can be sure, the armor on Yinxing is as hard as her own. You must know that as the daughter of Count Theodore, Zybel's armor is certainly not an ordinary knight's armor. The steel used to forge Zybel's armor came from the smelting of the dwarf forging master. After the armor was forged into a finished product, the alchemist was asked to reinforce and enchant the armor to achieve the current level of defense. Zybel felt that the armor on Yinxing seemed to have the same defensive power as his own armor just by the material. Where did you get the steel for this armor? Zybel's words were full of envy. The armor's defensive power could reach this level just by the material. If it was enchanted, it would be an indestructible armor. All knights wanted to have such an armor. Yinxing patted the armor on his body and replied to Zybel, The ore for forging my armor comes from the Thunder Swamp. After the initial smelting, the craftsman refined it day and night. And it took 9,981 days to get a piece as big as a helmet. In line with the craftsman's spirit that my eternal territory insists on, we will continue to hammer and refine this small piece of steel repeatedly, leaving only the most essential 1/10. We call it platinum. The characteristics of platinum are that it is extremely hard and lighter than ordinary steel. It is the best metal for making armor. Miss Zybel asked expectantly, Do you sell the platinum you produce? Yinxing said, The output of platinum is too low. And in principle, it is not sold. Just now you said that the Earl asked you to teach me knight fighting skills? Zybel replied, Yes. My father said that there are many people in Nuda City who want to harm you. He asked me to protect you and teach you knight fighting skills so that you can protect yourself when you encounter danger. Are you going to sell platinum? There are people to teach magic and knight fighting skills. The old fox is very thoughtful. But Zybel is so young. I don't know how good he is. Yinxing asked Zybel, Are you strong? If someone really wants to harm me, don't fail to protect me and then get yourself involved. Zybel replied confidently, I am the champion of the last Silvermane Principality Knight competition. There are no more than 5 people in the whole Nuda City who can beat me. Hey, Platinum. Yinxing didn't expect Zybel to be so strong. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I have accepted this niece. Don't say that. Call me Uncle. Uncle Yinxing. Zybel has been avoiding this matter, asking her to call someone who is about the same age as her uncle. She really can't open her mouth. But her father said, Uncle. Zybel made a mosquito-like sound. Louder. When I called Brother Theodore, my voice was very loud. Zybel had to increase the volume and shouted, Uncle Yinxing. That's good. Yinxing was very happy to have accepted a capable niece. I won't let you call me uncle in vain. Didn't Brother Theodore ask you to teach me knight fighting skills? As long as you teach me your best skills, I will have someone tailor a set of platinum armor for you. Yinxing was afraid that Zybel would hide something when teaching him. So he offered a price in advance and learned the most powerful skills first. After all, Zybel looked simple and was easier to fool than an old fox. The best skill? Hearing Yinxing's request, Zybel said straightforwardly, Let's go to the martial arts training ground. I will teach you my most powerful fighting skills now. Yinxing didn't expect Zybel to agree so easily, and asked, Don't fool me casually. I want to teach you the strongest knight fighting skill Angel's Descent. Of course, it will be quick. You can't blame me for this. Even if I give you the complete Angel's Descent, you can't release it now. Wow! Angel's Descent. It sounds awesome. Must learn. Dozens of kilograms of titanium alloy in exchange for such a powerful skill. It's worth it. In a hurry to learn the knight's fighting skills, Yinxing postponed the time to meet Eden. After all, improving one's own strength is the most important. Chapter 109 Angels Arrive. Yanqing followed Zybel to the martial arts training ground of the city lord's mansion. The martial arts training ground was a square rammed earth, with some strength training equipment and some weapons placed around it. At this time, some soldiers from the city lord's mansion were practicing in the martial arts training ground. After seeing Miss Zybel coming, the soldiers automatically dispersed and stood at the edge of the martial arts training ground. Zybel did not avoid those soldiers. She took Yanqing to the middle of the martial arts training ground. She said to Yanqing face to face, behind every prosperous race in this world, there is the protection of the ultimate creature. The ultimate creature that protects the orcs is the behemoth. The ultimate creature that protects the elves is the golden dragon. And the ultimate creature that protects our human race is the angel. But angels live in heaven. They will not easily descend to the mortal world, nor will they easily participate in the disputes of the mortal world. The same is true for other ultimate creatures. In the eyes of these superior species, our war is like a child's game. We also don't want ultimate creatures to participate in our war. They are too powerful, and the damage they cause is difficult for even the winner of the war to accept. But we all admire the power of ultimate creatures, and we want to obtain it. Therefore, our human race has developed the Angel's Descent. The Angel's Descent is to obtain an angel body for a short period of time, and have the same combat power as an angel. But this power is not something that everyone can easily control. Generally, only knights who have reached the advanced hero level can try to learn Angel's Descent. If you are not strong enough to force Angel's Descent, you will cause permanent damage to your body due to the backlash of power. Even for knights at the advanced hero level, improper use of Angel's Descent can cause serious damage to your body. My father developed a set of magic for me when I just started to learn Angel's Descent. I will teach you this set of magic and Angel's Descent now. Open your magic book and prepare to receive the teaching of skills and magic. This is the first time Yanqing has received teachings on combat skills and magic. When he heard Zybel asking him to open the magic book, he immediately focused his mind on the Deep Space Whisperer magic book in his consciousness. The magic book appeared above Yanqing's head. The magic circle unfolded, and the cover of the book was lifted to reveal the first blank page. Opposite Yanqing, red fire magic power gushed out from the gap in Zybel's armor. Strong airflow erupted outward, blowing a whirlwind on the rammed earth, blowing the surrounding soldiers back continuously. The fire magic power gathered more and more, and soon wrapped Zybel in red magic flames. At this time, Zybel's eyes had turned red like a raging fire, and the skin on her face was like burning lava. She drew out the long sword at her waist and placed it upright in front of her. The fire magic covered the sword, and it seemed to burn. Zybel's magic power continued to erupt. When it reached a certain critical point, a sacred voice came out of her throat. Angel descended. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. A holy light descended from the sky and shone on Zybel's body. The originally irritable fire magic power became calm, and the color quickly changed from red to holy white, and then concentrated on Zybel's back. A pair of wings condensed by magic power spread out behind Zybel. The red left by the fire magic power formed beautiful lines and patterns on the white wings. Zybel's eyes were still the red of fire, and her body floated up. Wings spread out, and pressure descended. The shocked soldiers around all knelt down. Even Yanqing felt difficulty breathing under such pressure, and his mind was impacted by the power from the superior creature. After completing the Angel's Descent, Zybel's voice seemed to have stereo sound effects, ringing in Yanqing's ears from all directions. This is the Angel's Descent. I have slowed down the speed of the spell. Now use your magic book to record the magic construction of the Angel's Descent. A magic book appeared out of thin air in front of Zybel. The magic circle unfolded, and the cover of the book was lifted to reveal the magic text recorded inside. Is this the skill learning? Very unique. Yanqing stared at Zybel in the air in the form of an angel. As the skill was transmitted, his mind gradually had a vague understanding of the skill of Angel's Descent. At this time, the sound of blowing rang in his ears. Receive the Knight's combat skill Angel's Descent to release the magic power to build the array. Analyze the magic power of Angel's Descent to build the array and translate it into readable program code. Enter the readable program code of Angel's Descent. During Zybel's teaching of Yanqing's Angel's Descent combat skill, Count Theodore was standing in a tower not far from the martial arts training ground. The old count originally asked Zybel to teach Yanqing Angel's Descent. After all, the only way to quickly allow Yanqing to gain a certain degree of self-protection ability is this improved Angel's Descent. This is also the reason why Zybier was stunned for a moment, and agreed very straightforwardly, when she heard that Yanqing wanted to learn the most powerful knight's fighting skills. Earn a set of platinum armor for free. Because there is a certain degree of danger in the process of teaching this kind of advanced knight's fighting skills. The old Earl is here at this time to escort Zybier and Yanqing. Count Theodore looked at Zybier, who was releasing the angel's arrival. And his eyes were full of pride for his daughter. Then he showed a sad face again. Marquis Anderson sent a letter, hoping that Zybier would go to Storm City. Think about the mercenaries he killed. And with the coming storm, the old Earl dared not let Zybier go. At this time, the butler came behind the old Earl and whispered, "Master, regarding the repair of the road from Nuda City to Storm City." The president of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, Gar, replied. The old Earl asked, "What did he say?" The butler hesitated for a moment and replied, "President Gar still insisted on a road repair fee of 5 gold per 100 meters. He said, because the news of the orcs and elves' upcoming attack spread. The price of food in Nuda City has risen sharply. The prices of tools and hired workers have also risen. In addition, the amount of rain this rainy season is greater than in previous years. And the road is seriously damaged. The cost of road construction will naturally increase." After hearing what the housekeeper said, the old Earl, no matter how well-mannered he was, couldn't help but get angry and said, "A road must be repaired before the rainy season comes, must be repaired after the rainy season passes, and then repaired at other times. How much money did the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce make from this road? Now that the war is about to start, he knows that the Gale Corps needs this road to transport supplies. So he dares to ask for a sky-high price. Do you really think I'm old?" Seeing that the old Earl was angry, the housekeeper quickly comforted him. "Master, don't be angry. In Nuda City, only the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce has heavy puppets for ramming earth. And only the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce can repair the road damaged by rain in a short time." Chapter 110 Modeling. In the martial arts arena, Yanqing continued to open his magic book to accept the skill construction array from Zybier. On the originally blank pages, highlighted magic words appeared one by one. There were also complex magic array graphics and alchemical formulas. There were angel images, human body images. Various constructions carried huge information flows. And just recording was a very time-consuming task. Zybier remembered that when he first learned Angel Advent, it took him an hour to record the construction array of this skill. Now he can only maintain the non-combat angel form for an hour. I hope he can record more. I really can't remember it all. Absolutely can't remember it all. He has no accumulation of low-level combat skills. And he will definitely have many cognitive difficulties when learning advanced combat skills for the first time. It is impossible to record it all today. Wait until tomorrow, maybe it will take a few days. Releasing Angel's Advent consumes too much magic power. After using Angel's Advent, Zybier needs at least 1 day to recover. She believes that a beginner without a foundation cannot learn this kind of advanced night combat skills in a short time. Just when Zybier was thinking about how long it would take Yanqing to complete the skill record, the magic book on Yanqing's head was closed. How is this possible? Zybier was extremely shocked. This meant that Yanqing had completed the record of the Angel's Descent array and reached the level that could be released. Only more than 10 minutes had passed. Zybier was really shocked. You know, she completed the record of Angel's Descent in 1 hour, which can be described as a genius. This is also something she is very proud of. Now someone actually learned Angel's Descent in more than 10 minutes. And this person's own strength is not high. And he has not been exposed to systematic night training. He was forced to learn Angel's Descent, and he learned it so easily. Zybier put quotation marks around her title of genius. And her heart was hit hard. What kind of person is this? Zybier lifted the state of Angel Descent and slowly fell to the ground, looking at Yanqing in astonishment. How did you do it? Zybel's question was not responded to, and she did not continue to ask, because she found that Yanqing entered the meditation of comprehending skills. Yanqing's spirit went deep into his consciousness. There was a computer desk in his consciousness space. At this time, Chuichi was wearing a pair of glasses and changed his clothes into a company white-collar worker, like a programmer who was working overtime. He was typing desperately on a virtual keyboard. In front of Chuichui was the open Deep Space Whisperer magic book, on the pages of which were written program flows integrated into magic symbols. Faster, faster. Chuichui, who was fully devoted to his work, encouraged himself. In the distance of the consciousness space, the virtual image of an angel was being constructed. At first, he was blurry, composed of very rough pixels. But as Chichui programmed, his position moved from far to near, and his image gradually became clearer, as if the pixels were constantly refreshed. There was airflow in the quiet space, and then the hissing sound of electricity became louder and louder. As Chichui's little hands tapped, phantoms appeared, and a whirlwind mixed with lightning appeared around her and the computer desk. The storm gradually took shape. A little faster. A little faster. A bolt of lightning tore through the space and exploded. The moment it disappeared, it was captured and fixed in the consciousness space by the program written by Chui in time. Then another bolt of lightning appeared, and was successfully captured and fixed in the blink of an eye. The two bolts of lightning were moved to the back of the angel like a cutout picture, forming the skeleton of a pair of angel wings. The thunderstorm formed around Chui became more and more violent, and it seemed that it would get out of control and form a magic explosion at any time. Chui focused her attention on the magic book in front of her without any influence. She stopped talking, held her breath, and her whole body and mind entered a state. The thunder was accurately stripped from the storm to fill the skeleton of the angel's wings. The wind was also stripped from the storm, cut into feathers, and attached to the angel's wings. The wings gradually became fuller. The image of the angel became clearer. He wore the same armor as Yanqing. Look carefully. This is actually a set of armor. The armor is full of air magic elements. Silver-white light overflows from the gaps in the armor, and lightning flashes in the gaps in the eyes of the helmet. Ah! It's finally done. After processing all the thunderstorms that have formed and attaching the last feather of the angel's wings, Chui couldn't help but let out a long breath, raised his hands and stretched his waist, looking as if he was enjoying the pleasure of completing a big project. Then Chui jumped up from the chair. With a snap of his fingers, the computer desk disappeared and the magic book floated up. With another snap of his fingers, his clothes changed from white-collar clothes to retro ladies' clothes. Being rude to Yanqing, Chui said in a tone of seeking credit, "Master, please look. Are the angel wings designed by Chui beautiful? Are they majestic? Beautiful." This was Yanqing's first impression of the angel wings, especially when Chui designed the angel wings. He used a lot of geometry, which made the wings, which were already full of fantasy, add a lot of science fiction feeling. For example, the design of the feathers is not limited to the appearance of swan feathers, but weakens the softness and adds more metallic texture. The shape also uses more straight lines and edges to increase the visual impact of science fiction elements. The full metal armor, which already has a sense of technology, is compatible with the style after being matched with this pair of wings. And there is no sense of conflict. But as a leader, if you don't make any comments on the first set of modeling plans of your subordinates, wouldn't it make you look like a leader without level? It's okay. Yanqing looked at the modeling with a critical eye, and then pointed to the wings and said, "I think the color tone of this place is a bit bright. I am a person who doesn't like to show off. It should be better if I lower it by 1 or 2 degrees. And the angle here is a little small. It will be more perfect if I increase it by 1 or 2 degrees. Chui. Don't underestimate this 1 or 2 degrees. The difference between an excellent work and a peerless work may be just this little difference. When doing things, don't be proud or complacent. You must always be aware of criticism and self-criticism to constantly surpass yourself. As my personal secretary, I should be more strict with myself." "Yes, Master." Chui will make changes according to your requirements immediately. After accepting Yanqing's guidance, Chui, who had already packed up, immediately changed his clothes and summoned the computer desk again to fine-tune the modeling. Yanqing stood behind Chui and continued to guide. Bigger, bigger, smaller, smaller, longer, a little too long. Shorter, shorter. Look! Is it much better than before? Chapter 111 Big Spend. After a series of repeated fine-tuning, Yanqing felt that it was perfect and ended his guidance to Chui. "Now, report on the work." Hearing Yanqing's order, Chui immediately jumped up from the chair and explained to him the angel advent construction array he received. Angels are aggregates of light elements, and light elements are derived magic elements produced by the changes of the 4 basic magic elements of air, fire, water, and earth. Theoretically, the magic elements of air, fire, water, and earth can all show the magic characteristics of light elements under certain conditions. Angel advent is the process of converting one's own magic power into light elements. Humans and angels have a high degree of similarity in some characteristics, When the light element reaches a certain concentration, the human body can approach the physical signs of angels to a certain extent, thereby obtaining some of the angel's power. However, due to their own physical constitution, humans cannot convert all their magic power into light elements, so they will retain a lot of their own magic characteristics. These, Yinxing understands. Seeing that Zybel's whole body is still on fire after opening the angel's advent, it is known that he is not a serious angel, but the non-serious angels are so strong. How strong can the serious angels be? No wonder no one wants the ultimate creatures to participate in the war in the mortal world. Just like having nuclear bombs is the confidence of a great power, but no one wants to throw them at each other. Yinxing asked Chui, "Have I learned angels descend now?" Chui replied, "Master, I have optimized the magic structure of angels descend, which can perfectly match the master's magic characteristics. However, it takes a lot of magic to activate the angel-like state, and the burden on the body will also increase. Even with my auxiliary control, the master can only exert the full power of angels descend within 1 minute. 1 minute? It's a little short. But 1 second can save lives at a critical moment. Besides, didn't Zybel say that she can also perform the monkey version of angels descend? Let her continue to teach. Uncle exchanged titanium alloy armor for skills, so she must teach you until you master them. Chichi, you have great professional skills, but don't be proud. Keep working hard and climb to the top. Now I'll let Zybel continue to teach you skills. You watch. Try to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible." Chichi stood at attention and saluted Yinxing, saying loudly, "Yes, Master. I promise to complete the task." "Master." Yinxing regained consciousness and saw Zybel observing him very closely. He was just about to pinch his face with a magnifying glass. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing Yinxing recover from meditation, Zybel took a step back in fear and asked with a strange expression, "How did you do it? Why can you master the angel's arrival so quickly? This is not common sense. It is not in line with common sense. I guess there is no hero in this world who has a computer in his magic book to help organize and optimize data." "Very fast?" Yinxing said very Versailles. "Actually not that fast. I don't have any other specialties. I just learn things a little faster than ordinary people." Zybel said, "This is not a matter of being a little faster. We can talk about it when we have time." Yinxing didn't want to dwell on this issue, and asked, "I have learned the angel's advent, and you can also teach me the auxiliary release magic you mentioned." Zybel looked at Yinxing as if he was looking at a monster. However, Yinxing didn't elaborate, so she didn't want to ask. During the release of angel advent, a large amount of magic power is continuously consumed, and the power that bursts out is a great burden on the body. When I was learning angel advent, my father developed a set of magic that suppresses the power of angels and replaces one's own magic power with external magic power. This magic consumes 1 unit of rare crystal, mercury, gemstone, and sulfur each time it is released. Do you have rare alchemical resources? If not, I can sell you a set. Yinxing just obtained 5 units of 4 rare alchemical resources and put them away like treasures. Now that he heard that he could buy rare alchemical resources from Zybel, Yinxing immediately asked, "What's the price?" Zybel said, "There are few mines of rare alchemical resources, so they are rare. After the most refined part of rare alchemical resources is extracted from the original ore. Each kilogram is 1 unit. The refined rare alchemical resources are also God-given items, and can be exchanged in the God-given item store using God-given gold coins. 1,000 God-given gold coins can be exchanged for 1 unit of rare resources. So expensive." After hearing the price of rare alchemical resources, Yinxing was shocked. The so-called 1 unit of rare alchemical resources is something as big as a fist. Of course, this is the essence after refining. Yinxing has no idea how much the raw ore of 1 unit is. But 1,000 God-given gold coins can be exchanged for 1 unit, which is too expensive. As for the God-given item store that Zybel mentioned, Yinxing has seen it in the territory building list. It is an additional building of the market, which can only be opened for construction after the territory is upgraded to a city. Hearing Yinxing complain about the high price, Zybel said, "I didn't make money from you. The rare alchemical resources in the God-given store are at this price. Do you want to buy it?" "No, I have." Yinxing refused very straightforwardly. The rare alchemical resources of 1 unit are 1,000 gold, and releasing an angel's advent is 4,000 gold, and it is still God-given gold coins. Yanqing only had over 2,000 God-given gold coins in his hand, which was only enough to buy half a set. Fortunately, he still had 5 sets of rare resources as rewards. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it even if he learned Angel's Descend. Alas, this is not a skill. This is pure money wasting. Zybel looked at the sky and said to Yanqing, who was in pain, "It will be night soon. Open your magic book, and I will teach you the auxiliary magic of Angel's Descend now." Yanqing immediately summoned the magic book, recorded the magic circle unfolding, and the cover of the book was lifted to reveal a blank page. Zybel also summoned his own magic book, and the magic book automatically turned to the page recording the auxiliary magic of Angel's Descend. The magic circle unfolded, projecting magic runes that looked like stars. Receive the magic Angel Descends auxiliary spell to release the magic power to construct the array. Analyze the magic power construction array of Angel Descends auxiliary spell and translate it into readable program code. Enter the readable program code of Angel Descends auxiliary spell. Master, Chue requests to retrieve 1 unit of each of the 4 rare alchemical resources of crystal, mercury, gemstone, and sulfur to draw the magic circle of Angel Descends auxiliary spell. It is estimated that consuming 10% of rare alchemy can optimize the magic power utilization of Angel Descends auxiliary spell by 80%. If the master can provide Chue with more magic knowledge, Chue is confident that it will increase the utilization rate of magic power and reduce the consumption by half. At this moment, Yanqing finally understood what it means that knowledge is money. Chapter 112 Eden's Visit. Use it. Yanqing allowed Chue to call for the corresponding rare alchemical resources. He knew that the investment in scientific research could not be saved, and gritted his teeth and said, "Use as much as you need. Optimize it in the direction of fully exerting the power of Angel's Advent. Don't save money for me." The master. Yes, master. With Yanqing's support, Chue was full of energy. At this time, Zybel was a little numb to Yanqing's completion of the Angel's Advent auxiliary spell record so quickly. She only felt that she had suffered a heavy blow, and her head was a little dazed. That's all for today's teaching. I will continue to teach you night fighting skills tomorrow. Don't be complacent if you learn combat skills quickly. If you don't understand the basic combat skills, the more powerful the skills, the faster you will die. Yanqing understands this truth. In the past, when playing games and fighting in groups, those who died quickly were all wasteful. The real awesome ones are those old bitches who don't say anything and make a living by their skills. If you don't understand how the knight profession fights, isn't it just a mockery of the group when you start? Therefore, the basics must be practiced well. Let Zybel teach you seriously. Uncle's titanium alloy armor can't be given away for nothing. Don't worry, Miss Zybel. Uncle will definitely study hard and make progress every day. I'll let Donna measure your body size later, and I'll let my armor designer make a design drawing and show you the style first. After the shape of the armor is determined, I asked the craftsman to forge it over time. Zybel was a little reluctant to call Yanqing uncle, but for the platinum armor, she still saluted and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yanqing." At this time, the guards of the city lord's mansion came. Miss Zybel, Knight Yanqing. The guard saluted the two, and then said to Yanqing, "A merchant from the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is visiting. He calls himself Eden, and comes to meet Knight Yanqing to discuss the auction of Ice Jade porcelain tableware." Yanqing didn't expect Eden to come to his door. The news that he was in the city lord's mansion spread quickly. It's good that Eden came to his door. My identity has become special. Before I have a certain ability to protect myself, it's better not to run around casually. Let Eden wait for a moment. I'll go see him after I change my clothes. Yanqing said goodbye to Zybel, and left the martial arts training ground. He went back to his room to take off his armor, and put on a neat suit. When you talk about business, you have to look like you are talking about business. Sir, I like fair trade the most, and I don't like to use force to oppress others. You have to win people over with virtue. Eden was taken to a small reception room by the city lord's guards, and waited for Yanqing's reception with trepidation. What happened in the temple of Nuda City today spread throughout the city in a short time. The assassination of temple priest, who visited the central temple of the principality, was definitely a major event that shocked the entire principality. High Priest Lancelot held a meeting in the temple, and all the dignitaries with status in the entire Nuda City went. It can be said that at that meeting, just being able to stand was a matter of great honor, not to mention having a chair. even sitting at the conference table in the middle. Today, Yinxing not only attended the meeting, but also squeezed out the position of Gar, the branch president of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, and sat next to Earl Theodore, the best friend of the city lord. That status is absolutely unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people. What is Eden? A merchant who made his fortune by doing business with the werewolves of Thunder Swamp, and just had some status in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. But in the eyes of those truly prestigious merchants, doing business with barbarians is not worthy of being on the table. Recently, because of the Ice Jade porcelain, Eden has become famous in Nuda City. He also plans to use this Ice Jade porcelain tableware auction to make friends with some real celebrities and open up some business routes. When the Agarwood business really fails, there will be other business opportunities to fill it. In the current Nuda City, how many celebrities can match Yinxing's status? Eden never expected that the wild lord he wanted to kill with his mercenaries had such a background. Thinking about it makes me feel scared. And I feel lucky. As long as I can stabilize this relationship and hold the thigh of Master Yinxing, then I will be smooth sailing in Nuda City in the future. Therefore, when Eden learned the news, he immediately ran to the city lord's mansion to pay a visit to Master Yinxing. Eden waited nervously. This was his first time entering the city lord's mansion. All along the way, whether it was the furnishings or the servants and guards, the rich family heritage was not comparable to that of a nouveau riche like himself. Look at the exquisite carvings on the tables and chairs, and the exquisite lacquerware, which are good things that money can't buy. When the door opened, Eden stood up immediately. After seeing that it was Master Yinxing who came in, Eden greeted him respectfully and saluted, and then said, "Respected Master Yinxing, now the whole Nuda City is spreading your name. You are the most dazzling new star in this city. Countless people want to meet you, and countless girls want to dance with you. I am also very proud to be received by you. Stop complimenting me. Sit down." Yinxing invited Eden to sit down, and asked Donna, who came with him, to go to the kitchen to get 2 dinners, and then said to Eden, "I originally wanted to find you, but I was delayed because of something. You came at the right time. How are the preparations for the auction of Ice Jade porcelain going?" Eden immediately reported to Yinxing about his promotion of Ice Jade porcelain, and emphasized how he linked Ice Jade porcelain tableware with angel tableware. "Master Yinxing, the temple has recognized that your Ice Jade porcelain tableware is a replica of angel tableware. I got the news. Priest Temple and Lady Carol came to Nuda City this time to take away a set of Ice Jade porcelain tableware for the central temple of the Principality and Duke Silvermane. Unfortunately, Priest Temple was assassinated. May he rest in peace." Eden prayed silently for the dead Priest Temple. His pious appearance shows the influence of the temple in the human race. But he can connect Ice Jade porcelain with angel tableware without any psychological barriers, which also shows Eden's pragmatic spirit. Faith is faith. Making money is making money. Yinxing didn't expect Eden to process such a great plot based on his marketing copy. Awesome. With the temple's endorsement, it will be hard to bid low at this Ice Jade porcelain auction. Yinxing suddenly remembered that he had just promised to give Earl Theodore 2 sets of Ice Jade porcelain tableware. He gave too much. No wonder the old fox laughed so happily. He definitely gave too much. But Master Yinxing, I always keep my word. And once I say something, it's as good as it gets. I will definitely give it. At this time, Donna came in with 2 plates and placed them on the table next to Yinxing and Eden. Yinxing told Donna, "Go. Ask Butler Adley for some red wine. And get a bucket." "Yes, Master." Chapter 113. Find the right position. Yinxing discussed the Ice Jade porcelain auction with Eden while having dinner. Eden originally wanted to hold the Ice Jade porcelain tableware auction in his manor, outside the city. However, the assassination of Temple Priest made the dignitaries in Nuda City feel insecure and unwilling to leave the city during this extraordinary period. Eden's house in the city was not big enough, so where to hold the auction became a problem. Yinxing drank red wine and ate steak, and said to Eden, "The location of the Ice Jade porcelain tableware auction is chosen here. The environment of the city lord's mansion is good. It is grand and upscale. The servants and waiters are ready and of high quality. I have tried the food and drinks here. They are of high quality, and in line with the value of Ice Jade porcelain tableware. We can hold a cocktail party before the auction starts, so that those nobles can see the effect of Ice Jade porcelain tableware when serving food. It will help them work harder at the auction." Eden didn't expect Yinxing to choose the city lord's mansion as the venue for the auction. "This place is good, but it's not your home, right?" You are a guest. Eden asked. Let's ask the Earl for his consent on this matter first. The Earl will not object. Yanqing felt that he had suffered a great loss by giving the old fox 2 sets of ceramic tableware, and decided to eat it back. This matter is settled. You can just send out the invitation. 3 days later, I will invite all the rich and powerful people in the city to come to the city lord's mansion to appreciate the ice jade porcelain. You can take a look if you can't buy it. Ha ha. Yanqing is very confident that the ice jade porcelain tableware can be sold at a high price. Eden is also confident that the ice jade porcelain tableware can be sold at a high price. However, no matter how high the price of the ice jade porcelain tableware is, it is only related to an ice jade porcelain soup bowl. If you want to make a fortune, you must take advantage of the current happy opportunity of Master Yanqing. Eden said to Yanqing, Yes, Master Yanqing. I will send out invitations when I go back. Master, I have another business to discuss with you. Another business? Speaking of new business, Yanqing's interest reached a new height. The development of a territory requires money everywhere, and the more gold, the better. Eden looked around the room and found that there was no one else except the maid Donna. So he whispered to Yanqing, I got the news that the orcs and elves showed signs of joining forces to attack Marquis Anderson, and the scale will be very large. The Windy Highland Legion is preparing a large amount of supplies for war, and the price of food has increased by 50%, and will continue to rise. The grain merchants in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce are now hoarding food. And when the war starts, they can sell the most expensive food. It's really a waste for the master to use 200 kilograms of food in Yongheng to exchange 1 kilogram of agarwood for the werewolves. If you let me run these grains, it will definitely bring you double or triple the profit. This is really a good business to make money. Yanqing is very interested in reselling grain. When the war breaks out, whoever has grain in his hands will be the boss. But will Count Theodore allow these grain merchants to drive up grain prices? If he knows that I have a large amount of grain in my hands, he will let me open warehouses and lower grain prices. My lord, am I going to make money by betraying my master? Or am I going to lose money by obeying my master? I don't want to do either. Therefore, it is better to be cautious when reselling grain to make money from the war. And the war is coming. Even small grain merchants know how to stockpile grain for speculation. So shouldn't I do something? Yanqing first considered where he should be on the Windy Heights. In Nuda City, his own interests have been tied to Earl Theodore. If he sits firmly in the position of the city lord, Nuda City will not be in chaos. If Nuda City is not in chaos, the south of Eternal Territory will be stable. In the entire Windy Highlands, the stability of Eternal Territory is based on the current situation of the 3 parties of human race, orcs and elves. Whoever gains the advantage will push Eternal Territory to the edge of danger. The position of Eternal Territory is very delicate. If he stays in place, he can rely on the Thunder Swamp to make the 3 parties afraid. If he leads the army to the west, he can affect the situation in Windy Highlands. However, according to the current strength of Eternal Territory, it is just a small roll that can be crushed to death by the 3 parties. Isn't it because the war is about to break out that Count Theodore is trying to win me over? And he can't do anything alone in Nuda City without external aid? If there is no war, where can I find my place in the city lord's mansion to eat meat and drink wine? Therefore, I must do something during the 3-way war. No matter how good you pretend to be, it's not as good as being really awesome. And after seeing the power of the angel's arrival, Yanqing has a direct impression of the high-end military force in this world. Shocked. If we still follow the previous plan and steadily develop the Eternal Territory, if it is really pushed one day, I may not even know who pushed it. The Eternal Territory must continue to expand and must have a real force that cannot be ignored. At this moment, Yanqing thought of the 3rd phase of the Thunder Swamp transportation planning. To the south, Eternal Territory and Nuda City are still allies, and their main strategy is to maintain stability. To the east are cliffs and the ocean, and there is no space. To the west is the main battlefield of the 3 parties, and Eternal Territory does not have the strength to participate now. Therefore, the only route for Eternal Territory to expand is to the north. The Swamp Tribe in Thunder Swamp is the weakest on the Windy Highlands. The swamp can stay out of this dispute. First, it has no ambition. Second, the geographical advantage is too strong. Third, it is weak, and it does not pose a threat to the other 3 families outside the swamp. Then Thunder Swamp became the only soft persimmon that Yanqing could pinch. Now the Eternal Territory has tied up with the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp, with the werewolf leading the way. The geographical advantage of the swamp is not so strong. If the chickens on Earth really have a high rate of demonization in this world, once they can suppress the performance of poisonous flies, the strength of the swamp tribe can be reduced by half. And if we can provoke the hatred between the swamp werewolves and the swamp lizards, and drive the wolves to swallow the lizards, it may not be impossible to quickly launch the third phase of the Thunder Swamp Transportation Network project. Master Yinxing? Master Yinxing? Eden shouted softly when he saw Yinxing was silent for a long time. Oh! Yinxing woke up from the impromptu strategic plan of the Eternal Territory and asked Eden, "What did we talk about?" Eden said, "In the future, Nuda City. Not, the grain prices of the entire Windy Highlands will rise sharply. If you are willing to give me a batch of grain to manage, I will definitely make a lot of money for you." Yinxing just thought about it for a while and said, "Does the rising grain prices mean that I can hire more workers with less grain?" "Yes, that's right. Master, you want to?" Yinxing said, "I will not speculate on food and suck the blood of civilians. I want to build a road between Eternal Territory and Nuda City, and use grain as compensation. Please help me calculate the amount of work. I will go to the Earl to see if he can give some investment." Chapter 114 Preparing for the Auction. Master Yinxing was unwilling to speculate on grain, which disappointed Eden. But on second thought, road construction seemed to be very profitable. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce had a special road construction team, which was directly led by the branch president, Gar. Over the years, repairing roads on the Windy Heights has really made a lot of money. Now that the three parties are about to go to war, the roads that have experienced a rainy season must be repaired. It's really like doing it at home. And gold falls from the roof. Unlike me, I need to run around everywhere. Eden immediately suggested to Yinxing, "If Master Yinxing wants to repair the road, I can contact the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road repair team. They have heavy-duty rammed earth puppets that can quickly compact the soil for road construction." What is a heavy-duty rammed earth puppet? Yinxing has never seen it. He prefers the road rollers that he is more familiar with. The road from Yonghang to the Red Mud Wetland is now under construction, and the second phase of the project will be launched soon. Relying solely on manpower to build roads is definitely slow, and a long construction period will delay other plans. Therefore, Yinxing has placed an order for a batch of road rollers and excavators through his own company, and the delivery date should be soon. There are also trucks and dump tricycles. They can be used by training a group of drivers. As for the gasoline and diesel that these machines need to burn, Yinxing thought it was difficult to deal with at first. But a merchant who supplied him with goods actually introduced a small refinery. He said, "This refinery is owned by his relative. Just say it's for construction site use. Don't ask for too much at a time. It's no problem to order a few hundred liters of oil every now and then order tons when you are familiar with it. This is considered to have solved a big problem." Yinxing didn't think about selling cars in the other world. Just enough oil for his engineering vehicles to run around the territory. Now it's road construction. And with agricultural machinery in the future, it won't take too much oil. Anyway, if you want to develop the territory quickly, you can't rely on farmers and shovels. Soon there will be their own mechanical road construction team. Of course, Yinxing disdains the heavy rammed earth puppets. And it doesn't sound like a serious road construction thing. Just calculate the amount of work. Don't worry about how to build it. After the road is open, I will give you the agency rights of this bucket. Yinxing knew that if you want a horse to run fast, you have to feed it well. When he saw Eden looking at the bucket next to him from time to time, he knew what this guy was thinking. The bucket is a pure water bucket on the water dispenser in the real world. The capacity is 18.9 liters, with a large belly and a small mouth. It can be easily carried after filling it with water and sealing the mouth. This time when he came to Nuda City, Yinxing was afraid that he would not be able to drink clean water on the road. So he brought a few buckets of pure water for himself. Now this bucket is full of red wine. Seeing that the wine in Master Yinxing's glass was gone, the maid Donna immediately picked up the barrel and poured the wine. When Eden heard that Master Yinxing actually let him be the agent to sell this water storage container, he was very excited. He stood up and took the bucket from Donna's hand to pour wine for Yinxing, feeling the container himself. This is an unknown material, which should be made by some alchemical technology. The surface of the bucket is very well sealed and will not leak. The material is hard and has good elasticity, which means it is not easy to break. It is transparent, and you can clearly see what is inside, and whether it is mixed with debris or deteriorated. This barrel is better than a wooden barrel in all aspects, and it is very light, which is incomparable to a heavy wooden barrel. Look! Use this barrel to hold wine, and the wine is clearly visible inside, and you can tell the quality of the wine in a glance. This is definitely a very face-saving thing for the host who entertains guests. Even if it is not decorated with anything, it is still an exquisite work of art when placed in the hall. Look at the pattern on it. Look at the shape. Eden felt that his hands were shaking. He asked Yinxing in panic, "Master, what material is this magical and exquisite bucket made of? Is it expensive? What is the output?" Yinxing said, "The material used to make this bucket is called polycarbonate, which is a relatively precious alchemical product. The output is higher than that of ice jade porcelain, but not much to replace wooden barrels. As for the price, I hope that ordinary small nobles can barely buy one to decorate their homes." "I understand." Eden put down the bucket and saluted Yinxing. "Thank you for your trust in me, sir. I will never let you down and make Yonghingling's buckets appear in every rich person's living room. I can still trust you to do things." Yinxing praised Eden generously, and then remembered something and said to him, "There is one thing I hope you can understand and publicize well. Please tell me." "Sir," Yinxing said, "in the future, Yonghingling will have more products entering the market. I hope that everyone who knows Yonghingling's products will have an impression of our pursuit of excellence, craftsmanship, and 1 out of 10 are our product labels and corporate culture. In the promotion of Yonghingling buckets, we must clearly tell our customers, behind every bucket sold, there are 9 buckets destroyed by us. To assist in the promotion, at the Ice Jade Porcelain Auction, every boss who successfully bids for a set of Ice Jade Porcelain tableware will be invited to the stage, in front of all the dignitaries and gentry. Personally smash the 9 sets of eliminated Ice Jade Porcelain tableware." Ah! At this moment, Eden felt that his soul was about to fly out of the scene. Arriving at the scene, seeing 9 sets of Ice Jade Porcelain, no, 45 sets of eliminated Ice Jade Porcelain tableware being smashed. "What kind of scene is it?" Eden stammered, "Master. Master. Master. Do you really want to smash it?" "Really smash it," Yinxing said confidently. "We must let the nobles see our sincerity. Let them see with their own eyes that even if the Ice Jade Porcelain of Yonghing territory is broken, it is still pure white inside, like light, all-round holiness." Eden bowed to Yinxing sincerely. "Master, your mind and wisdom are as bright as the stars, making people want to worship." Yinxing picked up the wine glass and said to Eden, "Let's toast to the magical Ice Jade Porcelain, and then we will discuss the details of the auction. You just said, the Duke of Silver Main Principality and the Central Temple will take away a set of Ice Jade Porcelain tableware each?" Yinxing and Eden discussed the details of how to hold a good auction of Ice Jade Porcelain tableware until late at night. The next day, Yinxing went to the magic tower of the city lord's mansion to find Count Theodore early in the morning. The first thing was to discuss the use of the city lord's mansion to hold the auction of Ice Jade Porcelain tableware. Count Theodore was very supportive of this matter. As the first noble to use Ice Jade Porcelain tableware to hold a cocktail party, it would be very prestigious if it was spread out. We must do it, and do it well. In this extraordinary period, it must be grand. Let those who are spying on New Tower City see the foundation of the Theodore family, and let them admire the style of the Theodore family. Chapter 115 Interception. The idea of using the city lord's mansion to hold an auction of Ice Jade Porcelain tableware, and a banquet to build momentum, has been agreed by Earl Theodore. Yinxing took advantage of the old fox's happiness, and proposed the idea of building a road between Nuda City and Yonghing territory. "I have walked all the way from Yonghing territory, all of which are grasslands. It is not too difficult to build a road, as long as there is a smooth road between us. The goods between Thunder Swamp and Nuda City can be circulated quickly. We have many specialties in Thunder Swamp, not just Ice Jade Porcelain, fly goggles and watches. We also need materials from Nuda City, stone, wood, wine, vegetables, furniture. In addition, I plan to cultivate the leased land to plant wheat when the planting season comes. This requires a flat road." Earl Theodore is still very supportive of building a road to the Eternal Territory. Trade can exchange what is needed and increase the city's tax revenue. But thinking of the current environment of Nuda City, he persuaded Yinxing, now is not a good time to build a road. The situation in the Windy Highlands has been very tense recently. Marquis Anderson asked me to reduce the city's food supply to meet the war consumption. The price of food in Nuda City has risen rapidly. And everything has risen in price. Now it costs twice as much to build a road than before. During the conversation, Count Theodore asked Yinxing to sit on the reading table beside the magic fountain, and then took 3 books from the bookshelf and placed them in front of Yinxing. A brief history of magic symbols, and language elementology. Yinxing picked up a brief history of magic and flipped through it. The content inside was the history of the development of magic and basic magic theory. Yinxing read the book very quickly, and he could talk to Count Theodore while reading. I don't have gold, but I have a batch of grain. I want to use this batch of grain as capital to build this road. Before Yinxing finished speaking, Count Theodore interrupted him and asked, You have grain? How much? Nuda City is under pressure from crises inside and outside. And food is the basis for maintaining stability. The food controlled by the city lord's mansion must be used for war preparations. So Marquis Theodore can only watch the grain merchants in the city raise the price of food. If the price of food is allowed to soar, it will only exacerbate the internal turmoil in Nuda City. If civilians have no food to eat, it will cause riots in the city. Therefore, Marquis Theodore is very sensitive to the word food. And he becomes excited when he hears Yinxing say that he has food in his hands. Not much. Yinxing put aside the brief history of magic he had finished reading, picked up magical symbols and languages and continued to read it quickly, and replied to Count Theodore, But it is enough to help the instructor keep the price of food in Nuda City within a suitable range. But I don't sell my grain directly. I only pay for it in the form of wages and goods. How do you have so much grain? Of course, it's your business. Count Theodore didn't delve into the source of the grain. It would be bad if the amount of grain that Yinxing could provide was reduced. Anyway, as long as I have grain in my hands to hedge against grain merchants, I don't care where the grain comes from. The old count said to Yinxing, Now is an extraordinary period, and it is normal for grain prices to rise. I think doubling the grain price can be accepted by civilians. It's not so tight that people will starve to death. If it's higher, there will be trouble. At this time, you provide grain to build roads and cultivate land. And you can also give jobs to those who have no money to eat. It can suppress food prices and build roads at a low cost. Very good. Very good. I support. Yinxing saw that the old fox only said support, but did not talk about practical issues. So he said, Teacher, building the road from Yonghangling to Nuda City is not for my family. You can't let me pay for all the road construction costs. At least pay for the line from the border to Nuda City. When it comes to money, Earl Theodore immediately became worried. Yinxing, I really have no money now. The amount of rain in this rainy season is very heavy, and the road from Nuda City to Storm City has been severely damaged. In order to ensure the supply of materials for the war, this section of the road must be overhauled as soon as possible. The repair fee that the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce quoted me was 5 gold per 100 meters. The repair fee for the 150-kilometer road from Nuda City to Storm City alone was 7,500 gold. If it were usual, Nuda City could easily take out this money. But in order to prepare for the war, the treasury of Nuda City has been almost emptied. The old fox cried poor to Yinxing, and didn't want to pay for the road repair. And Yinxing's mind was full of shiny gold coins and exchange rate formulas. 1 gold coin is calculated at 9,000 renminbi. And 7,500 gold is more than 60 million. Wow! Most of the roads outside the city in this world are rammed earth roads. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce just filled some soil to fill the gap, and dared to ask for 5 gold per 100 meters. They really treat the old fox as a fat sheep. No. I absolutely cannot let this kind of profiteer cheat my mentor. If they want to cheat, I will cheat. The fat water should not flow into the fields of outsiders. Yinxing closed the magic correspondence and language and said to the Earl, Teacher, let me repair the road from Nuda City to Storm City. Earl Theodore replied, No. The repair of this road must be completed within 2 months. The only one who can repair the road so quickly is the road repair team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. This is also the reason why they dare to ask me for a high price. Yinxing took the last elementology, which was thicker than the other 2 books, in his hand, and said to Earl Theodore, Now Nuda City has added a road repair team that can repair the road quickly. Mentor, we will know which one is better, my road building team or the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce team after a competition. Seeing Yinxing speak so confidently, Earl Theodore really considered changing a road building company. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's practice of adding insult to injury is really annoying. Thinking back to the detection footage of the Eternal Territory, Yanxing's territory is indeed building a road. Why not let him give it a try? Even if he loses to the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. At least let Gal know, he is not the only choice. The price can be lowered. Since you are so confident, I will arrange for your road building team to compete with the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road building team. How long will it take you to prepare? Yanxing thought for a moment. Last night, he took some time to go back to the real world. And a batch of vehicles and machinery he purchased arrived. Today, we will train the drivers and get the rollers fixed. They should be ready to go tomorrow. Didn't Eden say he had a manor outside the city? Bring the vehicles to him first and practice in his yard. Yanxing said to Count Theodore, tomorrow, my road construction team will be ready tomorrow. Count Theodore nodded. Road construction cannot be delayed for too long. Originally, I planned to promise the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce today and let them start construction immediately. Now that you also want to compete, I will notify Gal and ask him to prepare for the road construction competition tomorrow. Chapter 116 Competition Team. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is an organization similar to a merchant association. Merchants who join the Chamber of Commerce and pay a certain membership fee can enjoy many preferential treatments from the Chamber of Commerce. Sometimes merchants who run similar businesses can make a lot of money by influencing the prices of certain specific commodities. Concentrate on doing big things. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce has the backing of the Silver Mane Principality. It is the only one in the Windy Highlands and has an influence that cannot be ignored. Therefore, as the president of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in Nuda City, ordinary nobles have to give way to him. It was just that at the temple meeting yesterday. Earl Theodore drove him away from the meeting table, which made Gal feel extremely humiliated. He also took the opportunity to raise the price of repairing the road from Nuda City to Storm City to make a fortune from the war. When the city lord's mansion sent someone to find Gar, the head of the Gar branch was mobilizing the road repair team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Arrange personnel to prepare tools and vehicles for road repair, and also to inspect the heavy rammed earth puppets and preheat the magic core. Gar believed that Count Theodore had no choice. He had to accept the road repair fee of 5 gold per 100 meters he proposed. Therefore, when meeting the soldier sent by the city lord's mansion, Gar, who was standing next to the four-legged heavy puppet, was very arrogant. He thought that Count Theodore had bowed to him, but he never expected. The news sent by the soldiers was not that the city lord agreed to the price offered by the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce and asked the road repair team to start work immediately, but tomorrow morning in the southern suburbs of Nuda City, Earl Theodore will organize a road building competition. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road building team must participate on time. If you are late, you will be treated as a loser. What a joke. Where is the real road building team in the entire Windy Highlands? No. Who in the Windy Highlands dares to steal my business? What happened? Who wants to compete with my road building team? The soldier who reported the news replied, it is the Lord of the Eternal Territory, the beast tamer of the Thunder Swamp, and Earl Theodore's best friend Night Yanxing. Tomorrow morning, it is the road building team of Night Yanxing who will compete with the road building team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. The competition item is to build a 100-meter long, 3-meter wide, and 1-meter high rammed earth road. Both sides can send a maximum of 50 people. Count Theodore will be the referee of this competition. My master will also announce whose road building team will take over the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City after the competition. Lord Yanxing of the Eternal Territory. Gar still remembers the night who took his seat. Didn't he take over the investigation of the assassination of Temple Priest? Why did he come to steal the road building business again? Is it so easy to investigate the case? And those swamp werewolves want to build a road. Let them dig a pit. And I guess they can't dig it into a square. Could it be that Count Theodore pulled him into the competition in order to force him to lower his bid? Gar thought that the Count might have organized the competition tomorrow for this purpose. Humph! You think that road construction is too simple, especially to repair the road in such a short time. I know. Gar didn't think that anyone in Crazy Phoenix Highlands could compete with him in this industry. He casually said to the soldier, please reply to the lord of the city for me. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the road construction team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce to the southern suburbs to participate in the competition. If I win tomorrow, the 100-meter new road built in the competition will also be included in the project fee. As the president of the Nuda City branch of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, Gar could naturally see the undercurrents in the city. Yesterday in the temple, All parties were preparing to besiege Count Theodore. It was just that due to an accident, Theodore escaped. But all parties would not miss the great opportunity to divide the city of Nuda. Count Theodore is old. Everyone is thinking about what position they will occupy in the city of Nuda in the near future. After sending away the soldiers who delivered the letter, Gal continued to prepare for the road construction. He was sure of victory. At this time, Yinxing was in the barn of the manor outside the city of Eden, transferring a batch of newly arrived engineering vehicles. And he took the time to train the farmers to drive the vehicles. Then he found that operating these engineering vehicles was not as simple as he imagined. Even if he operated it by himself according to the manual, the excavator shovel danced like a madman, and almost knocked him over. Not to mention the peasants, they could only bow and shout, "Master Yinxing, your magic power is boundless, Master Yinxing. Your majesty is invincible." Eden could only praise Master Yinxing's alchemical puppets for their might and power, and at the same time worry about whether his manor would be demolished by these puppets. Zybel, who came to protect Yinxing, was also shocked by these steel puppets. She could probably see the function of these alchemical mechanical bodies, but she just couldn't figure out what happened in the Thunder Swamp, and how a group of barbarians could create so many magical things. There are also bicycles. When Zybel saw that the werewolves not only did not fall down when riding these two-wheeled vehicles, but also ran very fast, he thought that if his own infantry could ride this thing called a bicycle, would it also greatly increase their mobility. This Yinxing from the Thunder Swamp in the north is really mysterious. What else has he not taken out? In the open space of Eden Manor, Yinxing, who was surrounded by people, tried to operate various equipment. It was found that the control of the road roller was still simpler. Start, move forward, move backward, turn. It is not a hard road, so some functions are not turned on first, and the operation is not that complicated. The tonnage is 12 tons. The speed is not fast, and the fault tolerance rate is high. As long as you are bold and careful, you can basically start working by driving around. In order to win the 7,500 gold project, you must be able to hit the road tomorrow morning. Yinxing asked the farmer driver who was selected to drive the road roller to drive to the competition site in the southern suburbs of Nuda City. Learn while driving. I don't believe you can't learn it when you get there. Among the remaining vehicles and machinery, the only one that can be mastered quickly is the dump tricycle. Driving a tricycle is easier than driving a road roller. The road roller that has already driven out of the manor has not left the field of vision, and the 5 werewolves who were selected to drive the dump tricycle can race with the road roller, dump tricycle, and the shovel that is essential for the farmers in Yonghing territory. Yinxing is also confident about tomorrow's competition. He was so happy that he seemed to have put 7,500 gold coins into his pocket. Ha 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 ha. Hey, why is Zybel competing with the bicycle? When everyone in the manor was excitedly watching the werewolf driving a tricycle, Zybel was pushing a bicycle and imitating the werewolf. But like all beginners who are confident in riding a bicycle, he was a little afraid of this two-wheeled vehicle and couldn't coordinate his hands, feet, and center of gravity. It was a little funny to see Zybel, who was wearing armor, learning to ride a bicycle. Chapter 117 Speeding. Due to the terrain of the Windy Highlands, Yinxing chose mountain bikes with strong off-road capabilities for the werewolf warriors. This type of bicycle has large tires, simple structure, and strong passability. It is also sturdy and durable, with good shock absorption. It is also light. If you encounter terrain that bicycles cannot pass through, you can carry it over. The large-scale equipment of bicycles for the army has also been used as a practical reference in modern war history. It is indeed very useful in areas without good roads. Therefore, bicycles have become the standard equipment for the light armor werewolf warriors of the Eternal Territory. Zybel studied bicycles very seriously, but he never dared to let both feet leave the ground at the same time. When she saw Yinxing coming, she immediately left the car and explained her embarrassment. This is too difficult to learn. Even more difficult than riding a griffin. I really don't know how those werewolves do it. They ride on it, and it won't fall over at all. This kind of car is called a bicycle. Yinxing took the bicycle from Zybel and adjusted the height of the seat and handlebars. Before learning to ride a bicycle, you must first adjust it to a comfortable height. Werewolves' legs are different from ours. They like to lower the seat to make it easier for their legs to exert force. They also like to lower the handlebars, so that the whole body is like lying on the bicycle, so that their center of gravity moves further forward. When we humans ride bicycles, especially beginners, We need to adjust the seat a little higher, and the handlebars should also be raised. Let the legs stretch out. And let the seat bear more of the weight of the body before trying again. Yanqing adjusted the bicycle and pushed her to Zybel. Zybel sat on the bicycle and felt much more comfortable than before. She asked Yanqing eagerly, "Can I ride now? I will teach you a few more tricks to ride a bicycle. And then you can ride. First, be brave. Second, be brave. The most important thing is that you must be brave. You are not afraid of flying in the sky on a griffin. So are you afraid of falling on the ground?" As he spoke, Yanqing pushed another bicycle and sat on it without adjusting. He said to Zybel, "Come on. Follow me. Pedal with both feet." Yanqing rode the bicycle and moved forward along the grass. Zybel saw Yanqing riding in front so easily. So she took out the courage she had when she learned to ride a griffin, and followed behind with her pedals. Overcoming the psychological obstacles. A strong knight's coordination ability quickly allowed Zybel to control the bicycle. She pedaled alternately with both feet, and the bicycle moved forward quickly. The feeling was very different from riding a griffin, and also very different from riding a warhorse. What she was riding now was a machine that she could not understand at all. It has two wheels, one in front and one in the back. When it is still, it has no support and cannot stand at all. Then why is it so stable when it moves? It is just a simple-looking machine, with no magic involved. But it is so magical. After learning to ride a bicycle, Zybel speeds up, and her competitive spirit makes her quickly surpass Yanqing, who is riding in front. At the moment of surpassing Yanqing, Zybel turned her head and gave a provocative smile. This is absolutely unbearable. After all, I have more than 20 years of bicycle riding experience, and I can't lose to a little girl who has just learned to ride a bicycle. Yanqing speeds up the rhythm of kicking her legs, and her buttocks leave the seat. But the distance between the two people is getting bigger and bigger, or his hero level is low, and his power burst is not as good as Zybel. The horsepower and power output are insufficient, and it seems that he can only eat dust behind Zybel. No, we must find a way. Blow! Blow! Yanqing called the deep space whisperer Chuichu. Chuchu, who was on standby in the consciousness space, immediately responded, "Chuchu is here. What do you want?" "Master? Master, have you understood the books I asked you to read in the magic tower? I am racing with Zybel now. It is very embarrassing to lose to a novice in the field you are good at. Find a way to help the master surpass her." Chuchu replied, "Report. Master, Chuchu has finished reading all the books you asked me to read. Chui can help the master design a turbocharged jet engine to provide thrust for the master's bicycle." Yanqing's legs were pedaling rapidly, and after images appeared, his legs were almost cramped. Alas! In order to show off, I didn't adjust the height of the handlebars and the seat. I suffered a loss. Quick! Quick! Install your turbocharged jet engine for me. How can Zybel ride so fast? I can hardly see his figure. Yes, Master. Chui will develop a turbocharged jet engine for you right away. Why do you have to develop it now? I don't know if it will be in time. Quick! Develop it quickly. Yes, Master. Chui saluted Yanqing like a soldier, then turned around and changed his clothes into a white-collar suit and a one-step skirt. Then he put on his glasses with a sense of ceremony and summoned a computer desk. Sitting in front of the magic book, he started typing on the virtual keyboard. The turbocharged jet engine began to be modeled in Yanqing's consciousness space. Turbocharging is to use air magic to increase air pressure through turbine movement. The enhanced gas is ejected to the rear through a designed narrow airway to obtain reaction reasoning. Chui's computing ability can easily complete gas dynamics calculations and complete the layout of turbines and airways. Use science to complete the modeling of the turbocharged jet engine architecture to obtain a set of feasible theoretical support and design solutions. Magic can replace the hardware part of the turbocharged jet engine to make the engine run. The magic architecture allows the airflow to complete the turbocharging process by itself through the magic circle. Then, there is another magic circle module to guide the high-pressure gas and spray it in the specified direction at a constant speed according to the set pipeline. The power generated by the turbocharged jet engine must also act accurately on the center of gravity of the bicycle, so that while applying thrust, it will not increase the additional control burden. The design of this magic architecture is not complicated. The difficulty is the various forces generated by air intake, jet, thrust, movement posture adjustment, external airflow changes, All kinds of complex internal and external forces will affect the entire power balance system, causing loss of control. Once the power balance of objects moving at high speed is out of control, it may cause serious accidents. If you directly install a turbocharged jet engine on Yanqing's buttocks and then do nothing, it is estimated that Yanqing dare not do anything except running straight forward. But Yanqing has Qichui. Qichui has powerful computing power, enough to adjust and rebalance the internal and external data of the turbocharged jet engine in an instant when Yanqing makes some maneuvers. In addition, when Yanqing returned to the real world, Qichui connected to the internet and downloaded a lot of good things. Some confidential information was applied to the turbocharged jet engine designed by Qichui. You know, different designs of the same pressure and the same amount of gas can produce 10 kilograms of thrust, while others may only produce 0.1 kilograms. Similarly, the magic power consumed to produce the same thrust is naturally very different. The master is in the competition. The master must win. Qichui used all his skills to develop a turbocharged jet engine at the fastest speed. After completing the addition of the last magic symbol, Qichui jumped up and reported, "Master." Report to the master. Qichui has completed the development of the turbocharged jet engine version 1.0. This version of the jet engine. Yanqing did not wait for Qichui to finish his introduction and shouted, "Hurry up and install it for me. I can't see anyone." "Yes, master." The first magic test experiment of the turbocharged jet engine version 1.0 has started. If there are any abnormalities during the experiment, please notify Qichui in time. As Qichui announced the start of the magic test, a circle of bright blue runes flashed on the outside of Yanqing's armor at the buttocks. A circle of magic circles was drawn and formed, and these magic runes were nested on the magic circle one by one. Then a new magic circle appeared, together with the matching magic runes, like a mold, and was put on the first magic circle. Then, magic arrays of different sizes and magic circuits were stacked one after another, like the rapid thickening of automated module assembly. The turbocharged jet engine magic entity designed by Qichui gradually emerged. The entire engine was 1 meter long and 20 centimeters thick, in the form of a semi-solidified magic element. It stuck behind Yanqing's buttocks. It was slightly thinner at both ends and slightly thicker in the middle, like the big belly behind the waist of a wasp. It was not beautiful, but Yanqing could not see it. At this moment, he just wanted to catch up with Zybel to save his face as an old driver. The engine started. The turbine formed by the blue air magic element began to rotate, turning faster and faster, drawing gas from the air intake on the side of the waist into the turbocharged jet engine. The incoming gas is pressurized by the turbine layer by layer, compressed into the cylinder in the middle, and then reaches the annular jet duct through the duct. The gas elements gather in the middle of the tail jet duct, forming a bright light ball. The airflow ejected here will be pressurized again by the gas elements to obtain greater thrust. Chapter 118 Main Quest. Fuck. Yanqing, who was pedaling hard, suddenly felt a strong force hitting his waist. It came from behind with continuous force, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The speed of the bicycle was increasing. Yanqing stopped pedaling and let the thrust brought by the turbocharged jet engine push him forward. The speed of the bicycle increased rapidly. The breeze was blowing, and the scenery on both sides flew backwards at a high speed. At this time, the sound of blowing came. "Master, the first stage test of the turbocharged jet engine is normal. Do you want to start the second stage test? There is also a second stage test?" Yanqing sighed in his heart. The magic is really powerful. This speed has been achieved in the first stage. If the second stage is turned on, chasing Zybel will be like a piece of cake. Turn on! Turn on! The second stage of the turbojet engine. The engine, which was originally quite quiet, made a roar of turbine rotation, and the sound became louder and louder. The thrust was also gradually increased. The speed of the bicycle was faster, and the whole body could fly several meters high after crossing a small slope. Zybel's shadow was already seen in front, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. "Master, the second stage test of the turbojet engine is stable. Do you want to turn on the full power mode? Turn on. Turn on." The passion brought by speed made Yanqing's adrenaline soar, and he even felt that as long as the thrust was increased a little more, he could fly. "Yes, master." Turbocharged jet engine full power mode start. The sound from the engine began to become more hissing and harsh. The strong thrust forced Yanqing to hold the handle of the bicycle tightly to prevent himself from being separated from the bicycle and pushed out. When the engine power reached the maximum, the entire jet engine gradually vibrated, and the entire engine magic structure seemed to be scattered at any time. Chichui tried his best to maintain the operation of the engine and adjusted the structure of the magic circle according to the vibration changes. He also designed several magic circle modules for stability and added them to the engine. The vibration weakened, and the thrust continued to be output at a uniform speed. At this time, Yanqing took advantage of a small slope to ride the bicycle high and jumped over Zybel's head. Zybel suddenly stopped his bike and looked up, watching Yanqing flying overhead. In the blue sky, he was riding a bike in armor. Behind him, a barrel-shaped device with a magic structure sprayed a long airflow backwards that made the light refract. He was flying? But flying magic is a high-level magic, which is extremely difficult to master. How did he do it? When he saw Yanqing start to fall, Zybel let out a long sigh. Then he pedaled his bike to chase Yanqing. Your self-created magic turbocharged jet engine 1.0 version magic structure was tested successfully. You gained 10,000 experience. You gained 1,000 reputation. Your level has been upgraded. You have learned the basic wisdom technique. You have received 500 gold coins from God. Congratulations on successfully passing the novice period. Based on your performance in the novice period, your main quest is being generated. Main quest: The Road to the Revival of Werewolves. The werewolf tribe once belonged to the orc tribe. But after joining the swamp tribe, it became a race abandoned by civilization. Your attitude towards werewolves seems to have given this race hope for revival. But the road to revival is definitely not smooth sailing. Use all your talents to lead this quagmire race to find their own path. Every effort you make will be richly rewarded. Main quest opens. A truly powerful race must have its own military system. Quest Phase 1. Help werewolves build military units from level 1 to level 12. Requirements: at least 2 levels of flying arms. At least 2 levels of cavalry arms. At least 2 levels of ranged arms. Once the level of a new werewolf group's arms is certified, your territory will be able to obtain a recruitment building for the werewolf group's arms. Yanqing stopped the momentum immediately after the bicycle landed, and then stopped the jet engine. The bicycle slid forward for a distance and stopped on the ground. What's going on? So many system prompts suddenly appeared. Upgrading. I can understand it. After all, I have accumulated so much experience before. Now I have learned both night combat skills and magic. It is natural that the level will be upgraded with the improvement of strength. Although the reward of 500 God-given gold coins is not much, it is better than nothing. The effect of primary wisdom is to let the hero master magic quickly. Not bad. But why did you arrange a main task for me without saying a word? Or the revival of the werewolves? What does the revival of the werewolves have to do with me as a human? You just need to work for me honestly. Why do you think about revival or not? This is just looking for trouble. However, once the werewolf's rank is recognized by the system, the Eternal Territory can have the recruitment building for werewolf units of that rank. This is still very practical, and Yanqing did not find the option to refuse this task, so he could only accept it. Let's take it one step at a time. If the luck of you werewolves really comes, I will help you do a good thing. If the werewolves are really a hopeless case, I can't take a shitty main task as my life goal. My real main task is to manage the Eternal Territory well. Peace and stability outside. Stability and unity inside. I can make money lying down. Have free consumption. Buy a big villa facing the sea and enjoy life. After Yanqing read these tips, Zybel followed behind and rode the bike. What was that behind you just now? After Yanqing turned off the turbojet engine, the magic structure behind his but naturally disappeared. So Yanqing laughed and said, "It's just a magic. Not worth mentioning. Let's go back. I teach you to ride a bicycle, and you have to teach me how to ride a griffin." Zybel said, "No problem. But can you sell this bicycle to me? I like it very much." Oh! There was a business opportunity, and Yanqing's potential salesman instinct could not be suppressed. This bicycle looks simple, but it is very complicated to make. Just the bearings inside need to be refined by professional alchemists for 9,981 days to make 10. 9 of them are destroyed. Right? Zybel, who knew the routine long ago, said, "Tell me, how much?" Yanqing touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. "How can we talk about money between the two of us? If Miss Zybel wants it, I will give you one as your uncle. But this bicycle is not suitable for ladies to ride. I asked my craftsman to make a bicycle suitable for you. I guarantee that you will be graceful and impressive. You only need to give me a royal griffin in return. Zybel didn't expect Yenching to ask for a royal griffin. That's a 12th level monster. It's the royal griffin that I ride. And it's also the reward for winning the Silvermane Principality Knight competition last year. I can't get a royal griffin, but I can give you a combat griffin in return. And you can ride the combat griffin. If you're not satisfied, I'll have to not exchange it. Since Miss Siebel likes bicycles so much. Then, let's exchange it. Yenching gritted his teeth and agreed to the exchange. It was as if Siebel had taken advantage of him by exchanging a bicycle worth several hundred yuan for a combat griffin. Chapter 119 Shadow of War. Yenching and Zybel rode back to Eden's Manor together and trained the road repair team until the evening. When the two returned to the city lord's mansion, Count Theodore called Yenching over alone. In a closed room guarded by heavy soldiers. The brazier on the wall illuminated a map in the middle of the table. This should be the topographic map of the Windy Highlands. Yenching guessed and asked Count Theodore. It has the battle defense layout of the Windy Highlands Corps on it. Which doesn't seem to be what I should see. Yenching saw that there were many military unit symbols on the map. So he turned his head to the side. At the same time, he asked Chuichu to save a copy of this map. Eternal Territory now finally has a relatively detailed map of Windy Highlands. So I don't need to test my soul painting skills. Count Theodore summoned a ball of magic light and let it float on the map. Then he said to Yenching, "This map is in Windy Highlands. It's probably no secret. Perhaps the map on our enemy's table is more detailed than mine. Then we can take a look." Yenching turned his head and stared at the map. And asked Count Theodore, "Teacher, you asked me to look at this map. Is there something you want me to do? Remember the group of mercenaries you sent to collude with the orcs to attack your territory?" Yenching replied, "Of course I remember. I handed them over to Miss Siebel myself. They are all dead," Count Theodore said slowly, observing Yenching's reaction. Yenching sighed and said meaningfully, "It's better to be dead. In the current situation of Windy Highland, some things cannot be made clear. With the enemy at hand, making it clear may cause a great shock within the country. This kind of thing can only be investigated secretly. Yes, it's better to be dead. Their crimes deserve death." Count Theodore turned his eyes back to the map on the table, but the defensive loopholes in the north of Nuda City cannot be ignored. Yenching looked at the map. There is a large grassland uninhabited area between Thunder Swamp and Nuda City, extending westward from the southwest border of Thunder Swamp. There are scattered fortresses built by the Human Wind Highland Corps. On the side close to the grassland uninhabited area, the fortresses are built very densely. In addition, there is a military city in the middle of the fortress group. The Rift Mountain Fort connects the entire defense system, guarding the northwest area of Nuda City and preventing orcs and elves from infiltrating Nuda City. The orc heads and mercenaries brought by Yenching all show that this barrier has loopholes. And they are not small. I don't want to participate in your fight. This is the position of Thunder Swamp. The small body of the Eternal Territory is not qualified to participate. As for Earl Theodore, he wanted Thunder Swamp to help him defend the north. But he didn't want to drag the Swamp Tribe into this dispute and add unnecessary variables. But this loophole does exist. In fact, I have long known that someone in our group is colluding with orcs and elves. And I even suspected that person. But that person will never let Nuda City be exposed to the enemy's front. Earl Theodore paused here, and then said, "After knowing that the orcs attacked your Eternal Territory, I have been studying the northwest barrier of Nuda City. 1/4 of the fortresses must ignore the infiltration of orcs, in order to allow 300 evil wolf cavalry to appear silently near your Eternal Territory. The worst-case scenario is that important people in the Riftberg are also involved. According to the information I just investigated, the mercenary leader Yerlin you mentioned once served in the Riftberg. This is really not good news. And the same is true for Yenching. If I were an orc or an elf commander, once the war starts, I will definitely send troops to infiltrate through these loopholes and harass the logistics base of the Windy Highland Legion. If I attack and seize the Riftberg with more courage, Nuda City will become the front line from the rear. If this happens, will the orcs and elves ignore the Eternal Territory? Definitely not." Yenching said Gustav's head to Chief Little Leah. Even if there was no such grudge, the Orc-Elf Coalition would not allow a friendly territory of Nuda City to exist behind them when they attacked Nuda City. Yenching did not expect that the war would be so close to him. He asked Marquis Theodore, "Is there a way to seal the loophole?" Earl Theodore shook his head. "Only a small number of people colluded with the enemy. If we investigate it in a big way, it will inevitably affect morale. If rumors spread again, It will cause distrust among the troops. This war is lost without fighting. Traitors can only be investigated secretly. But we have too little time, and there may not be any results. Earl Theodore sighed. The external enemies are strong. And the internal enemies are equally strong. Yinqing thought that Earl Theodore must have thought of a solution when he called him here. So he asked, "Does the mentor have any solution?" Earl Theodore asked Yinqing, "How confident are you that you can beat Gar in the road building competition tomorrow?" Yinqing learned about the process of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road building team through Eden. As long as Gar doesn't use earth magicians to build roads, there will be no suspense in our victory over him. Earl Theodore didn't expect Yinqing to be so confident. Earth magicians must not be used to build roads. Earl Theodore picked up a quill pen from the table, drew a few lines and a circle on the map, and then said, "As long as you can beat Gar tomorrow, I will give you the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City. And I will pay half of the road investment from Yongheng territory to Nuda City. I require that there be a sentry tower supply point every kilometer on this road. If the enemy infiltrates, it can effectively prevent them from moving east and west. In addition, Nuda City will invest in Yongheng territory to build a fortress 40 kilometers southwest. If your road construction team can build the road quickly, it should not be a problem to build a rammed earth fortress. We will form a joint army in this fortress. Nuda City will send an air force of 300 griffins, and the ground force will be provided by you." Yinqing saw the circle drawn by Count Theodore on the map. Going west from this fortress is the Split Mountain Castle. Station an army here. Whether the infiltrating enemies want to attack the Eternal Territory or destroy Nuda City, they dare not ignore the existence of this fortress. If there is a danger in the Split Mountain Castle, the troops stationed in this fortress can also respond quickly. According to the intelligence currently known, the upcoming war is very likely to affect here. It is indeed necessary to build a fortress in an important position. Yinqing asked Count Theodore, "How many troops should I provide?" Count Theodore replied, "At the beginning of the war, the orcs and elves are on the offensive. Their strategic goal is definitely to defeat the main force of Marquis Anderson. They will not use too many troops in high-risk infiltration and surprise attacks. After all, Nuda City is a strong city. They can't easily capture it. Instead, they may be trapped here. We can maintain an army of 1,000 people in the fortress, mainly relying on griffin patrols to fill the loopholes in the fortress defense system. When the war is at a stalemate, the reserve forces of the Windy Highland Legion are withdrawn in large numbers. The Orc-Elf Alliance is very likely to take a military risk to attack the Rift Mountain Fort." Chapter 120 Good Employees. How many soldiers should be stationed in the fortress when the war is at a stalemate? Earl Theodore did not say. But in fact, he has said it. At the beginning of the war, everyone was strong and healthy, and the attack and defense were naturally well behaved, trying not to make mistakes. But the war entered a stalemate in the middle stage, and the consumption of troops in the front naturally had to be dispatched from the rear. At that time, it was unknown whether Nuda City could maintain the scale of 300 griffins in the fortress. And even if it could increase the troops, it would be extremely limited. This heavy responsibility naturally fell on Yinqing's shoulders. In Yinqing's initial idea, the Eternal Territory would take advantage of the war to expand to the Thunder Swamp in the north. This strategy concerns the core interests of the Eternal Territory and cannot be shaken. Now the West seems to have become unsafe, and Yinqing cannot sit idly by. The Eternal Territory will face the possibility of fighting on two fronts. This pressure can be said to be very great, so much so that Yinqing has been unable to sleep since leaving Earl Theodore. So Yinqing went to the magic tower of the city lord's mansion alone. The magic fountain sprayed quietly, illuminating the first floor of the magic tower with dazzling colors. Yinqing sat at the reading table next to the magic fountain. In the quiet room, the books on the wall bookshelf were pulled out by invisible hands. Then the pages turned automatically. If an outsider came in at this time, it would definitely feel very strange. Yinqing sat there and looked at the design model of the turbojet engine in the consciousness space. The biggest factor restricting the rapid development of the Eternal Territory is population. Without sufficient labor, resources cannot produce anything. Now the Eternal Territory must strengthen its armaments in the face of war, and increasing the army will squeeze the already small labor force. It will seriously restrict the development of the Eternal Force. Relying on natural growth to solve the population problem will not have obvious improvements in a few years of accumulation. The Eternal Territory does not have that much time to wait. And the turbojet engine designed by Chui today opened up a new idea for Yinqing. The rapid development of human society in the real world began with the widespread use of steam engines. Machines replace manpower and increase productivity exponentially. The Industrial Revolution allows a few people to complete the work of dozens or hundreds of people. Production costs are reduced and production efficiency is improved. If the Eternal Territory wants to complete the high-speed territory construction with a limited population, it can no longer rely on a farmer and a shovel to work. It cannot proceed step by step according to the Lord system. It must be ahead of the system. The turbocharged jet engine allows Yenxing to see the power source of the Eternal Territory's industrialization. However, the current turbocharged jet engine is just a magic structure, and there is no entity for ordinary people without magic power to use. If you want to widely use the turbocharged jet engine, you must be able to manufacture it through existing means. As long as there is a usable physical engine, it can replace the engine of the existing machine, so that the machine is no longer restricted by fuel. Chuchui, can the turbocharged jet engine you designed be built? At this time, Chuchui was quickly reading the magic books on the bookshelf. After hearing Yenxing's question, she immediately replied, "Report to the master." Most of the hardware of the turbocharged jet engine can be customized and purchased in the real world. Only the power part requires alchemy to convert magic energy into kinetic energy. If the user has no magic power, rare alchemical resources must be used as magic energy to supply the power conversion consumption. Chuchui's answer was similar to what Yenxing imagined. The industrial level of the real world is enough to complete the production of most of the hardware of this engine. Let Chuichui disassemble the engine drawings. Then place an order to purchase parts. And finally assemble it by yourself. The only big problem is the power source. However, since the road construction team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is composed of heavy rammed earth puppets, this world must have alchemical technology that converts magic power into power. It's just that it can't be used on a large scale yet. Chuichui, Yenxing said to, "Is there any alchemical technology about converting magic power into kinetic energy in the magic book here?" Chuichui replied, "Yes. But I still hope to have a real object for research." Yenxing thought of the heavy puppets of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce again. "We will see them tomorrow. I wonder if we can buy one from them and dismantle it. This question will only be answered tomorrow." Yenxing asked Chuichui to redesign the turbocharged jet engine and optimize the hardware module, requiring that these engines must be able to be installed in the vehicles and machinery that will be purchased in the future. Chuichui added another process to his task bar. Then Yenxing began to consider the armaments of the Eternal Territory. Because of the population limit, the Eternal Territory does not have the foundation for explosive troops, and can only take the route of elite troops. Try to make every soldier a hero. This is also Yenxing's initial idea of building an army. One must be able to fight 10 of the same rank. The appearance of Chuichui allowed Yenxing to see the possibility of building an informationized army. Informationization must establish an informationized network, with servers providing data support for every unit in the entire information system. To establish an informationized network, a signal-based station is needed. Yenxing thinks that a drone-mounted platform can be used to temporarily establish an air network. Chuichui should be able to handle the information processing server. The entire informationized network does not need to cover too wide a range. A few hundred kilometers is enough for Yonghengling's current use. In this way, Yongheng soldiers equipped with personal terminals can quickly receive and complete instructions with the support of informationized network data, greatly improve the efficiency of war. If the turbojet engine is successfully developed, the combat effectiveness of the Eternal Territory's army will be amazing. The Eternal Territory Information Network is given to Chuichui to build, and the Eternal Territory Army soldiers' personal terminals are given to Chuichui to design. Chuichui added another process to be completed in the task bar. Then Yenxing considered what else he should buy to improve the overall defense of the Eternal Territory. The first is radar. All ethnic groups in this world have air forces. The human race has griffins, the orcs have rocks, the elves have Pegasus knights. Even the deep swamp tribe has two-legged dragons. Therefore, it is still necessary to equip radars to warn air units. It's just that radar is a little hard to buy. But if you can't buy it, you can make it yourself. It's not against a stealth fighter. The Griffin is so big that it can probably be detected by radars during World War II. Anyway, as a boss, you have to have the awareness of being a boss. Does the boss need to know the manufacturing process of a thing? The boss's task is to set goals for employees to strive for. And the process of running towards the goal must give full play to the subjective initiative of employees. If he doesn't squeeze them and doesn't give them a little pressure, he will never know how much potential he has to tap. Chui is a good employee who can work 24 hours a day without being paid. The task of developing radar is given to Chui. Yes, Master. Make sure to complete the task. Master. Chapter 121: The correct model for the development of the territory. The development of radar has entered the process of Chui's work. The next step is weapons. Once the army of Yongheng territory enters the informationization reform, it will inevitably need a batch of informationized weapons. Continuing to use flails and spears obviously cannot bring out the high-end tactics of informationization. Informationized warfare emphasizes rapid discovery, rapid attack, and rapid elimination. The corresponding is, Yanqing thought of his main task, which is to help the werewolves create military units from level 1 to level 12. Among them, there must be 2 levels of air units. There must be 2 levels of long-range units. There must be 2 levels of cavalry units. See if they look familiar? Discover, strike, destroy. Other magic wars already have the prototype of modern warfare. Eternal territory is so far behind. It is impossible to catch up. We can only play to our advantages and overtake on the curve. The Air Force must be put into operation. The artillery must be put into operation. And the armored forces must be put into operation. As for how to do it, buying from the real world is definitely not an option. You still have to develop your own things for your own use. And only by mastering the technology can you reduce costs. Buying everything is not only expensive, but the weapons you buy may not be easy to use. Look at the current situation of India. Some things must be mastered by yourself. While Yanqing was thinking, Chui put a magic book in front of him. Basic alchemy puppetry practice. Master, you want Chui to optimize the power system of the turbocharged jet engine. So Chui focused on reading some books on magic conversion power. The content of this book involves the alchemical technology of converting magic power into kinetic energy. And some of the alchemical puppet technology in it is more advanced than I expected. And in many ways exceeds the robot technology in the real world. Oh! Is the puppet technology here so awesome? Yanqing flipped through basic alchemy puppetry practice. The author of this book is an alchemy master from the academic school. The Academy is a very mysterious magic organization in this world. Unlike the Magic Association, they do not operate openly and serve the lords of the cities where they are located. These lonely wizards live in an independent space they have opened up, and they study magic and alchemy wholeheartedly, exploring the essence of life to achieve the goal of longevity. The space opened up by the Academy is called the Tower in the Clouds, and non-academic alchemists and magicians are not allowed to enter. These academic alchemists naturally will not do the dirty work necessary for life, so they developed magic puppets as their servants. Yanqing flipped through 2 pages of basic alchemy puppetry practice, and most of the formulas in it were incomprehensible. So Yanqing closed the book and asked Chui directly what he thought. Chui briefly told Yanqing about the contents of the book. The puppets studied by the academic school are mainly divided into 2 categories based on energy application. One is the high-level puppets, which have independent energy cores. The other is the low-level puppets, which only have magic energy receiving devices. The high-level puppets with independent energy cores are expensive, can generate a certain degree of autonomous consciousness, and have limited learning ability. The low-level puppets with only magic energy receiving devices are relatively cheap, but can also accept and execute simple instructions. Chui is very interested in this low-level puppet. She said, there are many factors that restrict the development of robots in the real world, but the most important one is the energy problem. Robots that can only use batteries as energy cannot operate for a long time. This problem has been solved by academic alchemists. The magic core of high-level puppets can allow them to operate on their own for several years or even decades. As for low-level puppets, you only need to build a magic generator. And low-level puppets with magic receiving devices can continue to move within the range of the magic generator. Master, if we build a magic generator in the Eternal Territory, we can use low-level puppets on a large scale. We only need to install chips on these low-level puppets and input programs. And these low-level monsters can work under human command. We can also use this magic energy transmission system to transform the purchased machine tool power system under the overall coordination of a super server. These low-level puppets will be excellent technical workers. This idea proposed by Chui instantly opened up Yanqing's mind. This is the correct way to develop the territory. First build a power plant, then a mine, heavy industry, then a technology laboratory, and finally a super weapon. Simple and clear. Violent and effective. Compared with this, what the hell is the Lord construction system? My lord, why should I follow your pace? Yanqing immediately asked Chui, can I build a magic energy generator now? Chui replied, this book records an early model of a magic generator. This kind of magic generator consumes a lot of rare resources, and the magic coverage range is only 10 kilometers. It's just that the master's territory has not yet built a magic tower. Even if there is a magic tower now, I don't think it has the ability to produce magic generators. However, we can purchase the parts of the magic generator from outside and assemble them ourselves. Some of these things can be ordered in the real world, and other alchemical parts should be found in New Tower City or other cities. According to the development progress of the territory, the magic tower can be built after the eternal territory is upgraded to a city-level territory. Then invite the Magician Association to send magicians to the magic tower to train their own magicians for the eternal territory. However, it is a small territory, so the Magician Association will not send powerful magicians to it. The eternal territory's own magicians need to be trained from scratch, and they certainly cannot immediately produce alchemical equipment of the level of the magic generator. They can only be purchased from other places. There is a Magician Association in New Tower City, and Yanqing just needs to ask the Magician Association about the current situation of his Fergana horse. Then ask them if they can help build the magic generator. The matching primary puppets are probably also purchased from the Magician Association. Yanqing yawned. The development route of the territory was clear, and the clouds that troubled him were naturally cleared. The pressure was gone, and sleepiness came. Yanqing picked up the magic book and stood up, stuffing the book on the bookshelf. Then he walked out of the magic tower. The maid Donna was guarding the door faithfully, just nodding and dozing. She was also very sleepy. She woke up when she felt Yanqing coming out, and said in a panic, Master, let's go. Go back to sleep. Yanqing was walking in front, and after remembering something, he turned around and said to Donna, who was following behind, I have talked to Miss Siebel about your desire to become a warrior. You will report to Miss Siebel tomorrow, and she will take you to the barracks and train you personally. If you are really talented and work hard, after you are promoted to the 8th level Knight Squire, Miss Siebel will accept you as her disciple. Seize this opportunity well. Your lord is waiting for you to protect him. After Yanqing reached an agreement with Siebel to exchange a lady's bicycle for a combat griffin during the day, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had suffered a great loss. So he proposed that Siebel train a group of warriors for his territory. The first batch is 30 people. What rank they can eventually be promoted to depends on their own potential. However, with Siebel's personal training, they will definitely be able to develop more potential. It is better than letting a second-rate knight hero train them casually. Supplier is also soft-hearted and grateful. Not to mention the lady's bicycle that Yanqing promised to give her. Even the watch on her wrist and the flight goggles on her head were given for free. Training soldiers was her daily job, and she would not be tired if she trained 30 more people. However, it was Yanqing's soft and hard persuasion that made Donna a disciple. For this, Yanqing also promised to add a basket to Supplier's bicycle. Chapter 122 Road Construction Competition. Early in the morning of the second day, many citizens of Nuda City gathered in the wilderness outside the city's southern suburbs. They heard that someone was going to hold a road construction competition here, which was definitely a new thing. Everyone knows that to build a road on the Windy Highlands, you must find the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. They have heavy rammed earth puppets that can ram the road surface flat and solid. You must know that there is a 2 to 3 month rainy season every year on the Windy Highlands. When the rainy season comes, many places will be flooded. Therefore, the roadbed on the Windy Highlands must be built at least 2 meters to ensure traffic during the rainy season. This is not something that can be done by just finding a road construction team. Even the roads built by the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team will be severely damaged by the soaking and washing of rainwater. In some places, landslides will occur due to too many holes dug by small animals. However, the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team can always repair the damaged roads in time. The technology of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team is widely recognized. Now someone dares to challenge them in the field where the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is best. That must be a good show. The nobles and some powerful people. He thinks more. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team can do more than just build roads. Marquis Anderson can lead the Windy Highland Legion to open up a new situation here. forcing the orcs and elves to unite, relying on the layers of fortresses. The roads connect the fortresses, which are built by the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road repair teams distributed everywhere. Even some fortresses and barrier isolation zones were built by the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road repair teams. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road repair team in Nuda City is only a part of the entire Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road repair team. If someone can challenge the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road repair team here, or even take away the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City, it will inevitably shake the position of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road repair team in the entire Storm Highlands. How big a piece of cake is this? How much influence is it? Earl Theodore is not unaware of these things. Why did he still initiate this competition? What did he want to do? A big question mark rose in the hearts of the dignitaries. Yenshing, who just got the map of Windy Highlands, certainly didn't know how big the game involved. He just wanted to earn the 7,500 gold coins for road construction. He was too short of money, especially after completing the long-term development plan for the future of Eternal Territory last night. It was equivalent to carrying a huge debt burden on himself. It costs money to build a magic generator. It costs money to buy matching low-level puppets. It costs money to develop a turbocharged jet engine. It also costs money to buy supercomputer servers, drones, network equipment, various electronic devices, chips, and parts. Industrialization and information technology are very sophisticated, but they are all made with money. Therefore, we must win today's game, and we must get the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City. Yenshing, who is concerned about the game, went to find Count Theodore early, and then they came to the southern suburbs outside the city under the protection of the City Lord's Guard cavalry. An earth magician used earth magic to build a viewing platform more than 10 meters high at the competition site early. The pavilions on the viewing platform were set up with tables and chairs, and fruits for the dignitaries to cool off. A waiter stood by with a pure water bucket containing sweet wine. When Yenshing entertained Eden, he sent Donna to find the butler Adley with a bucket to fill with red wine. The butler was very interested in this bucket after seeing it. He reported to the old earl that Yenshing had a very beautiful wine container. It was light green in color and transparent. The wine was placed inside, and the rippling colors were clearly visible, which was fascinating. Just looking at it, it seemed as if you could smell the aroma of the wine inside. If you use this wine container to serve wine to guests, it will definitely leave a very deep impression on the guests. This simply scratched the itch of Count Theodore, who liked to hold banquets. The old earl found Yenshing, and asked him if he could sell him a few of these magical and exquisite barrel-shaped wine containers. Yenshing benefited a lot from Count Theodore as his mentor, and the old earl allowed him to read the magic books in his private collection at will. Therefore, Yenshing saw that although the old earl expressed his intention to buy, he had no intention of paying, so he had to reluctantly give Earl Theodore a few buckets. The big one was 18.9 liters, and the small one was 5 liters. This road construction competition attracted the attention of the whole city. Earl Theodore also invited many celebrities to watch, and it was a good opportunity for him to show off his newly acquired wine utensils. The big barrel was filled with wine and placed on the wooden barrel. The red color of the wine was as bright as blood under the sunlight, and it also had a gem-like luster. At first glance, it really looked like a large flawless ruby. The small barrel replaced the wine jug to distribute the wine, and there were waiters standing by with both hands holding it. When pouring the wine, the guests could clearly see the wine flowing in the bucket, and there was a layer of pearl-like wine foam on it. Seeing the guests' surprised, envious and curious expressions when they saw his new wine set, Earl Theodore's smile never faded. He kept holding up the wine glass and invited the guests to drink together. Then he ordered the servants to pour the wine, and showed his newly acquired magical high-end wine set again. On both sides of Earl Theodore, the main seat of the viewing stand, were Yenshing and Gar, the president of the Nuda City branch of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Gar's expression was a little nervous, and the wine in his mouth tasted bad, because he saw the Eternal Leader road repair team under the night Yenshing, who was ready to go under the stands. The biggest reliance of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road repair team is the heavy rammed earth puppets, as well as the relationship with the Windy Highland Legion brought by their own background. Earl Theodore's hosting of this competition means that the relationship between the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce and Nuda City has been in crisis. It is the old city lord's response to Gar's price increase. The Eternal Territory's road repair team actually has large alchemical equipment, which means that they may really have the ability to compete with themselves. But where did the Eternal Territory get the alchemical equipment from? It doesn't look like it was made by the Goblin Alchemy Factory. The alchemical equipment of the Eternal Territory has wheels. The alchemical puppets made by the Goblin Alchemy Factory are mostly filled with magic muscle fibers in the body to drive the limbs. However, President Gar did not lose confidence in winning the competition because the Eternal Territory road construction team had a different kind of alchemical equipment. Equipment is equipment. Experience is experience. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team built roads on the Windy Highlands and had extremely rich experience in road repair. All the road construction workers Gar brought were skilled workers, who could ensure that the competition would start with the fastest coordination and cooperation to complete the various procedures of road construction. 50 people plus a heavy rammed earth puppet. No manpower was wasted. The Eternal Territory road construction team was a mix of werewolves and farmers. I don't know how good those farmers were at road construction. But the same thing, let the werewolves dig a pit. And they can't even dig it out. Road construction is a technical job that cannot be accomplished by uncivilized barbarians. Thinking of his own advantages, Gar was relieved. Besides, it was unknown whether those strange-shaped wheeled alchemists could operate normally. You must know that if there are wheels, there must be bearings. And bearings are very fragile. It can carry relatively light carriages. But once it carries heavy puppets weighing more than 10 tons, it will eventually be damaged due to the amplified torque. At this time, Count Theodore asked Yenching and Gar, "You two, your road construction teams are ready. Can the competition start?" Yenching and Gar replied that they could. Count Theodore announced the start of the road construction competition. Chapter 123 Anger. The game started, and the two teams moved quickly and rushed to their designated construction sites. Yenching had been observing the heavy rammed earth puppet of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. It was indeed a big guy. Its height was nearly 4 meters. The upper body was made of iron, and the lower body was similar to a crab. But it only had 4 legs. The feet were embedded in 4 disc-shaped bases with a diameter of half a meter. It was called a heavy rammed earth puppet. But in fact, as long as the disc-shaped base was replaced and a weapon was added to its hand, it would definitely be a brave general on the battlefield. Seeing the guy still looking around, he seemed to be somewhat conscious. But it was not professional. This master brought a professional steamroller. Yenching gave this heavy puppet a very fair evaluation. This is obviously a weapon for war. But it becomes a civilian weapon by wearing special shoes. However, the power and power transmission principle of this heavy puppet are very interesting. At least there is no power transmission device, such as a pressure lever on the outside. Chairman Gar, where did you buy this heavy puppet? Can you give me the contact information of the manufacturer? Yenching asked Gar while holding up a wine glass. Gar replied with a nasal sound, "Humph." Seeing Yenching's interest in this heavy puppet, Count Theodore explained, "This heavy puppet is produced by the Goblin Alchemy Factory." "Do you know the Goblin Alchemy Factory?" Yenching shook his head. Seeing that Yenching didn't know about the Goblin Alchemy Factory, Earl Theodore laughed and said, "It seems that you have really lived in the depths of the Thunder Swamp before. And you don't even know about the famous Goblin Alchemy Factory. Then you should know about the tower in the clouds." "Right," Yenching said. "I know that. I have seen the introduction of the tower in the clouds in the Earl's Magic Library. The tower in the clouds is an independent space opened up by a group of powerful alchemists. They master very advanced magic and alchemy." Earl Theodore nodded and said, "Yes. The tower in the clouds has the most advanced magic and alchemy in the world. However, the alchemists in the tower need to spend money and resources that we can hardly imagine to study magic and alchemy. The Goblin Alchemy Factory was built by the Cloud Tower. Goblin craftsmen have very good manufacturing capabilities and very good business acumen. They serve the Cloud Tower, provide funds for alchemists, collect materials, and accept the protection of the Cloud Tower. If you want to buy heavy puppets, there is a Goblin Alchemy Factory in New Tower City. You can go and ask them. But I want to tell you that the things sold by goblins are very expensive. Really very expensive. Oh, there is a Goblin Alchemy Factory in New Tower City. Behind the goblins is the Cloud Tower. So can we buy the magic generator and low-level puppets directly from them?" Yenching wanted to ask more about the Goblin Alchemy Factory. At this time, Earl Theodore pointed to the competition site in front and said to Yenching very seriously, "What does your road construction team use to pack the soil?" Yenching looked at it and replied, "Those are woven bags. I think using woven bags to pack soil is convenient for transportation." And it is also convenient for stacking and building roadbeds. And it can also protect the soil from being washed away by water. The entire competition site can be said to be extremely lively. In the stands are the dignitaries of Nuda City, and below the stands are the civilians of Nuda City. Everyone had seen how the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team worked. So everyone focused their attention on the Eternal Territory road construction team. Then they all found something strange. The Eternal Territory road construction team was taking soil next to the roadbed. The shovels in the hands of the farmers looked very sharp and could easily shovel out the soil. However, they did not put the soil directly on the three-wheeled alchemy vehicle, but worked together to put the soil into gray bags. After the bags were filled and sealed, they were placed in the truck bed of the three-wheeled alchemy vehicle. In the process of taking soil, the Eternal Territory road construction team was obviously slower, because the road construction team of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce directly put the shoveled soil into a single wheelbarrow. The speed of digging soil is very fast. After the wheelbarrow is full, it is immediately pushed to the roadbed, and the soil is piled on the roadbed one by one. A section of the roadbed naturally piles higher and higher, and there are heavy puppets constantly stomping on the piled soil with their feet. The road construction process of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road construction team is very smooth and fast. The Yonghangling road construction team continues to fill the bags with soil in an orderly manner. After the tricycle is full, the werewolf driver drives to the side of the roadbed and opens the dump device, and a cart of woven bags full of soil falls to the ground. The farmers and werewolves guarding the roadbed immediately grab the woven bags on the ground and stack them neatly, and spread soil to fill the gaps. Dump tricycles have strong transport capacity, and using bags of soil to build the roadbed seems to be faster than the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's method of filling and tamping soil. The two sides seem to be on par in terms of road construction speed. But in terms of investment costs, the Eternal Territory road construction team has obviously invested more. After all, those bags of soil were not blown by the wind. I don't know how many bags are needed to build a 100-meter road. Moreover, the Eternal Territory road construction team also used more alchemical vehicles. Although the transport capacity is stronger, the consumption of rare alchemical resources has also increased. I don't know how many times the cost of building this road is higher than that of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road construction team. Or dozens of times. President Gal was the first to raise an objection. He said to Earl Theodore, "The Eternal Territory road construction team used extremely dishonorable means in this game. I admit that using bags to fill the soil to build roads is very convenient and quick. And the bags hold the soil, so the soil will not be lost with the water. The roads built in this way will be more solid and will not be easily collapsed and damaged by water. But what is the cost? Even if the cheapest cloth is used to make these bags, the cost of building a 100-meter road will cost 400 gold, 500 gold, 600 gold, or even more. This is no longer building roads with soil, but really building roads with gold. Lord Mayor, please stop this ridiculous game. Even if the Eternal Territory road construction team wins, his offer to you will definitely be much higher than mine. And they should not be allowed to waste cloth like this anymore." The dignitaries in the stands were also talking about it. Although cloth was cheap for them, the accumulated consumption of cloth made into bags to hold soil for road construction was incalculable. How many thousands or tens of thousands of bags were needed to build a 100-meter road? The dignitaries could not calculate it for the time being. But even if it was thousands of bags, it would be a considerable amount of money. Using cloth to build roads was simply a huge waste. The civilians in the stands were even more excited when they saw Yonghang leading the road construction team to build roads with cloth bags. A society with low productivity. Clothes were luxury goods for many civilians. A set of clothes might be worn by the father, and then by the son. And then by the son after repairing it and giving it to the grandson. Now someone is using precious cloth to build roads with soil. Is this person crazy? Chapter 124 Woven Bags. The Yonghang Territory road construction team used cloth bags to carry soil to build roads, which gradually aroused public anger. The civilians, who were psychologically shocked and angry, attacked the guards, who maintained the order of the game. The dignitaries in the stands also stood up and condemned the Yonghang Territory road construction team for wasting cloth and using dishonorable means to compete. Count Theodore's face became even uglier when he just noticed that the Yonghang Territory road construction team used cloth bags to carry soil. He realized that something was wrong. This game was organized by himself, and Yinxing's use of cloth was simply a slap in his face. This is definitely not as simple as waste. Now because of the war in Nuda City, everything is rising in price. The price of food and cloth doubled in a few days. Now someone dared to use cloth to pack soil for road construction, which would definitely seriously weaken their reputation at this time, and cause a shock in the city. The competition has been forced to stop. Count Theodore asked Yanxing sternly, I don't know what a woven bag is, but I only saw your road construction team wasting a lot of cloth. This is cheating. It's blasphemy. Do you know how many clothes these cloths can make? And how many families can spend the winter safely? Feeling the angry eyes coming from the surroundings, Yanxing was still quite surprised. It's just a plastic woven bag. Who would use this thing to make clothes? Yanxing said to the guard dwarf behind him, Go get some woven bags, and let the city lord and the master see what we use to hold the soil. Yes, sir. The werewolf dwarf, who was guarding behind Yanxing, ran down the stands quickly. He took some woven bags out of the pile, and ran up quickly. Yanxing asked him to distribute these woven bags to the noble masters in the stands. And he also took one, and gave it to Count Theodore. Count Theodore took the woven bag and looked at it carefully. This is indeed not cloth. But it is also impossible to tell what material it is. The flat material is sparsely woven, and does not look very warm. It is indeed not suitable for making clothes. This is another strange thing from Thunder Swamp. After seeing what the woven bag looks like, Count Theodore's expression eased a little. He asked Yanxing, What material is this? Why do you use it to hold soil? Yanxing said, Our woven bags are made of something called plastic. Plastic is an extremely cheap alchemical product developed by Thunder Swamp. It can be used to make ropes, and can also be used to make pockets to hold things. The old earl asked, How cheap? Yanxing asked back, Lord City Lord, how much does the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce quote for repairing 100 meters of road? Count Theodore looked at Gal beside him, and said to Yanxing, 50 gold for 100 meters? 50 gold. Yanxing was amazed in his heart. Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is really shady. Yanxing estimated his expenses. Woven bags cost 20 cents each, and a road of 100 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters thick would use at most 10,000 woven bags. 2,000 yuan will do it. Road rollers are big eaters of oil. And even if you burn more, 100 meters can't burn 200 yuan worth of oil. Add other consumption and the oil burned by the dump tricycle. 100 meters is calculated as 500 yuan. There is no other cost. The farmers and werewolves are all from their own family, and they are provided with food and some pocket money, which is also calculated as 500 yuan, according to the standard of the main road between human cities and Windy Highlands. If Yanxing were to build this road, the cost for 100 meters would be only 3,000 yuan at most. 1 gold coin can be sold for 9,000 yuan. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce asked for such a high price, probably because the cost of rare alchemical resources consumed by the heavy rammed earth puppets is slightly higher than the usual maintenance cost. Yanxing said, 50 gold per 100 meters? This price is not high. I heard that this offer is a friendly price from President Gao to the Lord of the city. If we let Yonghing lead the road repair team on this road, the cost will be at least 60 gold per 100 meters. The price of a woven bag is 250 gold per piece. It takes 10,000 woven bags, which is 40 gold, to build a standard road of 100 meters. We can barely reduce the cost of alchemical equipment and manpower to 24 gold. The Earl is my close friend. If there is any road in the future, let the Yonghing Territory Road Construction Team build it. 65 gold per 100 meters. Earl Theodore asked in surprise, 65 gold per 100 meters. Are we using this kind of woven bags to pack soil, and that kind of wheeled alchemical road construction machine? Of course. Yanxing said, we in Yonghing Territory always adhere to the spirit of craftsmanship in everything we do. We must strive for excellence in everything we do, including road construction. We must use the best materials and the best craftsmanship we can use, and never cheat. Although the cost of using woven bags to pack soil to build the roadbed is higher than the traditional method of filling the roadbed, the later maintenance can definitely be saved. I think after my road construction team and the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce's road construction team finish building this 100-meter road, the Earl can ask a water magician to wash these 2 roads with water. Let's see whose road is more solid and suitable for the climate of the Windy Highlands. The scene suddenly became silent. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the advantage of using woven bags to store soil in protecting the soil. The soil will not be carried away by water, and no matter how much the rain washes, it can only damage the surface. When the rain stops, a layer of soil will be spread on the potholes, and the road will be unobstructed. Therefore, although the cost of building roads in the Eternal Territory is 15 gold higher than that of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, it can definitely save money in later maintenance. And sometimes, the time saved cannot be measured by money. If the woven bags of Yunling Territory are really cheap enough to control the cost of a 100-meter road to 65 gold, then there is no need to continue this competition. The inherent disadvantages of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce road construction team cannot be made up by speed. Besides, their speed has no advantage. I don't believe it. Gal shouted loudly. I don't believe this bag can be so cheap. 260 for 1 gold. How can this be possible? You are lying. You are deceiving all of us. There is no way such cheap alchemical materials can exist in this world. Count Theodore couldn't believe it either. If the price of the woven bag in Yinqing's hand is really 250 gold, it will be of immeasurable significance to the entire Windy Highlands. Cities and fortresses are the nodes of the Windy Highlands Legion on the battlefield, and roads are the veins connecting these nodes. Since the human race is inherently lacking a rank of soldiers, it is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the number of troops facing the combination of orcs and elves. Only by keeping the roads unobstructed can the human army and supplies move quickly along the roads and reasonably allocate military deployment. If the roads are unobstructed most of the time, especially on rainy days, the Windy Highlands Legion will have more strategic advantages and initiative in the war. Moreover, using this kind of woven bag to pack soil to build a fortress can replace part of the stone. Woven bags are easy to transport, and soil can be obtained locally. Building temporary fortifications under time pressure is much more convenient than transporting stones from the rear. In this war, the orcs and elves are well prepared, and the attack must be extremely fierce. If this kind of cheap woven bag can be supplied in sufficient quantity, it will definitely greatly improve the battlefield environment of the Windy Highland Legion. It is a strategic material that can change the situation of the war. Chapter 125 Unexpected Order. Count Theodore asked Yinqing, how many of these woven bags do you have? Yinqing replied, as many as you want. Count Theodore said excitedly, really? I'm not kidding you. My demand is very large, maybe millions. Or more. Yinqing smiled and said, as long as the Earl doesn't buy on credit, I can get as many woven bags as you want. Count Theodore stood up and said to the dignitaries in the stands, I think there is no need to continue this game. The road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City is being carried out by the road repair team of Eternal Territory. Gar finally realized that he had made a big mistake. He thought that it was because he had angered Count Theodore by raising the price of road repairs that Yinqing's Eternal Territory road repair team took advantage of the situation. Now it's not just the road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City that has been lost. The Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is likely to lose all the road construction and repair projects in Windy Highlands because of him. Gar's face was pale. He grabbed Count Theodore's clothes and pleaded, Lord City Lord. He must be lying to you. There is absolutely no such cheap alchemical item in the world. He must have other purposes. The barbarians in Thunder Swamp cannot be trusted. He must be serving the orcs and elves. He wants to destroy all our roads. Count Theodore shook off Gar's hand and said to him, I don't know if Knight Yinqing is lying, but I know that Lu will never lie. If the orcs and elves have the woven bag technology, they will never sell it to us at a cheap price of 250 per gold. President Gar, instead of slandering Knight Yinqing without any evidence, you might as well do something consistent with your status. In the eyes of Count Theodore, the status of such cheap woven bags has risen to the strategic level. This kind of material must first be provided for the needs of the front line, and road construction has become a secondary matter. The relationship with Yinqing Yunling Territory must be maintained well, and there must be no mistakes in the supply channel of woven bags. In addition, woven bags do have huge advantages in road construction, so this project must be handed over to the road construction team of Yunling Territory. President Gar could not think of the military application of woven bags for the time being. He only knew that he had messed up. If the road construction team of Yunling Territory really began to threaten the interests of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce in the road project on the Windy Heights, his position as the president of the New Tower City branch might be over. President Gar sat back in his chair in hesitation, thinking about how to make up for his mistakes and keep his position in the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. The impressive road construction competition ended so hastily. Everyone in New Tower City knew that Yunling Territory produced a very cheap woven fabric. The woven bag is very strong. It can not only hold soil, but also other things. Some poor people even think cutting a woven bag can make a nice piece of clothing. After all, it is much cheaper than ordinary cloth. The whole Nuda city is discussing this magical cheap alchemy, discussing the eternal territory from the Thunder Swamp. Let Yinxing refresh his presence in Nuda city again. After Earl Theodore and Yinxing returned to the city lord's mansion, they immediately discussed the purchase of woven bags. 5 million woven bags is the first order from Earl Theodore to Yinxing. Yinxing didn't expect that he wanted to grab a road construction project at the beginning. So how did he start selling woven bags? And the first one was a big deal of 20,000 gold coins. This is not faster than making money from road construction. Road construction takes 2 months. And you can only get 7,500 gold coins after working hard. Alas, sometimes money comes unexpectedly. After Yinxing signed the woven bag ordering contract and the road construction contract with Count Theodore, he returned to the real world and placed an order with the woven bag manufacturer through his own eternal trade. Find more companies to produce at the same time and deliver as soon as possible. Get the 20,000 gold coins quickly. After placing the order, Yinxing returned to the magic world again. Then he rode his precious Fergana horse, called the bodyguard Zybel, and took the werewolf warriors out of the city lord's mansion. He was going to the goblin alchemy factory to ask the goblins if they could produce magic generator equipment and low-level puppets. And there must be alchemists in the alchemy factory. And he could ask about the magic of the Fergana horse. But Yinxing and Zybel had just walked out of the city lord's mansion when they met Gar waiting outside. Miss Zybel. Knight Yinxing. President Gar saluted the two people riding on war horses, then pointed to a carriage on the other side of the road and said to Yinxing, Knight Yinxing, I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk here. Can you go to my carriage? Yinxing looked at Gar's carriage and didn't get off the horse. He said to Gar, President Gar, I have some urgent matters to deal with now. If your matter is important, just say it here. If it is not important, you can make an appointment with me. Gar hesitated for a moment and had to say, Knight Yinxing, in today's game, I saw that your road repair team's road repair skills are very rusty. The road repair project from Nuda City to Storm City is very complicated, and your road repair team may not be able to complete it within 2 months. I hope you can hand over this project to us. You only need to pay us 3 gold coins per 100 meters. And you can earn 2 gold coins per 100 meters without doing anything. Miss Zybel, please don't get me wrong. For the maintenance of the entire Nuda City to Storm City section, we will purchase woven bags from Yongyong territory to fill the gaps in the road to ensure that it meets the requirements of Earl Theodore. 3 gold coins per 100 meters is the normal price for road maintenance. Gar took over the project from Yinxing at this price. And even if he needed to buy extra woven bags, he could guarantee himself enough profit. Gar's main purpose was to prevent Yinxing from getting involved in the interests of the road in Windy Highlands. He could just be a woven bag supplier in peace and stability. For Yinxing, a business that could earn more than 4 gold coins, but only earn 2 gold coins, which was a losing business. Of course, it couldn't be done. Therefore, Yinxing said to President Gar, My Eternal Territory road repair team is a little rusty. But practice makes perfect. It's just a road, not a complicated project. My peasants can even build wonders. So why are they afraid that they can't figure out a road? President Gar, how can a small road construction project worth thousands of gold coins be worth your attention? Leave a way out for a small businessman like me. You eat meat in other places. But can't you let me follow you and have a drink of soup? President, if there is nothing else, we will leave. I also hope that the president will have other profitable businesses in the future, and must think of me. We can make money together. After saying that, Yinxing urged the Fergana horse to move forward. Zybel saw that President Gar didn't say anything, and rode to follow Yinxing. The accompanying werewolf warriors guarded on both sides of him. Chapter 126 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 127 Goblin Alchemy Shop. Yinxing rode on a Fergana horse on the road of Nuda City, admiring the city with great interest. This was Yinxing's first visit to Nuda City. To be honest, he didn't have a very good impression of this city, which broke many of his imaginations of Western fantasy cities. Although the main roads in the city were paved with polished bluestone, the road was narrow and only allowed 2 carriages to pass. The stone houses on both sides were built close to the road, which seemed very crowded and made people feel squeezed. Moreover, there were few trees and green spaces, and the houses were next to each other. Bad review. But after thinking about it, Yinxing could understand such a city layout. After all, after a city wall is built, there is only so much available area inside. Of course, it is used as much as possible to accommodate more people living in the city. Comfort is a quality of life that only nobles can ask for. They can build a big garden in their own home and build many houses. As for environmental protection, what is environmental protection? When thinking of environmental protection, Yinxing can't ignore the strange smell everywhere in the city, especially when passing through some narrow alleys. The smell that comes over is really a bit intoxicating. Yinxing glanced at the narrow alleys he passed by, and it was really filthy. Most of these alleys are very narrow, and carriages can't enter, and there should be no one to clean them. Excrement mixed with the smell of decaying things and then fermented. For Yinxing, it was like being attacked by biological weapons. Yinxing had heard some strange stories about ancient Western European cities before, but he didn't expect that Nuda City could be restored so realistically. This also reminded Yinxing to develop his own eternal territory. Toilets, drainage systems, and garbage disposal systems must be available, and they must be planned and implemented from the beginning. Otherwise, once these problems come out, it will be difficult to solve them. If the sanitation of the territory is solved well, the people of the territory will get sick less. The life expectancy of farmers will increase, and living a few more years will be a waste of tax money. Yinxing was riding on his horse, thinking about his own little plan. And from time to time, he asked the wolf people who were accompanying him to give candy to the civilians, who made way and saluted. The civilians who got the candy shouted, "Master Yinxing, you are generous and kind." He knew how to do it without being taught. Yinxing was very happy. Miss Zybel saw Yinxing handing out candy all the way after he came out of the city lord's mansion, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Yinxing, can the candy in Thunder Swamp be used for charity?" Yinxing and Zybel rode side by side. He grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to Zybel, saying, "How can this be called charity? Look how happy those who ate the candy are. This is called seeing everyone happy." "I am happy." Miss Zybel also tried our Thunder Swamp specialty milk candy. "I want to open a chamber of commerce in Nuda City to sell the special products of our Thunder Swamp. These milk candies can be used as snacks for our chamber of commerce to entertain guests." Seeing the civilians enjoying the candies, Zybel was already a little greedy. So after receiving the candies given by Yinxing, she couldn't wait to peel one and put it in her mouth. Well, it's really delicious. Milk and sugar are mixed together to make candies, and they are so delicious. How did you come up with this? This idea is great. You just said you want to open a chamber of commerce in Nuda City? In fact, I suggest that you better get along well with the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. The power of the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is very large. In Nuda City, you are my father's friend. President Gal dare not do anything to you openly, but he will definitely use some dirty means. Outside Nuda City, the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce is even more unscrupulous. Regarding Zybel's worry, Yinxing said easily, "Competitors are enemies. I want to open a chamber of commerce in Nuda City, and then open my chamber of commerce in other places. Sooner or later, I will encounter the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. But no matter what means the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce uses to deal with me, it will ultimately rely on the quality of the goods. All the products in our Yongheng territory are fine products, and even the production of this small candy requires many complicated processes. Each of these candies comes from high-quality milk sources, and the sugar is also selected from white sugar. The sugar produced has no residue, no impurities, and no peculiar smell. Quality first. Craftsmanship is our eternal spirit of perseverance and even honor." Zybel tasted the milk candy in his mouth. As Yinxing said, there was no residue or foreign body. The milk and sugar are mixed evenly, which makes people feel the rigor and meticulousness of the sugar craftsman. I think you will succeed. Just like the Goblin Alchemy Shop. No guild in this world dares to regard the Goblin Shop as its enemy. We are here. Zybel stopped the warhorse and stopped at the door of an inconspicuous building. Yinxing looked at the stone house facing the street with no special features and said in surprise, "Aren't we going to the Goblin Alchemy Factory? This doesn't look like it." Zybel jumped off his horse and said to Yinxing, "The Goblin Alchemy Factory is built underground, but the goblins never allow any outsiders to visit their factory. We can only buy their alchemy products or place orders in the goblin store. Let's go. The goblins have strange tempers. You can be more humble to them." Yinxing jumped off his horse The house in front of him was not tall, and the door was short and narrow. It was dark inside, like the entrance to an adventure house. Zybel walked in, and Yanqing also bent down and went in through the door. It was very dim inside. It was obvious at a glance that the goblins did not know how to do business. As a store opened to the public, the address must first be chosen in the best location on the most prosperous commercial street in a city. The door must be wide and bright. If conditions permit, break through the wall facing the road and install transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Whether it is day or night, the lights must be on in the store. Let every passerby see such a store and be interested in going in and shopping. You also need to find a beautiful salesperson and put 2 high-power speakers at the door to play the most popular songs in turn. No worries about bad business. What does this goblin shop look like? A good shop. But it looks like a cave. The shopping experience is extremely bad. Bad review. However, this kind of shop can still operate, which shows that there is no competitor for the alchemical products in the hands of the goblins. They dare to do this. Yanqing is looking forward to the goblins' alchemical products. Huh? Is this a reverse marketing method? Well, I learned another trick. After a long time, Yanqing slightly adapted to the dim light here. Then a magic light ball lit up, allowing him to finally see the appearance of this goblin shop. The area of this goblin alchemical shop is not large. About 100 square meters. The 4 walls were lined with wooden grids similar to bookshelves, which contained some finished alchemical potions, alchemical small objects, and some things that looked like models. There was a round hole in the middle of the room leading to the ground. And at this time, the sound of something rising came from below the round hole. Soon a round platform rose from below, tightly blocking the round hole. In the middle of the platform was a goblin with short brown hair. He was thin and short, and sat on an alchemical chair. The alchemical chair had 2 legs, and walked out of the platform steadily under the control of the goblin. Beautiful Miss Siebel. Welcome to the Goblin's alchemical shop. The war in Windy Highlands is about to begin. My companions on the orc and elf side told me, your enemies bought a lot of alchemical weapons from them. You should also prepare more. Chapter 128, Inferior Technology. Yanqing erased his initial impression that goblins were not good at business. They are masters. Their vision is much greater than his own. Your enemies all bought alchemical weapons from me. Will you buy them? Such a natural takeover of the 3 companies. Yanqing exclaimed, today I have seen the highest realm of businessmen. Awesome. I admire you. Looking at Zybel again. As expected, his face was very bad. But he couldn't get angry. Behind these goblins is the more eccentric Yunjong Geoda. And the goblins have alchemical weapons that all parties need. For their annoying attitude, you should tolerate it if you can. And don't offend them if you can. Siebel calmed down and said to the goblin, Mr. Gaga, I will tell my father about your kind advice. I think my father and Marquis Anderson must be thinking of buying some weapons from the Goblin Alchemy Factory to strengthen our armaments. Please allow me to introduce a guest to you. This is Night Yanqing, the Eternal Lord, my father's friend, and a tamer from Thunder Swamp. He is also a businessman who runs alchemy products in Thunder Swamp. I think you must have a lot in common in alchemy. Thunder Swamp. Alchemy. The goblin sitting on the alchemy chair made an extremely contemptuous tone. Ms. Siebel. This is the funniest joke I have heard today. Those inferior barbarians abandoned by civilization in the swamp can only use sticks and bones. They can't even smelt iron. So how can they do alchemy? Miss Zybel, have you been deceived? No. Even the dumbest liar would not associate alchemy with the swamp. Because even the stupidest people would not believe this lie. Don't you think so? Miss Zybel? You must be kidding me. The goblin Gaga looked superior, and his tone was even more sarcastic. He didn't respect Zybel's status in Nuda City at all, and even stepped on her face to show his superiority. Zybel finally couldn't help it. She took off the watch on her wrist and stuck it in front of Gaga. Mr. Gaga, look carefully. This is the watch that Night Yanqing gave me. It is a timepiece that can be worn on the wrist. It comes from Thunder Swamp. I am not stupid. I only believe the facts I see. On the contrary. Can you goblins make such a beautiful and accurate watch? Facing the watch that Zybel was sticking at him, the goblin Gaga instinctively leaned back to dodge. Then his eyes widened instantly, and he grabbed the watch. The goblin pressed a button on the armrest of the alchemist's chair, and a monocle bounced into his hand. He stuck the monocle on his left eye and looked closely at the watch. After a while, he put it to his ear again and listened to the sound of the watch quietly. Then he turned over and over to find a place to open it, anxious like a monkey. Finally, he put the watch on the armrest, took out a small hammer from the mechanism of the alchemy chair, and wanted to smash the watch to see the structure inside. The action of the Goblin Gaga scared Zybel, and he immediately snatched the watch away. Gaga stretched out his hand but did not take back the watch, and immediately said to Zybel, "Miss Zybel, as long as you give me the watch, you can choose any of my things to take away." Zybel had put the watch back on her wrist. Seeing Gaga's look, she replied proudly, "I'm sorry. This is a gift from Night Yinching. I like it very much. I don't know if your Goblin Alchemy Factory can make such a watch. From your appearance just now, it seems that you don't even know how to open it. And you probably can't make it." The Goblin Gaga's eyes have been fixed on the watch on Zybel's wrist, and his eyes do not hide his desire to get it. "Miss Zybel, I admit that this is a very exquisite alchemical item. Where is the Night Yinching you mentioned? I want to meet him." Zybel knew that what he had just said when introducing Yinching was not heard by Gaga. In the eyes of the goblin, the knight next to him might be a follower. Zybel introduced Yinching again. The watch made the Goblin Gaga finally look at Yinching. No longer arrogant just now, but still spoke in a pretentious tone. "Hello, Night Yinching. I am Gaga from the Goblin Alchemy Shop in Nuda City. I like your watch very much. I wonder if you have a second watch like this. I would like to buy one. If such a watch is complicated to make and takes a long time to make, I can order it. I am willing to wait as long as it takes." Yinching did not answer the question of the Goblin Gaga first. He just took a general look at the alchemy shop. Chichui told him, among the items displayed here, it seems that there is no magic generator she saw in basic alchemy puppetry practice. "Hello, Mr. Gaga. I come from Thunder Swamp. I am very interested in the magic generator and low-level alchemy puppet invented by the alchemists in the Cloud Tower. I wonder if your alchemy factory in Nuda City can produce magic generators. If you can, I want to buy one. If not, I want to customize one. The manufacture of this mature alchemy equipment should not be too difficult for you." Gaga said, "I want to talk about the transaction of watches first." Yinching smiled and said, "The transaction of watches and magic generators does not conflict, and can even be carried out at the same time." Gaga understood what Yinching meant. "You want to use watches to exchange for our magic generators? The production process of magic generators is very complicated, requiring a lot of alchemy materials and long-term work of multiple alchemists. If Night Yinching wants to order a magic generator from us, how many watches do you plan to use to complete this transaction?" Yinching held up a finger. "One." Hearing Yinching's offer, the Goblin Gaga's big ears couldn't help but tremble. He shouted, "It's not fair. The volume of our magic generator is tens of thousands of times that of a watch, and the materials needed to make it are unimaginable." Yinching said, "Mr. Gaga, please don't define the value of a product by its volume, especially for alchemical items. This will only make you look unprofessional. We all know that it is very easy to make an alchemical item bigger, but the difficulty is how to make it smaller. If you can make the magic generator as small as my watch, I am willing to exchange 10,000 watches with you. But you can't." The goblin still shouted, "I can't accept this price. This is an insult to the Goblin Alchemy Factory." Yinching said in a light tone, "One watch for a set of magic generators, plus 200 low-level puppets. This is my offer and the bottom price. I believe you know that you have taken enough advantage in this transaction. If you are not satisfied with this offer, I will leave. I can go to Storm City. I can go to other cities. I think there must be a shrewd goblin businessman who can really see the value of this watch. In this world, besides the one in Yinching's hand, there is only the watch in Zybel's hand. What is scarcity makes things valuable? This is scarcity makes things valuable. No matter how much Yinching spent on this watch online, he just wants the goblin to exchange it with a set of magic generators and matching low-level puppets." Yinching doesn't believe it. The goblin believes that he has mastered the world's top alchemy and can resist the temptation of the alchemy technology contained in a watch, no matter how high the cost of a set of magic generators is. It is mature technology and valuable. A watch that a goblin can't make must be priceless to them. With such a sincere offer, I really suffered a great loss. There is no way. I can't make a magic generator myself, so I can only exchange it with a watch. The technology is inferior to others, so I can only sell resources." Chapter 129 Xiangma. Yanqing's words made the goblin merchant Gaga realize that he had met someone who understood technology this time. Looking at the watch on Zybel's wrist that he deliberately showed, Gaga felt as if he was scratched by a cat. Clocks are a timekeeping tool popular among celebrities and nobles. Some alchemists are also keen on miniaturizing clocks to show their superb alchemical skills. After all, clocks are very complex machines, and the precision required for the operation of the entire machine is very high. How to make each small device accurately, then put them into a small space, and make them all operate accurately, is a test of an alchemist's comprehensive ability. The goblin merchant Gaga has seen many small watches made by alchemists, and he also has many watches that he is proud of. But even the smallest watch is many times larger than the watch on Zybel's wrist. A watch is actually smaller than a coin. How small are the components inside? How are they arranged? How do they work? The goblin Gaga couldn't imagine what the inside of the watch looks like, and he didn't even know how to open such a small case. The desire to know about unknown alchemy constantly stimulated Gaga to get a watch for research. Hearing Yanqing's offer, he felt that he had paid too much, not to mention not making money. Even making little money would make him uncomfortable. Such a small watch naturally has a very high alchemical research value, but the cost of building a magic generator is also very, very high. To exchange or not to exchange. In fact, the goblin Gaga does not have many choices. He can't let the watch slip away from his eyes. He knows that other goblin merchants will have the same feelings as him after seeing this watch. There must be greedy goblin merchants willing to exchange. Okay. The goblin merchant Gaga did not hesitate for too long. He said to Yanqing, I am willing to exchange a magic generator for a watch for you. I have some components for building a magic generator, but I am missing some non-alchemical parts, which need to be purchased from the blacksmith shop and the woodworking workshop. I estimate that the entire production period will take about a month. Yanqing didn't want to wait that long. He thought that some parts could be customized in the real world. So he said, if you don't mind, you can give me the drawings of those non-alchemical parts. Our craftsmen in Thunder Swamp should be able to complete the construction of these parts faster. Thunder Swamp. Goblin Gaga felt that his cognition was a little overturned. Such an exquisite alchemical watch. Is it really made by the werewolves and lizards in Thunder Swamp? I still can't believe that there is such a high level of alchemical technology in Thunder Swamp. And of course, I don't care who made this watch. I just hope you don't lie to me. If I don't see the second watch when I deliver the goods, you will know the consequences of deceiving the Goblin Alchemy Factory. Yanqing smiled and stretched out his wrist, and the magic light reflected by a bright gold watch dazzled the eyes of the goblin Gaga. When you deliver the magic generator, this watch will be yours. By the way, don't forget the 200 low-level puppets that come with it, which are also included in this transaction agreement as gifts. There are also 200 low-level puppets. Another considerable expense. For the stingy goblin merchants, it really hurts like cutting flesh. But in order to get the watch, Gaga had to grit his teeth and said, yes. There are also 200 low-level puppets as gifts in this transaction. The two of us signed an agreement to make this transaction proceed under the spirit of the contract. The goblin Gaga took out 2 contract papers from his alchemy chair. A writing board with ink and a quill pen popped out of the chair. Gaga took the quill pen and quickly wrote the content of the transaction on the contract paper and signed his name. Yanqing also signed his name on the transaction contract paper. 2 copies were made, and 2 people kept them separately. The purchase of the magic generator and low-level puppets was much smoother than Yanqing imagined. Then Yanqing asked Gaga about the demonization of his Arabian horse. Gaga, who finally caught the opportunity to make money, stretched out a finger and said, consultation fee. 10 gold for 1 question. Let me go out to see your horse. 100 gold, please pay first. The goblin Gaga stretched out his hand, spread his palm, and looked at Yanqing, as if he wanted to slaughter him. Yanqing took off the watch on his wrist, shook it in front of Gaga and said with a smile, you help me look after the horse. No limit to the questions. Until I am satisfied, I can leave this watch with you. Let you study it for a day, but don't damage it. Gaga grabbed Yanqing's watch and said, it's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Orf, standing at the door of the store, shouted, Master Yanqing, keep your word. The voice echoed loudly in the store. Yanqing touched his nose awkwardly and said, this is my family creed. I can do what I say. The goblin Gaga carefully put the watch into the alchemy chair, opened a storage box, and then drove the alchemy chair out of the store. Let's go see your horse that has entered the demon state. The process of seeing the horse and answering questions cannot be counted as the time I spent studying the watch. Yanqing said, no problem. Yanqing and Zybel followed the Goblin Gaga out of the Goblin Alchemy shop. And a werewolf warrior led Yanqing's Fergana horse over. The two-legged alchemy chair carried the Goblin Gaga steadily. Circling the Fergana horse, Gaga drew some magic runes with his hands. And the Fergana horse also flashed some light in response to the detection magic released by Gaga. Gaga looked very carefully, without perfunctory, and his work was full of the rigor of an alchemist. While observing the Fergana horse, the Goblin Gaga murmured, "This is a horse breed I have never heard of. It should be very good at running, with excellent endurance, and is a very good war horse. Now it has also produced the magic of the air magic direction. When it evolves into a hero-level magic beast, it can run faster and more agile. Even when it can generate air barriers under its feet, it can run in the sky, if its magic skills can provide it with enough lift. Its speed will be faster than most flying creatures. Its mane and tail hair are now rapidly elementalizing. And when it is completed, its mane and tail hair can absorb air magic elements to replenish the magic consumption when running in the air. I suggest you feed it more food with high air magic elements. Wash it with air magic elements on time every day. This will help improve its final degree of magic." Yanqing said, "These, my trainer told me. I hope to hear more of your suggestions to help my warhorse complete the best magic." Chapter 130 Lie Flat. Goblin Gaga stopped observing the Fergana horse. He walked to Yanqing's side, took out a small notebook and pen from his alchemy chair, wrote some formulas on it, and drew some figures. After a long while, Gaga said to Yanqing, "Yes. The things I said? Swamp tamers can see them. What I'm going to say next is an alchemist's suggestion on the demonization process of this warhorse. First, the horseshoe on the horse's foot must be replaced with a special alchemical horseshoe. I can design a set of special spells for it to enchant the horseshoe, so that it can stimulate its horseshoe to produce air barriers faster. Its mane and tail hair also need to be combed daily with special alchemical medicines to achieve pure gas elementalization and eliminate other impurity magic elements. Its shoulders are two densely concentrated areas of magic elements. I can forge an alchemical vest for you to allow these magic elements to produce wind attribute wings. This allows your warhorse to gain enough lift when running in the sky, and can also induce it to produce magic wind wing skills after it is fully demonized. Of course, I can also add potions to the magic feet specially prepared for it to develop more of its magic potential." Yanqing listened quietly to what the Goblin Gaga said. "I know that this is all money. I guess even if I ask Gaga to look at the watch for a few more days, I can't get the discount for free. It seems that I have to spend this money. Mr. Gaga, how much does this set of food, wipes, clothes, and inlays cost?" Gaga stretched out a finger. 10,000 gold. "Damn! It's so shabby. I sold 5 million woven bags and only got 20,000 gold coins. You stretched out a finger and want to take half of it. You really treat me like a fat sheep." Yanqing stretched out a finger. 1,000 gold. Seeing Yanqing bargaining like this, Gaga was so angry that he almost jumped out of the alchemy chair. He touched the place where he put his watch, calmed down, and said to Yanqing, "Night, Yanqing. You probably think that I quoted you too high a price. But since you also understand alchemy technology, you should know that the more sophisticated and advanced the alchemy is, the higher the failure rate will be. Behind every exquisite alchemy work, there are countless failed products. 1,000 gold. There is alchemy worth 1,000 gold. 10,000 gold has alchemy worth 10,000 gold. I think your warhorse has great potential. If you train it well, it will definitely evolve into a very powerful monster. Stinginess will only bury it. And if you want to see the limit it can reach, I think it is necessary to invest." Yanqing had to admit that the goblin merchant Gaga was really good at understanding the customer's mind. He was right. Any item, there's a way to make it for 1,000 gold and 10,000 gold. I'm afraid it can be made even if it is offered for 100 gold. Just save on raw materials and craftsmanship. But the evolution of my precious horse is a one-time thing. Can the investment in this be discounted? No. Must use the best. 10,000 gold is 10,000 gold. Use the best things you have here for my horse. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child." Yanqing was ready to spend a lot of money, but looking at the satisfied smile of the Goblin Gaga, Yanqing's heart began to bleed. 10,000 gold. 90 million renminbi was spent like this. However, Think about how much a private jet in the real world costs. Yinxing felt much better. Then think about how much a plane with 4 legs running in the sky costs. This money is spent happily. Worth it. Yinxing signed another agreement with the Goblin Gaga very readily. At the same time, at Gaga's suggestion, he signed additional terms. Gaga's Goblin Alchemy Shop will regularly check Yinxing's Fergana horse. For each stage of its demonization, it will make targeted suggestions and provide targeted services. These services will end when it is completely demonized and reaches the fixed form of a monster. As for the cost, Yinxing has stretched out his neck and laid flat on the chopping board, ready to take a good cut. But things change over time. I don't believe that you can study integrated circuit boards with just a watch. When the time comes, when my chopping board is placed under your neck, you should think about today. Don't blame me for being too sharp. The agreement is signed. Gaga, the goblin who finally made money from Yinxing, is in a very good mood. He didn't ruin the reputation of the goblins. So Gaga told Yinxing more about the demonization of this Fergana horse. He explained how to guide the direction of the demonization of the Fergana horse in daily life, so that it can jump higher, run faster, and be stronger. In Yinxing's system prompt, the completion of the identification of the Fergana horse is gradually increasing. Subordinate hero unit, Fergana horse identification completion 70%. Fergana horse identification completed. Feying World of Warcraft Fergana horse, hero unit evolving. Level, 10 attack, 13 defense, 13 intelligence, 10 knowledge, 10 hero specialty, unknown. Hero skill, unknown magic/skill, unknown when the completion of the identification reaches 70%. The attributes of the Fergana horse finally show a little. Feying is the name that Yinxing's Fergana horse got in the horse farm. Yinxing thought the name was good, so he didn't change it. It's just that Feying has not yet been demonized to the complete form of World of Warcraft. So in addition to the level and the corresponding 4-dimensional attributes, other more important combat power indicators are still in an unknown state. When Feying truly becomes a Warcraft, will this unknown state be a surprise or a thunderbolt? It all depends on how much Yinxing invested in gold coins as the training template for the future Warcraft horses of the Eternal Territory. Feying's magic upper limit is an important reference for Yinxing to introduce horses from the real world in the future. This kind of investment must not be saved. After completing the appraisal of the Fergana horse Feying, Yinxing led the horse and followed the Goblin Gaga back to the alchemy shop. The custom-made vests and horseshoes require measurement of size, and Feying's magic properties need further testing. The money was well spent, and the goblin service was also in place. Several goblins dressed as craftsmen came up from underground on the elevator, operating various tools to serve Feying. The Goblin Gaga was very enthusiastic and explained the alchemical products displayed in his store to Yinxing. He especially introduced the alchemical weapons for war, because the war was about to start in Windy Highlands. The arms in the Goblin alchemical store were very popular. The best-selling one was the alchemical bomb. This was an alchemical weapon that did not require a magician to release it, and any farmer could use it with a little training. The small alchemical bomb was the size of a grenade. Some heroes on the battlefield were very interested in this small alchemical bomb, which could save their lives at critical moments. The larger alchemical bombs could be carried into the air by flying soldiers and then dropped on ground targets. If it is bigger, it needs a catapult to throw it, which is generally used to destroy solid city walls and dense arrays of enemy troops. Of course, the price of this kind of alchemical bomb is extremely expensive, and it is not something that can be thrown casually in war. The main large-scale killing tactics of both sides of the war still rely on magic. Alchemical weapons are mostly used in some special battles. Then, there is a shield fixed on the armor that can be deployed and retracted at any time. There is an automatically loaded continuous shooting crossbow. There is a lightning chain trap that is easy to place and recover. There are magic sentinels that can provide early warning and vigilance. Chapter 131 Technological Monopoly. There are so many novel things here that Yinxing wants to buy them all and study them. But after asking about the price, he immediately restrained his impulsive consumption psychology. Everything related to alchemy is ridiculously expensive. Yinxing also asked about the price of the heavy alchemy puppet used by the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce to repair the road. The Goblin Gaga quoted 50,000 gold, and it was a low-end beggar version. Yinxing suffered blows again, and also had a clearer price positioning for the goods in his hands. In the constant sales of the Goblin Gaga, Yinxing reluctantly bought a small alchemy bomb. and then left the goblin alchemy shop with Zybel. Yinching rode on the back of the Fergana horse Feying, holding the alchemical bomb that was only the size of a grenade. He frowned and asked Zybel, "Why is this thing so expensive? 1,000 gold each. Can't anyone else make it except these greedy goblins?" Zybel replied, "Of course we can do it. The Windy Highland Legion has its own alchemical factory in Storm City. But the alchemical bombs they make, such a big one costs nearly 1,000 gold. And the most troublesome thing is instability. After several accidents, I think it is more affordable to buy some from the Goblin Alchemical Factory, and it is safer. The same is true for most other alchemical products. Those that can compete with the Goblin Alchemy Factory are too expensive if you want to reduce costs. The products are difficult to use and cannot be sold at all. The alchemy of the Cloud Tower is indeed very, very strong." Yinching understood that the Goblin Gaga did not raise your price arbitrarily. This price is just within the acceptable range of all forces, and the quality is much higher than that of the research of all forces themselves. Since the products you buy are better than those you make yourself, then why invest in alchemy? The quality of the products you research is not as good as the obsolete products of others. If no one buys them, the cost of investment cannot be recovered. Naturally, no more investment is allowed. It can be said that the Cloud Tower and the Goblin Alchemy Factory use technology to complete the monopoly of alchemy products, using the difference in technology to earn high profits. Then use the wealth and resources obtained to continue to improve their alchemy level. This increase and decrease has led to the current dependence of various forces on the Goblin Alchemy Factory. Everyone is willing, and even humbly accepting the Cloud Tower sucking blood from them. Cloud Tower. Yinching wrote down this name. Then install the alchemy bomb in his hand, and go back to Chue for research. Now wait patiently for the delivery of the magic generator and low-level puppets, and then find a way to connect them to the information network of the Eternal Territory. Form the first batch of technical workers. But before that, we still need to make a lot of money. The woven bag business and road construction project have given Yinching nearly 30,000 gold coins. This gold seems a lot, but after going to the Goblin Alchemy shop once, Yinching feels that all these gold coins are used to figure out the evolution of the Fergana horse Feying, and may not be able to fill this hole. Other things are also waiting for money. Alas, I thought I was rich for once, but I didn't expect my pocket to be so tight. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Zybel took Yinching to see the battle griffin she prepared. Yinching is looking forward to it. Although the Fergana horse Feying can fly in the future, I can't just refuse such a big guy when it comes to my door. No. Isn't the bicycle free? After all, the battle griffin is an 8th level creature, a beast in the sky. Griffins like to live in high places. Therefore, a very tall griffin tower was built in the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. Its interior is a layer of griffin nests. There are special servants to feed the griffins living inside and to clean up. There are special griffin trainers who are responsible for the domestication and training of these griffins. When Zybel and Yinching arrived at the courtyard under the griffin tower, a battle griffin was led out by the griffin trainer. The battle griffin that Zybel gave to Yinching was very majestic. The front claws were sharp, and the hind legs were strong and powerful. The feathers are smooth, and the fur is bright. The eagle's head is raised very proudly, with sharp eyes and the arrogance of a hunter. The griffin trainer has already equipped the battle griffin with saddles. Zybel explained to Yinching how to ride a griffin. Griffins are naturally close to angels and powerful human knights. They respect the strong and never allow the weak to ride on them. Therefore, before riding a griffin, you must first dare to look it in the face. Let it see your courage, and let it feel that you are as fearless as it is. Zybel stretched out his hand to the battle griffin, and the battle griffin lowered its head very tamely, and rubbed its head against Zybel's palm. When Yinching reached out to stroke the griffin's feathers, the battle griffin immediately became very alert. Yinching followed Zybel's words, and showed no fear. He looked into the griffin's eyes, and slowly continued to reach out his hand. Under Zybel's comfort, the battle griffin did not do anything dangerous. It just stared at Yinching, and let out a threatening low roar. Yinching continued to slowly reach out his hand, carefully placed it on the griffin's head, and then stroked its feathers along its neck. The battle griffin immediately squinted its eyes comfortably, and the threatening low roar turned into a comfortable snoring. You have the talent to become a griffin knight. Zybel praised Yinching. Not all knights can be accepted by the battle griffins at the first time. Many people will be pecked by them. Seeing that the battle griffin accepted him, Yinching stroked the griffin more boldly. He stroked it from head to tail, touching its feathers and fur. "Is this big guy mine now?" Yenching said excitedly, eager to ride the griffin. Zybel said, "Yes, a well-tamed battle griffin is more likely to accept a knight. You can ride it now." Zybel patted the battle griffin's shoulder. The griffin immediately crawled down. It half opened its wings, revealing the stirrups covered by the wings, allowing Yenching to ride on its back conveniently. Yenching stepped on the stirrups and turned over to ride on the saddle on the back of the battle griffin. Zybel handed the reins to Yenching, and then patted the griffin's shoulder, and the griffin stood up. Then Shibei blew a whistle, and a huge figure swooped down from the top of the griffin tower. Bang! It landed next to Zybier. That was Zybier's royal griffin, a powerful magic beast. After landing, the royal griffin rubbed Zybier's head very intimately, and then threw Zybier into the saddle on its back with a headbutt. Zybier, who sat firmly, took the reins of the royal griffin and said to Yenching, who was much shorter than you, as a knight, "I believe your riding skills are enough to let you ride steadily on the back of the griffin. But if you want to really control the griffin, you still need more practice. Pay attention to the position of your feet, so as not to affect the vividness of the griffin's wings. Also, do you see the helmet on the back of the griffin's neck?" Following Zybel's direction, Yenching saw a closed helmet on the back of his combat griffin's neck. The helmet is connected to the cloth armor draped over the front shoulders of the griffin. According to Zybel's instructions, Yenching pulled a rope on the saddle handrail to open the helmet. The entire helmet just covered the griffin's head, leaving only the lower part open. Yenching asked curiously, "What is this helmet used for?" "It completely blocks the griffin's view in front, above, and to the left and right." Chapter 132 First Flight. Zybel pulled a buckle on the griffin's saddle. The helmet on the back of the royal griffin's neck instantly covered its eagle head. And then the royal griffin, which was originally a little excited, immediately became quiet. Zybel said to Yenching, "Griffins are a kind of aerial beasts that love to fight, especially the combat griffins and royal griffins. They are brave and fearless, and sometimes put themselves and their knights into danger. This helmet is used to control the emotions of combat griffins and royal griffins. When you feel that your combat griffin is too excited, you must put on the helmet in time to calm it down quickly. At this time, you have to act as its eyes, control its flight, and take it away from the danger zone. When you think your griffin can fight again, you will open the helmet again." Yenching didn't expect that the helmet on the griffin's head would have such a big effect. He observed the combat griffin he was riding. After putting on the helmet, it was really very quiet. Zybel opened the helmet of the royal griffin and said to Yenching, in addition to stabilizing the griffin's emotions, the helmet can also protect it from some mental attack magic and blinding magic. Therefore, as a knight, you must also be familiar with various types of magic. When you ride a griffin into the magic battle zone, once you find that you are under mental magic attack, you must put on the helmet for your griffin in time. It can help the griffin resist the influence of mental magic to a great extent. After Yenching understood the function of the helmet, he opened the helmet of his griffin again. Then he said to Zybel, "Can we take off now?" Zybel smiled and replied, "Of course. But don't let your griffin do anything too dangerous. Get familiar with flying first. Let's go. Follow me closely." Zybel stepped on the pedals with both feet, tightened the reins with both hands, and straightened his back to prepare for takeoff. The royal griffin immediately understood the human power and took off. It stretched out its wide wings and flapped them vigorously. At the same time, the air magic elements generated formed a cyclone, driving its huge body off the ground. The wings of the royal griffin flapped again, and the strong lift pushed its body upward almost in a straight line. When it flapped its wings for the third time, it had already surpassed the highest point of the griffin tower with Zybel and soared in the air. Compared with the 12th level Warcraft royal griffin, the 8th level battle griffin, which was still a beast in the sky, did not take off so domineeringly. Carrying the knight in full armor, the battle griffin took a short run, then leaped with all four limbs, flapping its wings quickly. First, it made a small circle around the griffin tower, and then after finding the rising airflow, it climbed with the help of the lift of the airflow. After it was completely airborne, the battle griffin chased the royal griffin that had already flown far away. At this moment, Yenching was experiencing a flying experience that he had never experienced before, riding on the back of a griffin and flying. The sky he saw was completely different from the sky he saw through the window in the cabin of an airplane. It was as if he had merged into this open space. The wind blew in his face, scratching his cheeks. without any protective measures. Yanqing sat on the back of a griffin and flew hundreds of meters in the sky. Above was the blue sky and white clouds, and a few flying birds were fleeing madly after seeing the griffin. Below was the city of Nuda. This was almost a city built of stone. The houses were built very densely, and the roads were crisscrossed like blood vessels. From here, you can clearly see the city lord's mansion full of pointed towers. You can also see the sacred and glorious temple. There are armored warriors patrolling on the city walls, and trained cavalry galloping outside the city. There is a long line of travelers and vehicles entering and leaving Nuda city at the city gate. There is a large forest in the east of the city, and a towering mountain a little further away. The south and west of the city are all cultivated farmland, and manors are scattered in the farmland. At the south gate of Nuda city, a long road extends southward to the end. Yanqing likes this feeling of flying very much. At this time, Zybel rode the royal griffin, and after completing a rolling maneuver, he flew with Yanqing on the left. Zybel didn't wear a helmet, but the flight goggles that Yanqing gave her. Her long red hair fluttered in the wind, and she held the reins with both hands and looked forward. Her temperament was like a spear thrust out. Yanqing, on the other hand, couldn't open his eyes because he didn't wear goggles. The sound of blowing rang in Yanqing's ears. Master, now activate the airbag convection cover, which can effectively reduce the impact of the airflow on you during flight. Yanqing said, turn it on. Master, I can't even open my eyes. The air magic element formed a light blue light and appeared beside Yanqing, and then sprayed forward. The airflow brought by the air magic counteracted the oncoming air pressure, and the wind that blew Yanqing's eyes disappeared instantly. At this time, the air magic element formed a light blue bubble-shaped air cover around Yanqing. The oncoming airflow was blocked by the convective gas and blew back along the outer wall of the air bubble. This layer of protection made Yanqing feel like a pilot sitting in the cockpit of an airplane, no longer disturbed by the wind. Very good. This magic is very practical. Yanqing praised Chui and asked, can you make my griffin fly faster? For example, put the turbocharged jet engine you designed on its butt. Chui said with some embarrassment, Master, it is technically feasible to install a turbocharged jet engine on the griffin, but the griffin's own physique may not be able to withstand the pressure brought by high-speed flight. We must test and find the thrust that the griffin can bear. Otherwise its wings will definitely be injured. Yanqing thought about it. The wings of things with wings are very fragile, and will definitely not be able to withstand the air pressure generated by high-speed flight. But my Fergana horse has no wings. When it is transformed into a magic beast, it must be strong with well-developed limbs. When running in the sky, install a turbocharged jet engine on the butt, it will definitely run fast. Perhaps it is not impossible to challenge the speed of sound. Just when Yanqing was imagining to add a jet engine to the Fergana horse Feiying, Chui suddenly shouted, be careful. Master, someone is attacking. Direction, 145.79.68. Please avoid. What attack? Where? You said this string of numbers. I know the direction. And this is my first time riding a griffin. It's good enough that I can fly level. How do you want me to avoid it? I don't know how. In Yanqing's consciousness space, Chui has changed into a fashionable military uniform, wearing a big headset and a beret, sitting in front of a very military-style console. Seeing that Yanqing did not make an evasive move, Chui quickly typed a code on the keyboard of the console, and said briefly, active defense is automatically turned on, and the 2.0 version of the twin turbojet engine modeling is started. Almost instantly, two turbojet engines that are smaller and longer than the 1.0 version were modeled on the ribs of the combat griffin. The two turbojet engines were fixed to the griffin's body by magic straps, and the long jet pipes extended all the way to the back of the griffin's buttocks. The turbojet engine 2.0 version was modeled and started immediately. The strong airflow pushed the griffin off course instantly, and then an arrow almost stuck to the griffin's wings and flew up with a whoosh. Chapter 133 Assassin. Yanqing was startled. My current flying altitude is less than 1,000 but at least 800. This arrow was obviously shot from inside Nuda city. Even with an ordinary gun, it probably can't be shot that high. Even if it can be shot that high, it won't be so powerful. The two turbojet engines roared, pushing the battle griffin to climb quickly to a high altitude. The battle griffin made bursts of wailing sounds. Zybel was also startled by the sudden attack. She secretly blamed herself for not bringing Yanqing to ride a griffin. From the way Yanqing rode the griffin, Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was his first time riding a flying creature. If you don't know how to maneuver, you will naturally be a good target, and the best time to assassinate. At this time, another arrow shot up from below. It had a lot of momentum, and it flew hundreds of meters upward without losing much speed. Looking at the long light trail drawn by the flying arrow in the air, you know that there must be magic skills. The arrow shot up and chased Yanqing, who was climbing rapidly upward. Zybel quickly drew his sword and swept it, shooting a bright blue crescent-shaped sword light from the sword tip. Cutting the arrow shot at Yanqing into 2 pieces. Then Zybel urged his royal griffin to chase after the climbing Yanqing. She didn't know if the assassins were only the archers from Nuda City. At this time, in order to prevent other assassins from hiding, she must guard Yanqing firmly. Zybel looked at the surrounding airspace vigilantly and blew the whistle on his chest. The Griffin patrol team in the distance immediately turned around and came to support this side after hearing the whistle. The royal griffin activated the air magic to accelerate and took Zybel to Yanqing. "Are you injured?" Zybel was very concerned about Yanqing and said self-blamingly, "I'm sorry. This is my negligence." The power of the 2 turbojet engines decreased, and the griffin finally stopped crying and gradually stabilized its flying posture. Yanqing looked at the new tower city below and said to Zybel, who came over, "I'm fine. It seems that someone in New Tower City really wants my life. Father has long reminded me that I shouldn't take you on a griffin at this time." Hibel held the sword and rode the royal griffin to circle around Yanqing. She looked at the surrounding airspace vigilantly. After seeing the supporting griffin patrol approaching, she said to Yanqing, "I will protect you back to the city lord's mansion now." Yanqing said, "Wait a moment. I will see if I can find the assassin." "How is this possible?" Hibel looked at the city of Nuda below. Looking down from the sky, the dense buildings made the city look extremely bloated. Hibel could only roughly determine the direction of the assassin who shot the arrow. It was almost impossible to accurately find the location where the assassin shot the arrow. Besides, if the 2 arrows missed, the assassin would definitely not stay there and wait to be caught without the 3rd arrow. However, Zybier had seen Yanqing had many strange alchemical tools and strange magic. Maybe he could really find the assassin. Zybier looked at the long cylindrical grinding structure on the ribs of the battle griffin that Yanqing rode, and did not disturb him. Yanqing rode steadily on the back of the griffin, and turned his attention to his spiritual space. Chui, who was dressed in military uniform, with big headphones and a beret, was typing on the keyboard very seriously. He kept reporting to Yanqing, "Master, I have found the assassin's attack position in reverse based on the flight trajectory of the 2 arrows. Here." A large bird's-eye view of Nuda City appeared in Yanqing's consciousness space. This was the photo that Chuichu captured when Yanqing was attacked. The picture was constantly enlarged, and the pixels were focused and repaired, becoming clearer layer by layer. Finally, the picture was located on the roof of a small stone building. A person wearing a green cloak and a hood was shooting an arrow into the air. Chuichu said happily, "Let's talk about her." Target feature analysis. Height 1.7 meters. Weight about 50 kilograms. Female. Holding a longbow. There is a dagger on the left side of the waist, and the length of the dagger is about 60 centimeters. The Eye of Air switches to dynamic search. The originally static picture moved at this moment. This is the high-altitude reconnaissance magic developed by Chui. The Eye of Air. The principle is to use high-definition camera acquisition technology to collect direct and scattered light in the air and reconstruct high-definition high-altitude reconnaissance dynamic images. When Yanqing rode the griffin into the air, the diligent Chui developed the Eye of Air to serve as an early warning for Yanqing. The picture just now was a snapshot of the Eye of Air. Now that the Eye of Air has switched to dynamic mode, the assassin who shot the arrow at Yanqing is naturally no longer in the same place. Chui uses the target's physical characteristics just collected to conduct a large-scale screening of the area where the target was just located. All detected people will be identified one by one, and then compared with the target's characteristics. It took only 10 seconds for Chui to lock on the person who met the target characteristics. Green cloak, height, weight, and gender all met the requirements. There was also a short sword hanging on the waist. I just don't know where the bow and arrow used to shoot Yanqing were thrown. On the large screen image in Yanqing's consciousness space, Chui firmly locked on the fast-moving target. She was very familiar with the terrain as she walked through the streets and alleys, and used various forks to avoid possible tracking behind her. Very professional anti-tracking ability. When passing a market, someone quietly handed her a great coat and took away the cloak she took off. A few steps further, someone gave her a bamboo basket. The bamboo basket contained long strips of dry bread and several spherical vegetables. And accomplices! Yanqing saw the assassin's disguise and transfer, as well as her accomplices who thought they were well hidden. Then he asked Cui, "Can you lock her accomplices at the same time and track them?" "Yes, master." Cui's function is very powerful. Cui clattered on the keyboard, and 2 highlight boxes circled the assassin's accomplices. They were vendors in the market, and after helping the assassin complete the disguise, they continued to sell their goods. At this moment, the assassin, wearing a gray smock and holding a bamboo basket with food, walked slowly. She was just like an ordinary civilian going out to buy food in Nuda City. Finally, she walked to the door of a residential house, looked around alertly, and even looked up at the airspace where Yanqing was. In the image of Yanqing's consciousness space, a brief eye contact was formed. However, the assassin obviously didn't expect that her whereabouts were seen clearly by Yanqing. She thought Yanqing was hiding in the sky because he was worried about being assassinated for the second time and was waiting for the support of the city defense army. Under Yanqing's gaze, the assassin thought he was not being followed. So he pushed the door and walked into the residential house. Chu marked the house where the assassin was in bright red. Chapter 134 Eye of the Air. Yanqing handed the task of surveillance to Chu to continue, and withdrew from the spiritual space, saying to Zybel, who was guarding near him, "We found the assassin." At this time, the supporting Griffin patrol team had also arrived. 2 combat Griffin knights led 8 Griffins and circled in the lower airspace. Zybel didn't expect Yanqing to be able to find the assassin in this situation. At this altitude, she couldn't even tell the people on the ground. Zybel asked Yanqing, "Where is he?" Yanqing said, "I am not familiar with the names of the roads in Nuda City, and I don't know where it is. But I know her location. The other party is a woman, hiding in a residential house disguised as a civilian in Nuda City. And I also found her 2 accomplices, who are 2 vendors in a market." Zybel couldn't figure out how Yanqing found the assassin and her accomplices. But the assassin who assassinated Yanqing at this time is likely to be the assassin who assassinated Temple Priest. "This is a great credit," Zybel said to Yanqing. "The death of Temple Priest should be related to her. And those mercenaries who colluded with the orcs you gave me, they also died inexplicably in prison. Maybe they did it. What do you want to do? Arrest them now? Or keep them and catch the big fish behind them?" Yanqing agreed with some of Zybel's analysis. He was a newcomer in Nuda City and had no deep hatred. But he was stuck between the powerful and Count Zybel. The powerful wanted to continue to make trouble by taking advantage of the assassination of Temple Priest, and he was a shield that was very troublesome. As for Gala the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce, even if he wanted to kill him, he would not prepare so quickly. He had just taken off on the Griffin when the 2 arrows shot up. Obviously, the assassin had been following him, looking for an opportunity to assassinate. They must have been watching him for a while. Think about it. After leaving the temple, Count Zybel accepted him as a disciple to teach him magic, and asked Zybel to teach him knight combat skills and protect him personally. This shows that he had anticipated this assassination, and his prediction was very accurate. Catch a big fish? Count Theodore took the initiative to kill the mercenary, knowing that this big fish is not easy to catch. This matter cannot be rushed, and the other party cannot be pushed too hard. Pushing a dog to the edge is not good for anyone. Boil the frog in warm water. Take it slowly. Yanqing asked Zybel, "Do you have a way to monitor them without alerting the assassins?" Zybel thought for a while and said, "This is difficult. She can shoot the arrow to such a height. She must be a powerful assassin. Such assassins are very alert and proficient in anti-surveillance magic. It is almost impossible to effectively monitor her without alerting her." Yanqing nodded and said, "The only way is to kill her and let the people behind her know that I, Yanqing, am not easy to mess with. Then monitor her accomplices. They can only cooperate with the assassin to evacuate, and they should not be powerful characters. If we kill the assassin, his accomplices will definitely have a stress reaction, and maybe they can lead us to find something." Zybel thought Yanqing's plan was feasible. She held the sword and looked down at the city below, saying, "Let's go and kill the assassin now." Yanqing said, "We can't let the assassin and her accomplices realize that I can follow them from the beginning. We have to act out a play." Zybel asked, "Act? How do we act?" Yanqing smiled and said, "Let's go back to the city lord's mansion first. I'll teach you. Yinqing returned to the city mansion under the escort of Zybel and the Griffin Knights. Zybel went to mobilize the city lord's mansion guards to prepare to capture the assassin, and at the same time borrowed several family spies from Count Theodore to track the assassin's accomplices. Yinqing returned to his residence and found 3 micro-drones from his luggage. Yu Chuchui took over the control of the 3 micro-drones and flew to the hiding place of the assassin and her accomplices. The high-definition camera carried by the drone is equivalent to the magic of the Eye of Air. With the support of Chuchui's data link, 3 targets can be monitored from high altitude. Then Yinqing called 3 more werewolves. He took paint to make up the werewolves and smeared a lot of oil paint on their faces. He also found 3 linen smocks for them to wear. He first cut a few holes in the smocks with a knife, and then let them roll on the ground. After the smocks were successfully made old, some feathers and grass branches were inserted into the cloth smocks. Finally, each werewolf was given a wooden stick similar to a mourning stick. When Zybel came with the army, he saw the 3 werewolves made fancy by Yinqing, and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Yinqing pointed to the 3 dressed-up werewolves and said to Zybel and the army she brought, "They are our Thunder Swamp werewolf shamans, who master mysterious witchcraft. As a trainer of Thunder Swamp, I am protected by Thunder Swamp. The assassin who just assassinated me has been cursed by Thunder Swamp. No matter where this assassin hides, these werewolf shamans can find him according to this curse. I am the city sheriff appointed by Earl Theodore himself, responsible for investigating the assassination of Temple Priest. The assassin who assassinated me is likely to be the assassin who assassinated Temple Priest. Now I will lead you to catch the assassin. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed." Zybel didn't know what Yinqing was up to, but he also cooperated and gave orders to the city lord's guards. "This time we are arresting the assassin who assassinated Temple Priest." We all listened to the command of Knight Yinqing. "Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Let's go!" Yinqing rode on the Fergana horse Feiying, and Zybel led a large group of knights out of the city lord's mansion. The chaotic hooves of horses knocked on the bluestone road. Yinqing's werewolf warriors followed the 3 werewolf shamans and rushed in front, driving the pedestrians on the road. The knights rushed forward along the road. At the same time, a large group of griffins took off from the city lord's mansion. These large beasts flew almost close to the eaves. The wind from the wings rolled the dust. The eagles cried frequently and continuously. A large number of city defense troops also moved upon hearing the news. Soon, the city where the assassin was located was blocked. Infantry blocked the intersection. Archers occupied the roof. The cavalry galloped back and forth on the road, ordering everyone to stay in the house and prepare for inspection. The officer heroes cast buff and defense magic for themselves, and carefully watched every house in sight. The combat griffin knights circled at low altitude with griffins. The entire city was sealed off. The residents were afraid and hid in the house, and some brave people looked out through the cracks in the door and windows. Yinqing and Zybel rode horses and led the knights of the city lord's mansion, walking slowly along the street. In front of them were the 3 dressed-up werewolves. They danced the dance steps used by the wolf pack for memorial services, shaking the mourning sticks in their hands and making short barks. The nose sniffed everywhere. There were poisonous flies circling around them, which was very ritualistic. The werewolves Orf and Dunya, who followed Yinqing's warhorse, kept shouting to the residents in the houses on both sides of the road, "The assassin who assassinated my master has been cursed by the Thunder Swamp. He has nowhere to hide in the eyes of the werewolf shaman. All residents of Nuda City, please stay in your house quietly. If you are not an assassin, the werewolf shaman will turn a blind eye to you. If you are an assassin, you'd better come out and surrender, and pray that my master will let you die quickly." Chapter 135 Electromagnetic Cannon. Yinqing led the team and continued to walk slowly behind the werewolf shaman. He was not in a hurry to catch the assassin. He had to put on a good show. He had to make those who wanted to plot against him really feel that they were protected by the Thunder Swamp. In the future, if they want to assassinate someone, they must first consider the consequences. They blocked the city streets one by one. During this period, Yinqing secretly told Zybel the location of the assassin's 2 accomplices. Zybel ordered the family spies to monitor the assassin's accomplices. At this time, the news that Yinqing had been assassinated had spread throughout the city. The news that Yinqing was leading the team to capture the assassin also reached the ears of the dignitaries in Nuda City. Will assassinating Yinqing be cursed by the Thunder Swamp? Can the werewolf shaman find the cursed assassin? This roundup of assassins has been shrouded in mystery. Everyone wants to know if the curse of the Thunder Swamp is real. Can Yanqing really use the curse to find the assassin who assassinated the temple priest? The eyes of the whole city are once again focused on Yanqing. At a certain moment, Yanqing stopped in front of a private house. He gave orders to the 3 werewolves who played the shaman by secretly knocking on the intercom. The 3 werewolves stopped immediately and pointed at the house and said, "The curse is inside." Yanqing waved his hand and ordered the army he brought, surround it. The accompanying knights and soldiers immediately drew their weapons and surrounded the residence. In a short time, the luster of defensive magic overflowed, and the heavy infantrymen blocked the door of the residence with their magic-enhanced heavy shields. The knight heroes in the back chanted spells, and their hands were filled with magic power, ready to release attack magic at any time. Zybel rode a horse side by side with Yanqing, staring at the door of the residence, guarding against arrows shooting from inside. The assassin is a very strong archer, and must be handled with caution. Everyone entered the battle position, and could attack the residence at any time. Zybel asked Yanqing, "If you are sure that the assassin is inside, you can order the knights to charge." Yanqing said, "She shot me twice. How can I fight back? I will be responsible for breaking the door. You guys are responsible for rushing. Make a quick decision. Don't cause too much damage." "Whatever you want," said Supplier. "If the assassin is really inside, under such siege, no matter how strong the assassin is, he can't escape." Yanqing just wanted to break the door to vent his anger when he was assassinated. So let him break it. Yanqing grabbed a few steel balls for slingshot and held them in his hand. In his mind, he asked Chui, "The electromagnetic cannon I asked you to develop, you said there are results. Can you use it now?" Knowing that his specialty is the lightning transformation of air magic, Yanqing first thought of the electromagnetic cannon, a killer weapon, and ordered Fubuki to develop it. He also asked Fubuki to download a certain scientific railgun to give her more inspiration. At this time, Fubuki had changed into the outfit of Misaka Mikoto. "Report to the master. The development of the electromagnetic gun version 1.0 has been completed. It's just that your current magic power cannot bring out the full power of the electromagnetic gun version 1.0. I will do my best to optimize the electromagnetic gun version 1.0 and develop a higher version, to get greater power with less magic power." Hearing that the electromagnetic gun magic can be used, Yanqing stretched out his arm and aimed at the wooden door of the house in front. Then he asked Fubuki, "It should be okay to break this door open." "Report." "Master." "No problem." "Master." Chui is still very confident in the magic he developed. "Then let me see the power of the electromagnetic gun." "Yes." Electromagnetic gun version 1.0 is activated, gathering energy and preparing. The air magic elements gathered on Yanqing's outstretched arm, and the air magic elements showed changes in lightning properties. And under Chui's precise control, the electric current surrounded to form a magnetic field. Then layers of magic arrays of different sizes unfolded in front of Yanqing's arm. The circles in the middle of these magic arrays combined into an electromagnetic gun magnetic field to accelerate the barrel. And a denser magnetic field circle was generated in front of Yanqing's arm. The gathering of electric magic elements produced strong wind pressure, forming a cyclone around Yanqing. "Master, the electromagnetic cannon has gathered energy. Charge the electric energy, and the electromagnetic cannon can be fired." At this time, Yanqing could feel the electromagnetic cannon gathering energy, which consumed a lot of his magic power. Now these magic powers have formed powerful electric energy and gathered on his arms. You can also see the overflowing electric sparks jumping, as long as the attack command is issued. These electric energies can instantly enter the electromagnetic cannon magic structure and form an extremely powerful directional acceleration force field. How powerful can this shot be? Yanqing doesn't know. It should be stronger than a shotgun. Electromagnetic cannon fires. Yanqing issued an attack command and opened his hand. The magnetic field formed by his arm pushed all the steel balls into the electromagnetic acceleration track in front. The electric energy surrounding Yanqing's arm was also injected into the electromagnetic track at this moment. A powerful directional acceleration magnetic field was generated, and the marbles began to accelerate. At the same time, a sharp arrow pierced through the wooden door of the house and shot towards Yanqing. Obviously, the assassin knew that he was doomed and wanted to kill Yanqing at all costs. There was a bang. All the steel balls completed the acceleration process in a very short time. The extreme acceleration generated extremely strong air pressure, at the same time as the marbles were shot out. The shock wave generated by the air pressure exploded, shattering the electromagnetic cannon magic structure. The shock wave spread outward and knocked the nearby armored soldiers to the ground. The power of Yanqing's magic was beyond everyone's expectations, and also beyond his own estimation. In front of him, the arrow shot from the direction of the electromagnetic cannon had disappeared. The door of the house was also gone, leaving only a very huge gap. Looking inside the gap, there was a larger pierced wall. Further inside, there was a stone house next door that was pierced. After the electromagnetic cannon, dust flew into the sky, and there was complete silence all around. Zybel stared blankly at the damage caused by this magic. And after a while he said to Yanqing, "Didn't you say to just smash the door?" Yanqing put his hand down awkwardly. "I wanted to smash the door. But the magic she had just learned was a little out of control. And the damage was a bit big. It was a bit big. And the magic power that Yanqing had just released obviously couldn't cause such great damage. How did he do it?" Zybel looked at the series of holes in the wall that Yanqing had punched through, and didn't know what to say. She had to order the knights, "Go in and arrest people." Soon the knights dragged the seriously injured people out of the house. She was still wearing the gray coat that she had changed into at the market, with a wide hood covering her face. The coat was covered with dust and blood, and there were many wood chips from the smashed wooden door stuck on it. Her left hand and left foot were gone, and blood was flowing out of the broken limbs. Then, he was supported by two knights, and stood on one leg weakly. Zybel asked the knight to take off the assassin's hood. After seeing the assassin's appearance clearly, many people couldn't help but exclaim, "Elf! She is an elf!" This is the first time Yanqing has seen an elf in this magical world. She has a set of emerald green hair, which is very pleasing to the eye, like the color of early spring buds. Her hair was originally tied up in a fluffy shape to cover her pointed ears. But the knight violently took off her hood and tore her hair apart, revealing her ears full of elf characteristics. The elf looks very beautiful, even though her face is full of scars and blood is constantly flowing out of the corners of her mouth. She still has a kind of desolate beauty. Chapter 136 Case Closure. Yanqing rode forward a few steps, and the soldiers in front of him automatically dispersed. They had just seen the power of Yanqing's magic, and they didn't think the assassin was capable of threatening him now. The horse stopped in front of the elf. The dying elf raised his head stubbornly and looked at Yanqing, and the blood flowed into a pool on the ground. Yanqing asked the elf assassin, "Why do you want to kill me?" The elf assassin smiled lightly. "You are a human. I am an elf. Do I need a reason to kill you?" The assassin's tone was very relaxed, but people could feel the deep hatred. Yanqing could understand, but not more deeply. Looking at the expressions of the human warriors around him, there was no mercy at all. Yanqing continued to ask, "Did you kill the temple priest?" The elf assassin knew that he would die today, so he took all the responsibility. "I killed him." The elf was extremely weak at this time. Her face was pale, and there was no more blood flowing from the wound. Yanqing got the answer he wanted, so he didn't ask any more questions, but said to Orf, "Give her a candy." "Yes, sir." Orf walked to the front of the elf. He opened a candy and stuffed it into the elf's mouth. "Master Yanqing. Generous and kind. Very sweet. Really delicious." The assassin elf lowered his head and murmured, "The day you entered the city, I ate the candy you gave me, and I can't forget its taste. I didn't expect that I could still eat it when I died." The elf was silent, and she died just like that. A teardrop fell on the ground. Yanqing lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and said to the knight holding the elf, "Take her back to the city lord's mansion. Send someone to the temple to inform the high priest Lancelot. Master Yanqing, keep your word. If you say you can catch the murderer who assassinated temple priest, you can catch him. This case is closed. If there is any murder in the temple in the future, he can still find me. Don't change a word. Tell him what I said. Retreat." 3 days ago, the temple priest who represented the central temple was assassinated, and all the dignitaries in Nuda city gathered in the city temple. At that time, no one dared to stand up and express their willingness to investigate the case. And the knight Yanqing from the Thunder Swamp took the case in his hands with a smile. At that time, everyone thought that knight Yanqing was pushed out by Count Theodore to take the blame. He had no ability to investigate the case at all. It is estimated that he could find out all the people he knew in Nuda city with 10 fingers. If the assassin cannot be found, he will continue to lurk in the city, watching every dignitary in the dark. Therefore, the celebrities in Nuda city were in a panic and dared not go out. However, They did not expect that night Yanqing actually found the assassin. And it only took 3 days. The assassin was an elf. And he admitted on the spot that he had killed the temple priest. The evidence was irrefutable, and the case was as solid as a mountain. Night Yanqing fulfilled his family creed. Keep your word. For a time, Yanqing became famous in Nuda City. The mysterious color favored by the Thunder Swamp was also spread as a miracle. The story of Night Yanqing playing hard to get, taking risks to lure the assassin to assassinate him, and then using the mysterious power of the Thunder Swamp to find the assassin and kill him. It has been made into poetry by bards and sung in taverns. The story of Night Yanqing and Benjusi has also spread along the road from Nuda City to Storm City. The case of the assassination of Temple Priest was solved, and the celebrities of Nuda City became active again. On the night of the Benjusi tableware auction, all the nobles and wealthy businessmen of Nuda City gathered in the city lord's mansion with invitations. So many people came to visit, which made Earl Theodore very happy. He asked the magicians of the city lord's mansion to release magic fireworks into the air to add to the excitement of this rare grand occasion. This is indeed a rare grand occasion in Nuda City. On ordinary days, the nobles of Nuda City may not be able to come so many. Not to mention that there are many nobles who admire the name of Benjusi. There is also Lady Carol who represents Grand Duke Silvermane. There are representatives. Although Priest Temple is dead, he can still watch here in heaven. Priest Temple is with us. After mourning the deceased Priest Temple, the nobles raised their glasses and drank together. The young ladies of the noble families came in their best clothes, putting on thick powder to make themselves look gorgeous. The young unmarried men of the noble families also showed their best attitude in order to win the favor of Miss Evil. When the band played dance music, young men and women walked into the dance floor hand in hand. Everyone drank and danced together. In the main restaurant of the city lord's mansion, a banquet that not everyone could attend was in progress. On the long dining table, Count Theodore sat in the main seat with a big smile on his face. He wore the most formal earl's dress and earl's crown. His beard was neatly trimmed, as if he was attending a banquet hosted by a prince. On the table in front of him, there was a ceramic dinner plate. This is called ice jade porcelain. It is so white that there is no flaw. Under the illumination of the magic lamp, it reflects soft light, making it more holy. There are cyan patterns on the ice jade porcelain dinner plate. These patterns are not painted, but integrated with the entire tableware, making the white not monotonous, but more noble and tasteful. Count Theodore felt very comfortable at the moment, because in front of all the guests sitting at this table, there was an ice jade porcelain plate. Everyone's eyes were also staring at the plate in front of him, with shock in their eyes. If they hadn't taken into account the etiquette on the table, they would definitely pick up the plate and look at it carefully. Seeing the guests' looks, and then thinking about how he first saw these ice jade porcelain plates, Count Theodore smiled even happier. The waiters served the dishes for the banquet, because there were only ice jade porcelain plates. The tableware for serving the dishes was made of gold. I heard from Yanqing that Thunder Swamp will try to make more types of ice jade porcelain tableware in the future. Count Theodore was full of expectations for his future dining table. Count Theodore picked up the golden wine glass and said to the guests, "Let us first remember the temple priest. The assassin has been killed. May he rest in peace in heaven. Praise my God. Praise my God." All the dignitaries drank the wine in the cup together. The servants standing behind them, at their signal, took the food from the dining table and carefully placed it on the ice jade porcelain plate. They were afraid of damaging such precious ice jade porcelain tableware. The dignitaries also hesitated with their knives and forks, not knowing whether the metal knives and forks would damage the tableware. At this time, the sound of clanging attracted the attention of the dignitaries. Yanqing was cutting the roast meat on the plate. The knife in his hand was cutting the meat and scratching the plate below. Sensing everyone's gazes, Yanqing put a piece of meat in his mouth and tapped the edge of the plate with a knife, making it make a crisp sound. Since it is tableware, it is certainly not so fragile. Please enjoy the wonderful feeling of eating with ice jade porcelain tableware. You will definitely like the sound of the knife touching it. Chapter 137 Auction. Count Theodore tapped his plate with his knife, and the sound was indeed crisp and pleasant. I think that eating with ice jade porcelain tableware is not only about enjoying delicious food, but also represents our devout faith in God. Thank you Night Yanqing for bringing us the angel's tableware, so that we can also examine the stains on our bodies while eating with this holy ice jade porcelain. Thank you Night Yanqing for promptly solving the assassination case of Temple Priest, so that this banquet can be held in a peaceful atmosphere. Count Theodore paused when he said this. He looked at the guests, his eyes full of smiles and majesty. Yes. If Yinxing hadn't solved the assassination of Temple Priest, these guys who wished they would die immediately would not focus all their attention on the ice jade porcelain plates in front of them like they do now. Some people must not dare to come to the banquet because of the existence of the assassin. And some people must continue to put pressure on me by taking advantage of this incident. Even if I can handle it, it will only make me feel depressed. Now, everyone here is intimidated by the ability shown by Yinxing, and is reevaluating the situation in Nuda City. The banquet was held very harmoniously. No one wanted to cause any trouble at this point in time. And all their thoughts were focused on the auction of ice jade porcelain tableware. Yinxing was specially arranged by Count Theodore to sit on his right-hand side. This position is not for everyone. But none of the dignitaries who attended the banquet showed any dissatisfaction. Yinxing's performance in catching the assassin yesterday has officially established his status in this city. Count Theodore said at the beginning, everyone can despise the Thunder Swamp, but they cannot ignore it. But Yinxing brought the ice jade porcelain from the Thunder Swamp, brought the magical wine utensils, brought the cheap alchemical woven bags. The Thunder Swamp, which has been silent for a long time, is gradually showing its side that cannot be despised. It has changed people's general perception of it. Now there is a mysterious and powerful force in the Thunder Swamp, possessing a power that cannot be explained for the time being. Yinxing is the representative of Thunder Swamp. In terms of status, he is higher than everyone here. Lady Carol, who was sitting on the left-hand side of Count Theodore, raised her glass. I propose that we toast tonight Yinxing from Thunder Swamp. Thank him for his contribution to the stability of Nuda City. Let us get to know our northern neighbors again. May the friendship between the Silvermane Principality and Thunder Swamp last forever. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Count Theodore's face changed slightly. Lady Carol represented the Duke of Silvermane here. These words she said, if they were said by others, they might be a compliment. But Mrs. Carol's identity means that her every word and action reflects the attitude of the Duke of Silvermane. At this time, Yinxing was regarded as an independent envoy of Thunder Swamp. This is of course equivalent to formally recognizing Yinxing's identity. And he has the status of representing Thunder Swamp to talk with the Principality of Silvermane. It also distanced Yinxing from Count Theodore. From now on, all matters related to Yinxing will be diplomatic events for the Principality of Silvermane. There is no trivial matter in diplomacy. Talk about friendship today. Talk about interests tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow may start to greet each other with fists. Count Theodore's personal relationship with Yinxing may become evidence of his treason in the future. Count Theodore drank a glass of wine, and he found that he still underestimated these people. Mrs. Carol was sent to Nuda City by Duke Silvermane at this time, so she was no simple character. The atmosphere of the banquet was still relaxed. Everyone enjoyed the food with ice jade porcelain tableware, talked about romance and strange things, and flattered each other. It seemed that the war was still very far away from them. Yinxing didn't know the etiquette of the nobles. He just ate and drank. Anyway, Mrs. Carol recognized his identity on behalf of Grand Duke Silvermane. So he was now the messenger of Thunder Swamp. Whatever he did was the custom of Thunder Swamp, and everyone here had to respect it. The banquet ended in a pleasant atmosphere. The next step was the most important auction of ice jade porcelain. All the nobles and wealthy merchants who attended the banquet gathered in the central hall of the city lord's mansion. On the temporary auction table in the hall, the merchant Eden walked up in a gorgeous dress he specially made. He first told everyone the origin of ice jade porcelain. He exaggerated the significance of ice jade porcelain and the difficulty of making it, and the craftsmanship that Knight Yinxing and his eternal territory have always insisted on. Then the 7 invited noble ladies. One of them held an ice jade porcelain plate in her hand and walked to the auction table. This link was proposed by Yinxing, and when he proposed it, Eden was shocked. Let the noble lady be the etiquette lady who displays ice jade porcelain tableware. This idea is too bold. Since Yinxing insisted, Eden went to try it. Unexpectedly, the noble ladies agreed. The noble ladies held the ice jade porcelain plates. Each of them was extremely excited and cautious. They all cherished this opportunity to show themselves with the ice jade porcelain. And they were also afraid that they would accidentally drop this precious plate on the ground and break it. The magic light shone on the plate. The soft color immediately caused the whole hall to exclaim. Many people saw ice jade porcelain for the first time, and they were all intoxicated by such a wholly alchemical object. The atmosphere was ignited. Eden announced. Each set of ice jade porcelain tableware consists of 7 plates. The reserve price for each set of ice jade porcelain tableware is 10,000 God-given gold coins. Only God-given gold coins are accepted. The auction started, but no one has yet to bid. The Duke of Silvermane and the Central Temple of the Principality sent messengers for the ice jade porcelain tableware. Even the temple priest of the Central Temple was assassinated in Newcastle City. Therefore, no one competed for the first and second sets of ice jade porcelain tableware. The Duke of Silvermane and the representatives of the Central Temple must take them away. After waiting for a while, Mrs. Carroll, who was standing on the second floor of the hall, said, "Just now, I used ice jade porcelain plates to eat in the restaurant, and my heart is still bathed in the light of God. I am willing to bid 20,000 God-given gold coins for this set of ice jade porcelain tableware and present it to Grand Duke Silvermane." Mrs. Carroll raised the price of a set of ice jade porcelain to 20,000 God-given gold coins at once, instead of taking it away at the reserve price of 10,000 God-given gold coins. This obviously meant to show goodwill to Yin Xing. Naturally, no one competed with Mrs. Carroll's offer. The first set of ice jade porcelain tableware was sold for 20,000 God-given gold coins. The second set of ice jade porcelain tableware was taken away by High Priest Lancelot at the same price of 20,000 God-given gold coins. The High Priest said that this set of tableware would be sent to the Central Temple of the Principality. Priest Temple also completed his duties. When the third set of ice jade porcelain tableware was brought to the auction by 7 noble ladies, the whole venue immediately became lively. Count Theodore held a banquet to showcase the ice jade porcelain tableware, allowing the dignitaries to experience the feeling of dining with ice jade porcelain tableware. It was as if they were attending a banquet held by angels in heaven. Grand Duke Silvermane and the Central Temple each took away a set of ice jade porcelain tableware, which was another hard advertisement, and gave the ice jade porcelain tableware a real noble label, plus the endorsement of God and angels. The value of the remaining 3 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware instantly exploded in the minds of the nobles on the scene. This is a symbol of status, and it is the most elegant and noble way to show your status. It must be bought. The great nobles and lords came out one after another, causing the price of ice jade porcelain tableware to soar. The small nobles and wealthy businessmen could only exclaim in amazement, and then stare at the ice jade porcelain on the stage. Now they can take a look as long as they can, but they may not even be qualified to look in the future. Finally, the third set of ice jade porcelain tableware was taken away by a great lord who came from afar for 46,000 God-given gold coins. The fourth set of ice jade porcelain tableware was auctioned for 48,000 God-given gold coins. The competition for the last set of ice jade porcelain tableware was even more intense, and it ended at 51,000 God-given gold coins. In this auction, 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware were sold, and a total of 185,000 God-given gold coins were obtained. Chapter 138: Chui's Griffin Reconstruction Plan. This huge sum of money gave Yin Xing, who was just struggling to make ends meet, the startup capital for the rapid development of the territory. Yin Xing was very happy to be rich. The merchant Eden, who hosted the auction, announced that the auction would soon enter the most exciting part. The 5 nobles who had won the ice jade porcelain tableware were invited to the auction table. A servant came to the auction table with a large number of ice jade porcelain tableware and placed 9 sets in front of each guest. The sudden appearance of so many ice jade porcelains instantly made the faces of the 5 guests turn bad. The nobles in the whole hall were also talking about it. How could there be so many ice jade porcelain tableware? What does Yin Xing want to do? At this time, Yin Xing walked onto the auction stage. He picked up a ceramic plate at random from the display, and said to the 5 guests on the stage, and the dignitaries and nobles below, "The Eternal Territory has very high quality requirements for all the items we make, especially for the sacred ice jade porcelain. I do not allow any flaws to appear on it. No matter how small the flaw is, it will distance it from the angel tableware, and we will destroy it. This time I brought 5 sets of flawless ice jade porcelain tableware, and also brought all the discarded products produced in the process of making these 5 sets of ice jade porcelain tableware. These discarded products will be handed over to the 5 adults who have obtained perfect ice jade porcelain tableware to be destroyed." Wow! The guests in the hall all exclaimed from their whispers. Really? Are we going to destroy all these ice jade porcelains? These ice jade porcelains don't seem to be much different from the ice jade porcelains displayed by the noble ladies. Yin Xing on the stage held a plate in his hand and showed it to Mrs. Carroll beside him, and said, "Madam, please look. There is a very small bulge on the plate at this position. Although we can't see anything directly, as long as we face the light, we will find that the reflection will change slightly at this position." Mrs. Carroll looked at the plate in Yanxing's hand very carefully under the light. At the place where Yanxing pointed, the light did bend a little bit when passing through. Mrs. Carroll said, "Yes, it's a small flaw, but I don't think it affects anything. After all, metal plates are bound to get bumped and dented. And this happens." Yanxing said, "No. The meaning of the existence of ice jade porcelain determines that it must be flawless. I can't let this plate destroy my imagination of the sacred. It shouldn't exist." After that, Yanxing took a small hammer from the servant's hand. Blocking everyone's face, he smashed the ceramic tableware in his hand. This hammer seemed to hit the hearts of everyone in the hall. A set of ice jade porcelain is 50,000 God-given gold coins. With this hammer, more than 7,000 gold coins turned into fragments. How can people not feel distressed? And in many people's minds, ice jade porcelain cannot be measured by money. In addition to feeling distressed, everyone also suffered a great stimulation, thinking that such ice jade porcelain would be smashed in front of him. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Even the 5 nobles and lords on the stage could not contain their excitement. Yanxing deliberately showed the ceramic fragments in his hand so that the nobles could see clearly that the inside of the ice jade porcelain was also pure white without impurities. Then he asked the servants to give hammers to the 5 guests. Eden held a tray with 5 rolled-up certificates on it. Yanxing said, "When you destroy the obsolete products in front of you, you can get the certificate prepared by Yonghan territory for each set of ice jade porcelain tableware. There are magic pictures of each ice jade porcelain dinner plate, corresponding to the pattern of each ice jade porcelain, and the anti-counterfeiting pictures and texts below, which can prove the uniqueness of each set of ice jade porcelain tableware. Please start." 5 hammers smashed down on the stacked ceramics. This smash established the status of ice jade porcelain as the world's top luxury goods. In the future, Yanxing will take out more ceramics for sale. As long as the quantity is controlled, the price will only rise due to speculation, not fall. The ice jade porcelain auction was a great success. The next day, Yanxing rode a combat griffin and left Nuda City with a huge sum of money. Under the thrust of the twin-turbo jet engine, the powerful griffin flew at an extremely fast speed, and soon left the city out of sight. Master Chui, who had changed into a secretary's uniform, held a folder in his hand and reported to Yanxing in his consciousness. The test of adding a turbocharged jet engine to the combat griffin is in progress. According to the current data, it can be determined that the combat griffin can withstand the physical pressure caused by a 50% increase in speed in the cruising state. In the combat maneuvering state, it can withstand the physical pressure caused by a 20% to 30% increase in speed. Based on the analysis of the combat griffin's body bone structure and physical data, I believe that if a set of exoskeleton structure armor for the griffin is made, it can share the increased air pressure caused by high-speed flight. It can make the combat griffin gain more speed in a safer state. Yanxing, riding on the back of the griffin, wore windproof goggles and listened to Chichui's report while learning how to control the griffin. After hearing Chichui say that he wanted to design exoskeleton armor for the griffin, he said, "Installing exoskeleton armor will definitely increase the weight that the griffin has to bear, and this weight will be a lot of pressure on it." Chichui explained his design plan. Exoskeleton armor can be made of relatively light aluminum alloy materials to reduce its own weight as much as possible. In addition, the thrust provided by the turbocharged jet engine can reduce the physical consumption of the griffin during flight, so that it has more power to bear more weight. In the subsequent construction of my design, the exoskeleton armor of the griffin can be equipped with a pair of retractable wings. With this pair of wings, the griffin can maintain its flight posture without consuming physical strength in the cruising state. In case of emergency and combat, the wings can be retracted and the griffin can control the flight. In this way, while increasing the flight speed and cruising time of the griffin can maintain a very good physical reserve to deal with emergencies. When Chui introduced her griffin exoskeleton armor concept to Yanxing, she also released her concept map of the exoskeleton armor design in Yanxing's consciousness space. The picture shows a fighting griffin flying in the air. A connected segmented alloy spine covers the head to the back, which can provide effective protection for the spine of the griffin during high-speed flight. The alloy spine extends outward from the shoulder. It is a layer of armor covering the front end of the griffin's wings. and extending downward is the breastplate that protects the griffin's chest. The helmet on the head is completely transparent, which protects the head during high-speed flight. The Knight seat is installed on the alloy spine. The seat is integrated. The Knight is fixed in the seat, and the movable footrest that affects the flight of the griffin can be eliminated. The Knight's entire leg can be fixed on the fixed device that extends from the seat to the abdomen of the griffin. The Knight does not have to worry about being thrown out when the griffin is maneuvering, and can also exert better force and concentrate on air combat. Chapter 139 Griffin Aerial Weapon Platform Project. Yanxing looked at the exoskeleton rendering designed by Cui for his griffin and suddenly realized, isn't this a two-seat, two-engine fighter? In this combination, as a natural flying creature, the griffin is a fighter and a pilot, responsible for the main flight function. This is the advantage of the griffin. No matter how awesome the pilots of humans are through acquired training, they are definitely not as good as these guys who are born to fly in aerial combat. The Knight on the back of the griffin is naturally to assist in flight and output firepower. This set of griffin exoskeleton armor, equipped with a twin-engine turbocharged jet engine, it can give the griffin the ability of high cruising, high maneuverability, and high endurance, greatly increase the griffin's air combat capability. The integrated seat fixed on the alloy spine can firmly fix the Knight on the seat, release the attention that the Knight needs to consume in controlling balance during flight maneuvers, so that the Knight can have more energy to focus on observing and fighting in the airspace. This idea is great. This time Yanxing is really interested. In fact, when Cui developed the turbocharged jet engine, Yanxing was thinking about whether to make an airplane. But think about the industrial level required to manufacture an airplane, and the cost and time required to train qualified pilots. Yanxing had to postpone the aircraft manufacturing plan. Now, the Griffin itself is a combination of an aircraft and a pilot. The cost and difficulty of strengthening it are definitely much lower than building a brand new aircraft. The parts of the exoskeleton can be disassembled and customized by real-world factories. Therefore, as long as the corresponding turbojet engine can be produced in a quantitative manner, the Griffin can be strengthened to fly. Yanxing also put forward his own opinions on this transformation project. Can we add some weapon racks and install some anti-air and anti-ground weapons on the Griffin? Cui bit the pen and thought for a while, then recorded Yanxing's suggestions in the file in his hand. I'll try to see if I can reduce the weight of this Griffin exoskeleton armor to save the weight of the additional weapons. Of course, a special weapon system must be designed. If we can use the alchemical puppet making technology to develop an exoskeleton armor with built-in power, then the weapons will be much easier to design and install. With the extra auxiliary power of the Griffin, perhaps I can also design a set of Griffin full-wrapped armor to provide it with stronger protection. Perhaps I can also push its flight speed above the speed of sound. Supersonic Griffin. Yanxing imagined it, and found that he couldn't imagine what such a Griffin would look like. Anyway, as a modern person, we naturally know how important air superiority is, since the Griffin is a good platform for developing aerial weapons. Let Cui make good use of it. Cui, put the Griffin aerial combat platform into your research and development process. First give me the disassembled parts drawings of your Griffin exoskeleton armor, and I will find someone to make it. Let's test the feasibility of installing an exoskeleton on the Griffin. Yes, Master. As ordered. Master. Cui added another system process of his own. When he heard Cui mention alchemy, Yanxing thought of the alchemical bomb he bought from the Goblin Gaga. He asked Cui, how is your research on the alchemical bomb I bought yesterday? Cui replied, report to the master. The alchemical bomb has an anti-disassembly enchanted safety device, and I can't crack it for the time being. If you don't open the enchanted safety magic circle, you can't open the alchemical bomb to see the structure inside. I hope to get more magic books about alchemy, and I also hope that the master can build a supercomputing laboratory for me and establish a supercomputing model of the alchemical system. I think the alchemical supercomputing laboratory will definitely be able to solve many alchemical problems for us in the future. When planning to establish the Eternal Territory Network Information System, Yanxing thought about buying a supercomputer to provide data services for the entire network information system. Now Cui is talking about building a supercomputing laboratory and establishing an alchemical supercomputing model. It seems very impressive. Just by listening to the literal meaning, you know that it must be built. Another huge expense. Yanxing said to Cui, give me a list of the equipment you need, including supporting equipment. Also, the things needed to build the Territory Network Information System should be clearly counted. I will place the order immediately. Yes, Master. Chue updated his system process. And then said excitedly, Master? The Eye of Air found a territory ahead. Is it the Master's eternal territory? This is the first time Chue has returned to the Master's territory. I am so nervous. Yanxing sat on the griffin's back, straightened his back and looked forward, but didn't see the eternal territory. However, in the consciousness space, Chue had already magnified the scenery ahead that the Eye of Air saw. It was indeed the eternal territory. It had only been 4 days since I left Yongkong Mausoleum. But I really missed it. No matter how prosperous Nuda City was, or how comfortable the life in the City Lord's mansion was, it was not as good as my own small territory. It made me feel comfortable all over. Eternal territory. Your master is back. Chue. Speed up. Let's go home. Yes, master. Chue increased the power of the 2 turbojet engines, and the sudden increase in speed allowed the combat griffin to fold some of its wingspan, allowing it to withstand greater wind pressure. The turbocharged jet engine pushed the griffin to fly quickly, and Yanxing soon saw his territory. After 4 days, the eternal territory has changed a lot. The moat surrounding the eternal territory has been basically excavated. A 2-meter-high earthen embankment was built on the inner side of the moat, and a 2-meter-wide wall base was built on the earthen embankment. According to Yanxing's previous plan, a layer of cement will be poured on the outer layer of the earthen embankment for reinforcement, and the wall will be at least 10 meters high. There will be arrow towers on top. There will also be a circular turret at each corner. Cannons are easier to make than guns. Seamless steel pipes plus gunpowder and iron balls are the most basic smoothbore cannons. Once we understand the principle of the alchemical bomb, we can make a blaster. The alchemical bomb has a turbocharged jet engine behind it, which is a rocket launcher. The construction of the canal road from Yonghangling to Hongmushitan is also very fast. After all, there is strength in numbers. The human farmers are good at work, and the swamp werewolves are strong. Everyone is very grateful to Yanxing for being able to eat. They are naturally very hard-working when working for Master Yanxing. In 4 days, thousands of werewolves dug a 10-kilometer canal, and it is estimated that it will take another 3 days to dig to Hongmushitan. The road construction will be slower. When Yanxing transports the ordered engineering vehicles, it is estimated that the road from Yonghangling to Hongmushitan will be open to traffic, and the canal will be open to navigation in another week. Yanxing rode a griffin and landed in the eternal territory. The high-altitude reconnaissance drone discovered Yanxing early, and the duty officer in charge of monitoring the high-altitude reconnaissance drone immediately reported the news of the Lord's return home to the officials of the territory. Gosper, Eddie, and Lao Hans greeted Yanxing when he landed. Welcome home, Lord. Chapter 140 High-Level Meeting of the Eternal Territory. Yanxing came alone to the Eternal Territory this time. The werewolves, farmers, and maids who followed him to Nuda City all stayed in the City Lord's mansion. The development of the territory cannot be stagnant. It must integrate into this world to obtain a steady stream of funds and resources. It is also necessary to pay attention to changes in the external environment and accurately adjust the territory policy to respond to various emergencies. At this time in Nuda City, Earl Theodore is old. There are many people who want to seize power during the war. For his own interests, Yanxing must stand beside Earl Theodore to share his pressure. In addition, learning magic and learning combat skills require a lot of time in Nuda City. For this reason, Yanxing decided to run between Nuda City and Yonghang territory in the future, and put the development and safety of the territory first. It was a bit tiring, but there was no other way. Without talents who could take charge of things, the Lord had to do it himself. This was the helplessness of the development of the territory of a small lord. The power was fragile, so he had to do it himself and worry about everything. Yanxing jumped off the back of the griffin and said to the officials who came to greet him, "Go and find the chief of the broken ear and the chief of the sharp claw. We have to hold a meeting." In the meeting room of the town-level government hall of Yonghang territory, the main members of the Yonghang territory gathered together. The 3 officials of the territory first reported to Yanxing on the development of the territory during his absence. Gosper first reported to Yanxing about the development of the territory and the consumption of materials during this period. He also took out a list of materials that needed to be replenished and stored, hoping to obtain these materials as soon as possible. Lao Hans was responsible for the taxation and personnel of the territory. During the time when Yanxing was away from the territory had added a lot of refugees. Now the population of the territory has increased to 743 people. With more people, there are naturally more problems, and various contradictions have arisen. Lao Han's hopes to establish an institution to maintain the internal order of the territory, and have upright officials to make fair judgments on the contradictions between the people of the territory. Yanqing didn't expect that the territory would increase so many people in just 4 days after he left. It seems that the reputation he gained in Nuda City has brought about the refreshment of refugees around the territory. In the future, as the number of territory subjects increases, there will naturally be more and more troubles. Yanqing checked his lord system. The town-level territory has a building corresponding to the territory security, which is the patrol station. After building the patrol station, the lord can appoint a sheriff and form a territory security team. The sheriff is responsible for resolving some disputes among subjects and solving cases. However, the sheriff must be a hero unit. And what the Eternal Territory lacks most now is heroes. Thinking of heroes, Yanqing thought of a building that can recruit heroes, the tavern. Some wild heroes will drink in the tavern of the territory. When there are some positions in the territory that require heroes, the lord can post a recruitment notice in the tavern. If the wild hero is willing to serve the lord in the territory, he can be recruited after passing the interview. So Yanqing asked Gosper, hasn't the tavern in the territory been built? Are there any heroes to recruit? Gosper said, report to the master. The tavern in the territory has been built, but the people drinking in it are all werewolf heroes from the werewolf tribe. There are no foreign heroes visiting our territory yet. The Eternal Territory was established not long ago, and its name has just spread to Nuda City. Most people in Nuda City only know that the Eternal Territory is in the north of Nuda City, near the Thunder Swamp. But they don't know where it is exactly, so it's not easy to find it. However, there is a tavern in Nuda City. I wonder if I can recruit some heroes there. Yanqing asked Chuichu to go to the Nuda City Tavern to recruit heroes and add it to his schedule. Then he said to Gosper, build a patrol station as soon as possible, and I will find a way to appoint a sheriff for the patrol station. Then Yanqing said to Eddie, Nuda City is willing to train a group of soldiers for us. You select 30 soldiers to go to Nuda City and find Miss Siebel for training. You lead the team, and the training period is 1 month. After 1 month, no matter what the training results are, all will return. We are preparing for war. Eddie obeyed the order. The werewolf Broken Ear couldn't help asking, Master, who are you talking about in the war? Yanqing took out a map from his armor and spread it on the table. This map was taken by Yanqing from Count Theodore and printed out. Yanqing pointed to the military deployment of the orcs, humans, and elves on the map, and said to his officials, the biggest news I learned in Nuda City is that the orcs and elves have formed a coalition and are about to launch an offensive against the human race's Wind Highland Legion. The orcs and elves have been preparing for a long time. This war may be very intense and last a long time. It will last until winter at least, and it may last until the rainy season next year. We must do something in this war. Otherwise, no matter whether the Orc-Elf Coalition or the human Windy Highland Legion wins, they may regard us as new enemies. Broken Ear looked at the map and searched for a long time before finding the location of the Eternal Territory. Then he said, humans, orcs, and elves have been fighting in the Windy Highlands. They have been fighting for many years and have never invaded the Thunder Swamp. They dare not fight us in the swamp. At this time, Claw said, humans, orcs, and elves did not attack the Thunder Swamp before because we were weak and could not threaten them. But now it's different. Master Yanqing's Eternal Territory has united the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp, and our strength is rapidly increasing. In the past few days, the number of griffins appearing in the sky has increased significantly. In the past, Nuda City would never send griffins to detect us. Orcs, humans, and elves will not allow Thunder Swamp to become a threat to them. Master Yanqing's judgment of the situation is very correct. No matter who wins this war, they will regard us as a dangerous target. I think our next strategy should look to the depths of Thunder Swamp. Let more werewolves join us, and enhance our strength and military power. We are preparing for the next large-scale war. When Duan Air saw that Li Zhua had stolen his limelight again, he immediately said, we will fight whoever the master says to fight. Now our warriors are fat, with armor, weapons, food, and monster chickens. The werewolf tribes in the Thunder Swamp, which only have poisonous flies, are no match for us. As long as the master gives the order, Li Zhua and I will lead the army to attack the depths of the Thunder Swamp. Hearing Duan Er mention the monster chicken, Yanqing asked, "How are the chickens I asked you to raise now? Have they transformed into more monsters?" Chapter 141 Raising Chickens. After hearing Yanqing asking about the chicken farm, Duan Er immediately reported on his chicken raising in Yongheng over the past few days. Swamp werewolves often deal with monsters in the swamp, and know how to domesticate and tame monsters. In order to get Yanqing to give him a monster chicken, Duan Er personally served in the chicken farm. The chickens in Yongheng's chicken farm were carefully cared for by Duan Er, and fed with feed containing magic elements. Another 5 chickens have become demonized. After reporting the situation of the chicken farm to Yanqing, Duan Er couldn't help but sigh, "Master, the rate of demonization of chickens in your chicken farm is really too high. But it's a pity that there are too few of these chickens. If there were more, it would be easier for us to attack the depths of the swamp." The chicken farm has a high rate of demonization of chickens, and Yanqing is of course happy. Now it can be basically confirmed that species brought from the real world seem to be more likely to absorb magic and become demonized in this magic world because of their physique. This is the case with chickens. The same is true for horses. This is a good thing. Werewolf trainers have the ability to tame and communicate with magic beasts, and can control magic beasts to implement more complex tactics. If the Eternal Territory can cultivate a large number of magic beasts from Earth species, it will certainly greatly alleviate the problem of weak military strength in the territory. Yanqing asked Duaner, "What level do those magic beast chickens belong to? And how strong are they?" Duaner replied to the master, "We have tested the strength of these magic beast chickens. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are at the level of a 5th level monster. It is highly resistant to poison and naturally restrains poisonous insect monsters. Therefore, it can easily eat poisonous flies. In addition, among the 5 demonized chickens, one has an earth attribute demonization, and its size has become very large." Yanqing asked, "Didn't it say that those monster chickens are all air attribute demonized? How come there is an earth attribute demonization, and the air attribute demonized chicken is big enough? How big can the earth attribute demonization be?" Reply, "Sir, it was my negligence at the beginning. When I was feeding the chickens, I mistakenly mixed the earth attribute herbs for horses into the chicken feed. As a result, one chicken has an earth attribute demonization. As for how big it is," Broken Ear pointed to the window of the meeting, "this big." Yanqing looked out the window in the direction Broken Ear pointed. "Isn't that my fighting griffin? Oh, there is a big guy with white fur next to it. This thing must be an ostrich." "It's not an ostrich. It is bigger than an ostrich, with thick legs that occupy half of its entire body length. You can tell at a glance that it is extremely good at running. Compared to its legs, its wings have degenerated significantly and are folded at its sides like a pair of decorations. Its head has also become much larger in proportion, and its head shape no longer looks like a chicken, but a bit like a hairy velociraptor. The beak is wider and larger, and the tip of the beak is curved like an eagle's beak. The back is flat and equipped with a saddle." Yanqing was surprised and said, "This is the chicken with earth attribute magic. It seems it can be ridden?" As if a secret was discovered, the Broken Ear tucked behind the head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Master. I rode your chicken without permission. But I definitely didn't steal your chicken. I just wanted to see what this earth attribute magic chicken can do. Li Shua also rode it. He can testify for me." Li Shua also defended himself, "Yes, Master. After we found that this chicken became so big after the earth attribute magic, we tried to see if it could be ridden. After all, we found that the earth attributed magic chicken was too docile, and it didn't have the strong desire to attack like the wind attributed magic chicken, and it could only run. We were just about to send this chicken back to the chicken farm." Yanqing didn't pursue the fact that Duaner and Li Shua rode their chickens without permission, but asked, "How is the speed and endurance of the earth attributed magic chicken? Did it panic when you rode it?" Seeing that Yanqing didn't mean to blame him, Duaner's ears stood up again, "Master, ordinary wild beasts will be afraid of us werewolves, but ordinary magic beasts won't. And this kind of earth-attributed magic chicken is just not good at fighting. But it is very courageous, and will peck people if provoked. Lizhua and I rode it from Yongheng to the Red Mud Wet Beach, and then ran back from the Red Mud Wet Beach. Its endurance in long-distance jogging is not as good as that of a fine warhorse, but its explosive power in short distances is very good," said Duaner, with a tone full of love in his voice. "If it weren't for the fact that Yongheng's chicken farm only had this Earth-attributed magical chicken, he would definitely ask for one. Who would want to run on 2 legs if there is a mount? But there are too few types of mounts suitable for werewolves to ride. And how can I not like one now? The Earth-attributed magical chicken is a real surprise for Yanqing, who has returned. Cavalry cannot be formed by building cavalry recruitment buildings. Take the level 7 cavalry training ground of the human race as an example. Training and recruiting cavalry in this recruitment building does not include mounts. If you want a complete cavalry, you need to equip the soldiers with mounts. The human race needs to raise war horses to equip the cavalry with mounts. The demonized beast horses that appear in the war horses will be obtained by some powerful knights. Another popular mount for humans is the griffin. The more than 10 Sanha horses that Yanqing bought were just to see if they could adapt to the environment here, so as to prepare for the establishment of his own cavalry in the future. However, there is no cavalry as a type of soldier in the real world, and there are only ceremonial small-scale cavalry. Without the demand for war horses, there would be no large-scale breeding and domestication of war horses. After seeing the war horses ridden by real cavalrymen in Nuda City, Yanqing knew that the Sanha horses he bought, which cost thousands of yuan each, would not meet the standards of war horses if they were not demonized. If you want to buy suitable war horses in reality, it is estimated that each horse will cost hundreds of thousands or millions of RMB. After all, things are precious because they are rare. Not to mention the high price, just the small number determines that Yanqing cannot form a large-scale cavalry team. Even if the demonization rate of Sanha horses is high, the number of Sanha horses in the real world cannot meet the future demand for mounts in Yonghing territory. Originally, Yanqing bought a batch of war horses during the honeymoon period with Nuda City. But now Yonghing territory has its own special mount. Right? You know, the real world eats 66.57 billion chickens every year, and the country eats 7 billion chickens every year. I bought some chickens to cultivate demonized monsters in eternity. It shouldn't cause the price of chicken to rise. Right? Yanqing asked Chuichu to put the purchase of meat chickens in his schedule. Then he asked Duaner, the chickens in my chicken farm can produce air attribute demonization by eating feed containing air magic elements. Eating feed containing earth magic elements can produce earth attribute demonization. Do you want to feed some fire magic element feed and water magic element feed? See how my chickens can be demonized? Chapter 142, Yanqing's Thunder Swamp Strategy. When asked about professional knowledge, Duaner's thinking was very clear. He replied to Yanqing, the magic of beasts is not necessarily the magic of the attribute they eat. Generally, flying in the sky will produce air magic. Running on the ground will produce earth magic. Swimming in the water will produce water magic. Most creatures living in hell will produce fire magic. It is very rare for your warhorse to produce air magic. The horses in the stables of the Eternal Territory all produce earth magic. The situation of chickens is special, because it has wings like birds. It can produce air magic. It runs on the ground, so it can also produce earth attribute magic. If you want them to produce water attribute magic and fire attribute magic, you can't just feed them with the corresponding magic element feed. Oh, that's it, Yanqing said with enlightenment. Originally, chickens were raised for meat, and now they can have 2 attributes of magic, which is a very unexpected gain. What else do you want to have 3 or 4 attributes of magic? People should know how to be satisfied. Duaner remembered the promise Yanqing made to himself and Li Zhua before he went to Nuda City. So he asked, Master, you said, Li Zhua and I can raise a few magic chickens for you, and you will give us one each. When will you give it to us? Yanqing smiled and said, after the meeting, each of you can pick one. Bring them to the swamp to see if they can adapt to the swamp environment. In addition, summarize your experience in raising chickens and train a group of chicken farmers for me. Soon you will have more chickens to raise. Broken Ear and Sharp Claw immediately stood up and saluted Yanqing after hearing this. Thank you, sir. Yanqing asked the 2 werewolf chiefs to sit down and said, put aside the matter of Warcraft chickens for now. Let's talk about how to use this time to enhance our strength. The Eternal Territory does not seek to compete with the Silvermane Principality, the Savage Orcs, and the Snow Elves for hegemony in the Windy Highlands. But it must have a military force that can keep them out of the swamp when it has to face war. Chief Claw just said it very well. The werewolf tribes in the Eternal Territory and the southern edge of Thunder Swamp are not enough to deter those enemies who are hostile to us. We must go north to Thunder Swamp during the window period of the 3-way war and strive for more werewolf tribes to join us. Organize the werewolves who are willing to be strong with us and defend our homeland together. Protect our land and our wealth. After listening to Yenshing's words, Duan Er looked thoughtful. Claw asked, Master, what should we do? The werewolf tribes in Thunder Swamp are generally very powerful. They tame many poisonous flies, and even dragonflies. Some tribes also have swamp lizards, or more powerful swamp monsters. They use monsters to hunt. And they are not very short of food. They will not join us easily. The poisonous fly is a 5th level swamp monster. The dragonfly is an upgrade of the poisonous fly, belonging to the 6th level monster, which can release weakness magic on the enemy. The swamp lizard is a 7th level monster, which can release petrification magic. 8th level swamp giant lizard. 9th level snakeskin bison. 10th level snakeskin wild bull. 11th level two-legged dragon. 12th level two-legged dragon king. The powerful werewolf tribe in the deep swamp tames more and higher level swamp monsters, so they can naturally capture more prey. They are not in urgent need of food, so they cannot be bribed with food. Yenshing slowly talked about his plan. We have a month to prepare. In this month, you should send more werewolves with the slingshots of the eternal territory into the depths of the swamp, and go to the werewolf tribes to sell the slingshots. I will accept all their materials in exchange for slingshots, and I can even sell them on credit. In the process of selling slingshots, you need to find out the distribution and strength of the werewolf tribe and the lizardman tribe in the depths of the Thunder Swamp, and try to record the terrain in the swamp. I will also conduct aerial reconnaissance of the terrain of the Thunder Swamp. We will cooperate with the air and the ground to jointly draw a more detailed topographic map of the Thunder Swamp. Duan Er should speed up the establishment of the southern camp and the training of conscripts. 1 month later, a war broke out in the Thunder Swamp, and the southern camp must form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. If you need any supplies, ask Gosper. Claws will organize a delegation to visit the werewolf tribes near us. Show them that Eternal Trade is very eager to exchange markets with them. They can use their goods, such as agarwood, fur, and herbs, to exchange for daily necessities from me. For example, iron pots, basins, soap, cloth. We can also show our strength appropriately. Try to establish mutually beneficial friendly relations with the werewolf tribes near us. During the outbreak of war in the depths of Thunder Swamp 1 month later, stabilize our northern border. There are also some werewolf tribes scattered between the werewolf tribe on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp and the werewolf chief in the depths of the swamp. The strength of these werewolf tribes is between the two. If Yenshing wants to go straight to the depths of Thunder Swamp and civilize the center, he must stabilize these nearby werewolf tribes during this period. Broken Ear and Claws received the order together. Yes, sir. We will definitely complete the task you assigned to us. Broken Ear asked curiously, Sir, you said that a war will break out in the depths of Thunder Swamp in a month. Who are we going to fight? Yenshing laughed and said, I don't even know what is going on in the depths of Thunder Swamp, and I don't know who to fight. But a war must break out in Thunder Swamp in a month, so that we have an excuse to intervene. As for how to make a war happen in Thunder Swamp, I hope to get the werewolf tribe armed with slingshots to seize the territory of the lizardman tribe. Or the lizardman tribe will see the increase in the strength of the werewolf tribe and feel that their safety is threatened, and will take the initiative to attack the werewolf tribe. If they don't fight, I will find other ways to make them fight. Yenshing knew that as the two main races of the swamp tribe, the conflict between the werewolves and the lizardmen was very big. Even if no one instigated, the powerful werewolf tribe and the lizardmen tribe would fight for various reasons. Because the lizardmen are a race that can handle both long-range and short-range combat, and are 2 levels higher than the werewolves. They can often gain a great advantage in conflicts. Werewolves need to rely on their numerical advantage and make great sacrifices to protect their interests and territory. Now Yenshing uses a large number of slingshots to arm the werewolf tribe deep in the swamp. After the slingshots of Yonling territory are replaced with Yenshing's specially customized rubber bands, the power of the steel ball's fire can break bricks at a distance of 20 meters. And the lethality is not weaker than the simple bows and arrows made by the lizardmen. It can even completely crush the lizardman shooters in terms of firing rate and portable ammunition reserves. The swamp and dense forest environment is also more suitable for the use of small slingshots. Therefore, those large werewolf tribes deep in the swamp have slingshots, which means they have the advantage of suppressing the lizardmen at medium distances. Coupled with the numerical advantage of the werewolves, they are very likely to take the initiative to attack the lizardmen who have been bullying them. Even if those large werewolf tribes have slingshots, they will not attack the lizard tribe. Yenshing can continue to sell them steel flails and keep them armed. Yanqing believes that as long as he continues to supply weapons to the werewolf tribe, he will definitely break through the threshold at some point, and the armed werewolves will attack the lizard men. At that time, a large-scale racial melee will break out in the entire Thunder Swamp. The Eternal Territory forces that have completed military preparations can take the opportunity to enter the Thunder Swamp to interfere. Put your influence from the edge of Thunder Swamp into the heart of Thunder Swamp in one fell swoop. As for how the strategy should be carried out at that time, it depends on obtaining more internal information of Thunder Swamp and then formulating it according to the specific form. After all, the werewolf tribes on the southern edge of Thunder Swamp rarely leave their territory. They may not know as well about the deep Thunder Swamp as they do about the grassland outside the swamp. I only know that the deep Thunder Swamp has been relatively stable in recent years. There have been constant small-scale conflicts between werewolves and lizardmen, but no major wars have broken out. This shows that the werewolf tribe and the lizardman tribe in the depths have reached a certain balance of power. What Yanqing has to do is to break this balance, and the contradictions between the races will naturally be intensified. Chapter 143 City Blueprint. After Yanqing assigned the task to Broken Ear and Claw, he asked them to carry out the task immediately after catching the chicken. Their task was to solve the security problem of the northern border of the Eternal Territories' sphere of influence within a month. Only by building good relations with the neighboring werewolf tribes can they reach out further and reach into the depths of the Thunder Swamp. Make friends with those far away and attack those near. The other way around is to make friends with those near and attack those far away. Yanqing's task was to produce a military force that could stand firm and win in the depths of the Thunder Swamp during the 1-month preparation for the war. The number of this army did not need to be too large. If there were too many, they would not be able to exert their power in the Thunder Swamp, and it might also arouse the vigilance of all parties and tribes in the swamp. Yanqing positioned himself as a war regulator, not a war participant. The number of troops sent out was controlled at 300-500. With a small number of people, the equipment must be excellent. Some battles to establish prestige must be fought, and fought beautifully. Yanqing had to complete the training and weapon replacement of this army within this month. Broken Ear and Sharp Claw were ordered to go out and gather people to do the work. Yanqing stayed with his 3 officials to discuss the next development plan of the territory. Yongheng Territory is now a town-level territory, and it will be upgraded to a city-level territory. However, the city of Yongheng Territory is not at the same level as the city of Nuda City. Yongheng Territory will be upgraded to a level 4 territory, which means that the level 3 Archer Battalion can be upgraded to the level 4 Crossbow Battalion, and crossbowmen can be recruited and trained. Nuda City is a level 12 territory, which can recruit and train level 12 knights. If Yongheng Territory wants to reach the scale of Nuda City, there is still a long way to go. The road must be taken step by step, and the territory must be upgraded level by level. The next step for Yongheng is to upgrade to level 4 territory as soon as possible. City-level territories can unlock many buildings that can only be owned by cities. For example, build a magic tower. Invite the Magic Association to send mages to settle in, and train people with magic qualifications in the territory into magician heroes. Upgrade the market. Build a God-given item store, and use God-given gold coins to exchange rare alchemical resources and other God-given items. After the territory reaches the city level, many buildings cannot be built with bricks, tiles, and cement alone, and a certain amount of rare alchemical resources must be consumed. At the same time, the magic tower needs to consume rare alchemical resources to maintain operation. Rare alchemical resources are needed to cultivate mages. When the magic energy generator of the Goblin Gaga arrives, the territory will have another energy consumer. And if Yanqing wants to develop the alchemical industry of the Eternal Territory, rare alchemical resources are a major expense. Now Yanqing has no rare alchemical resource mines, and no ordinary trading channels to obtain rare alchemical resources. He can only use the God-given gold coins to exchange from the God-given item store to meet the expenses of the territory in the future. 1 unit of rare alchemical resources is 1,000 God-given gold coins. Yanqing's nearly 200,000 God-given gold coins seem to be a lot. But once used, it is not sure how long they can last. But money is earned to be spent. If you don't spend it now, you may not have a place to spend it in the future. Therefore, Yanqing decided to take out some of the God-given gold coins to speed up the construction of the current territory and complete the construction of the pre-level 4 buildings. Push the territory to the city level as quickly as possible and open the city function buildings. The earlier you spend money, the earlier you benefit. Yinxing put away the military map of the Windy Highlands on the table, and took out a planned map of the Eternal Territory and spread it on the table. Yinxing was deeply touched after visiting Nuda City with Miss Sibyl again. After seeing the urban environment of Nuda City, he made up his mind. He must not let his territory develop into that. No one cleans those dirty and smelly slums. And the nobles will definitely not go in. City officials who serve the nobles will not care about the lowest civilians in the city. Lack of grassroots management. When there are blank areas in urban management, some forces will naturally grow to fill these gaps and manage these places instead of officials. The city within the city has its own independent rules. In order to survive, many gray and illegal industries will appear in those neglected or abandoned places, which will bring very serious social problems to the entire city. The elf assassin who assassinated Yinxing hid in such a place. Chui Chui recorded the elf assassin's retreat route from the assassination site to his residence. She was very familiar with the environment of that area, and it was obvious that she had lived there for some time. Did the residents of that area not notice this elf? Probably not. It may be that some power made them ignore her. Zybel said to Yinxing. The two accomplices who covered the retreat of the elf assassin were both humans, and they were very ordinary civilians. How many elves are still lurking in Nuda City now? I'm afraid no one knows. Why did Count Theodore seem so powerless in the face of the nobles who seized power? It was because the residents in Nuda City didn't care who lived in the city lord's mansion. They didn't even care that there was an elf around them who regarded humans as mortal enemies. Therefore, after the assassination, Yinxing saw the real problem of Nuda City. He immediately returned to the real world and went online to find someone to help him make a city plan. Yongheng territory must not continue to build as it pleases. Otherwise the situation of Nuda City will inevitably occur. This is also the reason why Yinxing immediately added the construction of the patrol station and the recruitment of sheriffs to his schedule after knowing that the number of territory residents increased and conflicts arose. Fortunately, Yongheng territory has just begun to develop, and there are not many buildings now. Moreover, many buildings need to be demolished one by one in the future and moved outside the first city wall. Yinxing plans to leave the central location for himself to build the city lord's mansion. Therefore, Yinxing took out this city planning map, a sketch of expanding the city outside the first city wall. The specific city construction blueprint will definitely not be produced in such a short time. The engineers hired by Yinxing will design the city construction blueprint in the future. The excuse given by Yinxing, this is a city in a game under development, and it is required to be designed in accordance with the country's urban planning. Although there are no detailed drawings yet, the land required for road planning and urban functional area planning can be reserved in advance based on this sketch. When the blueprint comes out in the future, we can fill it in one by one. Moreover, the roads and sewer systems can be built in advance. Yinxing explained to his officials in great detail his vision for the future city of Yongheng territory. In the future, the width of each street must be at least enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. Each street must have at least 1 patrol station, a barber shop, a bathhouse, a well, a leisure area, and a cleaner who specializes in cleaning up garbage. Let every citizen of the territory not only have enough food, but also live cleanly, with dignity, and a sense of security. Gosper and Lao Hans couldn't figure out why their master equipped each street with so many things, and built such a wide road. But, Master Yinxing, generous and kind. Chapter 144 Chocobo. After Yinxing finished talking with the 3 officials of the territory about his plan for the next development of Yongheng territory, he let them do their own things. Militia Captain Eddie selected 30 soldiers to leave the territory and march towards Nuda City. Yinxing walked out of the town-level government office, and the people of the territory he met saluted him one after another. Yinxing saw many new faces, all of whom were farmers who joined the territory as refugees. Compared with the rosy-cheeked and strong farmers in the territory, these people looked very thin. However, after filling their stomachs, they were in good spirits. Then they put on the labor protection work clothes given to them by the territory for free, and their faces were filled with happy smiles and respect for their masters. Yinxing wanted to give them candy, but found that he didn't bring any. Donna was not around. It was really hard to adapt to her not being around. I wonder how her training with Zybel was going. Thinking of the scene when Donna didn't want to be a maid in order to be a militia, Yinxing couldn't help but think of the main task that he had forgotten. Help the werewolves to establish military units from level 1 to level 12. How to establish? There was no prompt for the task. When in Nuda City, Yinxing also called the light armor werewolf warriors to his side to see if he could authenticate them with the system. There was no response. Think about it. No matter how strong he armed these light-armored werewolf warriors, they were still first-level werewolves in essence. Of course, they could not get the rank certification without improving their basic attributes. But how to make werewolves stronger? At this time, Yinxing suddenly had an inspiration. The constituent race of the human race is humans, who were originally first-level peasants, which is much lower than the starting point of most forces. However, the human race has completed the first level to 12th level military unit training system with a single race through a complete training system. Werewolves are also a first level race at the beginning, and can only advance to the second level great werewolf at most. Can we use the human race's training system to train werewolves to improve the basic attributes of werewolves and complete the advancement? Yinxing thought he could give it a try. The physical foundation of werewolves is much stronger than that of human farmers. If they can really use the human training system to complete the advancement, then the werewolf race will be awesome. Just do it when you think of it. Anyway, the ordered supplies have not arrived yet, and Yinxing is relatively free during this period. See if you can figure out the matter of the werewolf soldiers. Now the Eternal Territory is a third-level territory with militia training grounds and archer training grounds. Yinxing said people to find a few of the territory's own werewolf warriors to gather and wait at the militia training ground. And he walked towards the earth-attributed demonized chicken. They should be given a name so that they can be called in the future. The chickens with air attribute that love to eat poisonous flies are called carnivorous chickens. It seems to conflict with their functions before they were demonized. So let's call them carnivorous birds. After being demonized, they don't look like chickens. Then the chickens with earth attribute are called chocobos. After Yinxing decided on the names of the two demonized chickens, he had already walked to the side of the chocobos. The battle griffin on the side saw Yinxing approaching, so it stood up and made a cry, stamped its feet, and shook its body to prepare for takeoff. When Yinxing made a rest gesture to it, the well-trained battle griffin immediately calmed down and crawled on the ground to rest. Yinxing slowly approached the chocobo. The chocobo also looked at Yinxing vigilantly. Broken Ears said that the chocobo was docile, and it was much quieter when Yinxing approached than when it was fighting the griffin. When Yinxing touched the chocobo's neck, it just symbolically avoided it. After realizing that Yinxing had no intention of hurting it, it behaved very obediently. Yinxing took the opportunity to step on the pedal and turned over to ride on the back of the chocobo. The chocobo did not resist at all. Of course, the chocobo was so obedient thanks to Broken Ear and Sharp Claw. These two werewolf trainers put a lot of effort in order to ride the chocobo out. Otherwise, an untamed chocobo would not be so easy to accept riding. Yinxing rode on the back of the chocobo, twisted his buttocks back and forth, and then pressed his center of gravity to put some pressure on the chocobo. Because the back of the chocobo is covered with a layer of feathers, it is more comfortable than riding a horse. The pressure resistance is also good. After all, Yinxing was wearing full body armor at this time, and the downward pressure was slightly relieved by the chocobo. Yinxing looked at the legs of the chocobo from above. The joints were bent at a large angle, making the entire leg like a spring. It can be imagined that when the chocobo is running at full speed, the ups and downs on its back are much smaller than those of a warhorse. As Yinxing personally experienced the feeling of riding on the chocobo, he also received a prompt. Your territory has gained a new type of monster. Please name it. Chocobo. I just thought of a name, and now I use it. Chocobo, level 5 monster attack, 6 defense, 10 damage, 7 stamina, 25 talent, rideable. Earth attribute strength enhancement. Immune to level 1 to 3 earth attribute status magic. Body shield reduces physical damage by 15% after seeing the attributes of the chocobo. Its defensive ability is somewhat beyond Yinxing's estimation. Coupled with its own magic body shield and its innate earth physique, it is definitely an excellent mount for forming a charging cavalry. Not bad. Not bad. Another unexpected surprise. Broken Ears and Sharp Claws have equipped the chocobo with a complete set of saddles. Yinxing grabbed the reins and gently pulled, and the chocobo started walking. As expected, the leg structure of the chocobo makes riding very comfortable. During long-distance marches, it can keep the cavalry in good combat effectiveness. Now we can train some on a small scale, and then train them on a large scale when the Eternal Leader forms cavalry. Yinxing flicked the reins, giving the chocobo a signal to run, and the advantage of the spring legs was immediately shown. The the Chocobo took a big step, and its whole body was as powerful as a high-powered sports car, carrying Yinxing and charging rapidly. Moreover, when the Chocobo runs at high speed, you still can't feel too obvious ups and downs. This is definitely beneficial for cavalry to carry out precise attacks in battle. This time I picked up a treasure. Yinxing rode the Chocobo, and the more he rode, the more he liked it. He also tried the turning ability and obstacle avoidance ability of the Chocobo when running, which made Yinxing very satisfied. However, the endurance problem of the Chocobo mentioned by Duaner also appeared, especially Yinxing, who was carrying a heavy armor. After running for a while, his speed dropped very quickly. It seems that the Chocobo cannot be used as a mount for heavy cavalry. Its short-range explosive power is very suitable for use as a light and medium ranger, wandering on the edge of the battlefield. If the enemy is chasing, use speed to move the enemy's main force closer. Once you find the enemy's omission, immediately burst into speed and charge. The Art of War says, it is fast as the wind. It is slow as the forest. It is invasive as fire. It is immovable as a mountain. It is difficult to know as the shadow. And it moves like thunder. Yinxing thinks that the tactical application potential of Chocobo is very large. As for how to use it specifically, more testing and drills are needed. Chapter 145 Mrs. Carroll. Yinxing rode a Chocobo to the militia training ground, where 5 lightly armored werewolf warriors were already waiting. The entire militia training ground is more than 100 square meters, and is separated from other territory areas by a wire mesh fence. In the middle of the training ground is a flat rammed earth, with several wooden man piles for farmers to practice weapons. The training ground is surrounded by a circle of rain shelters. Under the rain shelter are some equipment and weapon racks for strength training, and on the weapon racks are some wooden sticks, wooden swords, wooden shields, and some decorative axes, knives and forks. Because the development of the territory is important, there are no farmers here who are trained to upgrade to militia. Now 5 werewolf warriors are standing in the training ground, not knowing what the Lord wants them to do here. But they stand straight, waiting for their Lord to lecture them. Yinxing jumped off the back of the Chocobo and walked into the militia training ground. He first looked at his attributes. The power increased, driving his level to level 15. Yinxing human level, 15 occupation, Night Lord. Attack, 18 defense, 26 intelligence, 18 knowledge, 18 heroes specialty. Popularity increases the attractiveness of human farmers and increases the efficiency of governance. Encouragement, increase the morale of the subjects and the army. Heroes specialty. Primary training, primary leadership. Primary offensive technique. Primary air magic, primary wisdom technique. Skills/magic. Charge. Charge. Prey. Blood. Contempt. Sky splitting. Shield strike. Angel descends. Angel descends. Auxiliary magic. Air eye. Electromagnetic cannon. Magic lightning attack. Speed up. Equipment. Deep Space Whisperer Magic Book Achievement. None reputation. 54000. The training technique in the hero's special skill is a skill exclusive to human knight heroes. The function is to train soldiers in the corresponding arms training ground to achieve the goal of promoting low-level soldiers to high level. Yinxing once trained first-level peasants in the militia training ground, but he had never trained first-level werewolves. I wonder if this batch of werewolves will change after their own training. After entering the militia training ground, the knight hero's training ability is activated. The hero can open the training option to view the trainee's 4-dimensional attributes. Strength, defense, damage. Physical strength. Arrange training items for trainees for these 4 attributes to improve the value of individual attributes. When the trainee's 4-dimensional attributes reach the advanced standard, go to the corresponding arms building to deliver the God-given gold coins to complete the arms advancement. Yinxing opens his own training panel. Then he was surprised to find that the 4-dimensional attributes of these 5 first-level werewolves were all shown as upgradable. This is the right method. Yinxing asked these werewolves to conduct strength training and observe the changes in the werewolves' attributes. The 5 werewolves immediately obeyed the order and ran to the strength training area, each carrying a barbell to train. In Yinxing's training panel, their strength and physical strength have increased slightly. Unfortunately, Yinxing's current training skills are only elementary, and the training speed is a bit slow. If it is advanced training, the training effect will definitely be very significant. But there is only one knight hero in the entire Eternal Territory, so he can only hold on here by himself. When the hero is training the soldiers, he doesn't need to watch here. Just arrange the werewolf training program and leave. Just come back on time to check the progress of their training attribute improvement. And then arrange other training programs. During the entire training period, it is necessary to ensure that the trainees have adequate nutrition. Their food intake will double or more than usual. Therefore, after Yenching confirmed that the werewolves can improve their four-dimensional attributes by training in the militia training ground, he left these 5 werewolves to continue to carry the barbells here, and prepared to upgrade the Eternal Territory to the 4th level territory. Strive to complete all the pre-construction buildings required for upgrading the territory tomorrow. For example, the textile room, water wheel, these buildings that have not yet been built. Yenching plans to use the God-given gold coins to buy them all. Tomorrow morning, directly upgrade the 3rd level town level government office to the 4th level city administration office. Therefore, Yenching decided not to return to Nuda City tonight, and kept an eye on the construction progress in his own territory. Nuda City was in a peaceful and quiet place at night, on the tower of a mansion. The evening breeze gently blew the curtains, making the bright moon and stars in the night sky looming in the gaps of the curtains. Mrs. Carroll, who had just taken a bath, sat in front of the dressing table with a beige bath towel wrapped around her. There was an ice jade porcelain plate on the dressing table, looking at the moonlight reflected by the ice jade porcelain. Mrs. Carroll's eyes were full of intoxicated colors. She picked up the ice jade porcelain plate and stretched out her arm to compare it with her skin. The Duke of Silvermane liked to hug himself and touch his skin, praising it for being so delicate, so smooth, and so white. He often said that he didn't even know how to describe the feeling of this touch. Madame Carroll thought that when the Duke of Silvermane saw the ice jade porcelain, he would know what to use to describe his skin. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared outside the window of the tower. Madame Carroll, I'm sorry. We didn't kill Aranda Emerald. She broke through our siege and escaped from the city. Madame Carroll continued to admire the ice jade porcelain in her hand, and the silence made the black shadow outside the window very nervous. He said again, Aranda Emerald fled to the north. Without our guidance, she could not pass through the fortresses in the range of the Rift Mountain Fort, and could only risk crossing the Thunder Swamp. Whether she died in the Thunder Swamp or successfully returned to the northern snow, no, she would definitely die in the Thunder Swamp. She will never pose a threat to you. Besides, she doesn't know our relationship with you. After a while, Mrs. Carroll said, I don't care where Aranda Emerald died. I only know that you let her run away. You even let Yenching follow her sister and kill her. The shadow quickly explained, Mrs. Carroll, we didn't know that Yenching was protected by the Thunder Swamp, and the person who assassinated him would be cursed. This was an accident. There are too many mysterious forces in this world that we don't know. The curse of the Thunder Swamp? Carroll recalled that day in the temple. Yenching was confident that he could easily find the assassin. He must have expected that the assassin would attack him, and then use the curse of the Thunder Swamp to find the murderer. Damn it! An opportunity that was hard to find. Priest Temple had no background, but he gained a special status because he represented the Central Temple to visit Nuda City. He died suddenly, and Lancelot, as the High Priest of the Nuda City Temple, would certainly take the opportunity to attack Earl Theodore. It's a pity. It's a pity that Yenching came to Nuda City at this time. He not only blocked the attack of High Priest Lancelot for Earl Theodore, but also found the elf assassin who assassinated Priest Temple. As an elf and assassin, he assassinated Yenching, and personally admitted that he assassinated Priest Temple in front of the city lord guards, the city defense army, and the citizens of Nuda City. In the eyes of the dignitaries in Nuda City, these evidences are enough to make Temple Priest rest in peace and be accepted by the Central Temple. If High Priest Lancelot continues to dwell on this matter, he will be asking for trouble. Yenching, you appeared in Nuda City at this time, and brought ice jade porcelain. What do you want to do? Madame Carroll asked the shadow outside the window. You just said Aranda Emerald fled to the north? The shadow replied, yes. She can only have a glimmer of hope if she goes north into the Thunder Swamp. My people are still chasing her. Madame Carroll knew that the shadow came to her, which meant that the pursuit was hopeless. She also needed these people, and should not be overly held responsible. This matter is indeed not entirely your fault. We don't know what Yenching relied on to find the Emerald Sisters, since Aranda has escaped. To prevent any accidents, all those who have contact with the sisters must be cleared. Yes, madam. I will not let you down again. Chapter 146 Aranda. Under the night, Aranda Emerald, wearing an ordinary gray smock, kept running northward in the wilderness. I don't know what's waiting for me ahead. My sister is dead. Yesterday, she went to assassinate a human lord. And soon after she failed, the guards of the Lord's mansion and the city defense army of Nuda City blocked the entire city. Only then did I and my sister know that Night Yinxing was protected by the Thunder Swamp. And my sister was cursed by the Thunder Swamp. It was this curse that led him to his hiding place. My sister didn't know how to remove the curse. She only knew that she was doomed in this heavy siege. Since I came to Nuda City, I didn't think about going back alive. But you can live. Aranda kept running. And her sister's words to her were still ringing in her ears. Leave here immediately and hide. If they catch me, they will lift the blockade here. You have to escape. Don't trust anyone. Leave Nuda City and flee north. You will cross the Thunder Swamp and return to your home in the snow. You must stay alive for me. She died when Aranda and her sister sneaked into Nuda City. They had already expected this day to come. Death can come at any time. But the moment it came, it was still hard for Aranda to accept. As a twin elf sister, Aranda felt that half of her soul seemed to disappear with her sister's death. But the bad luck was not over. Her sister was right. Don't trust anyone. Aranda escaped from an ambush against herself with vigilance. She left Nuda City through a secret passage that her sister had arranged long ago. My sister is an excellent assassin. She started digging this secret passage secretly since she entered Nuda City. No one knows. My sister's caution saved my life. And can I cross the Thunder Swamp? Aranda doesn't know. But she knows that the Snow Elves have been trying to find a path to cross the Thunder Swamp, but have never succeeded. For foreign creatures, the swamp is a life-forbidden zone. But she has no choice now. The people chasing her are still chasing her from behind. As long as she relaxes a little, a large number of killers will inevitably emerge from the dark curtain and leave her in this wilderness forever. I want to escape. I must escape. I also want to avenge my sister. Aranda looked behind her and listened to the sound coming from the wind. Then she quickly used magic to eliminate the traces of her footsteps, and then turned around and continued to run north. As an assassin, Aranda also mastered the skills of anti-tracking. But my sister is better than me in every aspect. Thinking of her sister, tears in Aranda's eyes flowed again. Aranda ran all night until she was exhausted and really couldn't run anymore. And then she hid in a bunch of dense grass to rest. She dug out the rhizome of the plant, put it in her mouth, and greedily sucked the juice inside. The replenishment of a small amount of water caused a stronger feeling of hunger. Since the escape, Aranda has not eaten anything. She consumed a lot of physical energy, but did not replenish it. She dug out more plant roots and sucked the juice. But the little bit of nutrients was just a drop in the bucket for her needs. She fumbled around her body, trying to find something to fill her stomach. Just a little bit would do. Then Aranda took out a piece of candy. This was given to her by her sister a few days ago. A total of 2 pieces. Aranda ate 1 piece, and the sweet and fragrant taste made her feel sweet every time she thought about it. Aranda was reluctant to eat the last piece, because it would be gone if she ate it. For this, she was even mocked by her sister. This piece of candy was given by the human named Yinxing, and her sister died at the hands of that human. Aranda saw the tear that her sister shed before she died, and knew that it was for her. When Aranda was hesitating whether to eat the food of her enemy, a loud noise came from outside the bush. Are the killers catching up? Aranda put the candy away and took a metal tube from her belt. She pressed a button on the metal tube, and long bow arms popped out from both ends of the metal tube. Aranda strung the bow, and her right hand rested on the bowstring, and a magic arrow solidified. Aranda, ready to fight to the death, half crouched in the bushes, using the magic night vision pupil to quietly observe the situation outside through the gaps in the bushes. The sound was getting closer, but it didn't sound like the killer chasing her. Aranda continued to wait, and then she saw a group of ragged human refugees rushing on the road under the moonlight. This place is close to the Thunder Swamp. How could there be humans? And they were heading north, not to the south of Nuda City. Where is the human city in the north? No, there was none before. Now there is. Last night, the ice jade porcelain tableware from the Eternal Territory made a sensation in the entire Nuda City. Last night, Aranda watched the magic fireworks released by the City Lord's mansion while avoiding the killer's encirclement. The Eternal Territory is located in the north of Nuda City, near the Thunder Swamp. Yinxing, who killed his sister, is the Lord of the Eternal Territory. Aranda did not expect that she would accidentally run to the Eternal Territory while running north like a headless fly. Eternal Territory. Human Yanxing. In an instant, Aranda suddenly had a very bold plan. She retracted her magic power, and the formed magic arrow disappeared. Shaking her hand again, the unfolded bow arm was retracted and turned into an inconspicuous metal cylinder again. Putting away the alchemical longbow, Aranda grabbed some soil from the ground and smeared it on her body and face. Feeling that she looked like a human refugee now, Aranda arranged her hair to cover her ears and put on the hood of her cloak. He walked out of the bushes with his head down and mixed in with the group of refugees moving forward. No refugee paid special attention to Aranda. When the refugee group was heading to the nearby human territory, new refugees would continue to join. Everyone lowered their heads and moved forward weakly. The group walked very slowly, and there was no sign of the Eternal Territory until dawn. However, a patrolling werewolf team discovered this group of refugees. These werewolf warriors wore half-body metal armor, with metal flails hanging around their waists, and each of them had a bicycle. Aranda had seen the werewolf warriors around Yanxing and Nuda City dressed like this, and they all rode this magical thing called a bicycle with two wheels distributed front and back. After the werewolf patrol found the refugee team, they immediately protected the refugees, and some werewolf warriors dispersed to provide flank protection for the refugee team. A werewolf warrior rode a bicycle and quickly returned to the Eternal Territory. Farmers, we are the light armored werewolf mobile force of the Eternal Territory. The leader of the werewolf patrol took out a heavy bag from the storage box on the back seat of his bicycle and said to the refugees, "We will protect you until you enter the Eternal Territory safely. If any of you are hungry, you can come to me for food." Hearing that there was food, the refugees gathered around the werewolf leader without waiting for him to finish. Chapter 147 First Arrival at the Eternal Territory. Aranda was also given a handful of small brown granular food. Caution made her smell the smell of this food she had never seen before. It smelled very fishy and beefy, and there was also a mixture of several vegetables. It should be beef, fish, and some vegetables that were crushed and then mixed with grain powder and baked. This is the fast nutritious ration that my master prepared for our werewolf warriors. Some humans do not like its smell. The werewolf leader saw that Aranda did not eat the nutritious ration and thought that she did not like the strong smell of the ration. So he walked to Aranda and said, "But it can quickly replenish your physical strength. Eat something and drink some water. Rest for a while, and a vehicle will come to pick you up." Aranda saw that the other refugees had finished their rations, so she started eating her own rations to avoid suspicion. Crunch, crunch. It didn't taste as hard as it looked, and was as crispy as baked cookies. It tasted good, too. It was much better than the food she and her sister ate in Nuda City. Hunger made Aranda finish the food in a few bites. Although she was not full, she felt less uncomfortable after having something in her stomach. I said our werewolf rations were delicious. The werewolf warrior leader came to Aranda again, and the werewolf warrior behind him was holding a bottle of purified water. The werewolf leader took out a bottle of water and handed it to Aranda, saying, "Drink some water first. We are a patrol team, and we don't have much rations. When you arrive at the territory, Lord Lauhans will arrange breakfast for you." Aranda took the purified water, and the werewolf leader gave water to the next person. Aranda stared at the transparent bottle in her hand in a daze. She couldn't tell what material the bottle was made of, but it must be a very advanced alchemical product to be so transparent and clear. Aranda picked up the bottle and looked through the bottle to see the people and scenery around her. She was shocked. The refugees around were just curious about this transparent bottle and thought it must be very precious. But Aranda could see how difficult it was to make it. The bottle was made of a very uniform material, without any impurities, and its light transmittance was beyond Aranda's cognition. Was it filled with water? She preferred to believe that it contained the highest level of alchemical potion. Looking at herself and the refugees each holding a bottle like this, Aranda's first thought was whether she had been hit by mental magic. But as a strictly trained assassin, Aranda knew what it felt like to be hit by mental illusion magic. The transparent bottle of unknown alchemical material in her hand was real. But was it really filled with water? At this time, all the refugees were given pure water. The werewolf leader picked up a bottle of purified water, held it high, and said to the refugees, "What you have is purified water, which is the drinking water distributed by my master to the patrol team. Do you see the blue cap on the bottle? Just unscrew it, and you can drink the water inside. If you can't finish it, Screw the cap back on and drink it next time you want to. There is one thing you must remember. The master does not allow you to throw away the bottle after drinking the water. You must hand it in. After saying that, the werewolf leader also demonstrated by unscrewing the bottle and drinking water from it. The thirsty refugees also learned to unscrew the cap of purified water and drink water. Aranda was not thirsty, but she still opened the bottle and tasted it. It was really water. It was hard to imagine that someone would use such a precious, top-notch alchemical product to hold such worthless water. Was this person crazy? Fortunately, he was not completely crazy and knew to recycle these alchemical bottles after drinking the water. If they could be reused, they might just be used to hold water temporarily. Then Aranda saw that after the werewolf leader finished drinking a bottle of water, he flattened the empty bottle with both hands and threw it into the storage box on the back seat of the bicycle. That casual look made Aranda really want to take out his bow and shoot him 100 arrows to avenge the desecration of such a high-level alchemical product. Perhaps he drank too quickly, and the werewolf leader burped. Then he took out a comb from the storage box and asked a werewolf subordinate to come over and comb his hair. Aranda then noticed that the hair of these werewolves was smooth and fluffy, and they looked very majestic, which was very different from the werewolves she had seen before. Another difference was the confidence of these werewolves. They didn't bluff by baring their teeth and barking. This kind of momentum was not seen in the first-level creatures of other forces. The first level was the first level, the lowest existence, struggling for survival every day. What dignity could they have? Look at the human refugees around them, who were also the first level. In contrast, the look in the eyes of these first-level werewolves was like a hero. They are like nobles, caring about their appearance. Who created them? What exactly is the eternal territory? Aranda held a bottle of mineral water in his hand, looking at the arrogant werewolves around him, thinking puzzledly. At this time, a beep sound came from not far away. Then 4 agricultural tricycles drove over quickly. The werewolf leader shouted, "The project on the canal is too tight, and not many agricultural tricycles have been transferred. The elderly, children and women will get on the car first, and the others will walk. Anyway, this place is not too far from the territory, and it will be there in a short walk." After that, the werewolf leader asked his subordinates to organize the refugees to get on the car. As a woman, Aranda was pulled to the team to get on the vehicle. Aranda had seen this kind of alchemical vehicle with 3 wheels that could run by itself when she watched the competition between the Eternal Territory Road Repair Team and the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce Road Repair Team. It could pull more than a human-powered wheelbarrow and run faster. The 4 tricycles in front of Aranda were covered with mud inside and outside, and it was obvious that they had just been transferred here after pulling mud. The farmers who drove the tricycles put the stools they brought in the buckets of the tricycles one by one, and then shouted to the refugees, "Hurry up and get on the vehicle. There are still vehicles waiting for use at the canal. Get on. Get on. Squeeze in. There is still space if you squeeze in. If you can't sit, stand up. Hold on tight, and don't fall down." Aranda was squeezed into the car, sitting on a stool with a child in his arms. The car was full, and the farmer driver drove away immediately. The road was bad and very bumpy, but the speed was still very fast. It didn't take long before the tricycle slowed down and stopped. The driver shouted, "Get off. Everyone get off. Lord Lahans is here. Just listen to his instructions." In the chaos, Aranda, who looked confused, was squeezed out of the car. 4 tricycles turned around and drove away quickly. Is this the Eternal Territory? This was the first time that Aranda saw the Eternal Territory. She looked around and felt as if she had come to a strange world. A world that did not belong to this world. People wandering on the grassland. Welcome to join the Eternal Territory. Here you pay taxes to Master Yinching, and Master Yinching will give you food to fill your stomach, warm clothes and shelter from the wind and rain, and provide you with shelter. Chapter 148 Territory Breakfast. After paying taxes, Aranda officially became a farmer in the Eternal Territory. In Nuda City, she and her sister were also farmers of the human race. The person who provided them with identity cover gave them a sum of God-given gold coins. In the city where the poor gathered, as long as you handed in a God-given gold coin when the tax collector came, you could spend a week in peace. Aranda gave a God-given gold coin to Lao Hans without arousing any suspicion. Then Aranda received a set of clothes, a towel, an unknown material, and a white block that smelled very good from Lao Hans, and some other odds and ends, whose functions are unknown. Lauren said to the new subjects who joined the territory. The kitchen of the territory is preparing breakfast for you. Take a bath and change your clothes during this time. Remember, the white and fragrant thing is called soap. It is for cleaning and cannot be eaten. You can't eat toothpaste either. I saw a werewolf eat a piece of soap, and then he spit bubbles for a week. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. When you know the function of soap, you will like it. You will like everything in this territory. This is all the gift given to you by Master Yinching. Master Yinching, you are generous and kind. The new subjects who joined the Eternal Territory shouted together, Master Yinching, you are generous and kind. Then the new subjects were taken to the bathhouse of the Eternal Territory. The men's and women's baths are separated. While taking a bath, Aranda was still afraid that her ears would be exposed and seen. But everyone was attracted by the magical soap. And in the steaming hot bathroom, no one paid special attention to Aranda's ears that were deliberately hidden. After washing her body, Aranda took out the new clothes and prepared to change. This was a style of clothes she had never seen before. The fabric looked very wear-resistant and strong. And there were many pockets inside and outside. Just like there were many things in this territory that she had never heard of. And the underwear turned out to be like this. The receptionist who brought them to the bathroom shouted loudly in the dressing room, if your clothes and shoes don't fit, you can come to me to exchange them. Especially underwear. Don't force it in if you have big breasts. I have large sizes here. If you need any other clothes and personal items, you can come to me to ask. Can I have a hat? Aranda walked to the receptionist with a bath towel around her and asked in a low voice. Yonghing received the clothes, so she couldn't wear her previous smock. And there was no hood on the new clothes that could be worn on her head. Although she had hair to cover her ears, Aranda still wanted to wear a hat. After all, her hair was as crisp as green buds in early spring after washing. Beautiful colors are eye-catching. Assassins have to find ways to make themselves more ordinary. When the receptionist saw Aranda, her fierce look immediately became kind. So beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful girl. Your hair reminds me of when I was a girl. Why do you cover it with a hat? When the master chooses a maid next time, he will definitely choose you. Aranda said, I will have a headache if I don't wear a hat. Especially when I am exposed to the sun and wind. Oh, poor child. The receptionist said with some distress, no problem. The generous and kind master prepared hats for his subjects, who work under the scorching sun. I believe that even if you put on a hat, it won't cover your appearance. The receptionist took out a wide-brimmed sun hat from the locker behind her and gave it to Aranda. Then she gave Aranda a bra. I just said, if you have big breasts, don't force them in. It will be very uncomfortable. This cup size is suitable for you. Thank you. Aranda blushed and took the hat and bra and left. Aranda, wearing work clothes, and the new subjects, who were washed clean, were taken out of the bathroom and came to the territory cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Eternal Territory was built with simple house boards, and long dining tables were neatly placed inside, and the tabletops were wiped clean. Since the time for breakfast in the territory had passed, only a few humans and werewolves who were changing shifts were eating in the restaurant. Those who were quick to take a shower had already lined up at the food distribution area. The receptionist who led the team took out iron plates from the tableware cabinet and distributed them. After distributing them, she stood with Aranda. She liked Aranda very much, so she took care of her with some partiality, and whispered to her about things to pay attention to in the territory. Soon it was Aranda's turn to get food. 2 white flour buns, 2 fried eggs, 2 thick slices of fried ham, 2 fried chicken legs, shredded mustard tuber, shredded kelp, and an apple. Aranda stared with wide eyes. This is breakfast. Is there any mistake? What did my sister and I eat for breakfast in Nuda City? Black bread and vegetable leaves. Lunch is black bread and vegetable soup. Dinner is black bread and vegetable salad. This is the normal meal for ordinary civilian families in Nuda City. Occasionally, they can eat meat, eggs and fruits, but mainly they eat black bread and vegetables. Nuda City is considered a relatively wealthy city. In other places, ordinary families may not even have black bread and vegetables every day. What is in front of me now? I am afraid that even a small noble family cannot make such a rich breakfast. Is my identity exposed? Will I go to the guillotine after eating this meal? But the food on other people's plates is exactly the same as mine. Are they all going to be beheaded? Aranda touched the bow handle in his pocket and looked around to see if there was an ambush. The chef saw that Aranda was taking a long time to take the plate and said angrily, "Take your breakfast away quickly. Don't waste time. We still have to prepare lunch?" The ant behind Aranda was not happy. She yelled at the chef, "Why are you so fierce? Where is the soup? The master said that there must be soup for breakfast. Where is the soup you made?" The chef saw the ant and quickly smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Plump rapeseed ant. Please don't tell the Lord about this. We are really too busy. Everyone is preparing lunch. No one is making soup. Or, you can drink milk. There is milk powder in the kitchen. You can make it yourself." So when Aranda sat at the table with a sumptuous breakfast, the plump Ant Rapeseed brought 2 full bowls of milk. Aranda asked in a low voice, "Ant Rapeseed, why is our breakfast so sumptuous? Will you be punished for taking so much milk from the kitchen?" Ant Rapeseed took the steamed bun and broke it in the middle, stuffed it with ham, eggs and side dishes, then closed it and took a big bite. She replied to Aranda with satisfaction, "Sumptuous? This is a normal breakfast. When the territory was first established, the breakfast that the master gave us was sumptuous. Now that there are more people in the territory, we can only eat simpler food. You see, I am so fat. It is because I followed the master to eat fat. I used to be as thin as you. At that time, they called me Rape Flower. Now they call me Plump Rape Flower. As for this milk, it is something you can drink casually. The people in the kitchen are too busy, and they bully you newcomers who don't know. Do you see the beverage area? There are milk powder and juice powder. You can mix what you want to drink." The master said, "Only by eating and drinking well can you have the strength to work in our territory. As long as there is no waste, you can eat whatever you want." Chapter 149, Building a Magic Tower. Eat whatever you want. Is this something a normal person can say? Is this the life a normal civilian can have? But in the eternal territory, it seems to be like this. Aranda imitated Ant Rapeseed flour to break the steamed bun, put eggs, ham and pickles in it, and then opened her mouth and took a bite. She couldn't help but hum with enjoyment. Delicious. At this time, someone ran to the door of the restaurant and shouted, "Our eternal territory has been upgraded to the 4th level." Master Yinxing said, "Everyone should work harder today. Finish the work early, and show us a movie in the evening. Last time we watched Pirates of the Caribbean 1. And Pirates of the Caribbean 2 will be shown in the evening." Aranda and the newcomers didn't know what the movie was about, but Ant Rapeseed and the experienced subjects all cheered excitedly. The chef stopped complaining and rolled up their sleeves to work, even humming the theme song of the movie, while meeting the material needs of the subjects. Yinxing also paid great attention to their spiritual needs. He organized everyone to sit together and watch the movie early on. Although they didn't understand the language in it, they still watched it with relish. It was very helpful for the unity of the territory and improving the work enthusiasm of the subjects. After Ant Rapeseed sat down after celebrating, Aranda asked, "Yinxing, is Master Yinxing in the territory now?" "Last night, the master came back from Nuda City on a griffin. He is really a kind master. He also has boundless magic power and endless wisdom. He is the one sent by God to save us. Assassin's Code: if you want to kill the enemy, you must first understand him." The purpose of Aranda coming to the Eternal Territory is to assassinate Yinxing to avenge her sister. But even such a powerful assassin as her sister failed, so she should be more cautious. He is a person favored by the Thunder Swamp, and this place is near the Thunder Swamp. Therefore, we can't be impatient to assassinate Yinxing. There is only one chance to assassinate him, so we must first understand him. And Rapeseed Flower should have a certain status in the Eternal Territory. She seems to be a subject who followed Yinxing in the early days. Ant Rapeseed, can you tell me more about Master Yinxing? At this time, Yinxing didn't know that an elf had sneaked into his territory, and the other party came to kill him. He had just upgraded the town-level government office to the city administration office, and the Eternal Territory to the 4th level territory, unlocking a large area of city functional buildings. The next priority is to build a magic tower and upgrade the market to build a God-given resource store. Level 1 Magic Tower requires resources 20,000 God-given gold coins, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of wood. You can invite the Magic Association to send mages to settle in and recruit people with magic qualifications in the territory as magic apprentices when in New Tower City. Yinxing asked Earl Theodore about the construction of the territory. Count Theodore suggested, for all buildings related to magic, it is best to use the gold coins and resources given by God directly. and exchange them directly from God. Because it is built by yourself, without the participation of senior magicians, it is difficult to make the building produce the magical environment it should have. And it will not be recognized by God, the God recognized by this world. Yinxing believes that it is the system that makes this world work. For Yinxing, an outsider, many things in this world are very game-like. But for the people in this world, these are common sense. And there will be no sense of cognitive abruptness. Just like in the real world, people think that water has 3 forms: liquid, solid, and gas, and do not consider whether there is a 4th form. Therefore, people in this world can face those people, buildings and God-given items that suddenly appear normally. This also allows Yinxing to not hide when obtaining information, because his lord system is shared by all lords here, and they can talk freely. The experience of other lords can help the eternal territory avoid many detours. At the beginning, Yinxing really planned to build the magic tower by himself to save this huge amount of God-given gold coins. 20,000 God-given gold coins. The set of ceramic plates sold to Duke Silvermane was only 20,000 God-given gold coins. It hurts. It hurts. The rewards of these tasks in the past few days have accumulated some wood and stone. I usually don't want to use it, so I'll use it here. Close your eyes and choose to build directly. When you open your eyes again, a magic building emitting magic ripples appears in front of Yinxing at the place where he chose to build the magic tower. The first level magic tower has only 2 floors. The main tower is square, and the area is estimated to be 10 meters x 10 meters. There is a towering wall around the main body of the magic tower, which encloses the magic tower and the surrounding land into an independent area. There are some functional houses under the wall. Most of the houses are for apprentices practicing magic in the magic tower. There are also several utility rooms. Yinxing walked into the magic tower. The layout is similar to the magic tower in the Lord's Mansion of Nuda City. The first floor is a library, but there are only a few basic magic books on the wall bookshelves here. Compared with the books that fill the bookshelves of Count Theodore, it is really very shabby. However, according to Yinxing's reading speed, it is estimated that it will not take long to record all of Count Theodore's collection of books in Chuichu's database without missing a word. Then use the printer to print it yourself and bind it, regardless of whether it can show the deeper level of magic reading in some magic books. At least the surface knowledge has been copied. It's better to have it than not. Eternal Territory also has its own magic library. It's easy to get magic books, but the magic environment of the magic tower cannot be solved by a printer. There is a magic fountain in Earl Theodore's private magic tower. Reading and meditating under the magic fountain are completely different from reading outside. Now the center of the first floor of the magic tower in the Eternal Territory is a magic well. The water inside is calm, and a small amount of tiny bubbles of magic elements emerge. The environment in the entire magic tower can only be in a relatively low concentration of magic elements. It's just a first-level magic tower. What else can you ask for? It's better to have it than not have it before. You can upgrade it slowly if the level is low. This time when I return to New Tower City, I will go to the Magic Association and ask them to send mages to the Eternal Territory as soon as possible. Screen the people of Eternal Territory and see how many magicians you can find. When Yinxing checked the magic tower he had just built, the magic well in the center of the first floor suddenly stopped bubbling. The concentration of magic elements in the magic tower dropped rapidly. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. The first level magic guild operates at the lowest level and needs to consume 0.1 units of magic crystals, magic mercury, magic gems, and magic sulfur each week. After the Magician Association sends mages to settle in, the territory needs to consume rare alchemical resources to train magicians. Please replenish the rare alchemical resources for the magic tower in time to maintain the consumption of the magic tower. Alchemical resources reserved for Eternal Territory number 1 magic tower, 0. You are so stingy. I spent so much God-given gold coins to build the magic tower, but you didn't even give me the rare alchemical resources to keep the magic tower running for a week. Alas, you are a god. You are awesome. Yinxing honestly recharged 1 unit of each of the 4 rare alchemical resources into the magic tower's reserve alchemical resource library. The magic well in the middle immediately began to bubble. Chapter 150 Training. The fact that the magic tower only cares about money made Yinxing realize that his territory had finally begun to consume alchemical resources continuously. And this was just the beginning. As the territory developed in the future, The rare alchemical resources consumed in daily operations would increase. Then it was necessary to upgrade the market and build a God-given item store. The current economic model of the Eternal Territory is still unified distribution and unified supply. After all, the territory has little output now, and most of the materials are purchased and transported by Yanqing from the real world. There were no foreign caravans visiting. Therefore, the build market was just a decoration, a place for the children of the territory to play. The cost of building a God-given item shop is 10,000 God-given gold coins, and it does not appear as a physical building. After Yanqing pays to build the God-given item shop, as long as he enters the market area, the God-given item shop option will appear in the Heroes System column. Heroes can sell their God-given items through the God-given item shop. If other heroes need it, they can buy the God-given items with their God-given gold coins. The Lord takes a 10% tax from a transaction and adds it to the God-given gold coin quota provided to the Lord by the territory city every week. In addition, the God-given item shop will also refresh some God-given items for heroes to buy. But generally the items are not very good. But the price is ridiculously high. In comparison, the rare alchemical resources needed for daily consumption seem very affordable. 1,000 God-given gold coins per unit. Treat heroes and lords as leeks that can be continuously harvested. However, when Yanqing decided to build a God-given item store, he had already positioned himself as a leek. Without looking at the prices of other God-given items, he resisted the temptation and quickly bought 5 sets of 4 rare alchemical resources. 20,000 God-given gold coins were spent like this. In addition to the 20,000 for building the magic tower and the 10,000 for the God-given item store, there were also nearly 10,000 God-given gold coins used to upgrade the 4th level leader. In less than a day, Yanqing threw 60,000 God-given gold coins into the territory. He spent 1/3 of the God-given gold coins earned from selling ceramic plates. Wow! This is only a level 4 territory, and it already has such a big hole. The development of the territory in the future will be a bottomless pit. If the territory is developed only by its own income, it will take a long time to save the 60,000 gold coins just spent. Therefore, Yanqing is more determined to take a positive foreign trade route, develop more and better trade channels, and create a good business environment. Let the products of Yongheng territory not only go out, but also go far. Make more money to invest in the construction of the Eternal Territory. Let's save some money now. The little God-given gold coins in hand can't resist spending it on the development of the territory. First use conventional resources to build some conventional buildings, and wait for the opening of the Chamber of Commerce in Nuda City. When there is a continuous source of funds, spend money according to your ability. The next must build in the 4th level territory is definitely the crossbow camp and the crossbow training ground. The crossbow camp is an expansion and upgrade based on the archer camp. A group of archers and crossbowmen can be recruited every week. The crossbow training camp can train archers. After reaching the standard, they can be upgraded to crossbowmen in the crossbow camp by consuming God-given gold coins. Compared with archers, crossbowmen using crossbows will definitely have higher damage. And crossbows are also better than bows in terms of armor penetration. Yanqing had already prepared the weapons for the crossbowmen. Crossbows are not easy to buy in the real world. Even if you order them, no one can provide them in large quantities. But after Yanqing got Chuchui, he asked her to simplify the drawings of modern military crossbows and disassemble them into small components. Any of these components would not be associated with crossbows, so they could be ordered separately from the manufacturer. The ordered components were finally transported to the Yongheng Territory blacksmith shop, where they were assembled into crossbows. According to Chichui's calculations, the effective range of the crossbow she designed can reach 300 meters. If equipped with special armor-piercing arrows, it can penetrate the half-body plate armor that Yanqing equipped for the light-armored werewolves at a distance of 100 meters. Even if it shoots at heavily armored spearmen, it can still effectively kill them. In other words, after the crossbows made by modern technology are equipped with the crossbowmen of the Eternal Territory, these 4th level ranged soldiers use special armor-piercing arrows to have the ability to fight against the 12th level heavy armored paladins. Being able to deal with the 12th level paladins can naturally threaten the 12th level soldiers and creatures of other forces. 1 month later, Yanqing will lead his army into the depths of the Thunder Swamp. In such a short time, it is impossible for him to form advanced soldiers to fight against the advanced monsters in the swamp. All he can do is to use asymmetric weapons to arm the low-level soldiers in his hands with the attack power that can kill high-level soldiers. In this asymmetric battle, you must minimize your own damage. A long-range attack method with high lethality and high armor penetration has become the best choice for Yanqing's army. Even in the future, Yanqing plans to use crossbowmen as the tactical core of the Eternal Army. For this reason, Yanqing has specially prepared two types of arrows for the armor-piercing arrows used by crossbowmen. The first type is to order standard molds and special steel from the real world and have them manufactured by his own blacksmith shop, maximizing the armor-piercing ability of armor-piercing arrows in terms of material and shape. The second type is to directly order special armor-piercing arrows and standard parts of arrow shafts from the real world. This type of crossbow is used to deal with special targets. Order Gosper to allocate supplies, and let Laohan's organize manpower to immediately upgrade the archer camp and archer training ground. Then Yanqing went to the militia training camp. Going deep into the swamp should still focus on the swamp werewolves. Now that a method has been found to improve the rank of werewolves, more werewolf warriors should be trained to upgrade. The food in Yongheng territory is sufficient, and daily training and patrols also make the physical fitness of the werewolf warriors in the territory higher than the initial state. The 5 werewolf warriors trained in the militia training camp have 4-dimensional attributes that are not much worse than the militia, so they can reach the standard of upgrading with just a little practice. Yanqing took the 5 werewolf warriors, who had completed the training, into the militia dormitory next to the training camp. The expected prompts also followed. You have opened a new advanced system for the werewolf race. The second-level werewolf troops are infantry units. Please choose equipment for the second-level werewolf infantry units. Note, your choice determines the initial attributes and talents of the second-level werewolf infantry units. The initial equipment of the second-level werewolf is leather armor and iron flail. The initial equipment of the second-level human militia is cloth armor, short sword and spear. There is no advanced armor in the second-level troops' armor options given by the system. They are all leather armor, cloth armor, then chain mail. Yanqing chose leather armor. Anyway, the soldiers of Yongheng don't rely on initial equipment to increase defense. There is a set of initial leather armor, which is good as a lining. The weapon has not been changed, and the flail is still used, because there is continuity from the first level to the second level. It will definitely cause unnecessary trouble if the weapon is changed rashly. Therefore, Yanqing upgraded a second-level werewolf soldier that is exactly the same as the big werewolf. Since it is a new soldier, it must be given a new name. Please name your new second-level werewolf soldier Light Armor Werewolf. This time, my Light Armor Werewolf mobile unit is worthy of the name. Chapter 151, Howling Moon Totem. Light Werewolf named successfully. You have obtained the right to recruit second-level light werewolves of the werewolf race. Your territory unlocks special buildings of the werewolf race. Your main quest progress increases. The rewards for the main quest are rich, and the system prompts are all over the screen. Yanqing didn't have time to take a closer look at the things given later. Anyway, the good things are all in the front. Experience. Now, to upgrade your level, you must first improve your own strength. You can upgrade when you have enough strength and experience. Otherwise you can save it. Anyway, the 60,000 experience points given did not allow Yanqing to upgrade from level 15 to level 16. I don't know if it's because of insufficient experience or insufficient strength. Save it. It will definitely be useful in the future. The first step of the Wild Hunter Guide is the first achievement obtained by Yanqing. The effect brought by the achievement is also very powerful. The output of the werewolf recruitment building has increased by 20%. Which is really icing on the cake and timely help. What the Eternal Territory lacks is population. Now not only can we build werewolf recruitment buildings, but the output is also increased. And finally the recruitment price has also dropped. It's really double happiness. Happy! Werewolf King Shield. Defense +4, deterrence against werewolves +2. There is a chance that werewolves encountered in the wild will join your army. The Werewolf King Shield is a silver round shield with a profile of a roaring wolf head on the shield. The so-called werewolves encountered in the wild are actually similar to human refugees, refreshing the population. It's just that human refugees will migrate to nearby human territories, while wild werewolves are generally not accepted by the werewolf group and are left to fend for themselves. The attribute of having a chance to increase the population is the best for Yanqing. Good stuff. Equipment. Howling Moon Totem. A special building of the werewolf system. Werewolves who visit the Howling Moon Totem can obtain the Howling Moon Mark, and the attack power is increased by 5%. After reading the introduction of the Howling Moon Totem, Yanqing shouted, "Fuck." When Yanqing was preparing to enter the depths of the Thunder Swamp by force, There was always a problem that bothered him. That is, how to make the werewolf race distinguish between you and me. I am not differentiating you and me based on our equipment and clothing, but on the level of cognition. Although we are both werewolves, you and I belong to different ethnic groups, or even countries. Only in this way can we stand in the position of a third party, and not be easily involved in the conflict within the Thunder Swamp. Under the banner of the Eternal Territory, it is definitely not appropriate for a human territory to interfere in the civil war of the Swamp Tribe. Among the werewolf tribes on the southern edge of the Thunder Swamp, there is no tribe with enough weight. There is. Yinqing will not allow such a werewolf tribe to exist in the interior that can compete with him. Now this problem is solved. The Howling Moon Werewolf Tribe, with the Howling Moon mark, well-equipped, well-trained, and with higher-level werewolf warriors. Is it high-end enough? A pretext for the expedition. From inside to outside, they have drawn a clear lineage with the werewolf tribe deep in the Thunder Swamp. They all belong to the Swamp Tribe, and have the status to perform mediation and peacekeeping tasks on the Swamp Tribe civil war that has broken out. With the Howling Moon Totem, Yinqing felt that his hands and feet were freed at once. Good stuff. Good stuff. Build it immediately. This seems to be related to magic or mysterious power, and it should require the flower god to give gold coins directly. Price 10,000 god-given gold coins. Build it. Yinqing left the militia dormitory with 5 advanced light-armored werewolves, found an open space, and chose to build the Howling Moon Totem. After a flash of light on the open space, Howling Moon Totem completed. Howling Moon Totem is a place similar to an open-air altar. There are 10 standing egg-shaped rocks on the edge of the circular altar, and many hieroglyphs that look chaotic are carved on the rocks. In the middle of the altar is a werewolf statue howling to the sky. At the moment when the Howling Moon Totem was built, the werewolf statue in the middle of the altar let out a long howl to the sky. Then it triggered the werewolves inside and outside the territory to howl. When the werewolves were howling vigorously, Yinqing received another prompt. Please draw the Howling Moon mark. The mark will appear on the face of the werewolf who visits the Howling Moon Totem. It's time to test my soul painting skills again. As a mark, it must be simple, clear and recognizable. You can't print a Qi Ming Shangle 2 on your face. To put it simply, it is to design a logo. Yinqing drew the Howling Moon mark in the given drawing board with just 2 strokes. It is the cursive writing of the Chinese character Xing in Yinqing. This character is absolutely unique in this world. After the werewolves howl at the moon here, they will all be marked with my unique seal. After the werewolves howled, the 5 light-armored werewolves, who first visited the Howling Moon Totem, all showed the marks designed by Yinqing himself on their faces. All of them are on the left cheek. Not bad. Very handsome. Mainly because my name is handsome. Now that the Howling Moon Totem has been built, let's look at the rewards below. 5 units of rare alchemical resources, converted into God-given gold coins, is 20,000 gold. It costs 10,000 gold to build a Howling Moon Totem, and it is considered to be earned back here. Good thing. So many raw materials and ores were given. Good thing. Learn a skill. Primary defense. Increase the hero's defense. Good skill. 200 werewolves. 100 light armor werewolves. Directly spawn soldiers. This reward is really awesome. But where are these werewolf warriors? At this time, a patrolling werewolf warrior ran over in a hurry. When he ran into the Howling Moon Totem, the Howling Moon mark immediately appeared on his face. Master! Master! Many werewolves came from outside the territory. They said they admired your reputation and wanted to join the Eternal Territory as your warriors. Yinqing looked at the mark on the face of the werewolf who reported the news. He did not go to see the werewolf warriors who came to serve, but went to find Gosper and Lao Hans. Build a wall to surround the Howling Moon Totem. Send soldiers to guard it strictly. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Not everyone is qualified to have my name printed on their face. Chapter 152 Big Purchase. Outside Yongheng territory, Yinqing received 200 werewolves and 100 light-armored werewolves as rewards for the main quest, which immediately increased the direct military strength under Yinqing's command. The problem of limited military strength has finally been alleviated to a certain extent. All 200 first-level werewolf warriors entered the militia training ground for training. Yongheng territory has sufficient food, and Yinqing has a lot of God-given gold coins in his hands. He has the ability to upgrade all first-level werewolves to second-level light-armored werewolves. Light-armored werewolves second-level troops of the werewolf faction attack, 6 defense, 5 damage, 3 stamina, 6 talent, endurance. The second-level light-armored werewolves are larger than the first-level werewolves, and their forelimbs are strong and powerful. The four-dimensional basic attributes are also different from the second-level werewolves, and they are more inclined to attack. The combat effectiveness of the Eternal Territory Light Armor Werewolf Mobile Force will naturally be improved. At the same time, the Eternal Territory construction system also has corresponding recruitment buildings for the second-level light-armored werewolves, the Light-Armored Werewolf Dormitory, and the Light-Armored Werewolf Training Camp. Before these two buildings are built, the training and upgrading of werewolves will temporarily use the Militia Recruitment Building. Now that Yinqing has a second-level werewolf unit, the rich rewards prompted him to send the 5 light-armored werewolves that had just been upgraded to the Archer Training Ground. After arranging the training programs for the 5 werewolves, Yinqing rushed back to the real world without stopping. There are too many things to purchase. The construction materials for the territory cannot be stopped, and the purchase efforts must be increased. So the warehouses rented before are not enough. A transfer warehouse must be added, in addition to the construction materials and daily material expenses of the territory. Yinqing needs to purchase a large number of corresponding equipment if he wants to build an information network in the territory. The drones are good, and we need to buy another batch for reconnaissance, patrol, and aerial network signal relay stations. Yinqing is even going to buy a drone with transportation capabilities to try out the airdrop capability. After buying the drone, the matching base station must also be purchased. A large number of slingshots and rubber bands must also be ordered to arm the armor and weapons of his army and prepare for military supplies for entering the Thunder Swamp. The most important thing is the base of the magic generator. Goblin Gaga is manufacturing the core alchemy device of the magic generator, and Yinqing is responsible for the base of the magic generator. The base blueprint was obtained by Yinqing from Goblin Gaga when he took back the watch, something that looks like a signal tower. These steel structures are already made and can be ordered directly online. Others include white-feathered chickens for breeding carnivorous birds and chocobos, woven bags and engineering vehicles for building the road from Yonghingling to Nuda City, agricultural machinery, and grain seeds for arable land. In the past, money was spent like water, but this time it was spent like flooding. The income from selling a piece of agarwood was gone. After nightfall, in a business building in Zhai City, many companies have already gone off work. Only the office area of Yonghing Trading Company is still bright. The company's employees are still working. Today's workload is greater than ever before. The things to be purchased are not only varied, but also in large quantities. Half-body armor, bows, arrows, wheat, rice, ham sausage. Is it difficult for foreign armor enthusiasts to organize a simulated crusade? 20,000 white-feather chicks. This chicken farm is large enough. Signal transmitter structure parts, drones, electronic information equipment, woven bags, agricultural machinery, construction machinery. The boss's business ability is really super. The market is not doing well now. Salesmen in other companies work hard every day, but cannot get many orders. Our company does not have a salesman. All business is handled by the boss alone. The turnover is tens of millions a month. More than 10 million was spent in one afternoon today. Great. Boss. Great. When these young people who just graduated and started working came to the company, they were still worried about whether a newly opened company could last long. And everyone was ready to change jobs at any time. As a result, I didn't expect the company's engine to be so strong. Today, the boss rarely appeared in the company, and he has been working in the office until now. So a few lively employees had a private exchange. Let the boss treat everyone to go out and have fun in the evening. Yinqing was sitting in the office, using the social software on his computer to discuss the future urban layout of Yonghingling with the urban planning designer he had contacted. Although the other party felt, why did you, a game city modeler, make such a detailed urban planning? But the client paid a lot of money. Such a meticulous game developer is really rare. Yinqing was chatting while looking at the Yonghingling 3D urban planning blueprint on the screen. At this time, the door of the office was gently knocked, and a beautiful girl first carefully poked her head in to take a look, and then pushed the door and walked in after getting permission. Mr. Yin, we have been working in the company for a month. Everyone likes this job and the company atmosphere very much, and has always wanted to get together to get to know each other. It's just that you are too busy. It's rare that you are in the company today, so they recommended me to invite you to have a meal together and then go to sing. Yinqing looked up at the girl who came in. And after thinking for a long time, he found that he couldn't even call her name. Yes. I rarely come to the company. Basically, I come and go in a hurry. And most of the time, I call to explain the procurement project. Today I didn't leave because I looked at the scale map of the Eternal Territory city. Look at the sky outside. The people of the Eternal Territory should be watching a movie now. The projection equipment is a gospel. And he can also install and play it. I don't need to do it myself. These days, I have been busy with the development of Yonghing Territory. And I went to the thrilling Nuda city. So I have been ignoring the company that has just been established in the real world. Yonghing Trade is the general logistics of Yonghing Territory. And the supply of materials in the territory will depend on these employees in the future. Therefore, it is also a good boss to make the company have a good working atmosphere and be familiar with the psychology, personality, and needs of his employees. Since the employees suggested going out tonight, Yinxing also wanted to take this opportunity to relax. After all, there is no entertainment in Yonghing Territory except sleeping. Okay. You discuss where to eat and where to play. And I will pay for tonight's expenses. Call to make an appointment first. I'll finish talking to the client, and then we'll go. Yinxing knew that the employees invited him to dinner. And they definitely didn't pay for it. Yes, Mr. Yin. The girl was happy to go out when she saw Yinxing agreed to go out. Yinxing called her again, and pointed to a bucket on the table and said, "Don't order wine. Drink what I brought." "Ah?" The girl looked at the red liquid in the pure water bucket with disgust. But the boss of the company was the most important. So she reluctantly carried the bucket out. At this time, Yinxing's cell phone rang. The name was the account manager of the Agarwood auction house that he had entrusted to auction. Name Chen Shi. "Old Chen. Why did you call me suddenly? Do you want Agarwood?" Chen Shi's voice came from the other side. "Boss Yin. It's really hard to get through to you. I'm not looking for you to talk about Agarwood this time. Do you still remember the barrel of red wine you gave me last time? Do you still have it? How much is it?" Chapter 153 Red Wine. After drinking red wine at Count Theodore's place, Yinxing had thought about bringing this red wine to the real world for sale. But red wine is very different from Agarwood. How could a product without any brand name enter the market? Red wine cannot be sold at a high price without a brand effect. The local tyrants look at the brand first when drinking wine. And as for the taste, it is secondary. Therefore, after consulting about the difficulty of opening a red wine factory, Yinxing gave up the idea of bringing wine from the magic world for sale. After all, the red wine he drank at Count Theodore's place was not cheap in the magic world. A gallon costs about 1 gold coin. Then it is 250 woven bags. 50 yuan. Yinxing bought a batch of red wine for nobles from Count Theodore's private winery, and then packed it in 5-liter buckets and gave it to his important suppliers as gifts. He said that this was the red wine brewed by his friend's private winery abroad, and gave it to everyone to taste. The Agarwood in Yinxing's hand was entrusted to Chen Shi for auction. So he was naturally given a 5-liter bottle of red wine. But Yinxing didn't expect Chen Shi to call him so anxiously for the red wine. Yinxing turned off the office computer and said to the phone, "Manager Chen, I'll give you the red wine." "When I gave it to you," I said, "don't look at the packaging. The wine inside is good stuff. Those wines on the market that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars are not even comparable to the wines from my friend's private winery. If you like it, I'll give you some next time." Chen Shi said on the phone, "Mr. Yin, the red wine you gave me is really good. It's not just good. It's definitely the top-notch red wine. I couldn't bear to drink it after tasting it. So I packaged it and gave it to my customers. Yesterday, a big boss asked me where I got this wine from, and he wanted to buy some. The big boss is very generous. If Mr. Yin has extra wine to sell, I'm willing to help you and build a bridge for you." Yinxing didn't expect that the red wine business would be so unsuccessful, and that he could attract a big boss by delivering wine. Looking out through the office window, the company's employees were ready to go. Yinxing said to Chen Shi, "Our company will have a dinner party soon. You can come too. Let's talk about the red wine while we eat." Yinxing said that he had this kind of red wine and was willing to sell it. Chen Shi immediately said that he would leave immediately and asked which hotel to go to. Yinxing replied, "The hotel was booked by my employees. I will ask them and send you the address." "Okay. President Yin, we will be there soon. We will go first and wait for you." Yinxing hung up the phone, got up and walked out of the office, then took his employees out of the company, drove the company's business car, and went straight to the booked hotel. There were only 14 people in Yonglin trade, including Yinxing, and they chose a large room and sat around the dining table. Qinshi arrived before they started ordering. Yinxing first introduced Qinshi to the employees, and then sat down with Qinshi to discuss the red wine. The girl who had just entered Yinxing's office to propose a dinner party handed over the menu. Boss, order first. Yinxing flipped through the menu, randomly selected 2 dishes worth 700 yuan, and gave the menu to the girl. You can order the rest. The girl was very happy after seeing the dishes ordered by Yinxing. At company dinners, the price of dishes ordered by the boss is the upper limit of the reference standard for employees to order. Yinxing set the upper limit of 700 yuan for a dish. For employees, there are too many delicious choices. The employees of Yonglin Trading all think that their boss is generous. But everyone can't help but look at the big bucket on the table. It's just that the wine is too shabby. When they came in just now, the waiter asked what it was, and they were embarrassed to say it was wine. It's sugar water mixed with cola, for playing games. Yinxing didn't know how much his employees disliked the red wine in the bucket. After ordering the meal, he talked to Qinshi about the red wine business. Qinshi simply told Yinxing about his gift of wine. As a business backbone of the auction house, Qinshi made friends with many celebrities who were not wealthy people in the general sense. These people were generous in the auction and were Qinshi's bread and butter. Therefore, when Qinshi found out that the wine Yinxing gave him was extremely good, he got some high-end wine bottles and packaged some of them to give to these celebrities. All the feedback was praise. Qinshi said to Yinxing, "These of my customers have passed the stage of buying things based on brands. What they wear and where are all customized by famous masters. They all gave high praise to the red wine brewed by your foreign friend's private winery. There is a sense of time settling in it, and there is the condensation of the temperament of ancient European nobles in it. To be honest, Yinxing knows that this red wine tastes good. But why is it good? He can't say it. After these celebrities' wine reviews, Yinxing also feels that it tastes good. The most enthusiastic thing for human nobles in the magic world is to pretend to be cool. Why can ice jade porcelain be sold at such a high price? It satisfies the noble psychology of pretending to be cool. In daily life, nobles also show off their coolness everywhere. Red wine is the main prop for nobles to show their taste and style. Therefore, nobles have very high requirements for the quality of red wine. Winemakers have also continuously improved the winemaking process of red wine and formed a mature magic winemaking process. The noble's requirement for red wine is naturally to present the sense of honor and dignity accumulated by their family over a long period of time in the taste. This taste naturally conforms to the psychology of celebrities in the real world to show off. What is the purpose of private customization? Isn't it to draw a clear line with those local tycoons and elevate oneself to the level of aristocrats? Showing off to a new height. Then the red wine brewed by private wineries abroad hits the itch of these people from the source. Coupled with the resonance of the noble temperament in the red wine and their own psychology, celebrities finally found the world's top red wine that is in limited supply and matches their status. Isn't this more distinctive and superior than 1982 Lafite? XO. Remy Martin. So someone asked Qinshi if there was a stable supply of this red wine, and what price he planned to sell it at. Yinxing suddenly realized. Celebrities in the real world and human nobles in the magic world have the same mentality. It's better to die than to pretend. Then you can't blame me for sharpening my knife too quickly. Brother Qinshi. The red wine brewed by my friend's private winery is very different from other red wines in terms of brewing technology. And the output is very small. The wine we drink is all given to me by my friend. He gave it to me, and I can drink it however I want. And he won't charge me a penny. If I sell it, the price needs to be discussed carefully. Chapter 154 Making Friends with Wine. After confirming from Yinxing that he could get this kind of red wine for sale, Qinshi finally felt relieved. The rest is just a matter of money. Right? Please rest assured, Mr. Yen. Money is just a vulgar thing for some people. As long as you can let your friend share some of his homemade wine for sale, you can set the price at will. How can I set the price at will? Am I a black-hearted businessman? Yinxing said unhappily, my friend is willing to give me this wine. Out of friendship, I am willing to share this wine with you, out of morality. Friendship and morality are priceless. If your customers think that they can let me and my friend sell this wine because they have money, then you really found the wrong person. Qinshi immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. I was too mercenary. I definitely didn't mean to use money to belittle your wine. I know that the person who can brew this level of red wine must be a hermit. If you want to make money from wine, this red wine would have been famous all over the world. Mr. Yin can use that simple wine glass to give me wine. Which means that in your eyes, this top-quality red wine is just a small gift between friends. This realm of valuing love over material things is really rare in this materialistic world. The free and easy attitude in it is admirable. On the contrary, I even bought some exquisite wine bottles for packaging. It's vulgar. Really vulgar. Yinxing originally wanted to find an excuse to make it easier for people to accept a high price. Unexpectedly, Qinshi was so moved. Moreover, I used buckets to pack wine myself just to save money on buying high-end wine bottles, which was far from Qinshi's carefree attitude of regarding all tangible things in the world as vulgar. But since people can see my extraordinary and otherworldly cultivation at a glance, I can only accept it humbly. All for buying wine. It's okay. It's okay. To be honest, my friends and I are very happy that someone likes this wine. As for the origin of the wine, it can be traced back to the Middle Ages in Europe. Yinxing began to make up a story for the wine. How much premium a commodity has depends on how outstanding its story can make it. My friend's ancestor was very prominent at that time. Although he experienced various turbulences in history, he still inherited a lot of things. He belonged to the kind of family that did not need to worry about livelihood for his descendants. Among the permanent properties of these families, there is a vineyard with very strange grapes. I don't know what variety those grapes are, but when they are ripe, they look like bitter gall. Even the taste is sweet with some bitterness. It is easy to associate with the setbacks encountered in one's life experience, and then recall the sweetness brought by success after the setbacks. The wine I gave you is made from this kind of grape. The brewing process is also a family secret that has been passed down from the Middle Ages. I only know that this process allows the wine to be brewed and sealed, and then be in a slow and complex fermentation change for a long time at a specific temperature. This fermentation process needs to be stored for at least 10 years to accumulate the taste of time. It has thickness, making the wine taster feel as if he has crossed the long river of time and personally felt the feeling of a medieval noble standing at the highest point of the castle and looking at his territory. And after this wine is taken out, the taste will not change due to long-term contact with the air. It will not change even if it is stored for a few years. Just like the temperament of my friend that has been passed down from the family for hundreds and thousands of years. Qinshi was fascinated by what he heard, and he sighed in his heart. It is indeed the uninterrupted inheritance of the ancient European noble family. Only the wine brewed by this family can brew such a sense of time and dignity. For the celebrities of the new era, these are exactly what they lack and yearn for. A sip of wine. Feel the history of a family of hundreds or thousands of years. A sip of wine. Read the rise and fall of an aristocratic family, and finally return to the countryside, and the state of mind that is detached from the world. In this flashy world, the things in this sip of wine cannot be tasted by how much money there is. The wisdom in this sip of wine cannot be understood by how much money there is. If Qinshi had just realized the first level of the meaning of Yinxing using a bucket to hold wine, now he felt that he had realized the second level. All the wine containers in the world, regardless of the material, the craftsmanship, are just wine containers for this wine. There is no distinction between high and low. Perhaps this wine was once placed in the enemy's helmet at the other end of time and drunk by the owner. After realizing it, Qinshi couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid there are not many people in this world who are qualified to drink this wine. Yinxing was shocked. Did he pretend to be too arrogant and scare Qinshi so much that he didn't dare to sell wine? If you don't help me sell wine, who can I sell this wine to? Yinxing quickly made amends. What do you mean by qualified or not qualified? In my opinion, wine is made for people to drink. It's just that the quantity of this kind of wine is small. Not that the destined people can't drink it. What do you think is the appropriate price for this wine? My friend's private plane is a bit outdated. I'll take some wine from him and replace it with a plane. He will definitely be happy. Realm? What is realm? Qinshi thought he had realized the second level, but he didn't expect that he was in the atmosphere. External objects. External objects. At his level, everything is external objects. Qinshi thought for a while and said, it's really hard to determine the price of this wine. If Mr. Yin wants to give your friend a private plane, then let's use the private plane as the price. A private jet costs 300 million yuan. And we assume that the sales volume of this kind of red wine is 1,000 bottles per year. So each bottle is 300,000 renminbi. This is your cost, Mr. Yen. I don't mean to measure your friendship with money. I just want to calculate it from a trade perspective. If the purchase cost is 300,000 yuan per bottle, then 600,000 yuan per bottle should be a suitable selling price. After all, if we set the price too low, my customers will not be happy. 600,000 yuan per bottle. The bottle here is a 750 milliliters red wine bottle. 1 gallon can hold 5 bottles. Yanxing calculated in his mind. His own purchase cost is 50 yuan per gallon. So each bottle of red wine is 10 yuan per bottle. Selling a bottle for 600,000 is too unscrupulous. I don't feel comfortable with the money I made. The cost of the woven bags should not be used for calculation. After all, I exchanged the woven bags for gold coins, and then sold the wine with the gold coins. 1 gold coin is 9,000 yuan. So the cost of my red wine has soared to 1,800 yuan per bottle. After calculating, the cost has increased 180 times. Sure enough, I feel much more comfortable. Doing business should be honest. Okay, let's set the price like this. I don't care about this little money. It's mainly about making friends with wine. If someone likes it, my friends and I will be happy. Eat. Eat. Chapter 155 The Boss's Wine. At this time, all the dishes ordered have been served. They are all fresh seafood. The employees of Yongheng Trade really don't save money for Yanxing. This meal will cost at least 10,000 yuan. But at this time, these employees are sitting upright, and they dare not breathe. They heard their boss talking about business just now. Just a few words, and a business worth hundreds of millions was negotiated. Awesome. The boss is awesome. Is it this wine? The employees looked at the bucket on the table. This style doesn't match the table of food? Boss Yin. The girl sitting next to Yanxing whispered, we have an internal company dinner. It doesn't matter what kind of wine we drink. Now that Mr. Chen is here, how about I go and order some drinks? Yanxing said, just drink the wine I brought. Go get a wine dispenser and pour wine for Manager Chen. When Qinsher saw the packaging of the red wine on the table and the color of the wine inside, his face suddenly tightened. Then he smiled and said, Boss Yin is really a man of character. I admire him very much. This wine. I want to drink a few more glasses. Next time. You can't just drink whatever you want. Come. Come. Come and pour for Boss Yin, and pour for me. You are lucky to follow Boss Yin. The guests didn't mind. So the girl went to get a wine dispenser and poured wine for everyone. After everyone had a glass of wine, the girl led all the staff of Yongheng Trade to toast Yanxing. Yanxing also said some encouraging words casually, and everyone toasted and ate together. Qinsher has been in the bar for a long time. Although he is a guest, he made the atmosphere of the Yongheng Trade dinner very lively. Gradually, everyone became familiar with the boss, who had not shown up for a long time. Seeing that Yanxing did not have the airs of a boss at all, the atmosphere at the whole table was very relaxed. Yanxing also got to know his employees. At least, he could call their names correctly. For example, the girl next to him, who is very active, very organized and eager to show off, is called Tong Yitong. After a few glasses of wine, Tong Yitong's face turned a little red. She took advantage of the alcohol and pulled Yanxing's arm, saying in a delicate voice, Boss Yin, what kind of wine did you talk about with Manager Chen? Why is it so expensive? 600,000 a bottle. 100,000 cars can buy 6. The wine you brought this time is already so delicious. How good can a 600,000 bottle of wine be? When will you let us taste it? I will drink a little. Just a small bottle cap. Qinsher laughed and said, what do you mean by drinking a small bottle cap? The glass you just spilled is enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Tong Yitong was stunned for a moment, and smiled. Manager Chen, don't joke with us small employees. How can Boss Yin be willing to put such expensive wine in such a bucket? Qinsher said, I'm not kidding you. The wine that your President Yin gave me was in a 5-liter bucket that is smaller than this bucket. After I received it, I almost poured it directly into the sewer. Now, this kind of red wine is bottled. I guarantee 600,000 per bottle, and I will sell as many as I can. By the way, President Yin, what is the name of your wine? I will tell the bosses the price when I go back. Yanxing shook the red wine in the glass, thought for a while, and said, the name of this wine is Count. My friend has a secret family circle. When I get other good wines, I will bring you some to try. Qinsher raised his glass to toast. Thank you, President Yin. I'm waiting for your good wine. Cheers. Yinxing and Qinsher finished the wine in their glasses, and then looked at the table. Everyone was stunned. Is their boss crazy? You use a bucket to hold a bottle of red wine worth 600,000 yuan. We all drink it as a beverage. Now, who at the table doesn't have a sports car in his stomach? He will pee hundreds of thousands of yuan in the toilet. Boss, how can you give us this kind of wine? Why don't you tell us clearly before we drink it? Let us feel that it is 600,000 yuan a bottle. The key is, how can you use this kind of bucket to hold wine? Looking at the dumbfounded looks of the employees, Yinxing knew what they were thinking. But he was also innocent. Before the dinner, I didn't expect Qinsher to come to me for this wine. I didn't expect a bottle of wine to be sold for 600,000. Before that, it was just a gallon of red wine for 50 yuan. Do I have to buy some high-end wine bottles and pack them one by one? Even if I have money, I can't do this. How should I explain to my employees? Tong Yitong. Share the remaining wine with everyone. After we finish drinking and eating, we will go to sing. Boss, I want to take my share away and give it to my dad to try. When Yinxing took his employees to dinner, the most exciting moment for the subjects of Yunheng territory arrived. The territory official Gosper directed the staff to set up a large screen in the open space and set up the projector and large speakers. The subjects of the territory brought their stools and sat in rows in front of the large screen. The experienced subjects were extremely excited, discussing the plot of the previous movie with each other and imagining what new stories would be in this movie. The subjects who joined later were all confused, wondering what so many people were doing here facing a piece of white cloth. What movie were they talking about? Aranda was one of the ignorant ones, and all she could do was to follow everyone and not stand out from the crowd. Emerald. Suddenly someone called out her surname, and Aranda's whole body tensed up. Exposed? There was no attack, and Aranda continued to maintain the calmness that an assassin should have. She did not respond to the shouting, because it might be someone deliberately exposing herself. Aranda pretended to find a position and looked around, and also observed the guards around, looking for an escape route. Emerald. The voice was getting closer. It was Aunt Rapeseed Flower. How did she know my name was Emerald? Aranda continued to not respond, and slowly followed the crowd forward. Then a hand grabbed her hand, and Aunt Rapeseed Flower's enthusiastic voice rang in her ears. I called you so many times. Why didn't you answer? By the way, you don't know your name yet. Emerald. Does it sound good? When I saw your hair and your appearance, the first name that came to my mind was this. It simply exists for you. Aranda breathed a sigh of relief. Human farmers did not have names at first, but after a while, everyone would give them a name. Usually, it was a certain item, and some adjectives would be added over time. That's how the plump Aunt Rapeseed got her name. But Aranda didn't expect that her name would be Emerald. Exactly the same as her real last name. Thank you, Aunt Rapeseed. I like this name very much. What are we doing now? You said we were going to watch a movie together. What is a movie? Movies are things that the master uses his great magic power to record stories happening on the other side of the world, and then uses his great magic power to let us watch them. I don't know how to describe the magic of movies, but you only need to watch the movie to know what it is, and feel the power of the master. Aunt Rape Flower pulled Aranda through the crowd and said, You have to sit in the front to watch the movie, so that you can see it clearly. Come with me. I will take you to the best seat. Chapter 156. Aranda's Thoughts. Aranda didn't understand what a movie was, but she still followed Aunt Rapeseed obediently, and walked towards the big screen. She thought that since Yinxing had organized all the people in the territory to watch a movie here, Yinxing would most likely be here. His position was naturally where he could see the movie most clearly. Aunt Rapeseed was an old man who had followed Yinxing to build the Eternal Territory. She had some privileges in the territory, and easily brought Aranda to the front. Let's sit here. Aunt Rapeseed said to Aranda, Did you see the alchemy equipment that Lord Gosper was debugging? That's the thing that the master made to play movies. In a moment, that thing will cast magic and project the story happening on the other side of the world onto the silver screen. Aranda behaved very well, and sat next to Aunt Rapeseed. She saw Gosper debugging a square alchemical machine. It was connected to some other alchemical equipment, whose functions were unclear with some very long wires. Aranda looked around, and after not seeing Yinxing, she asked Aunt Rapeseed, Why is Master Yinxing not here? The master must be busy with other things. He may be somewhere in the territory, or he may have gone to Nuda City, or to the werewolf tribe. The master is a lord who does great things. He is very busy. Very, very busy. Aunt Rapeseed answered casually, and then said to Gaspar, "Lord Gaspar, when can we watch the movie?" Gaspar looked back at the subjects of the territory who were waiting for the movie to start, and replied to Aunt Rapeseed, "Wait a little longer. There are many new subjects today, including human farmers and swamp werewolves. Some people have not arrived yet." Eddie went to arrange the defense around the territory. Old Hans went to invite the leaders of the werewolf tribe to watch the movie together. "We will start the movie when everyone arrives, or you can sing a song for us. We all like your song." Gaspar picked up the microphone and invited Aunt Rapeseed. "Okay, then I'll sing a song for everyone." Aunt Rapeseed stood up confidently and walked over to take the microphone from Gaspar. Gaspar asked the person in charge of controlling the speaker to turn on the speaker. "Hello." Aunt Rapeseed tried the sound, and the speaker amplified its sound and spread it throughout the territory. Alchemical props blessed by amplification magic. Aranda made a judgment on the function of the speaker, and was also surprised that Yinxing actually let a group of farmers, who couldn't even write their names, operate such a precious alchemical prop. And judging from their proficiency, it is obvious that they have done this more than once or twice. After the audition, Aunt Rape Flower began to sing into the microphone. The so-called song she sang was actually a bardic ditty. The lyrics praised all the great achievements of Master Yinxing. Aranda had already heard these stories from Aunt Rape Flower. Listening again, she still couldn't help but immerse herself in the legendary war of the Master conquering this territory. Her mind was also filled with thoughts about Yinxing's attitude and approach to werewolves. The human race and the swamp werewolves belong to two different forces. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If someone else stood in Yinxing's position, or if Aranda directly put herself in the situation that Yinxing was in at the time. After capturing the 10 werewolves alive, Aranda thought that she would kill the 10 werewolves first to reduce the pressure on her defense. As a result, he had to fight against 100 werewolf warriors led by the chief of the Broken Ear with peasants who had no fighting power. In this battle, he would definitely lose even if he had a defensive advantage. What Yinxing did was to persuade these 10 werewolves to surrender and successfully obtain the loyalty of 9 of them. It was these 9 werewolves that played a very important role in the subsequent war, allowing Yinxing to win the war against the werewolf tribe of the Red Mud Wet Beach. After capturing Broken Ear and his wolf pack, Yinxing did not kill them, but treated the wounded. This behavior was unimaginable for Aranda. In the case of weak strength, of course, he had to kill the captives that he could not take care of to reduce the defensive pressure of the werewolf tribe's subsequent attack. But Yinxing chose to give Duaner a fair dialogue and showed his attitude that he did not want the war to expand. In the end, Yinxing and Duaner reached an incredible ceasefire agreement, allowing Yongyong territory to avoid continuous fighting with werewolves and gain space and time for development. When assisting the Red Mud Wet Beach werewolves to fight against the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe, Aranda believed that if it were him or any other elf commander, he would definitely lead Duaner's Red Mud Wet Beach tribe to take advantage of the victory to eliminate the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe and annex the Stinky Water Forest. But Yinxing chose to fight immediately, and did not kill the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe. Even by capturing Steel Teeth, the relationship with the werewolf tribe in the Stinky Forest was eased. Yinxing fought 3 wars with the swamp werewolves, winning all 3. Aranda believed that if he fought, he would be able to fight more vigorously and avenge the swamp werewolves, until he was exhausted from fighting the swamp werewolves, and finally died gloriously. But Yinxing not only did not avenge the swamp werewolves, but instead made them respect him. The next thing happened naturally. The reason why these werewolf tribes in Thunder Swamp supported Yinxing and his eternal territory was certainly because of the trade of food and agarwood. The most fundamental reason was that Yinxing did not treat the werewolves with bloody and violent means from the beginning. The werewolves felt respected and friendly from Yinxing. In addition to war and suspicion, there is another choice between them. Yinxing fulfilled his promise to the werewolf tribe, making the werewolves trust him more. It is precisely because of these that the werewolves' attitude towards the Eternal Territory changed. On the way to the Eternal Territory, the werewolf tribe took the initiative to follow Yinxing's orders and eliminated the human mercenaries and orc-wolf cavalry who came to attack without reaching any alliance agreement with Yinxing. This has never happened around the Thunder Swamp. Everyone looks down on the swamp people and likes to lure them or directly intimidate them with force. But the results were minimal. That's what the Snow Elves did. They wanted to cross the Thunder Swamp, but they regarded the swamp creatures as talking beasts. The proud elves would not lower their noble heads to listen to the voices of the swamp people. They prefer to use their swords and arrows to try to make the swamp people bow to them. So the Snow Elves' strategy for the Thunder Swamp has been fruitless. Now Aranda seems to have found a way to deal with the swamp people from the Eternal Territory. She believes that since Yenching can mobilize tens of thousands of werewolves to dig canals and build roads for him, the Snow Elves can also use the same method to make the Thunder Swamp open a passage to the south for him. I must return to the snow alive and tell my compatriots what I've seen and heard here. But before that, I want to kill Yenching to avenge my sister. Thinking of revenge, Aranda reached into her pocket and touched the handle of her alchemical longbow. At this time, Aunt Rayflower finished singing the bard's song that she had sung countless times. Everyone applauded her. Shouted, "Master Yenching, keep your word. Master Yenching, generous and kind." At this time, almost all the subjects of the Eternal Territory were present. The invited werewolf chiefs also sat on their own small stools. Gosper announced the start of the movie. He turned on the projector, and the beam of light immediately projected from the lens to the large screen in front. A rippling ocean appeared on the screen, as clear as if someone had really put a piece of seawater on the screen. Instantly, Alanda, who was thinking about how to assassinate Yenching and return to the snowy land, focused all his attention on the movie playing on the big screen. This is really great magic. How powerful is the person who can release such a powerful magic? Can I really kill him? Chapter 157 Joint Statement. After Yenching and Shinshur decided on the price of the Earl Red wine, they returned to Nuda City and bought several barrels of wine from Earl Theodore's private winery and brought them back to the real world, and then ordered a batch of high-end red wine bottles to fill them themselves. Shinshur contacted those celebrities who had tasted the red wine and told them that the owner of the private winery that brewed the Earl Red wine was willing to supply a small number of Earl to the outside world. The quantity was extremely limited. Only 1,000 bottles. The price was 600,000 per bottle. The taste of the Earl Red wine matched the history behind it, which was very much to the taste of celebrities. Once the taste was right, the price was a very secondary thing. Yenching's Earl Red wine is selling well, and together with Agarwood, it has become the two major sources of funds for Yonglin commerce. Yenching, who has money in his hands, doesn't spend it vigorously. He personally went to the grassland and directly acquired a horse farm. He asked the horse farm to establish a large horse breeding base, give birth to more horses, and give birth to good horses. Give birth as much as possible. Don't be afraid of not being able to sell them. Then he went around to purchase logs, stones, iron ore, coke, limestone. Yonglin territory has developed to this stage and can no longer be stingy. The wood and stone materials needed in many places cannot be replaced by other things. The woodworking workshop should start training its own woodworkers. The blacksmith shop should also start smelting its own steel. In the future, the construction of the territory will definitely require a large number of craftsmen, and the skills of these craftsmen will need a lot of resources to hone. While Yenching was making large purchases everywhere, he was also paying attention to the changes in Nuda City and Eternal Territory. Since the assassination of Temple Priest was solved, all parties in Nuda City have been very stable. Madame Carol and High Priest Lancelot took Benjusi to the capital of the principality, while Earl Theodore devoted all his thoughts to the management and transportation of logistics. The Eternal Territory Road Repair Team repaired the road between Nuda City and Storm City. According to the report of the road repair team, the vehicles traveling back and forth between Nuda City and Storm City have never stopped. Based on the scale of this material transportation, it can be expected that the war that is about to break out on the Windy Heights is likely to exceed everyone's expectations. Marquis Anderson's increasing demand for materials has made Earl Theodore increasingly aware of the pressure faced by the front line. In order to calm the skyrocketing food and commodity prices in Nuda City and solve the many problems in the city caused by rising prices, Earl Theodore completed the approval of the cooperation project with Yenching at a very fast speed and issued a joint statement. Yonglin Territory and Nuda City will jointly fund the construction of the road between the two cities. All the materials and labor remuneration required for the construction of the road will be settled with grain. Yonglin Territory will invest in reclaiming grasslands in the north of Nuda City as farmland to alleviate the problem of food shortage in Nuda City. All wages for hired workers will be settled in grain. Yonglin Territory will open a chamber of commerce in Nuda City. All those who are willing to work for Yonglin Territory can go to the Yonglin Chamber of Commerce to register. Yonglin Territory will pay workers' salaries with grain as remuneration, and will also give some grain coupons every month so that workers can buy more low-priced grain. The entire statement is full of grain. Grain. And grain. Before Yongjing Territory's grain arrived, the skyrocketing grain prices in Nuda City fell on the same day. The entire Nuda City was almost silent, shocked by these notices issued by the city lord's mansion. Then various people went to the city lord's mansion to meet Earl Theodore. One by one, they gave tearful advice. This is letting the wolf in. Although Yanqing is a human, he represents Thunder Swamp. Build roads with Eternal Territory. Lease farmland to Eternal Territory. And even let Eternal Territory open a chamber of commerce in the city to hire workers. This is to allow the influence of Thunder Swamp to expand southward. According to what Yanqing did in Nuda City, it can be seen that Thunder Swamp is no longer willing to be trapped in the swamp. And he has greater ambitions. Now facing the upcoming offensive of orcs and elves, Nuda City should not allow Thunder Swamp to expand southward. If the swamp really sends troops southward, Earl Theodore will be the biggest center for the principality to lose the Windy Highlands. Mrs. Carroll's characterization of Thunder Swamp and Yanqing became a tool for nobles and wealthy businessmen to persuade Earl Theodore. Now Thunder Swamp is a force equal to the Silver Mane Duchy, and everything related to Thunder Swamp can be maliciously speculated and interpreted. As long as Earl Theodore can't withstand the pressure from all sides, and is afraid of being charged with treason, and cancels the cooperation with the Eternal Territory, then the price of food in Nuda City will continue to rise. And the price of goods will continue to rise. As long as they can make a lot of money. The powerful people don't care about the lives of civilians. And whether Nuda City will be in chaos? Chaos. Chaos is better. Earl Theodore is under great pressure. 3 people make a tiger. When many people persuaded him, he was also thinking whether his decision was wrong? After all, if Thunder Swamp really took the opportunity to invade the south, he would be blamed. Even if Yanqing really cooperated peacefully. After the war, his statements would become a crime against him. But if the food from the Eternal Territory is not introduced, these people will definitely suck every drop of blood from Nuda City. Adley, when he was alone in the study, Earl Theodore asked his loyal servant, "Do you think Yanqing will become my enemy?" Adley replied in a low voice with concern, "Master, let's go home after this war is over. In the old territory, you have no enemies." Humph. Earl Theodore snorted when asked such a question. You either pretend to be stupid or change the subject. No wonder you want to be a butler for life. It is my greatest honor to serve the master. Okay. I won't make it difficult for you. In fact, you know what I think. I can't control this situation. And I can't do much. Of course, where there is a disease, go to the doctor? Now everything is based on war. Nuda City must not be in chaos. And we can't let those powerful people do whatever they want. The price of food must not rise. Whoever can help me stabilize the price of food, I will cooperate with him. As for the future, who knows if I can live to see it? Adley said quickly, Master will live a long life. By the way, how will you respond to Marquis Anderson's request to send Miss Siebel to Storm City again? Miss Siebel is the champion knight of the Principality Knight competition. If she goes to Storm City, she will definitely boost the morale of the Windy Highland Legion. Earl Theodore said, Anderson wants Siebel to go to Storm City at this time. And he has already thought of sending her to the battlefield. He will not leave the champion knight behind. You reply to Anderson and say that Siebel is training in Nuda City and cannot go anywhere. Yes, Master. Please take care of your rest, and don't work too hard. Nuda City needs you. And Miss Siebel needs you too. Earl Theodore waved his hand. Go out. Let me think about it alone. Chapter 158 Level 3 Werewolf Shooter. Yanqing certainly knew that if the grain from the Eternal Territory entered Nuda City, many people would hate him to the core. And many people would try every means to keep the grain from the Eternal Territory out of Nuda City. But as long as Earl Theodore is the city lord, as long as Earl Theodore still wants to stabilize the logistics line for the Windy Highland Legion, he must resist all external pressure and let the grain from the Eternal Territory enter Nuda City. Grain is a life-saving thing for Earl Theodore, and he will not destroy the cooperative relationship with the Eternal Territory. Therefore, Yanqing can safely use all his energy on the strategy of Thunder Swamp during this period. The first batch of lightly armored werewolf warriors completed the archer training and entered the archer camp for upgrading. As for the choice of weapons for the werewolf archers, Yanqing chose the shortbow after careful consideration. The shortbow has a shorter bow body and is more suitable for use in swamps and jungles than other types of bows. Moreover, Yanqing thought that when upgrading the werewolf warriors to the 7th level cavalry, he would try to turn them into cavalry archery units. And the shortbow is a bow suitable for cavalry archery. For armor, he randomly chose a set of chain mail. Werewolf archer 3rd level werewolf force attack, 6 defense, 4 damage, 4 stamina, 9 talent. Mobile shooting accuracy penalty decreases by 50%. You get the right to recruit 3rd level werewolf archers of the werewolf race. Your main quest progress increases. Another series of rewards that swamped the screen, making Yanqing excited for a while. Tamer's Ring allows the hero to master the art of taming. Just like the knight's training, the art of taming is the exclusive skill of the Swamp Faction hero class tamer. The art of taming allows the tamer to tame the monsters at a faster speed, and can command and control one or more monsters. Chocobo is a monster, and the Fergana horse Feying is also a monster. Yanqing can ride them, because these monsters are relatively docile, and can accept being ridden after being tamed. But most monsters are not so good-tempered, and it is difficult for ordinary people to communicate with them, let alone control them. The tamers in the swamp can control a large number of monsters to fight for them. They can even control monsters to use more sophisticated tactics. The Tamer's Ring gives non-swamp heroes the ability to tame monsters. Many skills are better than nothing, especially such a powerful skill. Yanqing immediately put the Tamer's Ring on his hand. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual realm had a great change in its perception of the outside world. This feeling was particularly obvious when riding a chocobo and fighting a griffin. Before, when Yanqing controlled the mount, he relied more on the knight's riding skills and the tacit understanding between him and the mount. Through continuous training, the mount can understand what the knight wants to do through the knight's actions. But after mastering the art of animal taming, Yanqing felt that there was a very subtle connection between himself and the beasts. As long as the beasts were tamed, he could directly give them orders through mental communication. Then when he rode the chocobo and the fighting griffin again, he felt very different from before. With mental communication, there was no gap or error between the command and the execution. This would definitely improve personal combat power to a higher level. And Yanqing had long been envious of the poisonous flies in the swamp. This poisonous insect-like beast was small in size and easy to hide. Yanqing saw many werewolf tamers hiding the poisonous flies in their arms or backpacks. Once you encounter a dangerous situation, you can immediately summon poisonous flies to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. In a frontal battle, if there are a large group of poisonous flies flying around you, it can make the enemy lose sight of one thing while focusing on the other. Master, I am now a dual professional swamp tamer and human knight. Ha 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 ha. Yanqing is wearing the tamer ring and thinking beautifully. Continue to look at other rewards. Warcraft Cage. Putting the captured warcraft in a cage can increase the chance of taming. Swamp tamers have taming skills, and not all warcraft can be tamed easily. Generally, the higher the rank of the warcraft, the more difficult it is to tame. The stronger the warcraft, the more difficult it is to tame. The magic cage can increase the chance of taming magic. Good stuff. Must make it. In the future, you can catch any powerful magic cage and put it in there, and then train it slowly. There is also a primary luck spell. Increase the hero's luck value by a small amount. The higher the luck value, the more likely the hero will have high damage when releasing skills. When Yanqing was learning magic and combat skills with Count Theodore and Zybel in New Tower City, he knew that the output damage of magic and combat skills is not a fixed value, but a random fluctuation of 20% down and 20% up. The higher the hero's hidden luck value, the higher the chance of floating upward. On the contrary, if the hero's hidden luck value is negative, it is easy to have low damage. Luck is invisible, but it can be affected in many ways. Even some spells and props can reduce the opponent's luck, so that the opponent can continuously deal low damage. Of course, there are also skills and props that increase your own luck, so that your attacks can always cause high damage. Therefore, the battle between heroes is not a simple confrontation between attack magic and attack skills, but more about the use of auxiliary magic. As long as the tactics and skills are used properly, you can always be in a gain state and keep the enemy in a negative state. Thus, you can easily defeat enemies who are much stronger than you. High luck means high crit. Therefore, luck is a very practical skill for a hero. In addition to these, the main quest also gives a lot of resource rewards. Finally, 100 werewolf archers are given. Let Yanqing prepare to lead the army into the depths of Thunder Swamp and get further expansion. Now the Eternal Territory is already a level 4 territory. and the crossbow camp and crossbow training ground have been upgraded. Yinqing immediately threw the 5 newly upgraded werewolf archers into the crossbow training ground for crossbow training. At the same time, all the newly born crossbowmen in the crossbow camp were recruited. Crossbowman human 4th level unit attack, 6 defense, 3 damage, 3 physical strength, 10 talent, armor penetration. Chapter 159, Forming a Peacekeeping Force. In terms of basic attribute values, human crossbowmen have not improved much compared to archers. But the recruitment cost has increased from 50 gold to 80 gold. It can be said that the 30 gold value added is all in talent. The talent of the human 4th level crossbowman is armor piercing, which means that the crossbow arrows shot have stronger penetration power against armor. If equipped with the improved military crossbow prepared by Yinqing for the crossbowman, the lethality of the crossbowman against heavy armored units will be further improved. It also made Yinqing determined to cancel the human archer formation. After all, the direct shooting range of the crossbowman equipped with military equipment can reach 300 meters, and the range of the archer's projectile is also this number. And the damage to combat units wearing armor is insufficient. Train all archers to crossbowmen as the core long-range fire output of his army. The functions of archers can be supplemented by werewolf shooters. For this reason, Yinqing added a batch of orders for military crossbow parts. Now Yinqing's large-scale procurement plan has basically been completed. The purchased goods are either in transit or on the manufacturing production line, and it will take some time to arrive in the Eternal Territory. Yinqing shifted his energy from real-world procurement to the formation and training of the Eternal Territory Army. In Yinqing's initial plan, he would bring 500 soldiers and more than 1,000 logistics personnel into the Thunder Swamp this time. The logistics personnel can be handed over to the werewolf tribe, and the conscripts from the southern camp with broken ears will protect the transportation lines. The distribution of 500 combat soldiers. Yinqing is going to bring 100 crossbowmen, 200 werewolf archers, and 200 light-armored werewolf warriors. If the territory can be upgraded to level 5 in time, the level 3 werewolf archers can be upgraded to level 4, and the level 2 light-armored werewolves can be upgraded to level 5. Further enhance the combat effectiveness of the peacekeeping force. At the same time, the werewolf tribe that has reached an alliance with the Eternal Territory will provide 15 to 20 werewolf trainers to fight with the army. The werewolf tribe will also provide at least 100 poisonous flies as the air tactical force of the peacekeeping force. The chicken farms in Yongling Territory should also try to breed 100 to 200 carnivorous birds during this period, and hand them over to the werewolf trainers to follow the army and fight against poisonous flies. Therefore, although the main force of this unit is 500 people, the mobilized combat and logistics personnel units may be more than 2,000 people. It fundamentally changed the traditional tactics of the swamp tribe, which basically had no concept of logistics. In addition, the information communication network and combat command system that were initially established. The core tactics of this army organized by Yinqing are relying on strong intelligence collection capabilities and medium and long-range strike forces. Discover first. Strike first. Destroy the enemy's offensive capabilities before they react. The specific tactics are: use drones and the Eye of Air spell to establish a long-range detection and early warning system. This part is left to Chui, who uses her powerful information processing capabilities to analyze all the captured images and detect the enemy first. After discovering the enemy approaching, poisonous flies and carnivorous birds establish air and ground barrier belts. Make it impossible for the enemy army to conduct counter-detection and use poisonous flies to infiltrate and threaten the long-range arms of the own side. Lightly armored werewolf warriors serve as the last line of defense to provide close protection for long-range attack soldiers. Allow soldiers of the long-range attack force to shoot freely in a relatively safe environment. Use powerful long-range firepower to cause unbearable damage to the exposed enemy, forcing the attacking enemy to give up the attack. During this period, the werewolf tamer heroes must provide magic cover for the entire army and fight against the enemy's tamers with magic. The division of labor is clear and simple, not difficult. However, the battle idea proposed by Yinqing is still a bit too complicated for the swamp werewolves. The swamp's previous fighting style is, all tactics are carried out around poison flies. As long as the poison flies sneak attack successfully, the war is half won. The rest is the full army assault to complete the other half of the victory. It is even simpler and clearer. And fighting around long-range soldiers? Letting poison flies defend. Letting werewolf warriors defend. For the werewolf tribe, It is a tactical gap that is difficult to cross. Not to mention that Yenching's tactical arrangement also includes the transition between attack and defense, and the formation progression in transition, plus the addition of a new type of soldier, the carnivorous chicken. This is really too difficult for the werewolves. The tactical idea of the werewolf warriors is to attack, full army assault, retreat, run away. These ideological conflicts made the werewolf warriors and heroes stare at each other when Yenching explained the tactics, as if they were listening to a book of heaven. Yenching racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Such a simple thing. Why can't you understand? Since you don't understand, let's not talk about paper tactics, and directly conduct actual combat exercises in actual combat environments. Yenching chose the Claw Chieftain's Stinky Water Forest as the actual combat training ground for the Eternal Territory Swamp Peacekeeping Force. All combat units that were going to fight in the depths of the swamp gathered in the Stinky Water Forest for actual combat exercises. Anyway, since it was not clear to explain and understand, just keep practicing. Practice muscle memory and conditioned reflexes, and these werewolves will naturally know what to do under what circumstances. In order to achieve actual combat results, Yenching also invited Claw to lead the Stinky Water Forest werewolf tribe to act as the Blue Army. Practice various encounters, sneak attacks and ambushes that will occur in various situations and at various times. During the formation and training of the Swamp Peacekeeping Force, Yenching would go to Nuda City every day, continue to learn magic and combat skills with Count Theodore and Siebel, and then pay attention to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, road construction and farmland reclamation. Then return to the Eternal Territory. After a morning of handling the affairs of Nuda City and the territory, he spent most of his day on running in with the army. After all, this war is not a small fight like before, and training and various emergency plans must be prepared. Otherwise, it is easy to enter the swamp, but difficult to get out. As the investigation of the depths of the Thunder Swamp was carried out, more and more intelligence came out. Yenching gradually gained a more general understanding of the depths of the Thunder Swamp through intelligence, knowing that it was not as weak as he imagined. The Thunder Swamp, which can make the three tribes dare not peek, still has some assets. According to the intelligence analysis collected, the depths of the Thunder Swamp can be summarized as three strong oppositions, with two distinct camps. The three strong refers to the three most powerful swamp tribes in the center of the Thunder Swamp. They are one werewolf tribe and two lizardman tribes. The other werewolf tribes and lizardman tribes are all attached to these three strong ones, forming a situation where werewolves and lizardmen confront each other and are evenly matched. Because werewolves are the weaker party, the tribes are relatively united. Even if there is a fight, they will not fight to the death, and the goal is not to annex the other party. Once the lizardmen cross the border, the werewolf tribe can quickly unite and fight against the enemy. On the contrary, the lizardmen often fight for a gem mine, and cannot form a unified force. So they have no good way to deal with the werewolf tribe that is huddled together. Speaking of gem mines, we must talk about Blood Crown Mountain. Blood Crown Mountain is located in the center of Thunder Swamp, and is the holy land of Thunder Swamp lizardmen. Under Blood Crown Mountain is a gem mine with a very large reserve. There are several mines around Blood Crown Mountain, all of which can reach the gem mine. These mines are controlled by the Red-Eyed Lizardman tribe and the Green-Tailed Lizardman tribe respectively. They are also the two most powerful lizardman tribes in Thunder Swamp. Red Eyes and Green Tail both proclaimed themselves as Lizardmen Kings and announced that they owned the Holy Land Blood Crown Mountain and the gem mine. Both Lizardmen Kings controlled part of the passage to the gem mine. Everyone wanted to dig more and accused the other of stealing their own gems. First they quarreled, then they cursed each other, and then they fought. Then they continued to dig, quarreled, cursed, and fought, over and over again, in a continuous cycle. No one could destroy anyone, and no one had the ability to completely control Blood Crown Mountain and wear their crowns properly. The werewolf tribes in the depths of Thunder Swamp were developing very low-key and wretchedly. They will not take the initiative to compete with the lizardmen for anything, but they will never allow the lizardmen to cross the border and enter their territory. The red-eyed lizardmen and the green-tailed lizardmen will not really fight with the werewolves and give their opponents the opportunity to destroy them without completely controlling the Blood Crown Mountain. This is the situation in the depths of the Thunder Swamp. There are many contradictions and fights between the two major races and the various ethnic groups. But there is no large-scale conflict, and they are in a very delicate balance. The werewolves said by Yenching have contacted many werewolf tribes. They are all very interested in the magical alchemical slingshot. After experiencing the power of the slingshot in the test shooting, they all expressed their desire to buy a batch. For the werewolf tribe that lives on fishing and hunting, the slingshot is really a weapon that can improve the quality of life. The first batch of slingshots has been shipped. The plan to arm the werewolf tribe in the depths of the Thunder Swamp is proceeding smoothly. Chapter 160 Deal with the Goblins. When Yinqing was preparing to enter the depths of the Thunder Swamp, the Goblin Gaga sent a message. The magic energy generator was manufactured, and the matching low-level puppets were all in place. It was really timely. In Yinqing's construction plan, a large number of equipment required energy. Especially the operation of the information network required a stable and reliable energy source. Neither solar energy nor gasoline generators could meet the needs. After receiving the news that the magic energy generator was manufactured, Yinqing immediately drove a truck to Nuda City. In the Goblin Alchemy shop, Yinqing met the Goblin Gaga again. But Gaga's expression was very unfriendly. Yinqing doesn't care what mood the Goblin Gaga is in today. He was anxious to transport the magic generator away and asked, "Mr. Gaga, where is the magic generator? I'll drive a car and see if I can transport it all at once." Gaga didn't mention the magic generator and took out a watch from the armrest storage compartment of his alchemy chair. He said in a bad tone, "Night, Yinqing. I think you are cheating in your transaction with me. This is the watch I bought from your store in Nuda City. You can buy one for only 500 God-given gold coins. And you want to use this watch to exchange for my magic generator? I need an explanation. Otherwise, you will appear on the list of unwelcome people in the Goblin Alchemy Factory. All goblin merchants will not trade with you." Yinqing's Eternal Chamber of Commerce entered Nuda City, and the first thing it opened was a watch shop, with the endorsement of the city lord's daughter, Ms. Siebel. The entire Nuda City noble circle knew about this alchemical product that can wear time on the hand. The exquisitely designed watches set off a big trend in Nuda City. So Yinqing's watch shop has led the fashion as soon as it opened, and is sought after by nobles and wealthy businessmen. The price of 500 God-given gold coins is also acceptable. Most nobles can't afford ice jade porcelain tableware, but 500 God-given gold coins can still be taken out. The Eternal Territory's watches are hot selling, and soon the dignitaries in Nuda City have a watch in their hands. Some smart people even buy a few more pieces. Whether they are gifts or sales, they are all rare and high-end items. The Goblin Alchemy shop run by Gaga is the leader of the alchemy industry in Nuda City. Alchemy watches are popular in Nuda City. How could he not know? And the price of 500 God-given gold coins per piece almost made him vomit blood. The magic generator he made for Yinqing, if calculated according to God-given gold coins, at least 20,000. But the transaction contract has been signed, and the Goblin Gaga, who feels cheated, can only pinch his nose and admit it. Although the goblin merchants are greedy, they are very trustworthy. This time, when the Goblin Gaga saw Yinqing, he angrily showed him the watch he bought with 500 God-given gold coins and questioned him. He must know what will happen if he cheats the goblins. Yinqing looked at the watch in the Goblin Gaga's hand with a look of contempt. This kind of low-level alchemical watch. I guess all the celebrities with some status in Nuda City have one. I, as the lord of the Eternal Territory and the owner of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, wearing this kind of watch is too beneath my status. How could I exchange this kind of low-level alchemical product for your magic energy generator? Hearing Yinqing say low-level alchemical items, the Goblin Gaga's momentum of accusing him was gone immediately. It was this kind of low-level alchemical item. After opening it, he couldn't see how it worked. He could only detect that the button-like thing inside stored electrical energy. The rest was to stare at the tiny parts that were violently disassembled one by one, dumbfounded, confused, and confused. If he put them back together, the watch wouldn't work. For this reason, Gaga bought several watches one after another. After disassembling them, he was still confused about the alchemical mechanism inside, and didn't find any clues. As a result, this watch that he couldn't figure out even after disassembling so many pieces was despised by Yinqing as a low-level alchemical product. The Goblin Gaga's face was burning hot. Moreover, the low-level alchemical watch was so exquisite. How amazing would the high-level alchemical watch worn by Yinqing be? Gaga's heart was full of expectations. I'm sorry, Night Yinqing. The attitude of the Goblin Gaga changed drastically. Last time you asked me to study your watch, but I didn't even open it. So I misunderstood you. Please accept my apology, and let's complete this transaction together. The magic generator you want is in the Goblin Underground Warehouse outside the city, And 200 low-level puppets are also ready for you. I can take you to the underground warehouse to inspect the goods now. Last time Gaga took Yinxing's watch to study for a day. And indeed, he didn't even open it. It's too precious. And it will soon be his. I only have this one. And I'm even more reluctant to smash it. Those watches that cost 500 God-given gold coins don't have such good treatment. I accept your apology. Let's go and see my magic generator. Yinxing stretched out his hand and shook the watch on his wrist. In fact, he was also wearing a quartz watch. But it was higher end than the one he sold. It cost several $100s. As for the structure inside, of course, Yinxing said that whoever was higher end was higher end. And whoever was lower end was lower end. I guess the Goblin Gaga didn't even know what an integrated circuit was. So how could he tell that these were the same watches? Yinxing was about to walk out of the store. But the Goblin Gaga controlled the alchemy chair to walk to the circular lift in the middle of the store. Please stand on it. We can reach the Goblin Alchemy warehouse outside the city faster through the underground passage. Yinxing walked onto the circular lift curiously. You dug a tunnel out of the city? How could Count Theodore allow you to do this? The goblin laughed. Count Theodore's power does not extend to our Goblin Alchemy factory. And we will not let anyone use our tunnels to endanger the safety of the city. While gagging, the circular platform descended, as smoothly as taking an elevator. After descending about 10 meters, the platform turned to horizontal movement and moved along a series of flat tunnels. The tunnel was built very spacious, and the walls were reinforced with rock blocks. At intervals, there were magic lamps to illuminate the tunnel. On the way, Yinxing saw several goblins standing on the same floating platform, directing a group of stone alchemy puppets to drag some large wooden boxes with wheels forward. It can be seen that the goblins used the alchemy puppets in their hands to build a very complex underground transportation network under the city of Nuda. The Goblin Alchemy factory is somewhere underground, using these tunnels to input and output personnel and materials. I didn't expect that the underground of Nuda would look like this. I wonder if Count Theodore knows that the goblins have dug an underground world under his city. I think he knows, but what can he do if he knows?